That thing was in a full attack mode the entire way back. It was the fastest shit I've ever been in. And thank God for it. Some of the stuff you don't think about, like the tourniquets slipping. Like now the compartment syndrome sets in, all the blood's getting pushed out, now it gets loose. Now he starts blowing blood all out of it. Like it's in my mouth, it's all over me, like I'm covered in it head to toe. Like it's, I mean, it looks like a scene out of Black Hawk Down on the back of that helo. Like there's just med kits everywhere and just people laid out. It's like another dose of reality. You know, team guys do get shot, and if you're not trained to handle that situation, you won't rise to that. Like if I wouldn't have been through TCCC, if all those dudes wouldn't have played out that exact scenario hundreds of times in training, I don't know what would have happened. Like it's a testament to how good those dudes were prepared. That JTAC, the balls he had to drop that, the confidence he had in that AC-130 crew. Like if you miss that thing, like your first round for windage, it was so close it could have killed us. It's like, that's the confidence. It was humbling, man, to get back from that thing. I remember we dropped those guys off. I wasn't there for the rest of the target. What happened after that? I was probably gone for an extra 2 hours, and I came back from the debrief, and I walked in, and you know, I'm an emotional fucking wreck. I would have sworn that Matt was going to die for sure. Like Jared, he looked like he was dead. I never thought he'd make it. I mean, just the way his face looked, like it looked so bad. But outside of his arm, no real life-threatening injuries. Outside of a shit ton of cosmetic stuff. I mean, it's a really lucky way to get shot. Matty was a different animal. He got a bad infection. External fixators, you know, it's all over the place in the hospital. A very surreal moment, especially for that deployment. Just, that's how we're gonna end this whole thing. It's a somber way to go home on that deployment. And I never really got to process it. I didn't have time. Just the whole reality of what had happened, kind of what we've been through, you know, together as a group. Being in firefights is one thing, like being in that is completely different. Like just helpless. I couldn't shoot back, I couldn't do anything. I could just lay there and put my plates in front of that guy and hope he shoots me and not you. I can give you a tourniquet. Outside of that, man, outside of moral support, like we're all just in this together. And I would have bet anything. There's no way we would have walked away from that. I thought we were dead after the initial contact. It was so close, it was so violent. And I think it was kind of that, not lackadaisical attitude, because we were definitely wired tight for that, but it's not reality until it's reality. Like, that's not gonna happen. Yes, it is. Whether you want it to or not, it's happening right now. So, yeah, a lot of good lessons learned from that. A lot of stuff that I carried with me my entire life, even in training. You know, a lot of guys will put on this Hollywood show during training. They'll run out there and they'll like try to save the princess or some kind of crazy shit. No, sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to get up and you have to say, cover me, and you have to go out and do that. And sometimes you have to call in danger close fire missions. Sometimes you have to run out there being shot already and drag back a dude to save his life. Like, there's no argument with that. That's the most heroic shit I have ever seen. Ever. I mean, to this day. Like, if I had one defining moment where I stood back and I was just starstruck, that's it. Like if I had to capture a 30-second clip of, do you want to be a Navy SEAL? Why do you want to be one? Because people will do this for me. That'd be it. That'd be Jake on a fire mission, Maddie run out there, grab him back to Corman, dragging him back. It was a badass move.
That is some heavy shit.
Oh, fuck, man.
Damn.
So yeah, I'd almost been killed like 6-7 times on that deployment. It was getting rough, and that was kind of the last straw. We were about to do turnover. They medevaced all those guys home, and then they sent me back on the first bird. And when I landed, I went and saw Maddie in the hospital. His mom was in there, and it was cool, man. Like, then the connection to reality, because we hadn't had that before. I've never had a guy in a platoon be shot, and it gave me a really good insight on what happens when you actually get shot. Like, it's not the movies. It's not a graze. It's not like, oh yeah, he took it and continue to fight for 6 hours and he doesn't miss a rotation. That bullet hits your bone, you're out of this program, maybe forever. You're definitely out of it for 9 months. Multiple surgeries, now infections and rehab and physical therapy, and you got to get cleared by the doctors and everything else. Everything that goes in behind the backside to get you back up and running. It wasn't a reality. We never had to deal with it. Like, I definitely take that forward now to training. Like, when we do simunition shit, I use that as a prime example. If you haven't seen what happens when a bullet hits human bone on the blue side or on the bad side, the bullet doesn't care. It's doing the exact same amount of damage. Like, you're out of the game for 6 months, man.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that was how we wrapped up 2007.
That's pretty fucking rough.
Yeah.
You keep in touch with all those guys still, or?
Yeah, I was just texting with the JTAC, actually the day before yesterday.
Really?
Trying to get him to come in and do the skateboard thing. Yeah, get some art therapy on. Get the boys back together. I think everybody, whether those guys will admit or not, I don't give a shit. Like, that really fucked us up. Yeah. It's rough, man.
Yeah.
Gotta sit there and just wait to die.
Damn.
Yeah. It was, yeah, it's a surreal experience, just the proximity of it. That's something that can't be overlooked. Like, it's different being pinned down from a couple hundred meters away, like you can get up and maneuver. Like, not this one. Like, if that dude would have stood up and just walked us down, it would have been over. So it's like all the lessons learned on laser placement, how to focus your nods, ambient conditions, everything else. It's like, I know now. It's like one more pearl. Yeah, lock that one away. I won't ever forget that again.
Damn.
So it's like everything, you know, I think we kind of take that forward in the training now. It's like all these lessons have been learned, not because, you know, we're superhuman, but because we're honest and we fuck things up. And everything you're doing right now, I've fucked up before. There's no reason for you to make the same mistake.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is just not being mentally prepared for that situation. You thought you were, but I hadn't looked at it in a realistic lens yet. It was still video game mode. It was still training mode. That's not going to happen to me. Even though we were walking down, interlocked arms, waiting to get shot, wasn't reality yet. I was scared shitless. I knew it was coming any moment, but until it goes loud, it's not real.
Fuck, man. How was it being home after that?
Terrible. I was fucked up, man. I was dating a chick at the time. Shit just went south, dude. I was in a bad spot. Everything sent me over the edge. Just hyper vigilant. I just couldn't shake it. And I think I really started to obsess over everything then. Like the details in training, training methodology, and just like I really became a student of the craft then. Like then I got it. Like, all the shit all these old dudes have been talking, this is why. This is what they were trying to prepare me for, but they didn't have a formula to give it to me. They didn't have a movie, they didn't have their own C story to tell me this. They just knew from training over and over and over, this is what it has to be, and they were right. Like if you make training so realistic you don't know the difference because of your mindset, it's very hard to trip people up. If I paint it real in my mind during training, my body won't know the difference. So.
Fuck. Let's take a break.
Yep.
That was heavy.
Oh, fuck, man.
All right, man. So we're back. That was a pretty fucking devastating deployment. But you came back and a little bit of good happened. You met your wife.
Yep.
So how did that happen?
So after 2005, we had the Red Wings thing go down, and most of the wives stayed local. So we all stayed there. A bunch of them lived offshore drive, so that became just our running crew. We'd go over there and do family dinners at Laura McGreevy's house all the time, and it just became a big melting pot of Gold Star families. And I met Patsy through them. So, yeah, never met her before. Didn't know Danny. Didn't know any of that. I'd seen her for, a 5-minute segment before. And, yeah, Gold Star community kind of brought us together, which was pretty taboo.
Let me backtrack just real quick because the audience doesn't know this. So you eventually wound up marrying Patsy, who previously was married to Danny Dietz, who died in Operation Red Wings. So she's a Gold Star.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, which at the time was, it was taboo. Like, nobody did that. They, this is going to sound bad, but I'll say it. We kind of wrote them off. Like, they're untouchable. Once your husband dies, like, you can't date again. And I know team guys did it. I did it too. You judge them, like, how long are they supposed to wait? Do they wait 10 years? Like, you can't judge people for that. You have no idea what they're going through. And kind of the school of thought where I came up in the teams. I fell in love with her right off the bat, and I didn't give a shit if she was Gold Star or not. And I caught hate for it. I did. Had to answer some tough questions. I didn't care.
what was it about her that you liked so much?
Her understanding. She got it. She knew exactly what it was. Reality had smacked her. Her stepdad was a SEAL, so she'd been in the Navy. She knew the commitment. And she served herself. Like, she knew exactly what it was. She knew what her deployment was, and she knew the reality of it. I didn't have to explain it to her. I feel like that's a big thing in the teams is people marry their high school sweetheart after you've been gone for 4 years and you come back, and she has no idea that you're going to be gone 250 plus days out of every year. Like, she has no idea you're going to come home with, 3 weeks of nasty ass laundry, drop it off, and leave for a 2-week training trip. I didn't have to explain that to her. She already knew, and she was bought in. So it made that transition so easy because she was as dedicated as I was. So she really let me obsess. Like, she knew where I had to go to get to the level I wanted to get, and she encouraged it. So, yeah, I mean, she saved me for sure.
How long were you guys dating before you got engaged?
About a year and a half, so.
Year and a half?
Yeah.
So you met her pretty much right when you got home,
Yeah.
and then by the end of the next workup?
By the next workup, I think it was Thanksgiving that year or something like that. Proposed to her in front of her whole family and my whole family, and the community kind of erupted in a positive way. It was awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah, dude, it was as it was supposed to be.
Yeah. So on this trip home, it sounds like it was pretty eventful. You met your wife, you got engaged, you screened for Green Team.
Yep. Started my third workup. I was in a very I was riding an emotional roller coaster daily. I just was. I was drinking back then a lot. Just trying to numb my senses. I didn't care what it was. Luckily, I never did anything really stupid. Definitely had my moments. That was the only thing I knew. I didn't know what else to do. People that I could talk to wouldn't talk. Other people that had been exposed to similar things, they put up this facade like, fuck's wrong with you? So I did the exact same thing. I walled it up like, nope, I won't even address that. I won't address any of these feelings I have. I won't address the anxiety. My performance anxiety going into like that 2008, 2009 year was through the roof. Like, having panic attacks, and I didn't know what they were. I thought I was having little mini strokes. If you haven't had one, it's alarming. Like, just sitting down in a cold sweat. Like, yeah, I have no idea what's coming over me right now, but I know it's not good. And I know I can't say anything to anybody because they'll pull me out of this job. And that's not happening. So we have to do what we do, suffer in silence. Just be quiet and continue doing your job, and that's what you have to do. Fortunately for me, right around that time we started a new workup, and I got a new platoon chief who used to be over at the command. His name's Barrett, and he was everything I needed. Like, I mean, you couldn't have molded a better dude at that moment in time for me. He talked the talk, he walked the walk, and he performed, and he was nasty. He was because usually, you know, guys they have a shelf life, and they don't, you know, your platoon chief or your troop chief isn't making the entries every time. He doesn't need to be the best shot anymore because he's commanding, controlling everything. It wasn't like that with that dude. He outperformed everybody. And he basically set the bar at what development group is supposed to be. And like, that's what it became. Like, I can't outshoot him. I can't out PT him. I don't know more about CQB than him. I don't have the combat experience he does. And it humbled you, which is exactly what I needed. Exactly what everybody needed. We needed to see the end state. I needed to see what you could accomplish if you went all the way. And that's what that dude did. He showed us, like, if you want to be a professional, if you want to be the guy, you have to go all the way. Whether that was good advice or bad advice, I took it literally. And I started to set up little walls, little break-off points in relationships and friendships and everything else. If you impede anything on this progression, I'm done. Not one fucking second will I give to you, because you're not worth the end state. You're not worth me sacrificing my dreams and my hopes and all my wants and wishes. I want to be the best Navy SEAL I can possibly be. And if you slow me down 1 second, I'll never talk to you again. Like, I don't have time for it. Like, this community, that organization, this job deserves the very best of me. Emotionally, spiritually, physically, everything, tactically. And you have to completely, in my opinion, to reach the highest level you possibly can, you have to cut out all the other bullshit. And I thought that job deserved it. I did. I grew up with my entire life, and you've never met a dude who loved being a Navy SEAL more than me. I just did. Every day I woke up, even through the bullshit, where everybody's complaining in the platoon space on this and that, I loved it. I'd come home and I just smile, man. Just thankful to be there. Thankful that I'm doing exactly what I was put on this earth to do. I loved it.
Did you cut any important relationships, or was it just acquaintances and little bullshit?
No, I cut off. I cut all kinds of shit out. We had people in the platoon life, people that spread a lot of hate, a lot of discontent, a lot of shit talking, a lot of guys that call them 9-to-5ers. The last one in here, you show up 5 minutes before our first muster, and you're the first dude bouncing out of here at 4 p.m. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Birds of a feather. I'm going to shun myself, and I'm going to isolate myself with only people that are better than me and that are going to help me achieve the level I want to achieve. The people that want to stay late and train, the guys that want to show up early and work out, the guys that are doing O courses on Saturday and Sunday, like the guys who are going to fully commit. That's who I'm going to surround myself with. And it's the best thing I ever did. It gave me the focus. I could just strip out everything and I could just tunnel vision. Every day had a purpose. Like today, I'm doing fitness. I'm not checking my phone. I don't have, social media wasn't a thing. You didn't have to deal with any kind of bullshit like that. But you could just scrub away bad relationship toxicity out of your life. So we do that deployment. It was a long stand down. It was really eating away at the boys, the overall collective. Long story short, we deployed in a big joint fashion, and the Rangers had an issue.
Back to Iraq, you deployed.
Back to Iraq, back to Baghdad. Had all the assets. Third time. Full rotation, and it was awesome. Like the target set we inherited was amazing. Like we were going to be getting it. And I think we were there for 10 or 15 days, and we were just feeling ourselves out, the asset schedule and everything else, like all the things that actually make the machine run, we were slowly figuring out. I was a team leader at the time. So I'm in all the briefings, I'm in all the meetings, and the Rangers go out and they get into a firefight and they kill a guy. And it happens to be one of the Sheikh's son-in-laws. and they threw some political shitstorm into the air, and they stood us down for 90 consecutive days. So we have all the task force people there. We have everything, helos, everything. And every day they'd come in, roll 24, roll 24. Should be on Friday. It's a long weekend. It's a 4-day weekend. On Tuesday, we'll get an update. Friday, we'll get an update. And they kept doing that the entire time. So, I mean, you can imagine.
Yeah.
Got a bunch of guys overseas that just want to fight, just want to get out of the door, and you're not letting them, and you're not telling them why. Like, we didn't do anything. I didn't shoot that dude. I wasn't on that target. None of our people were. Why are you punishing us? Then you got to feel being a political pawn. Then you realize that it was nothing to do with us. Just some guy flexing is not going to let you do your job. But it eroded the cohesion of that entire organization. Like, we were at each other's throats, man. It was bad. Just the living conditions. Like, you wouldn't see people for days. There was no reason to have a meeting. It's like we weren't training. We were just rusting. And luckily, Barrett kind of pulled us out of that, and he'd have basically pulled all the guys together. We do CQB, we go to flat range, we started training that group within the group. That spread the collective, and we kind of just, it took a little bit, but we all got back on step. And on around the 90th day, he came in and he said, fuck it, we're moving. And we lifted that entire package and we drove it down the road a couple hours to Fob Warhorse, and we set up there. And it was busy. Like, it was everything we wanted to do. We inherited a bunch of target sets from the Army side, which was really good. Got to interface with those guys a lot. Got to learn about palm groves and a bunch of new TTPs that we hadn't even thought about. Things that would have really helped us in 2007, we're now learning now. I'm like, yep, I've been there. I know exactly what he's talking about. So we got to learn a shit ton. We got to put it to good use. It was good.
Who were you working with from the Army?
So we had a Ranger element with us. We had the Tier 1 personality there. 2-2 SAS was in the same compound. So it was so funny, man. The SAS, I fucking love those dudes. They'd roll through the chow hall and they've all got American flag patches on. I'm like, what's up with the patch? And he said, you gotta blame it on somebody. Fucking assholes. Like, okay, cool. Those guys were great, man. Just, I remember seeing them. You see all the unit guys, you see the SAS guys. I mean, I'm a kid, and they look like they're 7 foot tall. Like, they look like Marcus Cabone. Like, they look enormous. They've all got huge beards and long hair, and like, holy shit. That's what the pros look like. Like, now you get to see it up close. Just before, I mean, it's just us. You get to see the other organization. You're like, and you get to hear what they're doing, going out at night, and you don't get to. So you get to hear about this huge firefight they got into, and you got to sit there with the Rangers and twiddle your thumbs and play reindeer games until we got to lift and shift. And it was like, okay, let's all be big boys again. And it was fine. It was a decent deployment. Nothing to really write home about. But it showed me showed me the seesaw method. If the op tempo goes up, morale and warfare can go down. Like, you don't need to have Xbox and flat screen TVs and all this crazy shit. If you're working every night, you sleep on cots in a tent with no AC, eating MREs. The happiest dude you'll ever see. Yeah. Nobody gives a shit. When that doesn't happen, morale has to go up somehow. And there was nothing to give you. You can't booze, you can't leave the country, there's nothing to do. You're just stuck there, and you just have to watch other people go out and work. And just to watch how that eroded the unit cohesion. It did. And it took a while to get it back. Like, I mean, you had to really, really bring the boys in. Like, movie time, just, not mandatory fun, but you had to do things to bring everybody back in, to re-explain the why. I think part of the training, part of the mindset conversations, the mission planning conversations they'd take such a philosophical role then because of him that everybody would buy in. It was like nothing you've ever heard before. His thought process on mission planning. That's a completely different school of thought. Like, that is, okay, that's a new concept to us. Just the whole thing, just everything. The target approach, the methodology between everything was to the why.
So he was teaching all you guys that. That's a fucking
dude,
hell of a leader.
He is, man. He's amazing. he got to stay and do a troop chief right after that, which, I mean, anybody who's worked with him, I mean, he's a demigod in my eyes. Like, I fucking love that dude. If I had to pick one dude right now that I'd put on my dream team, like, that'd be one of my first picks. He was a great night. Needed him so bad at that moment. And we came back from that deployment, and I was kind of on a negative crash. I was trying to stay positive because I had green team to look forward to. And, you know, I got married, did all that. We flew over to Spain, had the honeymoon, came back, and got into a blowout with my old man. Like, not a big blowout, just an argument. And it escalated into not speaking. Basically starting green team in the blind. So in January of 2010, had an argument, and it escalated from there, and it got worse and worse and worse. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't have any distractions. That platoon chief told me exactly what green team is going to be like. I've seen my buddies go through it. I've heard the horror stories. I know how much pressure is on it. And that's what he kept saying. He's like, you have to have a perfect day every day. No distractions. No booze. No chick drama. Break up with your girlfriend. Do whatever. Don't buy a puppy right now. Like, it's the only thing that matters. Lock it in right now and give it your total commitment, and you'll be successful. And that's what I had to do. So, yeah, a couple months turned into a really long time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. How many guys started the green team?
Called somewhere between 80 and 90.
How many came out?
22. Not many.
Low 20s?
Yep.
You want to go into any of that?
Yeah, we can.
Let's do it.
What do you want to talk about?
Let's talk about the first day of green team. What happens?
We show up and you do a screen test. Show up and you do a physical test. It's the only known in the entire selection process. You know exactly what it is. It's written on a piece of paper. Everybody knows what it is. And it doesn't matter. That is the most stressful thing you'll ever do. It just is. It's by design. You know, it was like a dream come true just to be there. Until we started the screen test. And you get a bunch of dudes, a bunch of the guys that have already made it, come out and they watch you. And they hold for you for sit-ups. They count your push-ups. They count your sit-ups. They tell you if your pull-ups are right. And that is a very intimidating thing. Like you're a college football player and you're coming out for your pro debut and Tom Brady's throwing footballs to you. Oh shit.
Yeah.
No pressure. And back in the day, they looked like Vikings. I mean, super long hair, big long beards, and they looked fucking mean. They did, and it was intimidating. And I loved it. I did, man. I got off that bus, dude. I used to take Benadryl before green team. I get so excited. I get so amped up. I take Benadryl to try to calm myself down. It's like a cheap man's beta blocker. But I loved every minute of it. It was two different schools of thought. You could try to survive it. You could try to polish all the way through and come out at the end and be more capable. My advice that I was given to me was take every day like it's your last day and try to absorb as much knowledge out of that fucking place as possible. And that's what I did every day. There's a lot of pressure to perform. We talked about that addiction. Every day you want to perform, and the fear of, because now I had that falling out with my parents, the thought of not making it now really set home. The thought that I would have to come home and look at Patsy after all the shit she's been through and tell her I didn't make it. I couldn't fathom it. It haunted me at night. Wasn't sleeping. Yeah, the pressure consumed me. I try to use it to my advantage, but it's hard, man. It's hard when every day. It's like you see the best dude I've ever worked with just got dropped. Like, why the fuck am I still here? I don't really care. So one more day.
Do they tell you why you get dropped?
Yeah.
They do?
No, yeah, they tell you. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's team guy to team guy. They tell you exactly why. And looking back on it now, that's exactly how it has to be, because you know what the end state is. Like, I mean, it's hard for people to hear, like, your ego gets put in check, but you're not good enough to be here. Whether that be a personality thing, a performance thing, it doesn't really matter. Like, you can try to come back or you can't.
Does everybody have the option to come back?
No.
Or you have to be invited back?
They invited back.
Do you go through the screening again, or
No,
they give
yeah.
you a class up?
I'm sure it's different every time, though. I know a lot of guys have to rescreen. Some guys will stay there and they'll roll back if they get hurt or they mess something up. It's kind of like Hell Week in the sense if you get past a certain block, sometimes you don't have to redo that block. Unless you really mess it up, you got to redo the whole thing. Which, I mean, that's what most people don't realize is how hard that place is physically. Like the screen tests are double what it is to get in the buds. That's the bare minimum. Like if you're not cranking out 120 push-ups, 140 sit-ups, 30 pull-ups, like you're last. Like if you do the minimums, you're not going. You have to be a freak. Which was good. We were afforded a lot of time to train and get ready for it, and a lot of time in the shoot house, a lot of time shooting, mentally preparing for it. And that was right at the height of like the human performance aspect. So we had a badass strength conditioning coach at Group 2 that really helped us out. He went over to the Eagles and runs their stuff. I mean, so we were ready. Like the crew we had assembled, I mean, that was as prepared as you could have been.
Oh shit.
So we showed up the first day. I've never been so nervous in my fucking life, dude. I could barely breathe. And I was a freak. I mean, I say that cocky because I was. Like I was in shape when I showed up. That was the one thing I had going for me, is I could pass that screen test. And I'll tell you what, the pressure of that day, I barely got through that fucking thing. It just, cranking out 140 push-ups in a single set, like no issue. Now I've got that dude who I want to be like is counting for me, and I'm at 70 and I'm blowing snot out of my face. Like, oh my God. Like, I'm just going to try to do these perfect, and hopefully he doesn't say anything to me, and let's just hope for the best. Like, that's what it was. I mean, it's fucking stressful. And then every day it just continues. I mean, it's all CQB based and, you know, everything else you got to do over there. But the pressure to perform, like, you can't have a bad day.
Yeah.
And it becomes addicting. Like,
What would you say got most guys?
CQB.
CQB?
I mean, that's all, yeah.
Yeah.
And you get a couple guys for some other stuff, some jumping, some personality stuff. The officers have a hard time at the end because now it's all the pressure's on them. But no, man, it's a humbling experience.
What's the pipeline look like? What are the different blocks of training?
I mean, not how much I can really get into, but I mean, it's basically if you were to assault a target, it's basically what it is. A bunch of CQB, a bunch of shooting, a bunch of jumping, you do all the land warfare type stuff, and then it's all the other external stuff you have to do.
Do they tie it all together at the end?
Yeah.
Like a big,
Oh yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
a couple exercises? Or...
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, it's as real as it could be. Like, it feels real.
So what's it like when you graduate, when you're in?
Anticlimactic.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
No tradition? Is there any traditions you can talk about when you make it in, or?
Yeah, when you get in there, but we graduated Green Team. They came in, they read a bunch of names off, and then they said what squadron they were going to and read off a bunch of names. He's like, all right, get in the trucks.
That's it?
Yeah, we got in the trucks and we went out and we did an FMP that night. Big full mission profile. Like, we knew where we were going. And it was like, I didn't have a cell phone. I couldn't tell my wife, and just like, because where I wanted to go was exactly where I went. And I wasn't shy about asking where I wanted to go. So, I mean, it was like all my dreams had come true. Just finished up Green Team. Well, actually, let's go back. In Green Team, we do a big jump block. I'd already had like 150, 200 skydives before I had my own parachute, because I knew what I had to be able to do, so I started training on my own. And It's in August. We had to do mandatory downwind landings. It's where they want you to run with the wind, so you got a lot of speed coming in. It's to teach you that the parachute doesn't know the difference. If you're going into the wind or downwind, if you do the flare the same, you can manage it. And I hit a divot going hard. I panicked at disco and cobra struck this thing, and I smashed in, and I thought I broke my back. I heard a fucking loud pop, and my whole right leg went numb. And I freaked out, and I jumped up real quick, and I dusted myself off, and okay, we're good. And I went back in there, and I walked over to the corpsman, and I told him, I was like, I don't know what the fuck I just did, but it's something bad. He's like, you want to go to x-rays? I was like, no. I finished jumping for the rest of the day, and I think that was on a Friday. And I grabbed him, I was like, I gotta go to x-rays right now. Like, we gotta keep this hush-hush. We drove over to the ER. We shot x-rays, came back benign. They thought I tore my hip flexor. So I just kept training on it, kept jumping. We probably did another 50, 60 jumps on it. And we're doing all the normal stuff, 10-mile rucks, conditioning runs, buddy carries. We're doing the whole thing. And now it's developed to, I can't lift my leg up. Like, I'm dragging this thing now. If I wanted to drive a car, I'd lift it off the gas and put it on the brake.
Oh, shit.
Like it's done. And I don't know what it is, but I know I'm not saying anything because I don't want to get rolled. So we finish up jumping, and we're about to get to the very end. We already know we're going to go, and we've got some little bullshit admin block thing we have to do. And my leg's still messed up. And I call back into rehab. We start going through the whole thing, and he's like, let's go in, let's get some CT scans, let's get an MRI, and let's see if maybe you broke your back. Like, maybe that's what it is. And they came back to get me. I never forget, we were doing the NFL Combine. And I think I was on crutches at the time. We did the broad jump, the vertical, max bench press, squat, deadlift. We did a bunch of shit like that, a bunch of cone drills. And we had just got done. And they walked in, and he's like, CMC needs to see you in rehab. It's like, oh, fuck. I walked over there, and he's sitting down, he's got a big smile on his face, and puts his hand on my knee. He's like, it's gonna be okay. And my heart fucking dropped. Like, you could have just shot my fucking puppy. Like, my whole life is over. And I looked at the rehab guys who were super fucking awesome. And I was like, what's going on? I was like, back broken? He went, nope. Your hip's broken. Your femoral neck snapped off. He goes, I don't know how the fuck you're walking. And I looked at him, and I was like, I think it's my back. And he goes, well, this x-ray right here, this MRI, and they pull it up and you see it. Like, femoral neck to ball and socket snapped all the way off. So that impact had broke it, and somehow it had relocked in position, and it just hadn't sheared. If it had shifted 1 inch left or right, all the blood supply goes to the hip, it dies. Total hip reconstruction, you're out of the military. Like,
damn.
So it's like that. And I looked at him, I've never had surgery. I've been hurt a lot growing up as a kid. I've broken everything, but I've never had surgery. And he's like, we're gonna have to do emergency surgery. And I looked right at him, right in front of that CMC, and I said, there ain't no fucking way. No. And he looked at me and he goes, that's the only option. He's like, you're not deploying. How fast can we do it? And he goes, we can get it done tomorrow at 7 a.m. Let's go. I walked in, they pumped in 3 titanium 5-inch lag bolts through my hip. And I showed up to rehab the next day, and we started physical therapy. We had to finish SEER school. I got a gnarly infection out there. They put you in the box, they played the whole game. It's really well ran. That was actually one of my favorite blocks.
Really?
It was really well done. It's a different SEER school than one we did. It was really well ran. I learned a lot of that school, but I got a nasty infection. So I had this wound on the side of my hip. I could press on my thigh and blow pus out of it. It was bad. Like, they were doing pick lines in my arms. It was bad. And my body started rejecting the screws. I didn't know how bad it was going to be, but I knew that I had to deploy soon. So we're coming up on the new year, and we're supposed to deploy. They were going to let us have Christmas there, and then we're going to deploy in January. So made it through green team, got a broken hip. I think we had surgery in end of November, and I'm going to deploy in January. And they're saying it's a 4 to 6 month recovery time. I heal superhuman. I was even faster back then. And those guys, they're not dumb, man. We do vitamin D3, we do calcium, all the supplements to try to get that bone to grow as fast. I quit dipping. I started right back up after I healed, but yeah, I quit anything to try to get myself in the best position to deploy, and I still wasn't. I still wasn't cleared. So the rehab guy, so badass, he deployed with me. I met over there, and he stayed for like 2 or 3 weeks, and we did physical therapy there, and I tested out in Afghanistan.
They flew a fucking rehab specialist, physical therapist with you on deployment.
I'll never forget, we had one of those huge box jumps, like one of the ones that's like waist high. And the final test was I had to put on all my gear, and I had to do a depth jump off of that and land on one leg. And I never forget, I looked at him, I looked him right in the fucking eyes, and I was like, Mike, I don't know about this one, brother. And he went, if you're not sure, don't do it. And I stepped off, and it fucking hurt. It hurt bad. And he went, how do you feel? And I went, 100%. He went, okay. He signed me off, and we started going. Yeah, man.
Fucking A.
Cleared out and had a good deployment. It was a half one. It was probably 2 or 3 months long, because I caught the half of it with all the guys we graduated green team with, and then came back and kind of geared it up for the next one. Just the constant rotation.
So you've been through 3 Iraq deployments before you did your first deployment with Dev Group.
Yep.
And they were all pretty eventful deployments.
Yep.
How did that first deployment compare to your other 3? Especially your second.
That one was okay, because we were new guys and it wasn't my element. I was attached to it. The team that I was supposed to go to was doing some other shit that wasn't really conducive for new guys to be there. It was more like an older senior position. We were kind of doing the outstation thing. So they didn't want us to get bogged down with that. So we got to stay with the strike force. And it was cool. We got to do a bunch of stuff. We were battling kind of a weather cycle, just the way it did. So not as super busy as it was, but we turned right back around the next year, and that was 11 into 12, and then it was good.
Wow.
So it was good. It was humbling just to see. God, I hate to say how nonchalant, but just nothing raised them. Like they'd go out and whatever would happen, and it would be like, holy shit. It wouldn't even get debriefed. Like it was so effortless to watch them move. It's like watching Gretzky take the fucking ice. Like, oh my God. Like that's norm. So
what do you mean by that? Do you mean there's no build up?
No,
like it's just
it's that
even keel all the way through.
They are, man.
Pre-op, on the op, post-op. It's just even keel.
Yeah. Like it doesn't matter what happened. Professional. Like that's the way it's supposed to be done. And then you saw it, and then it all started to click. That's why. It's to achieve that. To where, one of the guys, one of the guys was out there, did some pretty amazing shit on one of these fucking things. And I made a comment during the debrief, like, are we not going to address that? And I'll never forget, dude, he looked right at me, almost with a little bit of snap, and he's like, when you get in the end zone, act like you've been there before, and walked away. And that was the tone. Like, don't pound your chest, it doesn't matter. You got to prove it again in 5 hours. Like, okay.
Yeah.
It's like the level of proficiency was so fucking high that it was like you were just in a constant run to maintain. It's humbling, man. Like to watch it at its finest. It was everything I ever wanted to see. Yeah, it's like growing up playing baseball your entire life, and you finally get to go watch the Yankees play. Like you're in the dugout with them. You get to see them. You get to touch them. To me, it's like my entire life was nothing but SEAL team. That was it.
Yeah.
That's all I ever known. And now I get to see it at the highest level. Dude, it gives me goosebumps, man. Like to see it that good. You're like, holy shit, I had no idea. Because you get stuck not in a falsehood, but the standard becomes the standard until someone exceeds it. And then when the collective exceeds it, it became a dynasty. Like, I can't believe how good it was. Looking back on it now, like, that's as close to perfection as I've ever seen it. And it was the norm. Like, no chest pounding, just go. Like, humbling.
Yeah, that's interesting. Especially, I mean, they really set the tone. It sounds like when you get through Green Team and they're just, yep, Shipley here, so and so here,
Yeah.
get in the fucking truck. You know,
Damn, man.
so makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, let's take a quick break, and then when we get back, we'll get into one of a specific deployment you were on. All right, so we're back. We're getting into some deployments, but I wanted to bring something up. Reading through your timeline, you know, first deployment in the SEAL teams, you get in, biggest loss in SEAL team history happens. Then you get through Green Team, and right after you graduate, maybe less than a year afterwards,
Yeah. I mean, August of 11.
Extortion 17 happens, which again is the biggest loss in SEAL team history. So let's start there.
Kind of the way we talk about it is, where were you? Where were you when 9/11 happened?
Yeah.
Where were you when June 28th happened? And where were you when August 6th happened? I know exactly where I was. I was sitting in a movie theater with my wife sitting next to me, my shooting buddy's wife, and then my shooting buddy. We're all watching a movie, and we're probably 45 minutes into it, and phone goes off, and you're glued to these things. Can't miss a text message. Like, I mean, the addiction to your phone becomes a real thing. Like, you can't miss a text message. You can't miss a phone call, ever. And his phone goes off, and mine does too, and we both crack him. And we both looked at each other at the same time. And he had got a text from somebody in the White House, a staffer, used to be a team guy, and he said, "Call me right now." And I had the exact same thing, the exact same time, that said, "Call me right now," from a different guy. Okay. And he texts back, "What's up?" And he said, "Afghanistan, helo, get to work." I looked right at my old lady, get up. Walked right out of that movie. They split and drove each other home, and I jumped in the car with him. We drove straight to work. And everybody was in there. Like, it was spreading fast. Nobody had any real details. I mean, we did, but it went into, it turned into a fucking circus. It was like I was reliving a movie that I'd already seen that I didn't want to know the ending of. I've been here before. Like, I already knew what this is. All the notifications, basically everybody's throwing on dress blues, they're driving out. Me and my wife are grabbing groceries and gallons of Starbucks and dropping off at Gold Star houses. Just really trying to take care of our own. That's one good thing about the Gold Star community, is they know exactly what they need. So basically the notification team would go out, and then we would roll in behind and drop off gifts, groceries. We pick up kids from school. We do whatever we could. And that's the collective, that's everybody. It's just what you did. Trying to make sense of what had actually happened. There's just no good way to go about that. I mean, that loss is felt this fucking moment. Like, that didn't happen. How did this happen again? And you couldn't explain why. I mean, things happen in war. Things that you wish didn't happen. You wish it wasn't a reality. It's absolutely reality. It's another reality check. Doesn't matter how good those dudes were. You couldn't have picked a better... There wasn't a more capable fighting force on the fucking earth than the dudes who were on that helicopter. And it didn't matter. It did not matter. Gone in an instant. It's like, fuck. Like, how are you going to come back from that? And then selfishly, how are we going to take care of all these families? Like, what do we do now? It's like every foundation just dumped in, trying to support, trying to do whatever they could to, I mean, inside of that, we're trying to rebuild. Like, we're still fighting the GWAT. Like, we can't let this be our defining moment. We just can't. We've been through this thing before. Unfortunately, the CO at the time had been through this exact same thing. He was a Group 2 Commodore when Red Wings happened. He had been through this whole fucking thing. So, put a plan in action. We had to rebuild the force, had to take care of all the families, take care of all the kids. Me and Patsy started making memorial t-shirts within 12 hours. Just trying to raise money, just trying to do anything. That's what a lot of people don't realize is there's a gap. Like, if you're pronounced dead, your paycheck stops. There's a long gap before any kind of life insurance comes in or any kind of support. So the only thing that puts food on the table, the only thing that puts gas in the car is their foundations. Like, people that are raising money. And we don't know how long that gap's going to be. Like, now we've got, big name foundations that really lend a helping hand, but it doesn't matter. To them, to that singular family, the whole world just came crashing down. It's over. Like, it'll never fucking be okay now. It's like anything you can do to try to lighten that burden, you try to. That's making a memorial t-shirt, that's, picking up the kids and having them make skateboards, whatever it might be. You have to do something. But I'll tell you what, that was a super dose of reality. Because doing a lot of shit in helos, and it's like, that's the reality. That is exactly what is going to happen. Like, there's nothing you can do for that. It doesn't matter. Like, you can't plan for that. You just can't. I mean, you can try to do things, but a helo gets shot down with all those people on board. There's no good scenario out of that. And it crippled us. We had to rebuild the force, and every team had to give up bodies. And that was the whole point of contention. Like, people wanting to rebuild, people not wanting to rebuild. I don't want to go. I want to go. Just, it was a circus there for a couple weeks. It was.
Do you want to describe a little bit more in detail how many lost, what happened?
Well, without getting many specifics, the weather was not in favor. It was a high illume night, and a force went out and got contacted and needed to launch a QRF, and they launched in that troop to be a QRF, and on final they got shot down. Everybody's in there, like, you've got an amazing force, you've got the world's best sitting in the back of this flying school bus. It lands down, they shoot it out of the sky. It's, you just can't plan for it. I mean, you just can't. It's 31 people gone, including some Afghan partner forces, but an entire troop of people.
Yeah.
It's just gone. And I mean, things that people don't think about, things that I know that haunt other individuals is, think about the guy who missed that deployment, had a shoulder surgery and wasn't there. Think about the guy who had to go home for a birth of his kid. You should have been there. Like, that's gonna weigh on that dude forever. And it is. I don't know, I just remember walking into the building, it being so fucking somber, just, you didn't know where to smile, like, you wanted to have fun at work, but you couldn't. Like, how dare you smile right now? It was one of those things, like, and it wasn't a forced, thing, it's what it was. I mean, we were in the trenches for a long fucking time, man. We just were, and it felt like it was so hard to get back out of it. We tried to rebuild, and we've got the force, and they're back, and they dumped every dude. They pulled guys from all the other teams and tried to rebuild that one troop, and they grabbed some fucking all-stars, man. They did. Like, they spared no expense. They grabbed some serious fucking talent, and they rebuilt. And they built a dynasty. Like, they built some fucking badass dudes. And it was like one thing after another. So we get them all back up, and that's 2011. So I had Nick Check in my team. We were in the same 5-man team, and he got pulled out to go over there to backfill when all the guys got killed in extortion. And it didn't feel right. It didn't seem right. Him and my wife were really tight. We did our first platoons together. And when he went over, I rolled into his team as a new guy. And I fucking loved him, man. God, he was awesome. He just was. He was everything you wanted a teammate. He came over and retiled my entire kitchen, him and my wife, when I was on deployment, before his first deployment with the command. Up until the last hour, he drove to the command covered in tile soot and put on fresh clothes and got on the plane.
Bam.
Like, fucking great dude. And we just came back from Afghanistan deployment in between extortion. So we backfilled them, had to sleep in their beds, had to do that whole thing. That's a very sombering thing to have to do. I mean, it's the reality. Like, this is what it is. Sleep in a dead guy's bed. So, just another reality check. Trying to get in there and hit a really good target set, and everything's great, and we're going to work. It's all steady in the back of your mind. It's like, any moment here, any moment, this thing's gonna get us. And it almost did a couple times. The exact same thing. I mean, we took RPGs off the refueler, getting shot on infill, exfil, I mean, just close ones.
Yeah.
Testament to the pilot's capabilities, just how good they were. But right after that, that was a really good deployment. Like, that was probably my favorite deployment, because the people we were with, like that team. God, man, I did not deserve to be in that team. I fucking loved that. If you could have locked me in a time capsule, I'd still be in there. I would have never came home. I loved it so much. I had separated myself from everything outside of that. And it was the only thing that made me feel normal, was being there. I loved it. I loved the banter. I loved the shit talking. I loved the pranks. I loved the professionalism. I loved the absolute obsession to the detail. I loved it. And to watch those guys work, it's hard to
So
describe.
were you intermixed with the team that took the loss?
Nope.
Or was this, okay.
This is after.
All
We
right.
just rolled base in the same, kind of like you guys on June 28th.
All right.
You guys rolled in, same thing.
Okay.
At the same
so
base.
you relieved them.
Yep.
All right.
It was weird, man. Just the whole thing was dicey. And we came back, kind of like my mentor at that point, like my true north was my team leader then. His wife is best friends with Patsy. I'm best friends with him. He was a groomsman at my wedding. I knew him before I screened and all that. I fucking loved him. And he got hurt. Got medically retired after that deployment. Our number 2 did. 3 or 4 other guys got fucked up pretty bad. And it just, I hate to say I had all my eggs in one basket, but I love being in that team so much. The energy, the collective. I was not ready to lose that. I wasn't. And when he was going to medically retire, it fucking crushed me.
Is this, okay. Never mind. Keep going.
So it crushed me. It was like, that's who I want to be. This is a whole team. Like, if we can just freeze this shit, like, everybody will re-enlist. We'll just stay here. It was amazing. We came back from that deployment. We're kind of rebuilding. He's moving out. We've got new guys coming in. Everything's good. And Nick Check deploys. He deploys out. I'll never forget, man. I'm sitting with my wife at Yard House. I've got both my uncles. So I come from a long military background. On my dad's side, I've got him. My grandfather was a fighter pilot, U.S. Airways pilot after that. My other uncle was 75th Ranger Regiment, jumped into Panama, and did 25 years in the Secret Service, counter sniper team. My other one was a Marine infantry guy. So I'm sitting across from my 2 uncles. We're having an honest conversation, and my phone goes off. And it's one of the guys from the team. Like, we're not doing anything. We're in Virginia Beach hanging out, and I grab it. I was like, "Hey, what's up?" He's like, "Walk outside real quick." And bebop outside, and his car's driving by. I'm like plugging one ear. I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" He's like, "You sitting down?" No. Should I be? and there's a long pause. Fuck, man. So there's a long pause, and he said, Nick got shot. And I waited, and I said, okay, where is he, and what do we need to go pick him up? There's an even longer pause. And I can feel it building up inside me. It feels like it's resting on my fucking sternum. It's about to come out of my fucking mouth, and I don't know what it is, but it's something. And in the shakiest fucking voice he could muster, he said, he's gone. And I let out a whimper, I let out something. I started fucking bawling. I'll be in work in 15 minutes. I hung up the phone, I dried my eyes real quick, I'm like, I'm gonna walk in there, I'm gonna sit down at this fucking booth, I'm gonna eat my Kung Pao chicken, I'm gonna drink this Moscow Mule, and I'm gonna get through dinner, and then I'm gonna drive to work, and I'll tell Patsy tomorrow. Like, I mean, she loved Nick. She fucking loved him. And I sat down and I stared right in between my uncles. I picked a spot on the wall and I stared there. And they're all looking at me. I can feel it. And she put her hand on my shoulder. And I looked over at the corner of my eye. And she said, tell me. And I fucking lost it. No. Fuck, man.
Do you want to talk about what he was doing?
He was doing a hostage rescue for Dr. Dilib Joseph in Afghanistan. Bad scenario. Obviously, Ed Byers got the Medal of Honor. There were a bunch of Navy crosses that came out of that op. But long story short, they patrolled up Nick's walking point, and one of the sentries came out, and they had a brief engagement. And he ran up to make a dynamic entry, super fast, like the gig's up, we have to go. So he closed the distance, and they had a bunch of blankets in the doorway. He's clearing the blankets, trying to get inside, and as he makes entry, he takes a round. Kind of over. The rest is history. Guys came in, killed all the bad guys, saved all the good guys. I talked to the guys that worked on him. The only positive out of the whole fucking thing is they got the hostage. That's why you sign. That's why you go there, is to do that mission only. And to know that you gave your last breath trying to save another human. That's exactly who he is. So it's an honor to know him. But fuck, man, I did not want him to go.
Was that your hardest loss?
Probably. I didn't even process it. I didn't. I stonewalled that shit. I fucking threw up a wall so fucking thick. I did. And about 5 days later, I ran all the swag, so all the t-shirts and the hats. I made the shadow boxes. I did the going away shit, and I had to go make his shadow box. And I had all his awards, had all his shit, all the patches, all the stuff we were gonna put inside his shadow box. And I walked into John Will's studio, same guy that made all your deployment plaques. And I walked in, I got a really good relationship with him and all the ladies that work in there. And I walked in, and his number 2 lifted her head up from the office, walked out and saw me, and I was totally normal, just like this. And she went, I am so sorry. And when she said it, I haven't cried like that probably ever. That was probably it. I dropped my fucking knees, man. I was dry even. He was such a good fucking dude. He was so talented. And he trained all the fucking time. And you couldn't have done better. And the reality, he was gone. I wasn't ready for it. I tried to wall it up, tried to pretend like it didn't happen. And then I tried to make excuses. Like, why did that happen to him? And then I had to justify it to Patsy. Why that's not going to happen to me. It's like, well, I've got to cut out more negative shit. I've got to cut out everything. I've got to completely obsess now. Like, this is what I have to do now. And it just justified it. Like, we're playing for fucking keeps, man. Like, it became another thing that I'd slide in there. Like, you know, you want me to spend more time at home? You want me to do this? I have to obsess. This is fucking for real. If I have a bad day at the office, that's what happens.
Being that Patsy was a Gold Star wife and her previous husband, you know, died, killed in combat, were you able to lean on her a little bit more? Was she, like, could you relate to her a lot more than most guys could relate with their wives? And I mean...
Yeah, and especially because, you know, because I grew up in the teams. I grew up in it. I felt like I was as much part of that community as anything else. And yeah, we leaned heavy on each other. And a lot of it was, she convinced me it was okay. She's like, DJ, that dude loved everything he fucking did. He loved it. There's nothing else that dude would have done. If you would have given him an option of dying at 80 in a fucking bed alone, or dying on that, he would have picked that. That's just the dude he was. Like, he doesn't want you to be here depressed, mourning him all day. He wants you to go fucking get it on. That's what he wants. He wants you to go back to fucking work and be as good as you can. Fair enough. And the obsession continued. It's like, well, I wasn't in touch with myself. I didn't know anything about grief. I walled it up. I did. We stopped talking about it. We made shrines for him. We made memorial patches. We did everything. But I had to go do the notification and knock at his door for his fiance at the time. Dude, I don't know how people do that. But I can remember every detail of that. It was fucking terrible. We all met at my house at 7 a.m. Had me, Will Chesney, and one of the guys who was on Nick's new team, who's an ops chief. We all met at my house. Patsy was there. She kind of gave us a brief on kind of what to expect, because we've done notifications before for August 6th, but you never know. So, you know, we kind of powwowed it like, hey, who's ringing the doorbell? Who's saying this? We're all in dress blues. And it started pissing down rain. It like torrential downpour. In our shoes, you know, we wear the black core frame dress shoes. It was so hot in Virginia Beach when extortion happened from sitting on the tarmac, it had melted all our shoes. It melted the heels off. So when we got out of the car and we took a step, all the heels blew off our core frames. And Nick Check is a neat freak. He's OCD. He's got white fucking carpet. So I get out. I've got Patsy in the car behind us. She's got groceries. She's got Starbucks. She's got a bunch of shit. Just like, you're not leaving the house for 48 hours. Here, like, this will tide you over until we can figure out what we're gonna do. Because you're not a wife, it's kind of a weird, you know, predicament you're in. So it's really like we had to take care of her. Notification teams went out to the families and all that. But I remember ringing that doorbell and hearing her upstairs, directly above the front door. I remember hearing her walk down the stairs, turning the corner, and as it got closer and closer, the footsteps got louder and louder. And I was on a fucking breath hold, man. I did not want that door to open. I was hoping she wouldn't answer it. I was hoping we get turned around and somebody else would have to do that. And throw bolt flips. Doorknob opens, slowly starts to crack, and as soon as she fucking saw us, she knew. She didn't cry. She just looked at me, kind of cocked her head, and like, she knew me. Tell me. And I fucking came in, I gave her a big hug and fucking bawling. And I told her. We had a very no bullshit conversation about what's going to happen over the next 72 hours. Kind of everything we need to get done. And we kind of just went from there. Like, you got to go buy a fucking dress. You got to go buy this. You got to go get this right now. Like, these are all the things that has to happen. And you've got about 12 hours because this thing's going to go and you're not going to have time. So whatever you need, let's get on it right now. I remember her making a comment on the black shoe marks. We track black shit all throughout his house. And she's like, God, you're lucky he's dead or he'd fucking kill you. We all started laughing, like, no doubt. Stanley Steamer over there, we're vacuuming the carpets and shit. We all drove up to DC together. That was the coolest thing. Drove up there and picked him up. Same thing we did for the guys at Extortion. We all drove up there in unison, met all the planes and did all that. And she drove up there with us. It was, oh fuck, man. Just, it's like one of those things you just wanted to be over and you didn't, because now you have to do the memorial. Now you have to get up and speak. Now you have to go through all your photo albums and pick all the photos you like. They have to put it to a montage and you have to watch it over and over and over. Now the family starts to fly and you got to meet all of them. Like, it never ends. It felt like that process was 5 years long. Like, I was fucking crippled at the end of that one. I just was. I was in a fucking bad spot. Some key people in the organization were shifting out. They were retiring. They were getting medically retired. And I felt the void. I did. With him being gone, I really felt the void. That takes us to 2013. So I think that transition from Nick dying until basically the rest of the career, confirmation bias. Everything I had ever said, everything I had ever told Patsy was coming true. Everything. I used to tell her things because I'd obsess. I bet you in my entire time in the teams, I bet you I went into that building every day I've been in Virginia Beach, minus 25. Every Saturday and Sunday, I'd go through there just to show face, to make sure my cage was still there. Like I had to touch the magic every fucking day to make sure it was real.
Damn.
I had to. I was fucking obsessed. But it was good because everybody else with me was just obsessed. But I'd justify it to her. I'd start to separate myself from her, separate myself from different friends outside of the organization. Just, it was a linear focus. This is it. This is the only thing that fucking matters. There's no distractions. And it reminded me of my childhood. The only thing that matters is the team. Like, Dad's got to go on deployment. You can't do this because of that. Like, you can't do this because it'll affect deployment. I can't get shoulder surgery because I need to go on deployment. I can't do this because of that. We can't take a vacation because of this. And I self-justified it. I was like, no one's going to die if I'm a 65% husband. No one. Like, I'll be a husband when I retire.
Would you change anything, looking back now, doing that?
Yes and no.
What would you change?
I would have retired sooner. They tried to retire me in 2014. I wish I would have let them. I was in such a fucking bad spot, man. I just, I let it take me. I let it take me. I don't regret it. Some days I do. But I thought it needed it. I thought it was a worthy cause, man. Everything we did, all the training, the late nights, the early mornings, it gave you a purpose. It did. It gave you the why. And it became very easy to just judge people. Like, you don't work out, you don't shoot, you don't care, you're not a professional, you don't want to do this. Like, get the fuck away from me. I'm going to surround myself with these dudes because they only give a shit. This is the only thing that matters. And it became addictive. It did, because you got to see the performance. You got to feel it. Like, I mean, it's a measurable thing. Like, I started here and I ended here. And I only did that because I didn't let anything else distract me. There's no skateboarding, there's no snowboard trips for me. I couldn't justify it. I couldn't justify breaking my wrist and missing deployment. I couldn't justify wakeboarding and blowing out an ACL. I couldn't justify it. I could justify the skydiving thing because it's part of work. I couldn't justify anything else. I couldn't justify drinking. Like, when you fucking drink, 2 drinks in a single sitting, like, I haven't been drunk since 2010.
Wow.
I don't do it. Like, can I safely operate a vehicle? Can I speak to the police? Can I discharge a firearm? Can I provide life-saving medical aid? If the answer is yes, then I'm good to go. If I'm shit-faced, I can't do any of those, that's the metric. If I can't articulate my speech to a police officer to get you out of a fucking jam, I've gone too far. I pull up on a car wreck on the side of the road. I gotta save him. Like, am I shit-faced and that's why I blow past him because I'm afraid I'll get a DUI? That's not an answer. That's not a professional answer. The answer is, I don't have to worry about that because I'm a professional, I'm not drunk. I'm professional. I don't need to put booze in my system. I don't need to be shit-faced at 2:30 in the morning. That doesn't make the group better.
Yeah.
The group before the individual became the standard, and fuck, man, it made life so much easier. Does what you're doing now make the group better? No. Then why are you doing it? True. Negative people in your life, static, whatever. Does that make you better?
What were you doing to cope then? Because a lot of people, you know, they cope with booze, they cope with drugs, they cope, you know, all kinds of ways to cope. You had to be coping somehow. So
after I broke that hip, got on some painkillers. So long story short, I blew out that hip. I rushed rehab, I did. And the way they put those screws in, they lifted my IT band on the side of your leg and pumped in the screws, laid the IT band back. And we did that 2012 deployment. I had a pretty bad fall down the side of a mountain, and those screws came out and they blew through my IT band. Had to do another surgery, like it was bad. And the rehab that came after that. So I'm painkillers and I needed to be on them. Had a bunch of surgeries that I needed to get. And I was held together with, you know, rigor tape and chewing gum. Like I was banged up, man. And started eating tramadol and everything else, and it became the norm. Like, I wasn't high. I didn't want to feel the way I felt. Like, I'd wake up in the morning, it's like, I feel like this at 32, holy shit.
You're just numb to it.
Yeah, you just
How
numb.
much tramadol were you taking, you know?
A shit ton. I mean, I eat them in 300 milligrams a pop.
Okay.
Oh, I ate a shit ton.
Several a day.
Oh, yeah. But it's like, I didn't realize what it was doing because it wasn't a narcotic. You couldn't be addicted to it. Bullshit.
Yeah.
You get addicted to not feeling pain. That's what you get addicted to. And I didn't realize it, but that continued from essentially 10 until when I retired, like 18. Yeah.
I rode that train for a while, tramadol, and I'm just curious. How did you know it was an issue? What happened? With me personally, I know it was an issue when I ran out, and I felt what that felt like without having any, and that fucking hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Is that?
Yeah. So I had just came back from a deployment. Into a nasty firefight, a bad one. A lot of really close proximity shit. Ate a bunch of grenades. The long and short of it was, because of the proximity to it, we had to use some breaching charges and some ordnance, essentially on top of yourself, to get out of this certain situation. And it fucked us up, man. Like, no eye pro, no ear pro. I mean, grenades landing between me and you. Boom. Just a cumulative effect. These little concussions, it blew out both ears. Oh man, I mean, just by the end of it, I've blown out both ears. I've torn both labrums and both shoulders, both hip labrums, gone. Crunched a bunch of shit in my lower back and my neck. So I needed to have surgery on both shoulders and both hips and my back by the time the whole thing was done. And I didn't realize how bad it was. Fuck, I don't know. Do we get into it? Do we talk about the...
No,
Okay.
let's get into it.
Okay, fuck it. So the backside of this is we had a dude that did the Kenya Mall attack. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So it's that dude. So it's around the Horn of Africa, and we are going to go get this dude. It's a president-directed mission. So It's a big one, the biggest one that I've ever done for sure. Intel's painting a picture that's maybe not accurate. Beachside bungalow, like he goes there to watch TV, hang out, be super benign, in and out, cool. Not the fucking case. We get there, we've planned, we've rehearsed, and we've done all our shit. And I'm running the primary breach on the first floor. I go up and over the gate. I should probably start off with, we swam in. So that's a whole different set of problems. We swam in a slaughterhouse offshoot. So you can imagine all the great white sharks. It's a real fucking thing. That's the fastest I ever swam in my life. So we swam in, we do our whole thing. I go up and over, and I'm messing around with the locking mechanism on the gate to try to get it open. And there's a string going from the gate. It looks like it's going inside. And now I think that was an early warning device. I think it was hooked to a bell, it was hooked to something. We get the gate open, we bring everybody in, and as we are rolling up to the front door, they start getting contact out on the roof. Guy comes out, shoots, skips off one of the guy's helmet, now the firefight ensues. And it's 3 stories, and it's getting fucking chaotic, dude. Like, they have been prepping for this for a long fucking time, and this is not a beachside bungalow. There's no doors. They're all walled up from the inside. There's nothing to attack, you can't see anything. It's like I'm trying to get the door open, but you don't know where the hinges are. You don't know what it is. It's this huge, super thick door. Fuck, man, it probably must have been 6 inches thick.
So it's a fucking fortress.
It's a fucking fortress, dude. It's a literal fortress. They start getting contact on the roof, and we sprint up the front door. And as we go to divide, this dude opens up on the front door and lets it go. And you just see splinters of wood, and it just fucking traces us and doesn't hit anybody. We roll to either side, and now we're trying to deal with this problem. The hate coming out of that front door was nothing like I've ever seen. It just continuous, ascending it. And the way it ended up being was a long wall, the door in the center. I'm on one side, and I've got my shooting buddy on the other side, and I've got my team leader behind me. And we're trying to figure this out. Like, we have to get inside, but we're not supposed to kill this dude. That was the whole thing, is for whatever reason, the powers that be really wanted this dude alive, and the last thing they told us before we went, I would rather you shoot him 100 times and he lives than shoot him 1 time and he dies. Bring him back alive. Well, I'm fucking committed. We all are. We're gonna bring that dude back alive. We came up with every plan we could have. And at the end of the day, if you don't want to be captured, you're not capturing the dude. You're just not. Especially in that part of the world, with just how violent they are. I mean, you've seen Black Hawk Down. That's the most realistic war movie I've ever fucking watched. That's exactly how it is. They are fucking, and they come on quick. So we're in this shitstorm in the middle of the door. And I'm trying to decide how I'm going to blow this thing. I've got my charge in my hand. It's already capped in. I've got my hydrogel peeled. I'm ready to stick this thing, and I'm timing between his bursts coming through the door. So you see it all chew up. Like 3, 2, wham, goes live again. You're like, motherfucker, man. You're just timing it. He finally goes, and I slap this thing. And there's nowhere to roll. There's just nothing to do. You got to eat it. It's like, luckily for me, the guy behind me is super experienced. I mean, we all are very experienced breachers, and we knew we could take it. We'd been there before. Just unfortunate. Turn your head and exhale and send it. And that concussion blew out everybody's ears. We were all done. And when it blew, I could see the locking mechanism behind it. It looked like a fucking railroad tie was stuck down. So big New York lock, and we weren't getting through it. But it blew out a slat about waist high down, about this wide. And grenades started coming out of it. Accurate. So the way it was, it's the front door, and there's a long ass hallway going down. And there's a dude who's in a sandbag position with a belt fed at the end of the hallway. And it's just chewing down the hallway. There's a dude in the first room off to the right who's shooting at us through the window. So I've got my shooting buddy pinned. He's taking fire over this shoulder, and he's taking fire down the hallway, and he can't move. He can't do anything. It's like a big railing. We've got all the rest of the guys on, so we're the only 3 that are stuck on there. We're trying to get this door open. Let me back up. When I placed the charge, I roll back and I look at him and I was like, turning steel. And I turned my head and I blew it. And when I looked back up, he was gone. And I looked down and I saw the hole and I thought he went. And I dropped to my knees and I start going for the door and my team leader's pulling me back. I guess he had jumped over the wall. I thought he went. And I was not going to let that fucking dude go alone. I'm on my hands and knees trying to crawl through this fucking hole, and he's pulling me back, like, we're good, we're good. Well, now we can't get out. This thing's been going on for a couple minutes. The guys on the second deck are in the same shitstorm. The guys on the roof are in the exact same thing. Now there's people that are surrounding us we're taking fire from. The whole thing's getting dicey. And we've got to fucking leave. Like, we can't sit here and do this for another 10 more minutes. Like, you're not going to let us kill this guy. We can. We've got to get out. Unfortunately for us, the only egress route was directly behind us, which is directly in line with that dude's PK. So the only way out is to run straight through his alley. Can't go up and over the walls. There's not enough time. We don't have enough ladders, and there's quite a few guys inside the courtyard. We're trading grenades back and forth with this dude, and it finally comes time. The enemy QRF is upon us, and they're in technicals heading our way. And we gotta fucking go. So, look at the TL. I'm like, what do you want, man? And he's like, get ready for an RPG. I'm like, oh, fuck. I mean, like, bells already rang. Like, we've got shit coming out of our nose. Like, we're super concussed. And we ate for the guys that know, I mean, we ate a 1,200 grain ECT from arm's length away.
Jesus.
No ear probe, and we just sent it. I mean, I know what that charge is going to do. The overpressure is going to fuck me up, but it's not going to blow me up. I know what that charge will do and what it won't. And I was confident in it. And we had to send it. There was no other way. I wasn't going to turn around and leave without giving it every bit of effort I could. And I looked back at him and I don't know how the fuck we're going to get out of here. It's like, get a T-bomb. So my buddy was down in the courtyard. He had the T-bomb because we had to swim in a bunch of this shit. So we had spread loaded a bunch of stuff. So I'd already launched one in, and I looked at him, and we did a real world flea flicker, which is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Like, fucking threw it across the doorway, caught it, untaped it, and launched it. But it was funny. It was so funny to see the TL. He's like pushing on the walls. He's like doing the math in his head. Like, this means square feet, the concussion, this overpressure. What's it gonna do to us? And we launched it. We sent a bunch of rounds down there and basically called for exfil. Like, hey, I'm gonna let this thing loose, this overpressure charge, and then when it goes boom, we're all gonna take off and run. And that's what we did. And I'm doing the peekaboo thing. He's shooting. I'm trying to see where he is, and I finally see it. And I've got that T-bomb. Like, you ready? Pull the pin, and I launched the most beautiful toss I've ever had. And when I turned, the overpressure was so bad it blew me off the porch, and we took off at a dead run as fast as we could go. Had a big guy there blow through the gate. We didn't even open the gate. Everybody came up and over. That's how it was taking too long. We didn't have time to fuck with it. So he shouldered the gate and blew through it. That's how we got out. And that dude never skipped a beat firing that PK. Never.
Wow. Like,
I threw a T-bomb, essentially what I thought, in that dude's lap. Nothing. Continued. I don't know how he didn't shoot us. I don't know how he didn't. Shot one of the recce guys off the ladder, like chewing up the wall that he was on. I mean, fucking crazy. Just the continuous hate that was coming out of the thing. We made it back down. We got a quick head count. We had everybody there. The enemy's massing, and we got to get the fuck out. And the surf was shitty. So the extract platform, long story short, gets rolled over in the surf zone. So now this whole thing, it happens on exfil, just in the confusion and everything else, just trying to get boats in alignment. And I mean, we had dudes get not left out at sea, but basically, like, this is such a shit show right now, and it is so fucking dangerous. We're just going to swim as far as we can. We turn on an iris strobe and we just swam. Got picked up by a bunch of exfil platforms and everything else. But in the course of that, essentially the only way to get out is I grabbed a hold of the bow line and I wrapped it around my wrist, and I had them tow me out on a Zodiac. And when they picked up enough speed, the wake, it spun me and it popped my shoulder. So now my arm it's essentially paralyzed. Like it's not working. It's like, holy fuck. I do the exact same thing and I wrap it up with this one. The same thing. Pow. Like, oh my God. No, I'm treading water. Like I've got use of my arms, but it feels like it dislocated. Like it feels strange. An exorbitant amount of pain. We get on a jet ski, round 2, and that thing flips. And because we're straddling it, the way it flipped with such force, it blew out the labia of my right hip and my left hip. So now I'm essentially bobbing like a bag of shit.
Jesus Christ.
So me and my swim buddy, we make it out. We get on there. We do our debrief. They strip us down naked. With all those frags that we ate, everything, none of the frags stuck in us. I mean, we were super concussed. We were fucked up. But you could brush it, and it was like metal shavings everywhere. It was like God came down and just said, "Not today." I mean, it was inside your ears, inside your eyelids, fucking everywhere. I mean, it was the strangest thing. We got back on, we started doing like the TBI reporting, what's your name? And I was feeling fucking weird. The 3 guys who were on that porch were feeling very weird. And you couldn't explain it. Cause I've been knocked out a bunch with Fight Club and skateboarding. Like I am no stranger to concussion. This is very different. I went into a med check and they shined the white light in my eyes and I threw up. And then I started getting scared. I still can't hear shit. Both my ears are perfed. I've got a bunch of other wounds pre-existing that are nasty. I've got a nasty stomach infection, like an open wound that I had. We had to surgically super glue before we did it. So I had all kinds of shit I was battling anyway, and it kept getting worse. When we finally got back to base, it's 5 days later, and I remember laying in my bed with my sunglasses on, wanting to die. I didn't know what the fuck was going on with me. I couldn't make rhyme or reason. I couldn't get my thoughts together. I couldn't get anything. I couldn't be there for the debrief. I was fucking out of it. And I didn't know what was going on. And they drove me to a French hospital out in town, and they ran a CT scan. In the back of my skull, right back here, was jet black in my brain. And the doctor came back and she's like, what is that? I was like, I don't know, you tell me. And she's like, I don't know how you're standing right now. She's like, that's a major blow to the back of your head. Nothing hit me in the back of the head. She's like, well, something did. I don't remember any of that. I remember seeing the MRI, and I remember just telling them, like, that's just overpressure, man. Like, that's just overpressure. And they said whatever they did, it got documented. We finish all that and we fly home. I'm on the next flight home. It's the end of the deployment. That's the last thing to happen. We fly home, and I land, and I have a 6-month-old waiting for me. I land, I drive straight home, and there is a newborn laying in that crib. Be dad. And dude, the next 48 hours of my fucking life, I didn't even know what to say. I couldn't, everything started to go to shit. I couldn't remember my wife's name. I couldn't remember my daughter's name. I got lost driving to fucking work. You've been to Virginia Beach. I called my wife one time in the fucking Norfolk Scope parking lot, crying my eyes out. I don't know where the fuck I'm at. Amnesia set in. I'd wake up in places. I'd go to drive to work on a Sunday, and I'd end up at like the farmer's market. I called Patsy. I was like, I don't know where the fuck I'm at. I couldn't remember anything. And I had no rhyme or reason. I couldn't say it to anybody, but everybody else was having the exact same fucking thing going on. And it was only getting worse. Every day it would get worse, and the headaches were so bad. The photophobia was so bad. I wore sunglasses for years. I did until we got it under control. I remember coming to one day. I was in the gym out in town, wife doing CrossFit or some shit, and I woke up. I'm flat on my back, and I'm looking up at her, and she's kneeling over me, and she is bawling her eyes out, like tears are falling on my face. And I look at her, and I was like, what's going on? She's like, what the fuck have you been? She's like, you've been laying there for 15 minutes. I don't remember going to the gym. I don't remember doing anything. I don't remember anything about that morning. I don't remember that night. I don't remember shit. Like my long-term memory, people, places, things. Like it escapes me. It does. And it was getting real bad, and we had a heavy breaching trip coming up, and my boss at the time knew I was in a fucking jam. Like, he knew I was. He didn't know how bad, but he's like, I don't think you should go on this breaching trip, man. He's like, you're good. You're current. There's no reason to go down there and ring your bell any more than you need to. Just take some time off. Okay, and I didn't want to. And I end up going down to medical to fill out some kind of paperwork or something. And I'm having a conversation with one of the docs there. And I don't know how I said it. I don't know what I said, but it was something to the effect of, I don't know if I'm going to kill myself or kill my wife, but there was something going on with me, and you have to fucking stop me. And the next thing I remember is the command doc, the command psych, who's a fucking angel, and my boss, are sitting in a chair with their hands on my shoulder, giving me Valium, telling me it'll be okay. And then I go to NICO.
Yeah.
So my trip to NICO was not something I wanted. I was in a bad jam, and when I showed up there, like, I didn't know what was going on with me. I had no idea.
Well, before we get into NICO, I talked to your wife for maybe 45 minutes the other day, and she had some kind of intuition while that op was going on that you were in trouble. She said she just felt something, and sure as shit, she was right. So you got home. She said one of the first things she noticed was your dinner was right in front of you, and you didn't even realize it. And you're asking when the fuck are we gonna have dinner? She's like, dinner's right in front of you.
She took one. I'd pull up videos on her phone because I know she was sending them to people. I mean, there was a video specifically I was cutting steak, and it was like 6 minutes, just over and over the same piece, just cutting it. I'd go into these trances, and I remember it now, like going into a trance and telling myself to come out of it, and I couldn't. I'd forget to come out of it. I would. I'd lose track of time. I didn't know. I thought I was going fucking crazy. And then it was the whole CTE thing was coming on board, and it's like, yep, this is exactly what this shit is. Like, everything got super dark. Oh, fuck, man. I'd sit in my, I just wanted to die. I did. I wanted to fucking die, and I didn't know why. I had the picture perfect life. Had a badass wife, gorgeous kid, dream job. Fucking, my life was heaven, and all I wanted to do was die.
Yeah.
I didn't know why. I'd sit in my guest room with that fucking dog of mine, and I'd talk to him. I would. Like, that dog saved me more times than any fucking thing else, dude. I'd sit there, and the obsession over the details are probably what saved me the most, because I'd think about putting Patsy through that. I'd think about the reality of shooting myself in the scene it would make in this house, the mess it would make, that she's going to have to clean that up. What's my kid going to find out? Or what are they going to say when they find out? And I ended up just not doing it. But I wanted to. And then I started to turn into other things. Like, I got to get my rocks off somehow. Like, what's my outlet going to be? Like, threading the needle. Like, that was the only thing that made me feel alive. Is the sketchier shit would go, the more I liked it. Man, that TBI shit gets away from you fast. And nobody talks about it.
Yeah.
Sit in those fucking rooms, and I know those dudes feel the exact same way I do, and they're not saying anything. And they never did. I think that started to drive a wedge because I needed it so bad. I needed someone to confirm that I wasn't going fucking crazy. And because of the teams, not wanting to show weakness, no one did. And I thought I was alone. Other people, they check in, they do this, they do that, but it didn't matter. Like, I'm not telling anybody I'm fucked up. I'm just wondering why no one else has anything wrong with them.
Yeah.
Like, none of this shit ever affects you? Nothing? Like, you're not human? No? You never get headaches? Nope. You ever feel weird after a full day of breaching? Nope. You ever piss blood? Nope. You ever forget where the fuck you're at? Nope. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe I am the only fucking one. That drove me way down the fucking rabbit hole. Because now I've spent my entire life to hit a fucking pinnacle and I can't remember anything. It's all escaping me. Yeah, I mean, Patsy, she called the command. She called my boss and she's like, you have no idea what the fuck is going on with him. She's like, he's going to kill himself. She's like, he needs you guys right fucking now. We have to figure this out. And NICO was very new on the scene right then. So that was 2014. Went inpatient NICO for 30 days and they did a whole workup on me and put me on all kinds of fancy prescriptions. And they helped. They did. I thought I was having seizures. I didn't know what a panic attack was. I didn't know what real anxiety was. I remember sitting in the chow hall and I remember sweating into my food and people looking at me, like sweating through my beard because of so much sensory overload in that fucking cafeteria. Chopping, chewing, hitting the fork, banging, the dude in the back washing pots and pans, it all just consumed me. And I'd just sit there and I'd just start fucking sweating. Like, fuck, man, I gotta get the fuck out of here, get the fuck out of here. And I'd have to leave. And I tried to make it not a big deal, but it was a big deal because I was solo. Actually, I wasn't solo, just no one fucking tell me.
Yeah.
So yeah, we went up to NICO, we did the full workup, got put on a bunch of different meds, probably 15 prescriptions. Got put on a stimulant, so Adderall, to kind of keep me focused, which helped. Cymbalta, we did Zoloft, we did everything. Prazosin at night to stop the dreams. We did beta blockers, we did everything. And basically ran that concoction along with tramadol and everything else, basically the duration. It wasn't until the very end when I got hurt one more time when I realized what that shit actually was. But,
Let's take a break there. All right, so we're back from NICO. You got the prescriptions. Did they give you any insight as to what was going on with you medically?
yeah, they went through the full body, head to toe, every MRI, contrast. I mean, everything you could do to the human body, they ran tests for. Had a couple spots on the brain, but nothing crazy. But they also back it up with, we've had people come in here in wheelchairs pushing themselves around on straws with no spots in their brain. So they couldn't really make rhyme or reason. Just concussion, operator syndrome, a bunch of that kind of stuff. The TBI, ocular stuff. So the overpressure messed up my right eye, so I can't really focus it. So they called it TBI-related ocular dysfunction. So I've got to wear glasses. Like if I really try to dial in a shot, it all goes to a haze. I can't do a super finite focus. So it makes shooting kind of weird. My depth perception's kind of off, but I'm used to it now. And then I had 5 surgeries I had to get. They wanted to do both shoulders, both hips, and my lower back. The neck was, they wanted to do a, fuck, I can't even remember. Some kind of surgery on my neck. And I did not want to do it. All the docs were like, hey, if you can get by, then push it off. Like, I didn't want to get surgery. I didn't want to miss a deployment. We were gearing back up. I mean, I was in that thing for 30 days. Like, I was going fucking crazy.
All this shit is happening to you, and you're worried about missing a fucking deployment?
That's the only fucking thing I cared. That's why I was so pissed. I was like, why can't I just go to Portsmouth right up the road and come to work every day? And I didn't realize what NICO was. It's to get away from the phone, decompress completely. And it was fucking rough, man. That I was not good with that shit. To be able to pull the phone away, because you're glued to it. You're waiting for that thing to ring to say to come to work all fucking day. And it becomes, my nightly routine, dude. I'd check that phone. Team guys exaggerate. This is no exaggeration. I bet you I checked that phone 50 times a day.
Damn.
To make sure my battery was charged. Was the charging cable plugged in right? Like, all that different shit. Like, I have a serious phobia with being late, like an unhealthy one. And the thought of missing a movement was not a fucking option. I wouldn't go on family vacations that involve flying or long distance travel. If we had a trip coming up, like, no, I can't miss work. I can't do it. So we get there, and we're in NICO, and we're doing the whole thing, and that facility was amazing. From the acupuncture to, I mean, everything they did there was amazing. And they fucking saved me. I was in a bad spot, and they see all kinds of people. That staff really bent over backward to me, and I think it's because they saw where I worked, they saw how young I was, and they saw how devastated I was, that I was potentially done. And they came in at the end of it, 30 days. They diagnosed me with all kinds of crazy shit. I mean, everything. And they recommended that I get medically retired. He's like, hey, it's not going to get better, dude. He's like, you need major surgery all over. And they almost got me. They almost got me. They pulled a guilt trip, and they were like, do you think you can perform your best like this? And I knew the answer was no, but my ego caught me. And I went, fucking outperform you. Give me these meds and let me go see. And dude, I ran hard. I ran full tilt for the next 4 years, from 14 to 18, as hard as I could go. Never missed a day of work. It was the best time of my life.
What did your wife think? Did she want you to retire?
Yeah, because what nobody else saw is what I was like at home. I was fucking vile, man. I spit venom out of my mouth all day long. I was just fucking hateful. I hated everything. Anything that wasn't to do with work, I didn't want anything to do with it. You know, my daughter was a burden. Being married was a burden. Having a dog was a burden. You know, having to do taxes was a fucking burden. Like, why can't you just let me be like one of the 300 fucking Spartans and let me just do this? This is my profession. Can everybody just cater to me and walk around and fucking fan me? That's what I wanted. I did. Like, my ego consumed me, and anything that potentially could derail me or slow me down in any way was not an option. It just wasn't. I couldn't let it happen. And the only way to obsess over work, and I felt and do it at the full commitment that I needed to, was to have no attachments. So I emotionally started to separate from my wife, from my kids. You know, I tried to play the game when I came home, but it wasn't. I was thinking about work the entire time. I didn't want to change diapers. I wanted a kid so fucking bad with her. And in 2013, I got one. And I was through the fucking roof, man. I've never been so happy my whole life. And I went overseas. She was, 2 months old when I got hurt. And when I came back, it ate me alive. And when I went to NICO, it got even worse. Now I'm separated. Now they're telling me there's something wrong with me and it's not going to get better. Now I look at my family and I start to resent them, like, you fucking did this to me. If I wasn't thinking about being a fucking father, if I wasn't thinking about being a husband, it probably wouldn't have fucking happened to me. I started to blame shift on everybody. That's just what I did. I threw my walls back up. I'm like, yep, we're gonna lean forward in this. I'm gonna give this thing everything I can, and I'm gonna ride this fucker all the way through. I never in a million years thought I'd get medically retired. Never. I'd never fucking let him. No. There's no fucking way. I'm too hurt, but I'm medicated. I'm fine. Like, I'm good. I was shooting Imitrex probably 5-6 times a week, auto injectors for migraines. I was taking essentially a lethal dose of Maxalt for migraines. You're supposed to take 3 a week. I take 3 a day. I was in a fucking jam, man. When the sun would come up and crest, my world ended. When that sunlight hit my eyes, it was over.
Were you deploying with all this?
Yep. I wore sunglasses all the time, medicated. It got real bad one night. It was probably 10 o'clock at night. I walked into the kitchen, and I don't know why. I don't know what the fuck I was doing, but I hit the microwave, and the light came on and hit my eyes just right, and I fucking collapsed. I pissed myself, started dry heaving. I'm in the fetal position, just shaking. I was shaking so hard, and I didn't know why. I couldn't control it. It felt like I was going to break my own hand. It was all I could do. It was like I was trying to pop my own head off by squeezing everything as tight as I could. And I hadn't had a migraine like that in a while because I stayed doped up all the time. I was constantly taking Maxalt and Imitrex and everything else, and I thought I had him at bay, and this fucking thing hit me, dude. And she was trying to call 911, and I'm screaming at her. I'm calling her every name in the book. Don't you fucking dare. That was her big threat. She's like, I'm gonna call your troop chief. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. And she should have. I was in a bad spot, man. And everything on me hurt. So like you said, if I'd miss a dose of Tramadol, I felt everything I had. I'd go to the gym in the morning and I'd fake it, and I was fucking miserable. Like, I had never felt that much pain. I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia when I was up there. And for the ones that don't know, it's basically a made-up term. It's when you have agonizing pain and they can't tell you why. They label it fibromyalgia. But for me, it felt like I had shin splints on every ounce of my body. Like when you shook my hand, it felt like you were breaking my hands. My feet, when I would walk, I could feel it. It felt like my feet were splintering. It was terrible. Every step I took, I was just in agonizing fucking pain. So I just ate painkillers all day. And I masked it, and I trained, and I deployed, and I did every trip I could, anything to get me away from Virginia Beach to just escape reality. And it didn't pay off. I was hurt a lot worse than I really thought I was. I felt bad. I didn't realize it was only a matter of time before it all came apart. I'd go through these long bouts of depression, weeks on end. I wouldn't want to speak. I'd sit there, I wouldn't want to eat. I'd lose motivation. I wouldn't want to go work out, and then I'd start to make excuses. When you lose focus on the why, you don't have the targets that you want, you don't have funding, you don't have the leadership you want, you don't have this, you don't have that, and you lose focus on why you're actually there, because none of that shit fucking matters. The enemy hopes you're not training. He hopes you don't have funding. He hopes you haven't seen the inside of the gym in 2 fucking weeks. He hopes you don't know where your guns are right now. That's what he's hoping. And I let it consume me. And I just started to hate everything. And then I found skydiving.
You start doing that recreational?
Yeah. I really started to obsess over it. Like that was kind of my thing when I was at the command anyway. I wanted to be a breacher. That's all I wanted to be. I fucking love breaching. And the team I rolled into had a bunch of badass breachers already. They don't need another one. They need a guy to run all the air stuff. So I went way down the jump rabbit hole. And the only bad thing about that is it's so far removed from what the teams are, because it's such a civilian-dominated sport, that I started to hang out with everybody who wasn't a team guy. I'd go out on these long trips to Arizona to support courses, and I'd 400 or 500 jumps a year, and wanted to start competing, and that was so unlike me to do anything outside of work. The fact that I would go recreationally skydive, like that's what my wife said. She said, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I was like, "I'm doing it for work. I'm doing it because they asked me. I don't need you to be a breacher. I need for you to be an air subject matter expert. I need for you to be the best jumper in the room." Done. If you would ask me to be a fucking dental tech, I'd be a tier 1 fucking dental tech. It didn't matter. That's what you wanted me to do, that's what I'm gonna do. And I obsessed over it. I spent a lot of personal money and a shit ton of time out there jumping in wind tunnel and got all my instructor certifications and, you know, throwing out tandems and everything else. But it started to remove me from the group. I started running a bunch of solo projects, or me or one or two guys, and we'd go out there and we'd just jump. We'd go do 100 jumps in a week. I mean, we jumped. And it really started to take a toll on the family life. Like, I was gone a lot. I can remember her sick as a fucking dog, like puking over the toilet, begging me not to go on this trip. And I looked at her, no sympathy. Like, gotta go. I didn't have to go. That was a made-up trip. That was a fun trip for me. You know, we'd have a work trip that started on Monday. I'd fly out the Friday before. And I'd get a whole weekend full of jumping with all my friends, and the work trip would start. And then I'd stay late. So I turned a 2-week trip into a 3-week trip.
So was it the fun you were after, or was it just getting the fuck out of...
It was getting the fuck out of Virginia Beach. It was something completely different that I didn't have to answer to anybody for. It was my own. Completely separate group of friends who didn't know me. They didn't give a shit about my background. I mean, they knew. They didn't ask. They didn't care about the politics. They didn't care about what happened overseas. They liked me for me, and they liked skydiving. And I used that as an outlet. But I really used it to just separate myself from my family. And just I threw up another wall. Like, I had my Virginia Beach life, and I had my jump life. And I'm just running straight this way. And she hated it. I mean, she begged me. She begged me. Stop going. Stop jumping. Stop doing this. Stop doing that. And I wouldn't. I couldn't. I was so addicted to it. And it wasn't even the jumping itself. It was just escaping reality. When I'm flying around, when I'm jumping these super small parachutes and doing whatever, I'm escaping reality. My reality is I am fucking miserable and I am waiting to die. And I'm just unhappy. I don't have any justification for it. I can't make rhyme or reason, but if I say anything, they're definitely going to kick me out of here. So I'm going to suffer in silence, and I'm going to run this fucking thing until the wheels fall off. That's what I did. I ran it all away.
What was the wake-up call? Was it the accident?
I went down to Florida, me and my shooting buddy, and a couple other guys. We were doing a civilian skydive trip. It's like a big camp. It's a certain type of free flying we were doing, and it was amazing, a great time. But I was so broken from everything else, things you just don't realize. So we're on the first day of the jump trip, and we're flying in a formation. It's called upright. Basically, you're standing and you're flying across the sky on 2 feet, flying that way. And you have to lean back with your arm as far as you can. You have to press down into the relative wind to get the throw to launch you forward. So it's understanding all the details and everything else. It's trick flying, but it's fun. You build a lot of speed. And I was so broken up top. I got the video, I'll show it to you. I leaned back as far as I could, and we're hauling ass, and all of a sudden, I flip over, and I feel a weird pop, and my chin locks to my shoulder. I'm in free fall, and I can't move my arm. It's pinned behind my back. I'm like, what the fuck? I roll over, and I start to track away to try to get away from the group. And we're probably at 7,000 feet, and we're taking it low. We exit at 14,000 feet, so we're, a little over halfway through the skydive, but that's the dangerous part. It's when we have to break away so we don't open on top of each other. And I turn, I track away, and I go to pull, and I can't pull. My hand's in a knot. It's locked up. I can't deploy. And I jump a small parachute anyway, and I'm not a packet of peanuts. So I had to open up my reserve. And I open that thing up, and it's super small. And that's something you don't think about, having to land a small parachute with one hand. So I lift my arm up, and I unstow the toggle, and I loop it in here, and I'm flying super casual pattern on the way in. I come in with one hand, I land, I get up, and I've got a jumpsuit on, and my arm is paralyzed. Like it's hanging down to my hip. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but the only thing that kept coming up in my mind is they were concerned on taking Cymbalta, taking the tramadol, and 3 or 4 of the medications that I've been taking forever. And they're like, you have to stop taking that or you're going to stroke out, man. Like, you'll have a fucking stroke. I thought that's what it was. I thought I had a stroke mid-free fall. I mean, like when I came down, I was pinned like this. I couldn't do shit. I couldn't lift my arm. I couldn't do anything. They couldn't get my jumpsuit off. When they did, my humeral head was down to here. So what happened is I reached my arms back to fly, and my arm dislocated through my armpit. So humeral head attached, and it came through my armpit. That's a very bad dislocation. It's very hard to reset, especially when a little bigger than us, probably like, bigger. And I landed on the ground, and I remember standing on my hand, trying to lift up to try to pop it. It still hadn't hit my mind that my shoulder's out of socket. I've never had one dislocate like that. I've had them in and out, but not like that. My teammate's there. He's like, dude, what the fuck? I'm like, I don't know what to do. We've got an ER a mile and a half down the road. I was like, I'm going. I jump in a rental car and I drive myself right to the ER. I'm still in my jumpsuit. They go up on the next lift. They continue jumping. I check myself into the ER. I tell them what happened. And they spend 2 hours trying to get this thing back in socket. Let me preface this. I pride myself on my pain tolerance. It's world class. I can take an extraordinary amount of pain. I can. That shit, oh my God. That dude cranked on my shoulder. I was sweating. I was dry heaving. I wanted to fucking die. He was bad. And finally they gave me propofol, whatever it is, knocked me out, reset it. And they put me in a sling. He's like, hey, you got to go back. I'm freaking out because I don't want to tell work what has happened. So now my little hamster wheel's going around. I'm like, I don't have to tell anybody about this. I'm like, we're good. I drive back out to the drop zone. I see all the instructors, all the guys. I'm like, what happened? I was like, fucking arm came out. And they're like, Jesus. And all the guys like, hey man, we'll refund you for the camp because you can't jump. The fuck are you talking about? I'm jumping. He's like, you can't jump. Your shoulder just came out of socket. I was like, I'm jumping. I'll take the rest of the day off. I'll be back tomorrow. We went out to like a food line or whatever and bought a bunch of KT tape and YouTubed it and KT taped my shoulder in place. Put on a quasi brace that we bought from, whatever. Pinned my shoulder in, just taped it. So all I could do was deploy and I could reach up and I could grab my toggles and I could steer it, which made landing very, very challenging because I jump a high performance parachute. So I really have to be able to control this thing. And I just let my ego get a hold of me. And I didn't give a fuck. I showed up the next morning. They did not want me to jump. We had a conversation and we settled on a wager. If you can do 10 pull-ups right now, I'll let you jump. And I jumped on that bar and did 10 pull-ups so fucking fast. And he went, go ahead. And I put my suit back on. I went up and did a jump very gingerly, not getting real dynamic. Did a second one, did a third one, did a fourth one. And on the fourth one, I got a little cocky. And I leaned into it a little bit too much on final, bringing in the parachute, and it popped out of socket again. The exact same thing. Through the armpit, the exact same fucking way. And the instructor looked at me, because it's not common to fall on landing, not at that level. And they looked at me and gave me a weird look, and I was like, got any more fucking banana peels out here? Trying to, brush it off. And then I looked at him, I was like, hey man, like I kind of tweaked my neck on that opening. I'm just gonna sit out the rest of the day. And I walked around that DZ for an hour faking it because I was so fucking embarrassed. And I was like, yeah, guys, I think we go back to the hotel. I'll be back in an hour to pick you guys up. And I drove straight over to the ER, now in civilian clothes, had changed. And I walked in, the exact same doctor is working the exact same desk and looks at me and went, what are we gonna do you for? I was like, I was putting on this t-shirt and my shoulder came out. We gotta put it back in. And he looked at me and smiled, and he reached out and grabbed a blade of grass out of my ear and went, getting dressed out in the field, are we? Come on. Went back, knocked me out, popped it back in place. And I didn't jump the rest of that trip. I couldn't. It was so bad. And I knew how bad it was. Like the amount of pain that was going through my body was uncommon, and it couldn't be good. We get back to the command. I walk into rehab and I tell him, I was like, hey man, I got some serious shit going on. He's like, oh, we'll go in there. We've got great shoulder surgeons, super experienced. And we went in there and looked at that thing and he went, dude, this is gonna be the one. Like, this is it. I'm like, whatever, we'll do a quick one. It wasn't a quick one. We we went in and did that shoulder surgery. We did the Mumford. We cut out a section of my collarbone. We did the bicep tendonesis, so relocated my bicep tendon. We put in 2 anchors in the front, 5 in the back. I got a nasty infection. We found out that I'm allergic to the waterproof bandages they put on me. So I got folliculitis, almost like cellulitis, just gnarly infections all over me, dude, like bad. And the rehab process after shoulder surgery is not fun. It's long, you can't rush it, takes 6 months. And by the time I got done with that, the medical paperwork had already been pushed. He's like, you got to do the exact same thing to the left, and we've still got to do both your hips. Like, we got to fuse your neck, we got to fuse your lower back. Like, that's it, man. And I was in so much pain at that point when we got done with that shoulder surgery. Not throwing anybody under the bus, but I will. They forgot to do my nerve block when I got that shoulder surgery. So I went in, we do the whole thing, and I wake up in the recovery room, and that operation was supposed to be 2 hours, and I was in there almost 6. Long fucking surgery. A bunch of stuff in there, a bunch of bone fragments are floating around. Your shoulder dislocates and slams back in. It chips away the corners. I've got a couple 4mm pieces of bone floating around in there they can't get to.
4mm?
Uh-huh. Yeah. So my humeral head, it just broke off big chunks of it. Now it's just free floating in there, just grinding everything out. So I wake up in this shoulder surgery. You get your arm pinned, you're in the sling, and I wake up and I'm overcome by it. Like, if you would have had a pistol sitting on the thing, I would have shot myself. It's indescribable how bad that pain was. It was everything. It was reality. And that doctor walked over and he's like, how you feeling? I've never felt this much pain in my entire life. He's like, nerve block not help? Did you do one? His eyes get real big and he looks at me, he's like, I'll be right back. He leaves, comes back 3 minutes later with 2 other doctors. And he's like, hey, so we decided not to give you the nerve block now. We're gonna give it to you post-surgery so it'll be more effective for you. Okay. And they freehand this thing. Usually you do it under like an X-ray or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they don't. They just drop this thing in. They hit me.
It's from the spine, right?
What's that?
It's from the spine, right?
They did it through my neck.
Through your neck?
Yeah, so he hits a nerve bundle just above your collarbone. It basically just paralyzes everything from here to here.
Okay.
So he misses it. And a couple minutes later, I remember sitting there and I'm doing touch and goes, and you're all fucked up from the anesthesia. And I remember leaning my head back and my tongue was paralyzed and it rolled in the back of my throat. And I essentially started to swallow my own tongue. And I remember throwing my head over the side and scooping my tongue out, and I couldn't breathe. I was gasping and it was nothing. Trying to scream, I can't get anything out. There's no nurse there, it's after hours. I had a later surgery. This is probably 8 o'clock at night. I mean, everybody's gone at this point. Men manning at the hospital. And I remember I grabbed the little monitor, the EKG thing, and I knocked it on the ground. I remember this lady came running out of the back and I'm holding my throat like this. And her eyes got as big as silver dollars. And I remember them shoving an O2 mask on me. And then I remember waking up later. So what had happened was they hit the wrong nerve bundle and it paralyzed my throat, my voice box, my tongue, and my right lung. Man, I was just drifting off the...
Holy shit.
I just would have passed out. Would have been over. So the whole rehab process comes after that. But after that, because the pain was so bad, we go to pain management. And now I get on more meds. And now I'm on all kinds of weird shit now. It's like they're just stacking it on top of me over and over and over. And it's not getting better. It's only getting worse. To the point where I don't know what I'm going to do anymore. But I'm having some very hard conversations with Patsy and everybody else. Like, if this is what I have to live with daily, oh no. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. Like, I can't lift my arm. Like, just the whole rehab process was so fucking bad. And luckily, you know, we start the medical retirement thing, but it takes so long to actually get there.
What kind of conversations are you having? Are you talking suicidal?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're having conversations about suicide with your wife.
Uh-huh.
How many times did that happen? More than you can count?
Yeah. And it was one of those things, like I told her, I was like, I don't know what the fuck is going on with me. Like I sit here and I don't want to do this anymore. I'm tired. Kind of just everything from my childhood and everything through the teams and just everything just felt like it was hanging around my fucking neck, man. I couldn't do it anymore. I was fucking tired. I feel like that's the common theme with dudes when they hit that spot, is that's what they say. I'm just so fucking tired. I just don't want to do it anymore. Just, like reality set in, like, that was it. I'm not coming back from that one. And we got through rehab. The med board had already started. We had hip surgery scheduled. We had my left shoulder scheduled. And it was going to be 3 years of surgery windows. I'm like, I can't fucking do this, man. That rehab was so bad. It took everything out of me. It was fucking miserable. The Navy SEAL Foundation stepped in and they had a rehab program ran by an ex-team guy, actually from the command, Virginia High Performance. They chop you with a world-class strength conditioning coach. They cater your meals. You do 2 workouts a day. You do the float tank, massage, hyperbaric. You do everything. And it's basically a 4-week block. You can extend and do 8 weeks. So I did 8 weeks with those guys. And I came out of that, no shit, in the best shape of my entire life.
Really?
I felt like I don't need to be retired. Like, I'm good. I was high as a kite. I was on every med I was already on. But I looked the part. I looked fucking great. And I still wanted to die inside. But my ego, it wouldn't let it go. Like, I could still do this. I can still do this. And then I couldn't. I just couldn't do it anymore. I ended up going to a neurobehavioral ward at Bethesda. So right across the street from NICO. It's called 7 East. And it is it's essentially a detox clinic. So in between all of that, I go back in to refill my prescriptions, and our physician's assistant, he was brand new, and he inputted all my stuff in and hit enter, and an error code popped up. And he went, I can't give you that. He's like, you can't take that and this. It's like, no. Well, that's a problem, because I've been taking that for a long time, and I fucking need it. And he had a very candid conversation with me, and he's like, no. What do we do now? Whole team came together and they're like, we've got a med washout we want to do. You know, you're starting the med board right now. Let's get you off all these meds and we'll figure out what your baseline really is. And we'll go from there. Okay. And somehow they suckered me into it. And I was not expecting that. I expected to go back to NICO. And it was not NICO. We walked in and they took shoestrings, dental floss, they went through everything. You couldn't have anything. And there were a couple SF guys in there, a couple Rangers, a bunch of guys, like some pretty bad TBI shit. One of the guys, he was a fighter pilot, had an ejection ride, and it gave him Parkinson's. So to be able to watch people, how bad it can get, it really made me feel like a giant pussy. Like, you see how bad some of these dudes are. And I got there, and I never forget, man, she walked in, and this sweet little black lady, she looked at me and she goes, are you ready? And I went, yeah. Oh, child. Okay. She reached in, grabbed all my meds, and she's like, not anymore. And she locked me in that room. I bet you I was in there 7 days. I didn't really leave that room for 7 days. I laid in a fetal position and I detoxed off everything I had been on. And it was the worst thing that's ever fucking happened to me. I remember pissing in the bed, throwing up. I mean, everything. You're talking about the spirit world, man. Like, being alone in isolation, no cell phone, no nothing. It consumed me. I didn't have skydiving. I didn't have the team. I didn't have my wife. I didn't have anything. I was ate up, dude. I was ate the fuck up. it was bad. And around the 7-10 day mark, I kind of came out of the haze, and I walked out for one of the first times and sat down with a group and had breakfast, and I was sober for the first time, and I was in agonizing pain. Like, oh my God, this is normal. This is reality right here. This is where I'm at. And we slowly started to input a couple meds. They left me on a couple things, just no painkillers. I couldn't do it anymore. From the NSAID use over the years, I've got like stomach ulcers, so if I take an 800 milligram Motrin, I piss blood, like weird stuff. So had to come off all the NSAIDs, and the only thing they left me with was Cymbalta and Adderall. Which, hindsight being 2020, I probably should have came off those. But at the time I couldn't even fathom it. My anxiety was so bad, my depression was so bad, and those pills were the only thing that kept me sane. And I say sane relatively. I was in a bad spot. The Patsy came up to see me in the hospital, drove up there, and you think it would have gotten better, and it didn't. So now we've got 2 kids, got a brand newborn, and I'm just in a bag of shit. So I come back from that and essentially got Mila, my youngest, who's now my therapy baby. I'm just laying in the bed, just feeling sorry for myself. I don't really know where I'm going from here, but I know my career is over. I know I'm miserable. I know I really want to take a bunch of pills to stop feeling like this, but I can't. And I don't know what I'm going to do. They introduced art therapy. It's kind of where the whole tribe skate thing started to go. It was a spillover from NICO. I started art therapy at NICO, and then the whole staff knew me, and they all remembered me. So when they heard I was next door, they opened up a facility, and I could go over there as much as I wanted to. They let me do the dog program, so I got to hang out with puppies all day, therapy dogs, and do all that. And the Red Cross walked in one day. She's like, "What can I bring you?" "How about a blank skateboard deck and some paintbrushes?" She went, "I'll make that happen." And she wasn't supposed to. You're not supposed to leave that place, and she snuck me out. She walked me downstairs and put me in her car and drove me out downtown Bethesda to a skateboard shop and bought me a blank skateboard. With her own fucking money. Snuck me out, told her she could have got in trouble, and brought me back. And she's like, "If anybody asks, it just showed up here." "Yes, ma'am." And I made my first board. Big paper mache thing with a bunch of fucking hands coming out of it. Yeah, just, you know, the whole mass concept you do?
Yeah.
Neither. It was essentially that, but I did it on a skateboard. And I just dumped everything I had in me on that board. And I felt better. I had an SF guy who was going through a dark spot, a real bad spot. Same thing, his career, he was not ready to go. Had him do the same thing. Like, just try it. Just paint this whole thing white. Paint the whole fucking thing black. Now do this, now do that. Started to help, conversations started to go, and we got to relive experiences, and, you know, that art therapy shit, it helped. We were in that thing for 31 consecutive days, inpatient, detoxing off meds, having to talk to all kinds of therapists about your feelings, and pain management specialists. And the big thing I got out of it, I was able to override pain so well that I couldn't tell if I was hurt or if I was injured. I couldn't tell the difference anymore. Everything felt the same. If I stub my big toe, or if you break my leg, it all felt the same. I didn't care. I mean, we'd go in there for some of these things, and I'd have these long conversations with the doc, and they'd ask, and they wanted to know tips and tricks on how I get over this. And I talk about things I do mentally to try to flush out some of the pain I was feeling. You know, I was doing breathing drills way before it was a cool thing to do, and I'd imagine, like, I'd go deep thought concentration. I'd paint away pain. I just spread loaded throughout my entire body, so it wasn't isolated in one spot, and I became successful at it. But it doesn't last forever.
Yeah.
It was so bad when I came out of that fucking place.
So that's how Tribe Skates was born. Art therapy.
Yeah, man. Like, I came out of there, and, you know, you're getting ready to retire, the reality that thing's gonna happen, and you don't know what you're gonna do. Am I got a contract? Like, what is it?
Did you know you were retiring at this point?
I knew, yeah, the med board had already started. We've crested into 2019 now. I'm still jumping a little bit from what I can. I'm contracting, working some courses in my off time, just maintaining currency, all that. And then that's when we get to tribe skates, and like I actually made it a thing. I brought in Cole, and we had a shop, and it was my little therapeutic outlet. Didn't make any money, but it kept me sane.
Was Cole still in at this point?
Yeah, he was still in.
Okay.
Yeah, he transitioned over. He was doing like a training position, but his med board was about to start. He was banged up. He's had multiple surgeries. He's chewed up. And that's when I got into fracture burning. It's like I had to replace some sort of danger element with something else. So the skydiving I couldn't do right now. I'm going to the med board. If I got hurt again, they are definitely going to fry me. I just have to sit back here and I just have to, when you go through that, they take all your specialty pays away. So you used to make an X amount, chop that in half, and that's what they maintain you at. And that process can last as long as they need it to. And I had a lot of injuries. My medical record's 2 volumes.
They take your fucking pays away?
The day you start it. Every specialty pay goes away. Sometimes, I've heard rumors, guys having to pay back re-enlistment bonuses. All kinds of shit, man. Like, it's bad, but they hold you to that. So now the lifestyle you've been accustomed to living, you can't afford to live that anymore. So now what do? Just get depressed. You can't get a job. They won't let you have outside employment, so what do? Just miserable. You're just waiting to finally retire. If they would have given me the option just to leave, I just would have left. I was so over it by then. I was fucking hateful, dude. I didn't want to accept that was actually happening to me. And then, I had to kind of close out that chapter and accept it, like, this is what is happening. And I finally got my retirement date. The med board is over. It's probably May or June. There's an invite for the world record for a skydiving thing. And I went out there and I did my training jumps and I got picked up and I got a slot, invitee for the world record. It's going to be held in Chicago that year, and it was like, that was the fucking best thing that's ever happened to me. I'm so excited. Came back home and, got zapped with the voltage. Kind of reset everything. So at that point when that had happened, I had been through NICO, done 4 more deployments, been through 7 East, came off all the meds except Cymbalta and Adderall. Now I've got the world record thing coming up. Super excited. Basically leaning in heavy on tribe skates. Just doing that all day long, just trying to keep myself sane. I'm in the best shape of my life with VHP. I'm training every day, and I feel like $1,000,000. Like, I'm finally starting to come out of it, at least on the surface. Things were still rocky with the family. I was still, any moment I could to separate myself, I did. I mean, I do it now, just out of habit, but I'd be up at 5 a.m. every morning. There's no reason. I don't answer to anybody. And I'd go sand skateboards out in a fucking empty parking lot at 5 a.m. just to be by myself. I didn't want anybody there with me. I didn't know what I was going to do, man, but I knew it wasn't anything positive.
Yeah. All right, let's move into Father's Day.
2019.
Yep.
So I started tribe skates. Started doing fracture burning. We were laying graphics, doing normal stuff, and fracture burning was kind of introduced to me. So you take a microwave transformer, you pull it out and you hook it up to jumper cables, and run a lead out to 110. There's no real safety measure. There wasn't on that machine. So I ran an extension cord out of my house to an octopus outlet. Take said machine, plug into said octopus outlet, and then hit the button. Hit the button, unplug it. Now there's no power going to it. The unit's good. I've been doing it for months, burned hundreds of boards at this point. I've got my chi down, I've got my whole system down, and it's therapeutic because it's fucking dangerous. Like, you gotta be locked on. So I'm in super good shape. It's Father's Day. I am burning paddles for an EOD unit it's about to retire, so they're giveaway paddles. I fracture burn them now, and they do a bunch of cool stuff with them. And a buddy calls me, and he's like, hey, I've got a couple more. Can I drop them off? And I've been out there since 6 a.m. Like, send it. Fast forward, I burned probably 10 boards that morning. And he shows up, and they're not sanded. They've got lacquer all over them. I've still got a bunch more boards I got to do, and you have to sand off every ounce of that lacquer or it won't conduct. It just won't do it. You got to spray electrolyte solution on it, hit it with the voltage. So he is, I'm fracture burning boards. I stop, I take a break. He's plugged into the octopus outlet with a sander, sanding him down. In the confusion, the sander gets unplugged. My machine gets plugged, and the switch gets turned on.
Shit.
So I've got sawhorses set up. I'm sanding down boards with a bristle brush, knocking all the ash off. I'm spraying it down with a hose, so the whole backyard is covered in water. I'm in a tank top and board shorts, no shoes on, doing my thing. I remember it like it was yesterday. We're in front of my bay window, and it's probably from here to there. I mean, it's close. We're standing essentially on the back porch. Both my kids are there. They're watching the iPad or watching cartoons, eating breakfast. It's probably 8 a.m. And the old lady knocks on the window. She gives me one of these, like, it's fucking Father's Day, let's go. Trying to go have a family breakfast and do the whole thing. I'm like, last burn. Last burn. And I was like, all right, man, let's knock out this last one. And I grabbed those leads and I readjusted my hands. And if you're true north, that's where he was. I was about in this fashion. And when I grabbed those leads, it snapped me and spun me towards him. And every muscle in my body contracted. And I can remember my head fighting the urge. It wanted to slam back and touch my own spine. And I remember fighting it as hard as I could. I can remember my teeth heating up. And it felt like there was a copper spool. I could taste copper in the roof of my mouth fucking spinning. We made eye contact. I remember him screaming, fuck, fuck, oh no, 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 fuck. And the contraction got so fucking hard, I ended up taking a step back at some point, and I landed in a puddle of water. But when I did that, I heard a loud pop, boom, and it was my collarbone shattering. And if you listen to Patsy, I leveled out in the air and I shot across the yard, still holding on to these things.
Holy shit.
I remember hitting the ground and skipping and having this thing. It felt like my entire body was being burned alive. It was intense and it was static, but it was static you could feel. Like the static on the TV, like everything went to that, and it was the static sound was inside of your fucking brain. Just, and he unplugged me, and everything went black. And I don't know how long I was out for, I don't remember. But I remember opening my eyes and he was in my face. And I remember exhaling and smoke coming out. I remember looking down at my hands and I had a burn through my palm, had one coming out of my finger. Shot came out of my head, some arc spots out of my thigh, had one come out next to my ass. And I remember laying there, and he looked at me and he goes, do you know where you are? I said, on the ground. And he said, are you okay? And I said, no, I'm not okay. I was like, my collarbone's broken and my left shoulder's out of socket for sure. And he kind of rocked me up forward, and I had a big mouth of Copenhagen in, and I bit through my tongue. So you can imagine what that feels like. I just kind of opened my mouth and just let this shit pour out of me. It was just a steady pool of blood. I didn't know how bad it was, but I knew it was bad. My wife's freaking the fuck out. The kids are freaking the fuck out. He's freaking the fuck out. Rightfully so. I told him, I do pretty good at keeping my composure in situations like that. And I was like, we're good. I looked at Patsy and I was like, I'm driving myself to the hospital. I'll go get checked out, go eat breakfast. I'm not ruining Father's Day. And that was the stupidest thing that's ever left my mouth. You're gonna drive yourself to the hospital now after this? And I remember I stood up, they were trying to find me shoes, trying to find a hat, and trying to find my wallet. I live maybe 2 miles from like a level 3 trauma center. And he is gonna drive me there. My wife is gonna call her mother to come over and watch my kids, and they're gonna meet me there. They've already called Cole, they've called everybody in the shop to let everybody know what's happened. I stood up and I said, all right, I'm walking to the truck. And I turned and I got to the gate, and it's probably maybe 40 feet to my truck. And I took a step and everything went. Took another step. And it reminded me, in the moment I thought about it. You remember Kill Bill? You remember the 5-finger death punch?
Yeah.
Take 5 steps, on the 5th one you die? Exactly like that. I got to 4 and I was fucking right here. I was a fucking cyclops. I couldn't see shit. And I was scared to fucking death. I could feel my heart rate slowing down. Like I could feel it. I mean, you think it'd be blowing through my chest. It wasn't. I could feel it. And I didn't feel right. I felt very strange. And I took one more step and everything went jet black. It's fucking totally blind. And I'm just on the side of my house. I can't feel anything. I can't put my arms out because everything is broken. So I'm I'm hoping that someone's going to come save me. And I can't see a fucking thing. Nothing. And I start to breathe. I start to hyperventilate, try to flood myself with oxygen. And I forced it. I opened my eyes as wide as I could, and I started to deep breathe until light started to come back in. And I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was him, and he guided me to the truck. And by the time I got there, my vision had came back, but it wasn't normal vision. It was like superhuman vision. It was the brightest colors I've ever seen in my whole life. It was like I could see, like Superman. I saw everything. I felt everything. I've never been so in tune with my body, ever. I could feel everything. We got in the truck and we drove to the hospital and we hit every pothole on the way. So my collarbone's in like 30 pieces. It's just kind of gravel, just moving around. My scapula's blown out. And every bump we hit, it felt like a shard was going to go into my lung. I didn't know how bad it was at the time, but I had a pretty good fucking idea. And we walked back there, walked in, told him exactly what had happened. We don't know the voltage. I don't know the ampage. I don't know anything except that everything I've ever read is no one survives this shit. So I should have been dead. They brought me back on the table. They stripped me down. They're going through everything. They shoot the x-rays. They see the collarbone shattered. They see the scapula. They see everything else. And this doctor comes back. And he tells me, he's like, hey man, what do you do? I told him. He's like, here's the issue, is with electrocution injuries, your body starts to produce some kind of enzyme. Like, I'll fuck up the name, so I'm not going to try. But he goes, if that number hits, we'll call it 10. If it hits 10, your whole body's going to turn into essentially like rhabdo. Muscles are going to liquefy, and I have to start chopping shit out of you. I'm a lot bigger then than I was now, or than I am now. And he goes, I got to start cutting out big things, dude. He's like, pecs got to go, lats got to go, glutes, thighs, hamstrings. We got to cut it out of you, because if not, it turns to mush, it turns septic, and you'll fucking die. He's like, so when this thing goes, we got to go. So I'm imagining now, I'm laying in a hospital bed, and this dude's going to walk around the corner with a fucking piece of paper and start cutting pieces off of me.
So it's just your tissue, it's dead tissue that's rotting.
Yeah, essentially like,
it becomes toxic.
There's so much trauma all the way through, your body produces natural enzyme that basically turns shit septic. And he's like, that's what happens with rhabdo, like muscles liquefy or whatever. And he was concerned about it. And they did an ambulance ride all the way up to the burn unit, put me in there, ran every test they could, all the x-rays, stayed there for a couple days. And that dude came back in and he goes, I don't know what the fuck is going on with you. He's like, everybody on earth produces this enzyme. Everybody. If at 10, we've got to start cutting shit out, everybody sets at a 5. He goes, not only are you not at a 5, he goes, I can't find a trace of it in your whole fucking body. He goes, it's a medical fucking mystery. Why you're alive, I don't know. There were a bunch of theories about, because I was holding on to both leads, kind of connected to circuit, my muscles just contracted until I blew shit out. And if he wouldn't have unplugged me, I just would have stayed like that and cooked. Another second longer. They were talking about, it's kind of like doing a defib on somebody. He's like, we don't know what your heart was doing. If he would have unplugged it, 0.25 seconds pre or post, maybe you would have flatlined and died. We don't know. He's like, because no one survives it, so we can't ever get test data for it. So I remember laying in the hospital. This is right after it happened, and I was supposed to work a jump course the following day. This happened on a Sunday. I'm supposed to work on Monday. And I remember calling the people I was working for at Skydive Suffolk, and I was crying. I was like, I am so sorry. Like, I can't believe I did this to you. It's like, I'm going to be there. I'll be there tomorrow at 07. I was like, I just don't think I'll be able to jump. And that fucking doctor looked over me and he's like, you ain't going any fucking way. Just like that. Patsy jumped my ass and I was like, Patsy, like, I'm just going to go down there. I'm in slings. I'm not doing any of this shit. And he's like, you could fucking die. Just like that. Hand the phone over. Patsy talked to her and basically, like, he's not going to make this trip. And I didn't want to hear that. And then I instantly asked him, like, well, I've got the world record coming up in 4 weeks. And he looked at me and he's like, your days are done, dude. You're not fucking jumping. He's like, you're going to need major reconstructive surgery. And I had just went through it. Like, I had just gotten done.
Yeah.
Like, I just went through a year-long rehab process. Like, again? What the fuck, man? Like, you talking about driving dude in a hole. Like, not again, man. Not a fucking again. And the things you don't think about, like putting on socks. I couldn't put on fucking socks. I couldn't wipe my own ass. I couldn't bathe myself. I couldn't do shit. I could do nothing. I was worthless for months. I mean, I've got 2 plates and 27 screws from here to here. Like, it's over. My collarbone doesn't hinge on my sternum right. Like, this scapula thing, when that thing blew out, that was an injury that I never respected before. You hear about people breaking shoulder blades and scapulas, you're like, that's a terrible injury. It's terrible. When it blew out of my hand, it kind of fused my hand. So when people would shake it, it blew a hole through and hit the nerve bundle and hit the tendon. So anytime you would move my thumb, it felt like you were ripping my thumb off. I couldn't draw a pistol. Holding a carbine was miserable. And I had to basically just deal with that.
And you were going to contract as well when you retired, correct?
Yeah, I was supposed to go in September, December.
So that was out the window now.
Oh, there's no way. Yeah, with the rehab it took, there's no way. Just had to keep pushing that date back further and further. Try to lean in heavy on tribe skates, but now I'm hurt. Now what do I do? Like, now what do I do? Went back out at 6 a.m., 5 days later, and I finished fracture burning all those fucking skateboards, what I did.
Yeah.
My wife woke up, and you have never seen her look like that. Dude, she stood on that back porch and looked at me, and if looks could kill, I'd be fucking dead. Called me everything she could. Selfish motherfucker.
Yeah.
And she was right. But I told her, I was like, it's like skydiving. You have a cutaway, you have to get back on the next load and go back up. You're going to build it up too much in your head. And I was like, it's a freak accident. I'm lucky enough to be alive. And if I don't do it right now, it's like, this thing will define me right now. I was like, this isn't who I am. I can't let this fucking thing beat me. I have to do it again. And I think she understood. And we obviously have a different system now, and it's very controlled now. I don't let anybody do it around me. We cut that out of it. But that rehab coming back, the very next day we started. I called Vernon Griffith, my trainer, and we started the very next day with a 2-pound dumbbell. Doing the whole thing over again. And it was miserable.
Damn. And you started GBRS group.
So we had Tribe Skates, and then in 2019, right after that, we started GBRS. So that happened I retired in August. That happened in, when's Father's Day? June?
June
July
19th.
Yep. We started that in September, GBRS. It's like full steam ahead. We got to go. I just focused on rehab every day. Hired a full-time trainer and just focused on rehab, trying to get back. It's not really what happened. I separated myself from everything. I used the skateboard shit as a coping mechanism. It was really just an excuse. I had to replace my love for the teams, my love for jumping, and my love for being away from my family. I had to give myself something else, and it was the worst thing I ever fucking did, man. I let my ego get the best of me and started cheating on the old lady, and just pushed them away. I just did. I ran multiple affairs for the better part of 2 years, all the way through. And I pushed out my fucking whole family, man. I
You
had no
were
rhyme
able
or
to
reason.
keep that shit together for 2 years. You ran 2 businesses. You're retiring. You have a family with 2 kids, and you're doing multiple affairs.
And the thing that disgusts me the most about it is because I love the team so much. I put Patsy on a fucking pedestal because of who she was, what she'd already been through. And, you know, we pride ourselves on loyalty. And that's the biggest loyalty breach on fucking earth. I had no justification for it. She's badass, dude. Like, I don't deserve her. I mean, she's hot as shit, too. You know what I mean? Like, I had no excuse. She's perfect. I just didn't want it. I wanted to consume myself with toxic people, and that's exactly what I did. I hid it for a while, and then I couldn't hide it anymore. I couldn't. I was gonna fucking kill myself. I was back on pain pills. I couldn't do it anymore. I had all my stuff from before. I was back on Tramadol, back on Percocet from the electrocution, and I went back on status quo. I was like, well, I don't do anything half-assed. I'm gonna do it. I'm going the whole way. And basically everything I did before, I just kept doing again. I just subbed out the teams for businesses and affairs, and I went.
Well, then you kind of came into contact. Well, I mean, I know you guys knew each other before, but Patsy made a call to Amber Capone. What?
So we heard about it. We heard what Marcus and Amber were doing, and
What was the final straw? I mean, it sounded like it was like the last call of desperation there.
so Marcus and Amber did, I guess you'd call it a commercial. It was kind of like their story, and we knew their story. Like, we known them the entire time, so we knew everything they had been through. I mean, broad brush, I mean, we knew. And they made this trailer, I guess, and I was gone on a trip, and she sent it to me, and I was laying in bed at a fucking Marriott, and I watched that thing, and I bawled my eyes out, uncontrollably. Because I knew how bad I had taken, I knew how far I had went, and I didn't know how to fix it. I didn't think it was able to be fixed. I didn't. And she sent it to me, and she went, "If you love me, you'll go." It's kind of a weird thing for a wife to ask your husband to go to Mexico and do drugs, try to fix yourself. And I went, "I'll go. I'll go." It didn't matter, though. I wasn't hopeful. Once she said she wanted me to go, it was like a beacon of light. It let in some hope. She does give a shit. She does want me better. Like, she wants me back. She's willing to work this out. She's willing to accept me. She didn't know everything that was going on. She didn't. She might have had an assumption, but she didn't know. She definitely didn't know the severity of the affairs. She didn't. So by the time we get there, now we're in business with 3 other team guys. And now we're all gonna go. We're all gonna go together. We're all gonna heal together because we've all been through some serious shit, and we're gonna go process this entire thing together in one fell swoop. What I didn't do was be honest to the people around me on what I was going through. I didn't tell them everything I had going on. The shit overseas, the disappointments on retirement, the transition life, the affairs, drama with my family, just everything. I didn't let them know how bad it was. And I had a fucking serious secret. I had one that I couldn't come back from. There's no way. It's my defining moment, and that'll be the last thing that anyone ever hears about me is how bad I fucked this up. And there's no way to fix it. So it's every day we got closer and closer to Mexico. I fell more and more in love with my wife and kids every fucking day. I still wasn't homesick. I still wanted to be gone, but I would see it, and it made me regret everything I had done. For the last 2 years, every time I saw him, there's just the guilt. It hung around me. It hung around my fucking neck, man. And you want to go through the whole story? You want to take it all the way?
Yeah.
So we link up with Marcus and Amber, and we fly out there, and we put in some serious fucking work, man. That medicine, that entire experience is nothing on this universe. It can't be quantified. You can't do an experience and pass it off and tell somebody your story, and it sounds too bizarre. It just does. Divine intervention and everything else. You believe in aliens after that shit. Like it doesn't make sense. The word cosmic comes up a lot when people do it. Like you feel like you're one with the universe. It's weird. You become interconnected to everything, and you understand everything you've ever done. And it is at the forefront of your mind when you wake up the next day.
So how does it happen then? I mean, is it immediate, or you feel it the next day, or?
No, I mean, you process that thing for weeks. It's in your system for a long time. At least it felt like. But, you know, you go down there, you do a ceremony, you give out your intentions, and I haven't told anybody my intentions. I haven't told anybody what I'm trying to deal with. None of them. They have no idea. They assume that we're dealing with some PTSD shit and some stress, some operator syndrome, maybe some other stuff. And we did Ibogaine. Had a very profound experience, and I woke up the next morning for the first time in a decade. I would have cut off a fucking arm to teleport home. I've never wanted to be home that bad in my entire life. And I knew it was all for nothing. I knew it didn't matter. There was no going home for me. Just the thoughts that go through your mind when you know you fucked up so bad, you can't come back from it. What do you say? Like, how do you enjoy that experience? How do you process the information knowing you'll never get to share it with another human being? Because at the end of this road, I got to fucking kill myself. And that's what it was. That's a hard thing to wrap your head around. Like, I'm so selfish. I'm such a fucking coward that instead of face the music, this is what's going to happen. We process the entire day. We wake up the next morning. We do a ceremony. We all come together and we're working through trauma together. It's a bunch of team guys in the same room. A bunch of them we know, a couple of them we don't know. And the common theme, because I'll just say it now, after Ibogaine, I'll just say it. I looked at all of them, and they were pouring out some serious shit, some serious childhood traumas and dumping them on the table for everyone to see. And I called them all out. Like, fuck you guys. I've been sitting here for 16 fucking years alone, thinking I'm the only fucking dude. You've been my best friend my entire time. You've never told me that. Why'd you let me do this alone? Why? Like, how many fucking times I almost blew my head off in a fucking guest room? Why? Why didn't you fucking tell me, man? It's fucking rough, dude. And you see the collective, everyone in the fucking room the exact same way. Dudes have been in 25 years. Had a fucking 30-year Master Chief in there. Same fucking thing. I'm like, why? Why the fuck didn't you say it? I want a fucking answer, tell me. They didn't have one. Like, I wasn't ready. You better fucking get ready. Like, if any of you dudes go back home and you don't jump on the first building and scream from the fucking rooftops, this shit will save you, then fuck you. Don't be a senior man with a secret, not with this shit. I would have been so much better off if people would have just said it. Like, this happened and this is how I'm feeling. It's okay to not be okay. This shit is fucking, this is life, man. Like, as bad as we want to feel like we're universal soldiers and fucking Dolph Lundgren and Jean-Claude, we're not. Like, we're grown-ass men that have kids that call us Papa. You got to stay up late and do homework. We got to drop kids off on school buses. And you got to get on a fucking airplane and fly away and never see them again. You got to be okay with that. And it's a hard thing to do, especially when you do it solo. When you never say it. It's not that it's not there, it's there. It's on the forefront of everybody's mind. And you're just not saying it. So we had a beautiful couple hours. We processed a lot of shit. Had a nice family dinner, and we're just constantly just on topic, talking about just everything. Fuck, man, I felt so relieved to be able to just say it. But I hadn't said it yet.
Yeah.
Hadn't said a fucking thing yet. We wake up the next morning and we're going to do 5-MeO DMT. We sent up a couple guys and they are saving me last. I think maybe they thought I was going to have a conniption. Because everybody knew I was really working through some shit and they just didn't know how bad it was. And I laid back. We smoked the 5, laid back, and I've never cried like that in my whole fucking life. Every ounce of pain I have caused my wife, I've caused my kids, and anyone else, I felt right then. And I did it over and over. I was chasing the release. All this negative shit had filled up, and it was coming out of my mouth, and I couldn't stop it. I needed to purge all of this hate that I had inside me, and it was really just hatred for myself. They told you you'll know when you're done. You'll wake up, and it could be on the first dose, it could be on the 5th dose, it doesn't matter, you'll know when you're done. And I rolled over and I was done. Like, I was at complete peace with everything. Like, I've never felt so alive. I've never felt so connected to this earth. I've never wanted to go strap on body armor and deploy more in my entire fucking life. I felt like I had a superpower. We all did, and we all talked about it. I feel like I know something that no one else on this earth knows. It's like you do. It's like you have a secret no one else knows. Like, this medicine will save everybody. Fuck, I wish I could just give it to everybody right now and fix everybody. It's not how it works. And we're still processing all this information. So we've done that. We do our final ceremony and we're flying home the next day. We've been in River City. There's no phones. There's no email. There's no nothing. We had to write a letter home. And they basically gave us a blanket statement. They were like, hey, send this text out to your significant other. Everybody's married, so send it out to your wife. It says, hey, I'd love to, I'm through with the ceremony. I can't wait to see you, and I can't wait to tell you about everything that I've experienced. Blanket statement. And I knew Patsy was itching to hear from me. I mean, we haven't heard from days. And you go River City on Friday, and now it's on Monday at like noon. So we're in San Diego. We're all at an Airbnb waiting for our flights. And we're like, okay. Because, we're all business partners. All the wives are interconnected. So, like, you can't text your wife before I text mine.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, all right, ready? 3, 2. We all send it. All their phones go off. Not mine. She's probably at the gym. I hit her location. She's at the house. Okay. Send her another text. Hey, are you available for a call? I call the house. They don't answer. Click back on location. She's not sharing her location with me anymore. That's strange. Call her cell phone. Straight to voicemail. The fuck? Like, maybe the kids are on the phone. Maybe they're just swiping up. They're watching YouTube, whatever. So I let it go. 3 or 4 hours go by, nothing. And I know the other wives have talked to them. They're not saying anything to me. They haven't heard anything. And they're tight. Like, we're tight. We get a drive to the airport. We get to the airport and I'm on pins and needles, man. I can't even fucking breathe because I have this secret and I don't know how it's going to get out. And now I'm starting to question, like, does she know? She find out about the affairs, like, what the fuck is going on? We get into the airport. We stop in a layover in Atlanta and I power on my phone and there's a notification that pops up that says password's been changed to my email. Like, that's weird. And then I go to log on to, I had a ghost Instagram account that I was running all these affairs on. And she had hacked into that. She changed the password and opened it up. And she opened it up on Friday when we went River City. And she had all day Friday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday, and all day Monday to read through everything I had said and done for the last 2 years. Everything. And you're a team guy, so you know exactly what those were. And she read it all. And at the very end of it, she found out that one of the people I was having an affair with was pregnant. Oh, fuck. So I don't know any of this. I just know that now she's in there. And now I'm Panic at the Disco, and now I'm telling them, oh my God, like, she's hacked into my Instagram account. Like, she knows. I'm like, we don't know. We land in Virginia Beach, we drive back to the shop. All the wives are there, except mine. Take a big breath, and I walk upstairs in my office, and every fucking thing I owned is in cardboard boxes sitting in my office. Everything. And there was just printouts of all these text messages that I had been sending out. Screenshots of pictures and all kinds of shit. There's everything in there. And I knew. That's it. You know, coming back from that one. There's no coming back from that one. It's heavy, man. And I saw the other wives give everybody a hug. And I looked over at Cole, kissed him on the cheek, told him I loved him, and said I'd call him in a little bit. And I had no intention of calling him in a little bit. I jumped in my truck and I drove straight out to Sandbridge, right out by the ocean. And I backed my truck up right next to the command gate, and I sat there in my truck and I contemplated everything I had done my entire fucking life, from the fallout with my parents to the, you know, having kids and the affairs and everything in between, actions overseas, everything I'd ever done. It was so crystal clear. It was like I had superhuman memory for the first time. I remembered everything, but it wasn't anything positive. It was just all the terrible shit I had done. And it was in the forefront of my mind, and I didn't have the courage to call Patsy. I didn't. Thinking about making that phone call and her not answering, but her just dismissing me, I couldn't do it. All I wanted to do was see my kids. That was it. Just let me see my two girls. Just give me one fucking glimpse of them, and I'll be out of your hair. Just let me say goodbye to them. And I'm parked over there, and she called me. Out of the fucking blue, just called me. And she was tracking me. Cole had actually followed me, so he knew where I was going. She tracked my location, knew exactly what I was going to do. And she called me. And she's like, hey, I need to see you. I need to see you fucking face to face right now. I said, okay.
Had you made your mind up how you were going to do it?
Yep. I shoot myself right in the front seat of that truck. Made a video for the kids, whole thing. Selfie video, that's it. Fuck, man.
So she found you?
She fucking drove up, parked right next to me. She got out of that car like she had 1,000 times, and I was sitting on the tailgate, and she walked over to me. I'm sitting on the tailgate, and she walked right in between my legs and pulled my glasses off my fucking face. And she cried. I've never seen a woman cry like that. Fuck. Bawled her fucking eyes out. So did I. I mean, one of those uncontrollable ones with shit just coming out of your face. And I was trying to tell her how sorry I was, how much I regretted everything. And she looked at me right in the fucking eyes, and she knew that I was back. It's the weirdest thing. You can't explain it. But she looked at me, and my eyes were clear for the first time. I was off all pain meds. When I woke up from Ibogaine, never had another painkiller. No Cymbalta, no Adderall, no Copenhagen, no nothing. No affairs, nothing since then. But she saw it. She saw that I was completely sober for the first time ever. And she looked me right in the fucking eyes, and she said, are you willing to try to work this out? I said, abso-fucking-lutely. And she was like, I don't know if that means we're married, but she's like, I can't have you kill yourself. She's like, these fucking kids need you too much. The shop needs you. Don't do this to these families. I'm like, you and me can figure out a common ground. And that's all I wanted. I knew we'd never stay married. I don't fucking deserve her. I just didn't want to lose it all. I didn't want to end it like that. And we went back, we had a super hard conversation. And she asked me, she's like, I want to know everything right now. And I fucking told her everything. I fell on my sword, and for the first time in my life, I didn't filter a fucking thing. I sent it the whole way. I told her every ounce of it, every detail, how long it'd been going on, why it'd been going on, and what I'm gonna do now. And I told her, I was like, I don't want you to stay with me. I don't want you to stay married to me. I want the opportunity to make it up to you. Just give me one fucking chance to prove to you every day that I'm fucking sorry. Like, I don't need to be forgiven. Just give me the opportunity to make it okay. And every day I wake up with that on the forefront of my mind. Like, I'm gonna show you today how committed I am. I'll show you today how far I'm willing to go for the family. And that's the goal every day. And ever since that fucking day, since I landed in Virginia Beach, we have never been better. It's it's hard to say, man, but we have never been better. My kids have never loved me more. It's weird. My oldest called me DJ until I retired. All of them.
Yeah.
And now it's like, that's my why now. It is. Like, I'm the luckiest fucking dude I know. I am, and I don't deserve to be. I don't deserve to have her. I don't deserve to have those kids, but I'll fucking take it.
She stuck with you through all that shit.
She fucking did, man. She stuck through with all of that. Everything she's fucking been through. All that shit I put her through. Not the affairs. Like, that life in the teams with me was fucking rough, man. I mean, she used to look forward to me being gone. All I cared about was that fucking place.
Yeah.
I did. I cared about the teams. I wanted to do that, and I didn't want any distractions. And then I let it consume me. And then I needed to find something else. Skydiving, I couldn't do that anymore. Now what? Now we're doing this. It's the worst thing that's ever happened to me. It's the worst thing I've ever done. And it's the only thing in my life that I wish I could take back. The rest of that shit I'll take. The scars I'll take. The bad memories I'll take. The look on her face. That's what keeps me up at night. Just the breach of loyalty. She trusted me. Everybody did. They trusted me to do her right, and I fucking didn't. I let my ego take control. And it fucking sucks. Some fucking heavy shit, man.
Yeah, that is some real heavy shit. That's an amazing woman.
No shit. If we think back to not going to Mexico, just imagine if that happens on a Tuesday. She finds out there's no Mexico.
Yeah.
I'm the same way that I was before. I wouldn't be here. I was too fucking suicidal.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I was hinging on it. Like, I was, man. I was itching for a reason. And that was my reason. Without her, man, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah. I was actually going to have her call in, but things didn't go as planned. But well, we're wrapping this up, but I got to tell you, man, you've got to be one of the most resilient people I've ever fucking met. That is, been through a lot of shit.
It's a daily struggle. It is, man. Like, that fucking road ain't easy. And I'll tell you what, after the whole thing kind of came out, you know, it spread through the community like fucking wildfire. I was surprised how many other people it happened to. A shit ton of people. A bunch of people that I knew. I had no fucking idea. Like, I mean, cheating's it's a common theme in the military. I mean, it just is. Gone on the road a lot, it's a common thing. I feel like she should have got an exemption. I feel like I owed that to her. You've been through enough. You didn't deserve some fucking typical team guy piece of shit cheating on you. You didn't. She's fucking perfect. And I took her for granted. It's fucking terrible. Every day I wake up, I'm gonna prove to you one more time. That's a struggle.
She said that when I talked to her, that every day. And that's the first thing you say when you guys wake up.
Yeah. It's the truth. I mean, she keeps me accountable. And that's what I needed. I needed someone to hold me accountable. It's like, since that's happened, I mean, we turned over, the Gold Star thing started right after that. And it's like, every day I'm dealing with that. And I'm also dealing with everything else that goes along with it. So, I mean, me and her, we're thick as thieves now. I mean, we have to be. Like, put our backs against the wall, and it's like, just you and me. Like, at the end of the day, it's just this. The rest of it's just noise. It doesn't matter.
Good for you.
Like, the big thing about Mexico, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is just family. Things I can control, things I can reach out and grab and pull in. Everything else is, it's fake. Social media, it's not real. People pretending like they're happy and they're fucking not. And I see it now. I know exactly who that guy is. I know exactly the pain he's in. I know the pain that she's in. Doesn't have to be that way. If we just open up and we just say it, it can save people. Like, I'm sick of people killing themselves over what feels like a mountain at the time. It's not. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
No, I think we were just more open about it. Just say it. We'd be a lot better off.
If you had one piece of advice for guys coming out now, because we're hitting 20 years, what would it be?
Guys transitioning?
Yep.
It's going to be a lot harder than you think it is. I see a lot of guys who do a failed transition now because they try to do it alone. You didn't do anything in the military alone. Nothing. You didn't write your own eval. You didn't do anything. You didn't do your own med checkups. You had a team supporting you the entire way through. Guys try to get out and they try to reinvent themselves into something brand new with no experience. And they try to do it as a singleton, and when it doesn't fail,
it's a damn good point.
They hit rock bottom. Like, why? Like, I get it. You want to go to Goldman Sachs. That's awesome. You're the only Navy SEAL in that fucking place. Who are you going to talk to? Like, who are you going to have a conversation with? When you're having a bad day, a fucking bad day, what are you going to do? Who are you going to call? Everybody else is busy. Like, you have to have people to check in with. I think that was the thing that saved us. After Mexico, we just say it. Like, there was open dialogue in that place now. All the Gold Star kids that are in there, we just say it. Like, we're not having this shit anymore. We have open forum conversations. Like, you got something in your mind, say it. Say it right fucking now. Don't hold it. Don't let it fester. It won't get better with time. You won't just get over it in 5 years. You won't. It'll compound, it'll snowball, and it'll consume you.
Well, I'm glad you're spearheading that.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I got one last question. You have kids. After all you've been through, all those deployments, all those injuries, mental, physical, would you want your kid doing that?
Yes and no. If they were going to do it with true believers, with the right crowd, that dedicated to the mission, and really obsessed with it, absolutely. If it turns into some watered down thing in 15 or 20 years where it becomes like a part-time thing, no. In my opinion, that career field, special operations in general, it cannot be a part-time approach. You can't mass produce that. You need people that'll obsess over every detail. The nation deserves it. If I have a kid who's lucky enough to be a part of that, then absolutely. But I don't want some watered down bullshit. I don't want that. It's too dangerous to have that. It's like the only way to do it is to do it right. Do it the best of your ability. I know I do it all over again. I do every ounce of it, except for the last 2 years. But as far as military, every bit that I hated, every time I was motherfucking somebody, it's all part of the story. I was exactly where I needed to be, doing exactly what I needed to do. And I'd do it all again.
Roger that. Well, man, I just want to say it was a real honor interviewing you, and fuck. Seriously, truly, it was an honor.
I appreciate it.
So, anybody looking to find you, the links are below. And man, I just wish you the best of success and most happiness.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me on.
Cheers.
Hey everybody, I just want to kick this introduction off and say thank you. You have helped me develop what I consider my gift. Telling these stories, bringing light to darkness, and it's just been a real honor to be able to do it. And if it wasn't for your encouragement, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have the opportunity that I've been given, and I love you guys for that, so thank you. Now to the episode. This episode is a Special Forces officer. He's retired colonel, Vietnam veteran, and was on the forefront of developing some cutting-edge, non-lethal weapons. This is a mind-bending episode. It's fascinating. I'll leave it at that. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Colonel John Alexander to the Sean Ryan Show. Please head over to Apple and Spotify. Leave us a review. Type in just one word. That really helps the show out. Like, comment, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. And that is all. Much love to you guys. Enjoy the show. And just to reiterate, thank you. There is nothing else in the world I would rather be doing than what I'm doing right now. And that's because of you guys. Thank you. Colonel John Alexander, welcome to the show.
Glad to be here, I think.
It is an honor
We'll see
to have
where
you
this
here.
goes.
Yeah, it'll be good. We've been trying to reach you for probably at least a year, and then finally got in contact with you, and we've had several phone conversations. And I just want to say, it's a honor to meet you, and I'm happy that you're here, sitting across from me. And this has been a dream interview for me. So thank you.
Well, I've watched a number of your shows and certainly impressed with the caliber of folks that you've had on.
Well, I appreciate that very much. We are very particular about who we bring on, so thank you. But, so John, I would like to do a life story on you, starting from childhood. I can see the cringe factor, but I promise it won't be that painful. But I would like to start with childhood, get through your impeccable service as a Army Special Forces and intelligence officer. And then I would like to get into all of the things that you've explored, both while in Army intelligence and what you continue to do with paranormal activity, shamanism, UFO, all that kind of stuff. I mean, you are one of the leading people in that space, and so it's something that I've been drinking from the fire hose on, learning about, and I'm about as green as it gets, but it's fascinating stuff, and I think it's very important. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to give you an introduction here.
Okay.
It's a pretty long one, but Colonel John Alexander, you're retired U.S. Army Special Forces of 32 years, commanded Army Special Forces teams at Vietnam and Southeast Asia, Inspector General for the Department of Army, Chief of Human Technology at Army Intelligence Command, Manager of Technology Integration at Army Materials Command, Director of Advanced Concepts at Army Laboratory Command, well known for your leading role advocating the Army's development of non-lethal weapons and military applications of the paranormal. You had a hand in setting up the Army's remote viewing program, later known as the Stargate program, featured prominently in both the movie and the book. The Men Who Stare at Goats worked directly for General Stubblebine when the general redesigned Army intelligence back in the early 80s. You worked with Bob Bigelow, aerospace billionaire, in his investigations at Skinwalker Ranch and his other properties. Authored several books on the future of warfare, UFO, UAP activity, and paranormal activity as it was studied by the United States Army. Your latest book, Reality Denied, which is right next to you there. PhD in behavioral sciences. You are considered a legend in the anomalous activity world, and you have been to over 100 countries, according to Joe, researching paranormal activity throughout the world. And once again,
Fair statement.
an honor, a real honor. So I know you have a ton of knowledge that I want to tap into. So thank you again. And before we get started, everybody gets a gift.
Thank you.
Any guesses?
Not so far.
All right, we'll open it up.
Oh,
What do you got in there?
I'm not sure.
Little something for the ride home.
Gummy bears.
Vigilance Elite Gummy Bears.
Thank you.
Those are legal in all 50 states. So Colonel, before we kick this off, I have a Patreon subscription service, and they're our biggest supporters. They're the reason I'm here and you're here, and that we're able to do this. And so I give them an opportunity to ask the guest a question. This is from Steve Rubio. Did your time and experiences at Skinwalker Ranch confirm or disprove any assumptions or beliefs you had about reality, spirituality, etc.?
Well, are we limited to Skinwalker? I mean, that's one of the problems. We did spend time. I was with Bob the day he bought the ranch, and actually was the first one to spend the night up there. And the most anomalous thing that happened was the mosquito bites at that time. Having said that, it's a very, very strange place, and we can go into some of the things that go on. I know you had Brendan Fugel on as the owner, and know him. Did it confirm or deny? I'll tell you, the last paragraph of my UFO book ends, I should say, first paragraph is UFOs are real, and it ends that says, whatever this is, it is more complex than you can possibly imagine. One of the takeaways from the ranch is something that I call precognitive sentient phenomena. And the point there is that there's a it, and I do not know how to describe an it, but it is in control. We never were in control. And when I said precognitive, I meant by that, it seemed to know how we would respond before an event occurred. And it's certainly sentient, smart, and certainly phenomenological. And I know Brandon has picked up on the precognitive sentient and talks about it now. And I don't think it's any single thing. It is terribly, terribly complex. I gave you a specific example. There's one where Georgia Net was, we had a DMV on staff, but we're jumping to NIDS now, National Institute for Discovery Science. And Terry German, who owned the ranch, went out, and it was calving season. And he goes out. By the way, if the topography, they've seen the TV series, and it's generally perfectly flat when the escarpment to the north goes up onto the mesa. But calving season, he runs out and he finds a newborn calf, and they tag it and they weigh it, tag it to associate it with the mother, weighs it, drives across. By the way, it's about 10 o'clock in the morning, so bright, sunny day. Clear visibility is the point. He finds another newborn, tags it, weighs it, and he comes back. The elapsed time, we're talking about 45 minutes. Calf one's dead. Not only is it dead, it's eviscerated and exsanguinated, and there's some of the bones have been taken out and are missing, and there's a nick on one of the bones. The ear, one of the ears was sliced off. Looks like a laser cut. I mean, it was that sort of tag is gone. So everybody says, so particularly exsanguination, all the blood went into the ground. So I got a hold of George and I had them go to the slaughterhouse, get some blood, and go to another place, pour it on the ground, and you come back weeks later, you say, blood was poured on the ground here. So the idea that it went in. The best guess from the science board was whatever happened. And by the way, the thing was weighing 60 pounds. It's now between 20 and 30 pounds-ish, meaning lots and lots of physical material is gone from the calf. You go, where? And the consideration was probably happened someplace else. And you go, how could that have happened? Again, it's broad daylight. We looked at all how predators kill, and none of them do anything like was described. So you probably shoot rustlers, not to mention it's broad daylight and so on. So the point was, it totally made no sense whatsoever, in the logic as we know it. And so it again seemed to know what we would do, once that happened. And that's one. And the other issue was it kept morphing. And particularly with cameras, there are things that said it would know where we would place it. We had even then it was monitored 24/7, and would go through the thing. And instead of here, it's just off camera. Or then there were incidents that happened that should have been on camera, and nothing is there. And we had cameras on poles that were staring to the west. There's two cameras and another two cameras in front of it. So the first two cameras are visible from the rear. Now, I'll give you an example. The cameras are on top of 20-foot poles. They come down, got about half a roll of duct tape connecting them to there. There's a PVC unit that takes it down into the ground, and the wires go back to what's now called the command center. It was just double wides at the time, but everything's being recorded. What there is, we know exactly when it stopped recording. And what you find is that the wires are pulled out of this camera that's 20 feet out, not seen there. There's about a 3-foot chunk of the wire that's just missing, been totally cut. PVC has been pulled loose. Now, coincidentally, at the time it happened, the cattle just happened to be around that part of the ranch that was there. Point there is anytime somebody would approach, they'd get spooked and would go running off. No visibility of anything that happened. They're there. All of this stuff happens. The cameras in here do not see anything on it, but all of these things physically happened, should have been captured, but weren't.
Wow.
So it's in control.
Wow. What is there any other way to describe it? Would a non-human intelligence be a good description?
Non-human intelligence normally is associated with kind of like an alien being or something, not a supernormal force.
Okay.
That has, is controlling everything.
Okay.
So it's certainly non-human and certainly intelligent, but Yeah, when most people think of it, they tend to think of, what's being discussed with aggression now. We have an alien body and they're non-human and maybe smarter than us and, that. But this is more in the controlling force category that,
Bigger than anything we could even think
sorry?
of. Bigger than anything we could even imagine.
Yeah, well, that's what I said in the thing. It says probably more complex than we can imagine.
Do you think we'll ever be able to grasp the magnitude of and the complexity of what that is? What it is?
The short answer would be no. And again, I guess because we can imagine a lot. You can imagine all kinds of things in various venues and suspect that it's beyond our capability to imagine. And of course, that's highly speculative, but having studied this, and not just at Skinwalker, but around the things we've seen around the world, and the word that comes to mind, we'll probably discuss a number of times, is ineffable, because that pops up meaning it can't be described. And in various phenomena that we can discuss, that's one of the key words that come up. I just don't have words to describe it.
Interesting. I cannot wait to dive into this stuff. But right now, let's start with your life story. Where did you grow up?
I was born. No, technically I was born in Manhattan, moved to New Jersey, and by the time, I don't remember any of that. By the time I was 2, we moved to La Crosse, Wisconsin. I basically grew up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hockey player?
That's right?
You a hockey player?
No.
New York to Wisconsin, no hockey?
No hockey ever. I wasn't very good at skating. In fact, ankles, and I tried ice skating a few times, but it's not one of my favorite sports.
What did you like to do as a kid?
Well, I was interested in weird stuff kind of all along. Do remember that.
When you say you were into weird stuff as a young man and as a child, can you be a little more specific?
Well, I was interested in space, and space is a program we know it generally not a hot topic at the time, but the potential basically from a physical perspective, I mean, the moon was a long ways off at that time, and I was still already thinking as a young child, man, we can go there.
No kidding. What kind of space exploration had we accomplished?
None.
Nothing.
No, remember, we don't have missiles at this juncture.
Yeah.
I mean, it's much later before even the beginning of a missile program, let alone one that is going to venture out there. But I remember Collier's magazine. That's one of those where people were talking about it. You see pictures but this was definitely pie in the sky types of things that you.
And what caught your interest in space?
I don't know. It just was.
Just plain curiosity.
There was no particular interest. And in all of these things, what I talk about, I says there was no epiphany on any of these. It's more like steering an aircraft carrier, big crew, it's slow turns as opposed to, turn on a dime or something.
Yeah. Were you into paranormal activity?
Not particularly at that juncture.
No. What caught your interest in the military?
Special Forces. Now, graduated high school. I had a chance to go to college and went for a year. And I went to Beloit College for a year. It wasn't terribly exciting. Had a scholarship, and I was reading these articles about Special Forces. Now, at this time, there was only the 77th, which it was then, it's become the 7th, and 10th group. I remember seeing some articles and said, "Oh, that sounds interesting." And so I went down. Actually, I had not warned my mother. I mean, they thought I was going to go back for the sophomore year. And I came in one day and says, "Oh, by the way, tomorrow morning, I'm catching a bus." And turns out the recruiters had lied to me. What a shock, I suppose.
Who would have thought?
Yeah. No, I went in and I said, I want to join Special Forces. And they said, oh, just sign up for Airborne. And I said, well, I'm interested in SF. And they said, oh, all you have to do is sign the thing and you can get reassigned there. I was dumb enough to believe them at the time, not understanding the system. So went off and did basic training and then went to the 101st Airborne, which had just been reactivated.
Wow.
After World War II, it was deactivated. And then the 187, the 50, I think it was the 508th, 503rd, the two regimental combat teams came together and they were going to activate something called the Pentomic Division. And that was a totally new concept at the time. You also got to remember that nuclear weapons are just coming in. We're talking 1956. So, yeah, it was a totally different concept on how we were going to fight in the future. And interesting, shortly, the first or second, but he recurs as General Westmoreland was the division commander. And
Wow.
I ended up, of all things, as a medic. And went through medic training, was with 326 Medical Company, which is still the medical company for the 101st. But it also meant that our company commander is a lieutenant colonel because all of the doctors in the division are under him. So that was kind of an unusual structure. And he liked to jump, and that led to us getting into Ranger. And when I went to Ranger School in '58, we had more Rangers in the medical company than any infantry company. And but remember the theory for the Rangers at the time. The Rangers had been totally deactivated as well, and it was out of Korea, and it was. Partially because of casualty rates they felt were too high, but they wanted to, kind of spread the wealth across the company. In addition, it's the only way you're going to get promoted because after the war, promotion rates are, tremendously slowing down. But if you graduated from Ranger School, you automatically made E5. So that's how I made E5. And then when I came back, they sent me to the 101st Airborne School as an instructor. So here I am, 20 years old as an instructor, wearing the black hats and screaming at folks and all that.
When I first started this whole podcasting thing, an online store was about as far from my mind as you can get. And now, most of you already know this, but I'm selling Vigilance Elite gummy bears online. We actually have an entire merch collection that's coming soon. And let me tell you, it is so easy because I'm using a platform that is extremely user-friendly, and that's Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. What I really like about Shopify is it prompts you all the things that you want to do with your web store, like connect your social media accounts, write blog posts, just have a blog in general. Shopify actually prompts you to do this. You want people to leave reviews under your items? You can do that on Shopify. It's very simple. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to the other leading commerce platforms. Shopify is a global force for millions of entrepreneurs in over 175 countries and power 10% of all e-commerce platforms here in the United States. You can sign up right now for $1 a month. It's shopify.com/Sean. That's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Sean now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's shopify.com/Sean. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was interesting. Of course, there was an interesting dynamic between us and the more seasoned instructors. I mean, we were really green.
Yeah.
And actually got, well, the ground training NCO, kind of interesting. It was a guy by the name of Henry Slomansky. He's one we might want to discuss. But he had a hangman's MOS and had actually been involved in hanging the Japanese war criminals. And so we're talking about,
He was hanging Japanese war criminals.
he had, yes.
Wow.
And he had been assigned in Japan. He had also he had taken up karate and became the commissioner for the Western Hemisphere for the Japanese karate. His big deal was they had a 2-day contest, and he beat 119 Japanese to become the national champion in his field.
If you were alive pre-World War II, how old are you now, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I'm 86.
86. My question is, I had an interesting conversation yesterday, and we talked about the first time a Tic Tac appeared. And it sounds like the first time that we identified a Tic Tac was when we tested the nuclear bomb.
Oh,
Is
no,
that-
that's what, 43?
Were
44?
do you remember that?
That was not that big. Well, no, because it was totally secret. And as we may get into, Edward Teller was a personal friend, and we actually discussed these things. And as he pointed out, he says, millions of people didn't know, and only this handful of people at Trinity site, of course, at Los Alamos building it, most of the people involved didn't even know what they were doing. They all had little compartmented pieces of the project. And under Oppenheimer, I'm sure people have seen the movie on that now. Teller is in it as well. They became adversaries, but did not get along. See, Teller wanted to go straight to fusion, and the atomic bomb was a fission bomb, and fusion jumped it up an order of magnitude. So they, like I say, basically Hiroshima, until that went off, almost nobody knew about it other than a few people in northern New Mexico and that area because of the size of the blast at the time. But this was not something that was carried in the public until Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
What was the response from regular American citizens when that bomb was dropped?
Until the follow-up, probably not much. Again, I have no idea what it is. I mean, do not have our understanding of nuclear energy at the time. I mean, it's not even a concept for 99% of the people. That it led quickly to the end of the war. Interestingly, my second career, of course, is Los Alamos. And I was there at the 50th anniversary of when the bomb was going to be up. And they happened to send me to Washington to study some of the documents that came out. Remember the casualties that have been taken in island hopping, if you will, pretty horrendous. And, this in 3 days changed everything, where they had capitulated. What most don't know, and I actually read the documents on this in the National Archives, to invade Honshu proper called for 9 atomic bombs in preparation. And by the way, the physical invasion was fully an order of magnitude more difficult than Normandy. Just over all of the logistics and the distances that would be involved and what was going to be required to get there, hence using it. And of course, the problem was, didn't have them. The other thing that came up quite a bit was, why didn't we do a demonstration, the more humanity? And that was thought about. And the real answer was they weren't sure it would go off. And nothing could be worse than to have a demonstration. And nothing happened.
Good point. When did Vietnam come about? Where were you in your Army career?
Well, that's much later. See, I got out for a short period and actually joined SF from the outside. It was a new unit was being formed. And we had friends who, you see, Vietnam was going on for a while. Most people don't know. We had folks at Dien Bien Phu.
Okay.
And so, that was that's the French War and all of that. And then, of course, Kennedy coming along and deciding that we're going to interject with a few advisors, mostly CIA initially, and then SF started there. And, it's one of these things that sort of evolved. Well, the whole domino theory was critical at that time. However, this was that if Vietnam falls and, Cambodia and Thailand and all that, the communists are going to roll up Southeast Asia. And so that was kind of the rationale for getting involved at the level that we did.
Okay. What was your opinion of the war? I know it was a very unpopular war. Did it start that way?
At what point?
Did it start as an unpopular war?
No, not at all. Well, it started very low key and nobody knew about it. And I will say my opinion changed over time. Specifically, when I got there, I kind of considered myself a mercenary, if you will, because this is where you get promotions. So, and I had been in Thailand before that, and ITT'd to Vietnam. This gets into messy stuff. I was convinced that if we switched sides, we could have wiped that out in 90 days, because the other side wanted to win. Ours being, the Vietnamese per se, were not that interested. My counterpart was definitely a crook. Now, when I get to Vietnam, when we're talking all of 68, had an A-team on the Cambodian border in the Seven Mountains area. So we were a big A-team. We had it varied from 15 to 18 people, but many of them were not, or a few of them at least, were not SF per se. But I had six companies.
Sorry, where did the guys that were not SF come from?
We had a flashy unit, which was literally a searchlight unit.
Okay.
That would, because from looking out across, we were just short of the Cambodian border, but all rice paddies there, but in the mountains looking out, and you could put IR, infrared beams out there and watch at night. And exactly why they were there, I have no idea. But organizationally, I had 6 companies of there are 800 people that I was paying, and another 400 that were OPCON. So I was at a unit of 1,200 or so.
Holy cow!
And because the American military thought we were squad leaders, because they had we're only 12 people on the team, but had pretty big units. Also, one of the problems was that I had a Vietnamese counterpart who was a major, terribly corrupt, and they were selling, if you had a SIDG card, the CIDG card, then you couldn't be drafted into the Vietnamese army. So they would sell these, and so these were ghosts, basically, and would show up for pay is the only time you actually saw them. Having said that, we had companies that actually were there on a day-to-day basis. And,
So would you say that the Vietnamese people were very unmotivated?
well, it depends. Now, ethnically, by the way, one of the things I also wanted to say about Vietnam is there's thousands and thousands of different stories because where you were and when you were there changed dramatically.
Okay.
The adversaries in my area were, Viet Cong, which is very different from the folks fighting in the north who were fighting NVA, and that changes over time. My very first operation that I remember kind of got my attention. There was a small hill out to the north of us, and ethnically, I had 3 companies that were predominantly Vietnamese, and 3 companies were Cambodians. We had, they were KKK, literally Khmer Khuong Phu Chai Krum, and that was the majority, and the area was ethnically Cambodian. So we went out, and I went with a company that was going, to the east and this way, and we were supposed to do kind of a simple pincer mission. It was a walk in the sun, but the group I was with got there first and says, "Okay, now we have going to ambush the Vietnamese." And going, "Oh shit, that's my own company, and they want to shoot each other up." So that was kind of a wake up call very quickly.
Interesting. What kind of missions were you guys doing?
What kind of mission? Well, that's a very interesting question. I never thought of it in that way. Obviously, we were controlling an area. People don't realize there are actually mountains in the Delta. There were 3 major ones in my area, Nui Kam, Nui Jai, and Nui Koto to the first. Nui Koto was infamous. And when I took over the camp, we had a company stationed on the top of each of Nui Kam and Nui Jai. Now, the reality was we owned the bottom, we owned the top, and they owned the middle in between. It was so well defined that you could go off and you say, if I walk down this patio, say, if I step over here, I'm going to get shot at. You could call artillery from memory because you knew exactly where it was, when it was going to start, and all that. And you also had the Ho Chi Minh Trail ended just to the west. I mean, you could literally see it come down. They knew the biggest thing we had was a 4-deuce mortar. And out of Chi Lang, which was a Vietnamese base, Arvin, and they had 2 155s there, but calling fire from them, which we did on occasion, was quite intricate. And what was interesting is when you went out flying, there was a path maybe 50 meters beyond the range of our 4-deuce. I mean, they knew exactly how far we could shoot. And you just...
Wow.
Beaten path coming down into the mountains, because they could, particularly down on Nui Koto, was very much a BC stronghold. And of course, you want to get into the infamous Tet. I mean, that was off.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get into it.
Well, my experience with Tet, one of the big issues that we talked about, I think, is intelligence, because my experience was intelligence went one way, up. never got anything. And so this was a truce was called. And up until that time, the truces had always been observed. They'd done it before. When you'd fly recon missions after that, you'd see a whole lot of lights that you don't see, during the fighting areas where we would bomb. And so we had admin work to do, literally doing paperwork. So I flew back to Canton, which was the company headquarters, and went in and was getting ready. Actually, they, sidelight, but they sunk a sampan in the river off of Canton. And I was a diver, and they wanted somebody to go dive on it. We were getting ready to do that because they thought it was carrying arms. And it got too late, and they said, we'll go tomorrow. Went back in and back to the camp. And we were hot bunking, So went to bed. And I remember the S2 coming and said, well, there's some strange units in here. It was not a tonight's the night, watch out, any kind of serious warning. Went to bed and woke up, and there's green tracers going by the window. And you go, oh, shit. That means they're in here.
Yeah.
They use green tracers, and ours were all red. So it was a no good, very bad night. Basically, we didn't do anything. What had happened was Special Forces, one of the first teams in the area on the airstrip by Canton, and so things had moved out from there. So we were actually damn near in the center, surrounded by American units. Unfortunately, 3 young troops who were out on the perimeter had gone to sleep and got their throats slit because they were all asleep. And what happened was there was a lieutenant who was going out to, check the guard, and damned if he doesn't run into them on the airstrip and calls in, and then so the fight starts from there. And a lot of their folks got dead that night. I mean, they were able to bring in reinforcements. My point was we had no idea this was coming. And I'm listening on the radio as all over the country, town after town, and the cities and the capitals are falling, and you're going, my thought, quite frankly, was this is Korea all over again. China has entered the war. How could we see that big, invasion that had no preparation for? Now, it turns out, and I didn't learn until I think it was a 60 Minutes special or something that came up, that Saigon knew. And there were American units that had been alerted. We had no idea it was coming in. Everything in the whole district was lost. At that time, I had a B team at Chowduck, and this is where Drew Dix actually got a Medal of Honor, because there were people that were downtown. The big deal there were, we had nurses downtown. Well, the B team commander would not allow anybody to leave the compound. Well, Drew was working with Phoenix, and he says, screw you. I work for the agency. And he went out, and that's a whole story worth learning. And but they went out and found the nurses downtown, saved them, and brought them back. But everything except the compound was under, and the same thing was true kind of across the area. In our area, i.e. the Delta there, the problem was they had been ordered to attack and didn't want to, but Ho Chi Minh was calling a thing. They had no plan for success. So after a while, okay, we got this. Now what do we do? And went back into the mountains and back across the border into Cambodia. Kind of went down. And one of the things I had done, though, is watching this, I called and I said, let's pull one of the companies off of Nui Com. Nui Jai we definitely needed to keep, but that's just to get more troops down because obviously the fighting was going to be down on the high level, not in the mountains, which is where we normally had operations.
I have that you found a landmine tripwire through a gut feeling in Vietnam. Can you tell us about that?
Well, that particular one, we were just out walking and got into an area. This was the mountains. We're at the foot, not foothills. It's just starting to rise up, but kind of jungle area. And it was. We were just wandering around and started backing up. And the lieutenant going, mean, and looked down, and across the back of my heel, I had already started to pull the tripwire. And obviously it didn't go off. So, that sort of stuff happened. We hit mines a number of times.
How much time did you spend over there?
Well, I was there a full year. Kind of unusual because most commanders stayed in for 6 months at a time. And I had come from commanding another A team in Thailand.
What were you doing in Thailand?
Well, we were training the Thais, and it was kind of interesting. We went over as Delta Company at first. This was organized at what was then Fort Bragg. And it's quote, the original good deal. Everybody was signing up and going over. What I never knew until just a few years ago is this was actually considered a strategic move. That they were literally worried about losing Vietnam and the stuff would go into Thailand. No, they had the CT, which were communist terrorists, and kind of small action, but this was gearing up to, literally be the next barrier in case Vietnam fell. We, of course, didn't know that. We were on training missions. I opened several camps. One was Nantiku. When we went in, it was an area not much bigger than what we're sitting here, a little hole in the jungle. And a year later, when we left, there was an airstrip, and they'd fly. But we were working with the Royal Thai Special Forces, and bringing in ability to recruit companies and training them. They had a few that they did send to Vietnam, but most of this was geared to fight in Thailand. And then we had gone to Ubon, Udorn, Sakon Nakhon, and then down Khao Yoi, down in the south. We had teams scattered all over Thailand that were doing the same thing.
Going back to Vietnam, you'd spent an entire year there.
Yeah.
And that Vietnam was, the carnage and the death and the loss of life that you must have seen there. Was it a daily occurrence?
Actually, no.
No.
No, there were periods. They were peak periods. Our fighting was more kind of on the mountain. Well, skip the whole set. You asked about missions. One of the things that would happen is that we would periodically get air assets. And they would normally send like 4 slicks, 4 snakes, and 4 OH-6 observation helicopters. And so what would happen is they would send them in, and we'd take a pair of snakes and a pair of cobras and a pair of loaches, and I would go with the loaches, and we would literally go out hunting and go out because this is the extended area that we could get to. We had foot patrols that were going out all the time. But as again, because we were, the last area particularly to the west. Charlie, stayed out there and had what I didn't find out. This was one of the intelligence issues. Had a friend that we can talk about an incident. It was then Phantom 2. And it turns out they had a lot more intelligence about where these units were than we knew. There were a lot bigger units than I ever imagined in my area. But what we would do is go out. There's something called the tram forest. And this is out there, miles and miles of it, but it's the forest that grows through the water. And everybody assumed it was impossible to live. That was not true. What they would do is go out and build areas out there where they could put in platforms and literally get up above the water and so we would go out hunting until you find the units, because they would move about. Then we'd call the guns in, and then if a unit it was there somebody could hold, then we would call the slicks. I had the 4 slicks waiting back at the base, and you'd call them in to support. We'd do a ground sweep on the area. Usually the guns would pretty much clean things out.
What are slicks? Are those fast movers?
The Hueys.
Okay.
Yeah. And they had, the 2 door gunners, but this was very different. In fact, people remember the old B model gunships, which again were Huey. These were so underpowered. When you go back to Chilang and a rearm and they'd come in there, you had to literally run alongside while it's trying to get off. And just as it lifted off, then you jump into the helicopter and grab the gun.
Oh, my gosh.
The people don't realize. Like I say, it was really quite different at the time.
Very interesting. You had a incident where an OH-6 Alpha was shot down. Uh-huh. Can you talk about that, please?
It was a no good, very bad day. Yeah, no, we were out screwing around, again, doing these kind of search missions. I was looking for something, and I was flying as the observer and looking down in the water and found some platforms that had some munitions piled up on it. Said, okay, BC's got to be here. And so I popped smoke. What we were going to do, just blow it up from the air. I popped smoke and throw it onto the thing. And then I see this little brown trail. So, somebody's just running through the water. And all of a sudden, this guy just comes right across us. Now, we're flying not much higher than the ceiling here. We're literally at almost treetop level. And, one lucky or unlucky shot, depending on your point of view, I guess, is they cut the gas line. And so my guy's screaming, we're taking fire. The coincidental news that probably saved our ass was we were just changing over on station. So we happened to have 2 new Loaches coming in and 2 more guns. So we had 4 Cobras and anyway, so we were screaming and saying we're taking fire, and went up, and I still remember the screen, all the lights flashing and all that went out. And we hit the trees, and my point is we went from about 50 to 0 instantaneously. Mm-hmm. And I was not wearing a chicken plate. And so I had a little bit of slack. I will say, the thing caught, but that was not good. And the fortunate thing is the wingman slipped in, and when we could move, it took a while to get to where we could, and I'd lost my gun. I mean, it went
oh, man.
right past there. You can show you a picture of me. By the way, compliment to the builders. I mean, it crashed really well. I mean, the whole thing is disintegrated. Got pictures, they picked it up, and the struts were off, and the canopy in front of us was just totally destroyed. And was able to get over and grab the struts and get lifted out, and then back to the hospital in Canto eventually. And Yeah, sometimes the bear gets you.
Yep. That's
But it turns out what I didn't know at that time is we had gone down inside a VC battalion, and damned if they didn't come after us, even with the guns on station, because there was a premium on captured Americans. And we did have one, Nick Rowe, whole nother story, but he had been captured. He was in our area. He was captured in 62. But they were willing to, risk the fires. And they, snakes were pretty good between miniguns and missiles. They could really wreak havoc, but they were willing to risk that to come and get us. And fortunately didn't. But
wow. Did you ever deploy on missions as individuals versus teams? Did you go out in smaller groups as an individual versus a team?
no.
No, you never did that?
Now, there was no place where you would go. You would, almost any place you tried to do that, you'd be seriously outnumbered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What was it like? What was it like coming home from Vietnam?
Well, if I remember landing in SeaTac, there were no ticker-tape parades or anything like that, that's for sure. Saw more of it after when I was with the 25th Infantry Division, where you ran into the students. I remember walking along when I had a license plate, front license plate. It was in Hawaii, and there's happiness is a Green Beret with Snoopy, kind of cute. Some guy looking at me and goes, so, okay, got the message.
Yeah. What kind of stuff did you face personally after war? What was the effect after a solid year of combat in Vietnam, killing, seeing your friends die? I mean, how did that affect you coming home?
I'm not sure where you're going with that. One of the things that I have talked about is an area that's not talked about, because we were, ostensibly fully integrated and functional and no overt PTSD. But one of the things I talk about is the dreams. The stuff comes back and can last for, unfortunately, likely to happen again because of this. Because I've compartmented that, far enough away. And I recently, about a year ago, I was met with a friend up in Cedar City, Utah, and he was interested and kept pressing, "What about this?" And I wrote him back and said, "Gee, thanks." These things do re-trigger them, and unfortunately, it's never. In my experience, it was never like it really was. Usually it gets a lot worse in some ways. And but you don't hear folks talking about that.
Yeah.
And like I say, we're the ones who relatively fully integrated and.
Well, I won't make you revisit it. I will not make you revisit that. We'll move on.
Well, the point is that just these kinds of discussions are the kinds that, because I really thought that stuff was, behind me and that, and you find out, it's,
Yeah.
they can recur. It's pretty significant, isn't it?
I know you went back to war when Afghanistan happened after 9/11. Before we get to Afghanistan, what were you doing in between Vietnam and your Afghanistan?
Well, Yeah, well, various jobs. I was with, see, one of the unusual things we'll probably hit is technically I was an infantry officer. For the people who don't know, the 18, or the Special Forces, was not a branch. We were like a little skill identifier, initially an S and then a 3 that got added to your MOS. This wasn't your primary function. So technically, I was an infantry officer who spent 2 official tours ever in the infantry in the entire time. And so, came back and went to the 25th. And what was interesting there, one of the things I've written to, and this is something that people don't realize at all. The infantry divisions are set up, if you're going to deploy, you send the infantry divisions, i.e. the fighters, they're going to go in and take over. Well, at the end of Vietnam, all of a sudden we have all of these folks coming out, and refugees going to various islands. So, are you familiar with DISCOM?
I'm not.
Okay, DISCOM is they're all support units, if you will.
Okay.
On that. And so normally your support comes behind the fighters. We ended up with the support or DISCOM going out first, taking hospitals and things like that would have been in to support the infantry, but nobody ever prepared for the idea that we're going to send the support units not in a combat mission, but in this case, just to receive refugees that were coming out by thousands. I mean, I think everybody knows how the collapse, happened. And so we ended up sending units to Guam, but it was a very different exercise, and nobody had ever contemplated that would. And by that time, I was on the division staff. So, preparing for that was really quite unique. And I don't know if anybody's even ever written to, what that was like.
Would you like to go into that?
I'm sorry?
Would you like to go into that?
Well, there's not much to go into other than to say, because, again, in the division staff, we were geared up to send the 25th Infantry Division, the Wolfhounds, and Gilbus and all of them out first. And we also found out that a lot of people from the support staff had signed agreements, not thinking they'd ever be mobilized, but had to sign, if you were married, had to sign agreements, you had somebody to take care of kids and all of that. And that became a huge issue. Finding people who say, well, wait, I can't deploy, I've got, and did not have the backup system. I suspect that's happened more in units, more recently, where you find, no, basically everybody is deployable, and you've got to contemplate that. And it's nice to have dual incomes when everything's cool and, just on trips and that. It's very different when you say, oh, mommy's going to be gone for a year.
Yeah. One thing that I didn't ask you about that I would like to know is, what was it like for you when the war was done? Did you feel like we abandoned our counterparts?
No. Again, my take on it had been all along that, it was kind of unsustainable to begin with. And again, my experience with the Vietnamese, ones I dealt with, well, my counterpart had tried to have me killed 4 times that I know of.
How so?
And in fact, one of the things we didn't discuss was one of the things I had done when I got there, we estimated that probably 10%, I mentioned the CIDG were VC inside the camp. And I had heard of attacks that had taken place where Americans, and this had happened in other camps. So I created a special squad, we called it, and gave them M16s. I remember the main weapon that said, yeah, we're talking the old carbines. And one of the problems, they don't have a lot of stopping power or takedown power and all that. So I was able to get enough M16s and organize a special unit. And when we went out, you'd always have 2 Americans or so go on every operation. And so I would send some of these guys, and their job was not to fight. It was to protect the Americans, and potentially from our folks. So, I mean, we knew there was an insider problem. There's no doubt about that.
Man.
And one of the biggies we didn't hit that was most unfortunate, I said we had this Major Ball, who was just a mega crook, and a captain that was under him who was about to take over the camp. And the way the camp where I had the main camp, I said we had the things on top of the mountain. We had an area called Batchouk, which was an old French triangular fort. There was a few clicks out, but within mortar range so we could support them. And one night they got hit really bad. And yeah, this was one we put Spooky actually into the camp. But the next morning, we had called in Mike Force and extra units, so we were going to go out in force. And there's this rumbling going on, and my interpreter comes and says, John was VC. So what do you mean? It turns out that this Vietnamese captain had gone over to the VC. And what had happened is he had brought in like 6 or 8 recruits that day. And the regular VC were training on the hill, and they had a battalion ready to go. So a battalion hit this small thing that's supported by a company, half of them outside. Bottom line is we lost everybody that night, 100% KIA. And he had brought the recruits in. When the attack came and everybody went the way this was set up, you had little compartments, but you couldn't see from one to the other. And again, this is the old French fort. They went behind and shot everybody. And because we got there, and the only thing, there's no damage, nothing blown in the wall, the wire fence coming in had just been moved aside. That's where they left. But, those were the kind of conditions. And, you had gone, I understand. I had actually sent a message out and said, look, I'll meet you and talk. Something like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Because this guy, he and I had gone out on operation, could have turned me over and all that. So I don't think it was a long term, but had convinced them enough to go over and turn and wipe out his own people. And so when you say, did we desert?
I can definitely understand your perspective.
It was really, like I say, the high-level ones I knew were corrupt and out to get me. I knew that because we were very successful in these raids that we would go out and hit a number of times and picking up supply dumps. There's photos of that around, and capturing weapons and all of that. But you go for what?
Yeah. Well, what did you do when you got back home? What did you get into?
Went to the next assignment.
What was the next assignment?
Well, like I say, I went, trying to think, 69 was at Fort Hood. Became a Battalion 3, S3 operations officer.
When did you start to get into Army intelligence?
That comes along later. Several steps in between, but I ended up getting selected to go to well, this is 1979, I got selected to go to Command and General Staff College at Fort Leavenworth, which was not terribly stressful. And so I wrote an article that was called The New Middle Battlefield. And this talked about remote viewing and psychokinesis, and a lot of it had come out of what the Soviets were doing. And I was, I wrote that at the school, then was assigned as a Department of Army Inspector General. And so I get there, and there's several, and coincidence or synchronicity just keeps recurring through this. When I wrote the article, frankly, I didn't think it would get published, but it was an area of interest, and I had been looking at the Soviet stuff. And by the way, you'll catch me because I interject Soviet and Russian all the time, but this was Soviet era, the bad old days. And so I submitted the article to Military Review. Serendipity would have it that the editor of Military Review at that time had had a near-death experience. So this thing of being out of body and that was that. So instead of just an article that he chooses to print, it became the front, the cover article, and it went out. Now, at this time, I didn't know about Joe, and they actually had a remote viewing. It was a thing that said we probably ought to be doing this stuff, and something in the Iron Curtain. We knew that the Soviets were heavily doing this. So it was just gee, isn't that interesting? In my view, that's what it was. Well, there was a muckraker in Washington called Jack Anderson. I don't know if you remember him or not. He was I don't know who you'd equate him to today, but he was one of the top journalists that would come up with, unusual things. And you look at the bad government, look what they're doing and catch it. So he writes an article called The Voodoo Warriors of the Pentagon, talking about us, and basically got it wrong. Well, this raised hell. See, nothing had happened when the article first broke, but now it's in the Washington Post and a bunch of other newspapers around the world. The voodoo warriors are, wasting your money. Well, so I'm sitting at my desk in the bowels, and there literally are bowels in the Pentagon. And this guy comes roaring in, and he was from the Assistant Chief of Staff of Intelligence. And he goes, "Did you write this letter or this article?" "Yeah." "Well, don't you know the procedure for getting it cleared?" "Yeah." And I just happened to have the paperwork with me. I don't know why, but it was there. And he was screaming and going like, "Wait a minute, is this your office?" He goes, oh. So it had been cleared. Fast forward years later, I'm doing a session at INSCOM, and talking about some of these things. This guy raises his hand. He says, "Did you write an article in the Military Review?" He says, "Would you like to meet the guy who cleared it?" Apparently got his ass handed to him. So, it was what had happened. It was a bunch of things that intertwined, but we're in about 80, 81, 82. Serendipity. The wife of a retired colonel is the friend of a wife of DepSec Def. And she runs a workshop and conferences on weird stuff. And by now I'm talking openly about what the Soviets are doing and whatnot. Still didn't know about the program. So General Stilwell. He's retired, so he's back as a civilian. I think he's Deputy Secretary of Defense, maybe Undersecretary, but number 2 guy in the Pentagon. Okay, yeah. So through the wives, they got a call and they asked me to come up and brief him on this stuff. Now, lieutenant colonels, which I was at the time, do not go into the secretariat without a flag officer as a head bobber. Well, that didn't happen. And so we went up and had a very nice, he says, well, who do you work for? And I explained where I was. And, okay. So I went back to my desk. So that was interesting. And about, this was around 1 o'clock that I came back, and about 4:20 that afternoon, our chief of staff comes in and says, tomorrow morning you don't work here anymore. This guy had reached down and moved me. Just had no idea the impact it would have. And that's, I went under Thurman initially, who was then the desk personnel. He was a 3-star at that time. And then the stuff we were doing was getting darker, and so that's when I moved over to INSCOM under Stubblebine.
I would like to rewind for just a minute.
Okay.
So let's go back to, you wrote the article about remote viewing, out-of-body experiences. It got published. What is it that led you to write that article? Because that sounds like a very important turning point in your career.
Oh, no, No, by this time I had been interested in phenomena of various sort. And one of the biggies was, in quote, the Bermuda Triangle, and there was an area out there that had dived on what we think of pre-cataclysmic civilizations. And so I had personal interest. And when I was in Hawaii, had done a number of talks and met with people, and I was getting more actively involved. Some of the things go back even further. Yeah, in Thailand, I had gone out and met with, their version of psychics. Also, in Vietnam, physically inside my camp was a Buddhist monastery. My main interpreter had been a Buddhist monk for 6 years. And so these are areas where we were, talking on, kind of extensively. So these kinds of things had led up to, like I say, writing the article.
Is there anything specific that was a profound experience?
No.
Nothing?
No.
It was all talking to...
no epiphany.
Okay.
It was just kind of generic, more and more and more. The synchronicities keep happening, being in the right place at the right time and hearing about stories. Now, huge things had happened by the time I was at, I think a sequence, 80. So had become interested in near-death experiences. Trying to think of the sequence on this. I had done a master's and I was getting ready I was working on a doctorate degree at the time. I was getting ready to grind out a dissertation, because that's what you've got to do. And this was one of these, this is kind of a huge shift in thought here, but it's coincidental, because I was back at, now in Atlanta, Fort McPherson, and I went to a lecture by Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, which was kind of interesting. And from that, I went to a life, death, and transition workshop that she was doing. And that was unique. I was just on leave, military hadn't sent me there, but about half of the people who attended were medical of some kind, nurses, doctors, etc., interested in what she's talking about. And a quarter of people were like me, just kind of generically interested. The other quarter were dying. So I mean, you talk about an emotionally charged experience. That was at my roommate at where we were staying there. I forget what the midline granuloma, but he had literally his face was being eaten off, and and going to be terminal, and knew it. And a lot of the people were like that. So that was really powerful. So I came back, and I was at McPherson, and I just sent Elizabeth a letter and said, "Gee, that was really powerful. Thank you." Blah, blah. So I'm in the office. About a couple of months later, the phone rings, and it's Elizabeth's secretary, and she says, "Now I'm getting ready to go to physically do the dissertation." And she says, "Look, Elizabeth is going to be in Atlanta tomorrow. Can you meet her? She's got a few hours between flights." This was in the days where you could, go out to the gate and all that. I said, "Well, yeah, sure." So anyway, she flies in, and I meet her, and she says, "I probably know 1,000 people in Atlanta, and I chose you to call, and I have no idea why." I said, "I think I'm supposed to ask you a question. Would you do the committee?" She says, "Oh, yes." So, like I say, you cannot program those kinds of things. The rest sort of is history, but that was a piece because, see, she and Raymond Moody, who was the one who kind of wrote Life After Life and was talking about near-death experiences and that. In the meantime, when I'm an IG, I had met, we were doing teaching courses at Command and General Staff College, and I was introduced to a guy. This gets into the really weird stuff, but this was one of the most impactful near-death cases because it goes back to Vietnam. And what had happened, Jim, they were flying on Cobras. How the Cobras lined up. You have front seat and the back seat. He's front seat, and they're out alone. And normally you fly, snakes went in pairs. You didn't fly alone. Well, they were flying alone, and went out over this forested area, and all of a sudden the 51 opens up on him, hits thing, and breaks his leg. Even the chick is there, and cuts the controls between the front seat and the back seat. And there's nothing in the area. There's a tiny area, but it's not big enough to auto-rotate into. So what they do is, he says he pulls the nose up. Now, Jim says he pulls the nose up. Now, the point here is we know the controls had been shot away between the front seat and the back seat, but he still brought the plane up. And the reason was to come in boom first. This was not going to be good, but it was to absorb the shock and ameliorate the shock as you're coming down. The other important aspect is you don't know the orientation of the helicopter because the blade's turning until after it's beaten itself to death on the ground. So it does that. And Jim says the thing started, literally his face is burned off. The area had caught fire. Very bad day. So not only a broken leg, face is burned. So they hit, and next thing he knows, he's out of his body up above, and he can see the orientation of the helicopter. And this is what gets critical. And he can see that the way it's lined up off the nose, about a click and a half out in front, is a friendly fire support base. Jungle all around them, other than that. But you have to have had the positions from above to look down to see the orientation. So the back seat is out, and he's running away. The canopies went this way. And he looks back, and about that time, Jim looks up. Oh, in the meantime, He's out of his body. He sees that, and there's a hooded figure. Describes as male, and not sure why. And he says, "What are you doing here?" He says, "Well, I'm trying to help them. Not I'm in trouble or something." He says, "I'm trying to help them." And he says, "What, don't you know?" He says, "No, what? You're not dead yet." And with that, he lifts up. Backseat is running away and sees Jim move, so he runs back and grabs him out and says, "I thought you were dead. You haven't moved, since we were hit." A lot of other stuff happened, but they get into an argument about there's a fire support base, and the pilot's saying it's off this direction, and Jim is saying, no, it's off this direction. And pain is now setting in, and he's not in a position to argue, and so he hides behind some higher, big anthills that are in the area. And about this time, VC's coming in. Coming after them, and so the guy goes off in this direction. Jim hides. He'd actually decided to commit suicide if he was captured because he knew wounded prisoners were not going to be treated well. But they miss him. The friendly base comes in, sends people out. They saw the crash, and they send somebody out. So now they come in with a jungle penetrator. And this is the only case that I've had in this. So he's lifted up, so he's now physically replicating his out-of-the-body position. And he can see the orientation of the helicopter, relative position to the fire support base, and say, this guy's lost, and was able to, before he passes out, say, by the way, the pilot went out over here, and they went out and found him.
Whoa. Wow.
But like I say, it's the only case I have where you have, from an out-of-body perspective and then physically replicate it and find out, now it's accurate.
Have you ever heard of that since then, or this is the only time
No,
you've
like
heard
I say, I know, well, later, again, I guess when I was in IG, no, it was after I joined INSCOM that I became the president of the International Association for Near-Death Studies. So I heard lots and lots of cases, and we can get into some of those. But there are people who have had things that, have been authenticated that they saw, but never one where they physically get taken up and see
Wow.
it, and it becomes life-saving.
Wow. I could see how that would capture your interest to write at that article.
Yeah.
So moving forward again, you write the article, General removes you from the unit and puts you in INSCOM. What does INSCOM stand for?
Oh, Intelligence and Security Command.
What was your position at INSCOM?
Well, we called it the Chief of Human Technology. He created the position. People used to ask what I do, and I said, well, I'm a freelance colonel.
Chief of Human Technology. That sounds fascinating.
Yeah, well, we were looking at, and this is where we get into other aspects. You talk to Joe, the remote viewing program is going. Stubblebine is very interested. Funding is an issue that's pretty significant here because it was a time when you had a fair amount of funding that, could be used. It's still true to some area, but discretional funding where you didn't have to. And Bert was interested. And there's an important figure by the name of Jack Houck who comes into this. And Jack is at McDonnell Douglas at the time. And he had watched Uri Geller and had come up with the, quote, spoon bending process that is now popular. And so some friends, he used to come to Washington because he was also a CEO, did contract work for CIA. And so he was back and forth in Washington. So we heard about this, and he was just starting he's got to be 82, just starting the spoon bending thing. And what he had found is that this was a teachable skill. And he had based it on the stuff that Giller was doing. But he was having parties and would invite groups of people in. And we heard about that. We had one. So that's kind of, I told Sullivan about it, and he said, well, let's see if we can do that. So I got a hold of Jack and invited him to, I was then in an apartment high rise in Washington, Northern Virginia area. And we have PK party. So we're sitting kind of on the floor, looking around in more or less a semicircle. And there were some significant people there. People know the history. Andrea Poharic was there. I don't know if you know him, but this goes back into World War II, where he was interested and had worked with the agency. And I mean, these are heavy hitters in the psi phenomena and R&D area. And so Bert's sitting there, much like we are now. And there was a medium who was there. Another one of the key people had been Rickover's technical director, and who knew the medium and brought her. But anyway, the way it works is you go through an hour or so, and some of the stuff's physical, so it's hard to say whether that has any significance. But the graduate session, you end up holding two forks like this that are matched and no physical force. And so she's sitting directly across from Bert, and her thing goes, bloop,
No way.
with no physical force. That's who we got. Oh, shit.
You saw this.
This is real. Yeah.
Here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing. Plus, the Chinese just negotiated with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil to drop the US dollar. And most Americans, including myself, feel that we're in a recession right now. But despite all the evidence, I can't tell you what's going to happen for sure. Nobody can. Yet when it comes to your money, you should understand what's at stake. That's why I partnered with Goldco to possibly help at times like this. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. The kit shows you how to defend your money with precious metals and how listeners of the show could get up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. I can't predict the future, but I can certainly prepare for it. So go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD now. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. 1 in 5 Americans have learn a new language on their bucket list. If that's you, make 2024 the year you finally check it off the list with Babbel. Be a better you in 2024 with Babbel, the science-backed language learning app that actually works. Don't pay hundreds of dollars for private tutors or waste hours on apps that don't really help you speak the language. Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons are handcrafted by over 200 language experts to help you start speaking a new language in as little as 3 weeks. Babbel is designed by real people for real conversations. Babbel's courses are fast, convenient, and are great for my busy schedule. Babbel has over 16 million subscriptions sold, plus all of Babbel's 14 award-winning language courses are backed by their 20-day money-back guarantee. Here's a special. For a limited-time deal, our listeners right now get 50% off a one-time payment for a lifetime Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at Babbel.com/SRS. Get 50% off at Babbel.com/SRS, spelled Babbel, BABBEL.com/SRS. Rules and restrictions may apply. Visit Babbel.com for terms and details.
I've had later experiences, but I learned how to teach it and ran these things for a while. But it was this thing, like I say, in front of the commander, just drops a full 90 degrees with no physical force. Said, need to look at this. So started doing serious studies and then see, we had, we would have love-ins. We had O6 commands around the world. And so every quarter, the commanders would come in and discuss what are you going to do, what's going forward, what's happening literally in the world at the time. Remember, this is the bad old days. We're still talking Soviet Union. And so he was very interested in, so I ended up running sessions for them, which was not always appreciated by the folks that was interested. But the point, because I always see a question is, what are you going to do, bend tank barrels? And you go, no, computers. And remember, computers are just can move let's think about moving electrons. And the key issue there is I don't have to destroy, I just have to make computers unreliable. A lot of stuff there. But anyway, the big lesson that Bert wanted to get in, it really didn't have to do with the psychokinesis. It had to do with don't eliminate things just because you don't understand it. See, we had been blindsided by the Soviets several times. Sputnik, for instance, was one. And there were several others. Joe, did he talk about the submarine?
Yes, he did.
I mean, that was one that was oh, wow. And the point was we had all the information, and our boat builders said, don't believe it. We never heard if it would go to depth, anything that big would crush, et cetera, et cetera. And we didn't have any word at the time of a radically different Soviet subsystem. And as you know from the thing, it came out and he had laid out, the tubes are forward of the sail and that sort of thing. So our point was that had happened to us on several occasions, and when you look back, you found out you had the information, but it had been disregarded. So the idea to these colonels was, don't just disregard something because you don't do it, because you've now had personal experience with things that happened that you didn't think could happen. And so that was one of the emphases that...
What was that like for you to be in that room when that spoon hit 90? I mean, that was
a no shit moment. That was because I had seen a little bit of bending before, but nothing that dramatic. Now I've seen even more dramatic since. There was one of these where Levins, we were doing at Xerox Center. This is one where I can send you I have the forks on it. But same thing, we're in a semicircle and I'm doing it, and there's grumbling. I mean, there were people who didn't like the stuff going on. And it happened to be a lieutenant colonel who was a liaison from Europe who was in the session and holds it up, and same thing, the thing drops a full 90 degrees. And they scream. And I'm going, but I did not see that. But I have a GS-18, the science advisor behind does. And so we're looking, and there was the guy next to him that yelled, and this thing just fell over. But then with everybody watching, it came back up, went down, came about halfway back up and stopped. I mean, literally waved. Now that's the end of one. I've only seen that happen one time. But it was really significant. It had some other pretty good bending that happened that night, but absolutely no physical force and this thing moving, on its own. Now, I said, I have them. The reason he put that down, and he said, I wish that hadn't happened. Scared him. I mean, normally we let people take the stuff home with them. And it scared him so badly that he just left it. And I still have those forks.
You still
now,
have
I understand he went back to Europe. He was American, but, liaison there, and did it once more and just said, enough, don't want to do that again. Scared him. But fortunately, at the time, the initial incident, we had our shrink with us. We had to put him back together before we sent him home because it was that big a deal.
Yeah. Wow. What I have a handful of things that you guys were studying, it seems. I have a handful of things that you guys were studying at INSCOM,
Okay.
and one of them is the Hutchinson effect. Can you describe the Hutchinson effect?
Not effectively. John Hutchison, there's a video, and I don't have the tape of it. What had happened was George Hathaway, who's a double E from Toronto, and another guy came in, and they had a movie of these events happening. And the problem is not a single thing. Stuff would levitate. I mean, heavy items would levitate. Things would disintegrate. There was one photo, they had two pieces of wood with a rat tail file in between it, and it's just being exposed to this field effect. And you see the thing look like a filament on a light, back in the old filament days there, and you see it light up, burn, and drop. It literally burns in two. More exciting, pick it up after and it's cold. And, again, these are things that can't, and there are any number of effects. John Hutchison is alive and well and now in California.
On the subatomic level, I feel that there is a dimension shift activated by very conventional electrostatics, RF fields that I use, and Tesla waves that I use, that actually form a keyway that opens up another area of time and space that may activate the zero-point energy fields and interdimensional reactions, let's say, to gravitational waves and time waves, or chronons, if you wish. Perhaps we're dealing in chronons and gravitons, which are maybe particles.
At that time, he was in Vancouver, and I put him under contract to replicate things. And the big problem, like with many of these phenomena, control still doesn't have it. Lots of strange things happen, but you can't control the event. They had others with PVC exposed, and the PVC parts of it disintegrate. He had a drive shaft. By the way, the guy was a pauper. I mean, had no money, no money. But he was interested in Tesla. So what he would do is he would look at pictures of Nikola Tesla and try to figure out what they were doing. The only saving grace, because he had all this crap that was in there, was just. And fortunately, Hathaway went in and actually kept records of what this was, but still couldn't control the thing. But you had metal, again, it's just exposed to a field that would twist and burn, and, some stuff would be affected, others wouldn't. And they could just totally, to this day, pretty much uncontrolled, though he's doing it. This is one, and I'll digress, but I think ought to be in there. We now have, the Army has something called the Future Command that is looking at what's the war going to look like? It'll be very different. And I got in touch with them. I actually sent a letter to the commanding general. We did a number of these things. Think somebody ought to take a look. I had no thinking that the four-star general would get it, but I thought it would go to the staff or something. I have not even heard a peep out of them. I tried to tell them, we don't understand this stuff, but, here's the roads we've been down. Wouldn't somebody be willing to take a look? Abject silence. With Hutchison, well, what happened was I had provided him with enough funding to move this thing. Well, the problem was he was living in a housing complex in Vancouver, and he would do this stuff. And what he would do is, by the way, how he found it is kind of interesting. What he wanted to do is to make sparks. He literally had Van de Graaff generators and things like that because he liked to sit there and sparks. The way he found it, threw something in, and this thing came flying out. And he picks it up and throws it back in, and it comes flying out. And you're going like, what's this? Well, the real problem was that he was working in the basement of an area. We think that the piping was probably part of it, but he was screwing up everybody's TV in the area. So they did not like that. So made him move. I mean, it's not cable TV like you think of today. This was the stuff that went through the air at the time. So I got a hold of a guy, and he and George were working with him. And we said, okay, we're going to pay you to replicate this event. Okay. So they're in a warehouse that's totally empty, and you can get all the way around it. And what I did is I gave them a bunch of metal. I had various metal samples and had cut them in half. I was operating out of Fort Belvoir at the time. So half of the metal is in a safe at Belvoir, and the other half that I sent to them. So we agreed to have show and tell. And I have a team of scientists, two of them from Los Alamos, and promise not to denigrate anybody. But anyway, I had four others, including myself. So we go to show. So I arrive a day early. Just want to make sure things are working. And they're really excited. Hey, we had this thing levitating. And so all we did was turn it off, leave everything setting. The idea was tomorrow we'll turn it back on and everything's right in place. Even if it's unusual, it'll happen. They come in, we turn it on, and damned if the power supply doesn't catch fire and burn up on the spot. And it turns out there was so we spent the rest of the day, they were trying to find another power supply to it. The bottom line is nothing happened during that. Now, in the meantime, Jack Houck again had given me some molybdenum rods. And the point was that molybdenum was treated differently and had never had success with anybody trying to bend it. And I had given them rods, and I had some parallel ones. Damned if they didn't give me one back with an S-curve in it. How that happened, don't know. Interestingly, one of the questions was, were we looking at psychokinetic effects? Because I had asked John, are you part of the system? And he would say, yes. Well, I get excited and it bends. But when I asked George about it, he says, no, it bends or whatever happens. And then he gets excited. So whether this is a macro PK event or whatnot, don't know. But there was certainly a series of very unusual things that were happening and still happen. Since nothing happened in our experiments, we went back, and damned if one of the two guys from Los Alamos didn't write this really nasty. I don't know if you know Tom Bearden or not, but he had a whole thing about how Tom had slipped into the country and done this, and it was just terribly convoluted. I mean, all he had to say was, we came, we saw, nothing happened, anything. Instead, it's this very nasty gram, and, so yeah, we couldn't go forward, but Jack did get funding and do it, but similar sorts of things. The stuff would happen just outside the camera range and that. But it's like almost like the ranch. Strange things happen and you really can't explain it.
What year is this?
Well, mine is going to be 82, maybe 83. I'm still in touch with him, though. That's why I know he's got a lab in Northern California, but has a lot of health problems, but is still continuing and gets, the news come in and wow, and it's wonderful. But nobody has been able to, establish the parameters and have it on a replicable basis.
How long? So you get moved into INSCOM, and how long was it before you started seeing metal bending, levitation, departicle? What do you departicleization?
I can't give you the exact time, but
is this all happening at once?
I'd have to go back and look because it depends on when Jack. It was all predicated on Jack coming to town and, they say, doing the first one, and then the one that I set up with Stubblebine, and Ann Gaiman is the one who had the thing drop on us. And it's about the same time because I'm still working with ions, totally civilian side. This is near-death studies. Just remember driving up there and stuff being bent. In fact, the next one we actually had was the ions board going like, wow. So I guess, see, the problem is these things keep getting intertwined. It's not all sequential and that. It's,
yeah. What I have a couple other questions. What is primary perception?
Oh, not a simple one. Primary perception has to do with the guy by the name of Cleve Baxter. Baxter's also fundamentally involved in that because Hal Puthoff and them knew about him, and so he's one that kind of got remote viewing going. This was before Joe and that. That's the name that Cleve gave to the effect. Now, Cleve's history, during World War II, he had been in counterintelligence in the Army, went to CIA when it was formed, and was the guy who developed the polygraph system that's still used. So he's teaching polygraphy, and because of that, he's got scientific equipment. So the initial question was, he was living in New York at the time, he had large plants there, and he said, I wonder if when I pour water into here, how long does it take to get to the leaves? A simple, straightforward question. So he hooks up his polygraph with like a GSR, the galvanic skin response thing. It measures moisture, right? So he puts it on the leaf, pours the water in, watches it, but he leaves the thing hooked up. And the way this is going through is, so it's going out to the polygraph, so he's keeping track of, when the moisture changes and that. Over time, just hooked up in his apartment, he was a bachelor, and he notices this thing's wiggling from time to time. What is it that's causing it? I'm not pouring water in there. And so he came to the understanding that the plant was reacting to the physical emotions of things around it at the time. And where the experiments got really interesting was, he started with, went over and burned the leaf. And you get a response from the polygraph. Oh, that's weird. He says, then it got to the point where he would think about burning the leaf and the plant's responding. And you're going, this is the primary. What is it that this guy's thinking about doing harm to a plant and it is physically responding in a way that can be monitored? Step beyond that was we went into monitoring oral leukocytes, white cells from the mouth. And he was able to do, he would take a person's sample, put it inside a Faraday cage, it's running through, you have electrodes in it that are running back through the polygraph that's being recorded, then he'd film it. And then the individual would be exposed. Sometimes what they do is have them send them home and say, watch certain TV programs, because you know that certain emotional events are going to happen, but you don't know when. So by recording them together, you're able to see that the leaves are responding to the emotional event that the person is observing at another location. Oh, it gets better. Believe me.
Is it in the same room?
No,
How does it know?
because the white cells are the connection. The person's white cells are being monitored, even though now where we were interested, did Joe go with General Dozier, that case, where he was kidnapped? Well, that was one of our interests. How is there a way that you can monitor people at a distance if you had, say, the cells on, and simple things like alive or dead, that would tell you, what kind of rescue operations you might want to launch. So it gets interesting. So one of the things I did was, again, I had Cleve under contract, and I replicate the system at Fort Belvoir. It was really interesting. We went out there to do it. He was completely cooperative and showed us how to do it. So I had a senior scientist from a night vision lab go with me and to watch it, because he's going to build the system for me. And so I said, okay, here's all the material, how it goes. And he goes, but there's a piece missing. I said, well, the piece missing is what I'll take care of. And in fairness, he said, look, I have chosen this much of the universe for me. You can move things about in there, but don't tell me I have to relearn physics, because I don't want to hear it. In fairness, he replicated it, and I was replicating what Phil was doing, or what Cleve was doing back at Fort Belvoir. So one of the times we went out to, he was in the San Diego area. So I out there, so we set up a 3-screen. So I'm the one who donates the cells. They've got me on the polygraph and on the video camera. And I let them screw around and get things that would be emotional. I could beat the polygraph, but not the white cells. I mean, the white cells said there's an emotional contact, and the polygraph is no deception indicated.
Wow.
Now, if you wanted the real wow, comes later. So 87 time frame. General Thurman, who's then the vice, gets the National Academy of Science or National Research Council, and he knows that the Army has been looking at a lot of weird stuff. And so he asks them to do a study of all of the unusual things we had doing. And I appeared before him several times. And initial is, you got the wrong group. Nice folks, all that, but there was only one person who knew anything about psi phenomena, and he was from a founding member of the Skeptic Society. I mean, he was, we could ask about him. That's Ray Hyman. We can discuss him later. But so I got the wrong folks. So we've told them about the various things that we're doing. And so they're going to have a meeting at Scripps, which happens to be in San Diego. Said, hey, this is a good place we can do a show and tell. We will take them to Cleve's lab. By this time, Cleve is out in San Diego area. He's running his polygraph school there. And he's on the 6th floor of a building. When I draw it, I usually, if you're looking from the top down, one wing is the classroom where these things are going. The other, actually where he lives and has all of this equipment going on. So, same thing. When you're doing a thing for the academy, you don't want to know it worked yesterday. You want to know things are working today. So I had arrived early, and the group is coming, and so they agreed to take two. Well, what happens is I donate cells, and we set it up, so it's monitoring me, and then so they come, and 2 of them go to the lab, and everybody else goes into the classroom where Cleve is going to give a description. Now, Cleve was one of those people where you're asking what time it is, and you get the history of chronometers. So what happens is I'm in there watching, he says, oh, God, he just, Cleve, you got to get going. You're losing these folks because he's going to give kind of the history, and I'm going to say, by the way, I've independently replicated this at Fort Belvoir. So what happens is finally he gets off and he gets my turn. So I stand up to talk, and I'm basically got to hurry it up. In about 90 seconds, his lab assistant comes running in and says, what happened 90 seconds ago? So that's when I started talking. He says, well, this machine just went wild. I can show you these tapes. I got something. It is now just going on. Well, I can tell you that telling the National Academy of Science the universe is not built the way they think it is can be emotionally stimulating, because that's what I was telling them, And so what happened is, and you see throughout the time that I'm talking until they run in and they rip it off, it just went wild. And I am considerable distance from we had forgotten that they were running because they were going to set up to do somebody else.
So let me make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So you have a polygraph machine hooked up to your cells, to your white cells.
Right.
You have nothing hooked up to you.
No.
When you get an emotional response.
But I understand I am a considerable distance away. There's a number of brick walls between me and that thing, yes.
So your emotional response is communicating with the white blood cells in a completely separate room through brick walls, and the polygraph machine is measuring the emotional response.
Yeah, and it went wild.
This is why you told me not to be messing around with photons and electrons the other day on the phone, isn't it?
Well, there is no rational explanation for why I had done it at 50 miles or so. It was from Belvoir to Arlington Hall. At that time, INSCOM was at Arlington Hall Station, and I had the lab set up down at Fort Belvoir. So I am going to see Stubblebine, and I know I'm going to tell him no to something he does not want to hear. And sure enough, now this isn't one where you have the instantaneous, absolute control, but I drive up there and you definitely see a response to my cells, 50 miles from
50
the event.
miles?
Yep.
50 miles.
Yep. But see, when Cleve kept primary perception, we don't think distance should make any difference. So it's not physical difference, it's, what is the connection? In this case, we do know that's between the cells that are being monitored, and they're responding to the emotional state of the donor.
Is this like particle entanglement? What is this?
Could be. Yeah. What's with Bell's theorem? You spin one way and distance should not make a difference.
What's the farthest you guys tested this?
Well, that was probably that 50, from Belvoir to Arlington. And again, that's not nearly as exact. The real exact one, again, was when we were in the building. Mm-hmm. And again, straight line distance, you had, 2 brick walls and several internal walls between us and the equipment.
What did the spectators think about that?
The report came out, and there was no word whatsoever mentioning it.
Nothing.
Yeah. It was just totally ignored.
What are your thoughts about the plants at the time responding to human emotion?
Not a word.
What did you think?
Oh, well, that's what got us interested. And then, from beyond, that's interesting, but what can you do with this?
Do you think it means humans can communicate with plant life?
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. And Chris Bird wrote books. I mean, there's several books written on that. And the same with plants respond to music and things of that nature. Yeah, but we thought, again, the more interesting aspect was not just the plants. Well, we're getting into some very fundamental issues, but the whole deal of the role of consciousness and that everything really is interconnected and in ways that we couldn't possibly imagine.
Wow. Let's keep going down some of these different things that you guys studied. What is neurolinguistic programming?
Ooh. Interestingly, the NLP, or neurolinguistic program, was the one thing that this panel said probably had some application.
They said none of the other stuff had any practical application?
Well, they believed NLP because the amount of research that went into it is high. Now, okay, this was invented by John Grinder and Richard Bandler. A little publicity, but there's a new movie out called Altered States by Richard Bandler, which addresses all of these. And yeah, I'm in it with some others who did have practical application. It is that there is a physical response that's stored in the body. And you may have heard of things like anchoring or imaging, mirroring and things. How do you increase compatibility between one person that has very practical applications? Now, the issue, when it was formed, what they did is they looked at Fritz Perls, Virginia Satir, and one of the Ericksons. And the question was, why is it that these people have very rapid success in treating individuals, and people who take their techniques and, continue on, the effects kind of dissipate? And so they had come up with kind of it was a critical path model of saying these 3 people who were the primary ones, that were doing certain things that people don't follow up on exactly enough. Now, we're so many applications. One of them was that, again, the bad old days, we had things called LTs, or legal travelers.
Hello, motherfucker.
And this is when you're getting into the spy routine. And they were interested. So somebody comes out from the Soviet Union, They can, it's known that they're coming out, they're going back. That's why it's illegal travelers going back and forth. So you want to know, did the KGB count them and turn them? So you've got to be able to reestablish rapport very quickly. And they were using these techniques for that. And of course, then they're doing polygraph and all of the other things on it. But that was one of the practical applications. I had Richard Bandler under contract. I'm convinced he's the real brain. John Grinder, and another guy you may know called Tony Robbins. And these guys were under contract to us. So our practical application, we did something called Project Jedi. This was multi-agency that I was running, and one of the things all agencies had together was they shot things. And the other is that it's highly quantifiable. You hit the target, you didn't hit the target. There's no I feel better or didn't. Now remember that when NLP was formed, it was formed to fix broken people, i.e. help in therapeutic modalities. Our question was, we got really good people, how do we make them better? And so kind of a different application to it. So in Jedi, what we did is we said, okay, we went out to the world, could have got anybody, said, who's the best pistol shooters in the world? And the answer came back, you ought to be looking at the Army Marksmanship Unit. So we brought in the Army champion, the inter-service champion, and their boss, and worked with them. In fairness, Tony was one of the ones working with us, but we went through the whole model of how do you shoot, and also key was what do you think about shooting? And for them, shooting's a good thing. You can protect your life, you can make a living off of it, and all of that. Physically, we would have them shoot, and you could get them way the hell off balance, and they would hit the target pretty well. But there was vast difference in their technique. When they came in, one of them, he opened the box, put it on, put on his glasses, did a whole bunch of, if you interrupted him, took his hat off, put the glasses, went back to that. Another one to go, yeah, okay, and he'd go back to shooting. So obviously all this other stuff is not critical. But we developed what we called basically the critical path model. What is it that makes a good shooter? And then we took two groups of people. They were split, kind of paired samples. They were all military. Many of them had never shot a .45 before. And the other thing about .45 is people would say, it's a terrible weapon. You do better throwing it than shooting it. And so we took a group, we designed a process using NLP, and then we took one group that we trained, one group that the Army Marksmanship Unit trained using their procedure. Our problem became that everybody had qualified using the NLP technique within the first day. By noon the next day, everybody was shooting expert. I mean, there was no place to go. The Army Marksmanship Unit went their 4.5-day course and shot. So we've got an obvious advantage in ammunition and those sorts of things right off the bat. The other thing that we did do, though, is we took, a lot of it was visualization. Well, I'll give you one of the big aha. And credit Tony for coming up with this. It was called the success cycle. The point here was normally when you shoot, you put the thing out 25 meters, whatever it is, you shoot until you hit the target and then keep going. We didn't do that. The target started at point blank range, and you could not miss. That's what we call the success model. You could not fail. And then kept moving it back until you were doing it. So you learn success from the beginning, and that was really critical. And like I say, within day and a half, we got everybody at the expert level on it. And it was unfortunate. We had started into another project right after that, besides shooting. One of the questions that came up, again, we're in the battle days, and the Soviets are still there, and they had an issue with NSA and listening, see what they would do. Remember, there's a fist. They're using Morse code and sending things. And yeah, everything is encrypted, but there was a lot of background chatter. Before they would start sending the message, hi, how are you? Blah, 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 and they got to learn people what they call FIST. The problem was there were two. One, the Soviets were much faster than our people. They're going to 60 words a minute, and ours are kind of maxing at 20, 25. The big problem was we sent people to school, and by the time they would go to school for a long time, go on leave, report to the next unit, they have to be retrained. The skills were not training. The big aha was we were asking the wrong questions. The selection criteria was who are smart people, that's good. Who can type, that's probably pretty good. The critical question, what kind of stereo equipment do you have? The point is, what you were looking for, and they didn't know it, were audiophiles, people that hear differently. That was the critical component to it, as opposed to can you type and are you smart?
What do you mean people that hear differently?
Well, the reason people are audiophiles, and I've got one, I mean, you see the extent of his equipment, it just blows me away. I mean, being deaf, I just can't hear very much anyway. But these people were, had very finely attuned hearing, and were investing in that, in the kinds of equipment that they would buy just on their own. So that was the critical question. Now, you could have, and we did not go. We ended up getting, it's about the time that Bert got terminated, and we had to end the studies. But yeah, it was just the things these were kind of out of the blue sort of things that you would not have anticipated, but you could learn. Again, the basic thing is a critical path model and knowing what you're looking for. It has tremendous application. Now, some of the things I saw Richard do, and again, I'm still in contact and whatnot with him. We had a guy who was working with us who was CIA. His name's Andre. He was the only guy who got captured in Lebanon that we got back alive. And of course, after that, he couldn't go back undercover and that because he'd been captured. So what happened? He says, well, the cavalry came over the hill at just the last second because they were about to do him in. But the point there is, this is really a strong emotional event. And we were able to go back and recreate history as if that event never happened. Now, these are fairly sophisticated techniques and that, but you're literally changing the history, and got him to where he could pass a polygraph as if he had never been kidnapped.
No kidding.
So, like I say, it's very significant in the applications that were there.
Are they still studying
Who
these?
is they?
The government, whatever programs.
Not as far as I know. And as I said, I know Richard. I talked to him a few months ago, and he was in Vegas. And now they do teach commercial courses that are available. Now, this is one of the problems. This is why I mentioned before Futures Command, trying to explain to them, what we did and where to go, and were you successful. There were failures too, of course. But trying to get them to not have to relearn history, but we have a propensity for reinventing wheels on a
Yeah, we do.
continuous basis.
There's a story about a turtle.
Okay.
Can you tell us that?
Oh no, that's that's a little different. The turtle was the name when you fit the guy who fills a slot behind you and it comes up behind you, and that was one where the guy who had taken my position as an S1 in Hawaii. And I bumped into him years later, and he had been assigned to the Military Personnel Center. Now, understand, from the time I went to CGSC until I retired, I was never assigned by the system. It was always one general to another, and then he would tell them, fix it. And I happened to bump into him, and I knew he was at Milpersan, and he says, I had to keep your file in my drawer for a month because nobody knew what to do with it. So there was no place to put it.
Wow. So how long were you at INSCOM?
Not sure, 2 to 3 years.
2 or 3
What
years?
happened is Stubblebine was forced into retirement, and they knew I couldn't stay there because the guy coming in, Ed Soyster, had taken his place, who was not, of all things, he was an artillery officer, not even an intelligence officer. But the big system was not happy, and the program had morphed and now gone to DIA. And they knew that I would not survive in that environment. So this is when I went to, with the same thing. It was a personal handoff. We went and found there was a 3-star at Army Materiel Command who was amenable to these sorts of things. And so I went to work for them. So most of these things, you got to really had a day job. And that was definitely true when I got to AMC and all the UFO stuff and that. During the period at INSCOM, it was when I had a lot more flexibility, but did the other things. Most of the time had, an assignment you could fall back on.
Yeah.
More than a cover story, but you actually did the job.
Okay. What were you also studying out-of-body experience when you were at INSCOM?
Well, yeah, I'm familiar with sensory deprivation. I actually had a sensory deprivation tank because when you get into near-death experiences, and remember, this is where all these things, the time frame blend back and feathers, so you have civilian and military applications concurrently in many areas. In NDEs, near-death experience, autoscopic, what they call is seeing your body from being outside, is one of the critical things. And then one of the issues that had come up with remote viewing is, where's consciousness? And there are some studies. What's the guy's name? There was a guy at Maimonides had done some studies, and they were wondering whether or not is consciousness as we know it is here, or is it physically at the location, and is that a requirement? Alex Tanis is the guy's name. And the experiments there were they had him, because he said, I'm going out of my body. And what they did is they put at a different location inside the same building. They had a target, but the target was generated in such a way, they had like wheels and things that would show up. The only way you could see the proper one is if physically your point of origin was at one location. Otherwise, the other things wouldn't line up correctly. They also put in strain gauges to sense, is there something or something there? You can argue what that something is, but it talks to the potential for a physical interaction as opposed to just pure consciousness or pure thought. And they were able to prove pretty conclusively that, at the time that he would report being out of body, that they were sensing something at the point, and then he could accurately, most of the time, report not 100%. And that's one of the problems. A lot of these things are never 100% sort of thing. But in order to see the representation and report on it correctly, the point of origin had to be at this known location, which suggested that, it was out of body. And again, this is something that's reported quite frequently as part of near-death experience, but not necessarily all of them. You had a recent guest, and I don't want to put him on the spot or speak for him, but Ryan Hendrickson, who has an experience, and I've talked to him since. I found it absolutely fascinating. I'd recommend it to everybody. A very inspirational kind of event. But steps on a IED in Afghanistan, literally blows his leg off. But what interested me in the words that I heard there is he's talking about the life review, about being able to see this thing. And I've been able to talk to him. I won't go into it because he can discuss it if he wants, but it was very much, his perception was a little different from most of them, but it was, that he understood not only the event, but how that event impacted others from an emotional standpoint. And that is also one of the common features of many near-death experiences. I'll tell you that there's never anything that's absolute 100%. I mean, many of these things have infinite variations. But, the question was, I hope Joe mentions some, because he talks about some of the things that happened to him, and that one of the questions that's come up is, can you sense an out of body or a consciousness being there? And there's a whole field on how do you do psychic protection to protect the individual, protect yourself if you're doing those sorts of things.
Have you come up with any conclusions?
None of these have conclusions.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Now, what we do, and one of the big issues that's come up on Skinwalker, you've probably heard about the hitchhiker effect, of where things have followed some of these people. And what I did last time I was at the ranch, do certain protections, Native American smudging, for instance, as an example. I've talked to Colin Kelleher, who's was one of the key people, particularly in the OSAP program, and he was at NIDS. We were there at the same time and spent a lot of time at the ranch, and they would go through kind of protective measurements, and this is in the if you believe category, but can't hurt.
Yeah. I have a question. At your time at INSCOM, you're studying all these things, out-of-body experience, remote viewing, primary perception, the Hutchinson effect, neurolinguistic programming. How are you recruiting your subjects? These people that have these abilities, that can bend metal, that can remote view. How are you finding them?
Yeah, that's there weren't them. We didn't actually do recruiting. Now, I mean, with Clave, the subjects basically were me. I would it's like we get into non-lethal weapons and things like that. I do these things. I've been shot by all of the systems, and when we're doing it, I go out and do these things. The same with Hutchison. Yeah, I was the one directly involved in getting them, bringing in other scientists, but basically as observers to authenticate that what we were getting was real. The one where we did the pistol shooting that I mentioned in Project Jedi, not sure how, but when we were able to get maybe 30 people, I'm not sure exactly how we did that. You gotta remember, we're talking almost 40 years ago. In some cases, it is 40.
The reason I'm asking is because we could put something out right now saying, "Hey, we want people to email into this email if you have an ability that you can bend metal." I don't know the percentage. I would assume that 99% of the people that email in are completely full of shit. And so that's kind of what. How did you sift through and find these
what
people?
you're arguing to here or discussing is the difference between the Soviet approach and our approach. And that was one of the key things that, the question was, do I take intelligence people and teach them to be psychics or have those capabilities, or do I take psychics and teach them the additional skills? The Soviet approach was to go out with a broad net and look for people with the skills and then bring them in. Ours was, I think, much more constrained. And if you look at the people who were brought into the program, a lot of them didn't know they had these capabilities.
Interesting.
And one of the things in the program, you mentioned Stargate, because that's the best known. It had a number of names before that. But they were doing personality tests specifically to address your question. Where do you look? Do you find people? And they did find MBTI was something we used. Myers-Briggs Type Indicator was one of several ones that.
What is that? What is that?
Well, it is it's a very well-known psychological instrument that has the 16 categories of, I'm an INTP, but looking for, when they tested the people who had these innate capabilities. And now, there's another question that has come up. And that is it better to find a natural, or can you train the capability? And that's where the guy you interviewed yesterday, Joe McMonagle, is, quote, a natural. And he was remote viewer in 001, and I'm sure described all that. We found other people. Well, did he go into Ingo Swann? Because what happened was one of the three people that SRI used initially was an artist in New York, Ingo Swann, and he came up with his context of the matrix. So the critical question is this a trainable skill? And now there are people out there now in the world teaching remote viewing. And there are people who do it naturally. And I would argue that it's like all skills. Everybody has some skill out of it. But, I'm never going to run a 4-minute mile. Know that. So there are, can I get better? Yeah. And that's true with most people. Do people have psychic experiences in it? Absolutely. Do they recognize them? Maybe, maybe not. There are a lot of people who will deny it, but when you get into it, the phone ringing, knowing who it is. That was before we had caller ID. But there were things like that made sense. So I don't want to take anybody's living away, but it's can you improve? Yes. Are you going to be Joe McMoneagle? Yeah, probably not, depending on where you are. And so having natural skills. We saw, by the way, one of the things that came up in near-death experience, initially we thought you had a discrete event that happened in a very short period of time. And that was a precipitating event that might have happened, accident, illness, whatever. What we found over time is many of these people increased in psychic capability. We had a lot of them who became particularly psychokinetic. I couldn't wear sensitive electronic equipment or being around that. Became telepathic, became precognitive, and that seemed to increase after NDE. So these events are happening out there. Yeah, can you enhance it? Yes. Can we program it? Are there potential dangers? Yeah, there are, and that's the piece that nobody wants to talk about. That, I don't know if you use this, but my digression, talk because he's dead, was Subelbein, who after retirement, and we stayed friends for a long time, and he went off the cliff. And one of the dangers we've seen when I had put together the UFO group, one of the things we agreed to do was to watch each other, specifically because we had some people literally go crazy and say, if you see somebody going off the cliff, you'll say, you're going off the cliff. Doesn't mean you pull them back or stop them, but we agreed that we would watch each other. And if you see the symptoms, do it. And there were several that, just there's no other word for it, but
Wow.
yeah.
What? So all of this has to do with human consciousness.
With what?
All of this has to do with human consciousness,
Right.
obviously. The stuff with the plant really gets me. The plant.
Mm.
Do plants have consciousness?
Yes. Well, let me drop back even further than that. And this is a fundamental issue. If you're familiar with Max Planck, German physicist and that, and use his quote or approximation is that consciousness is fundamental. You cannot get behind consciousness. And the implication here is that the physical arises from the consciousness as opposed to consciousness arising from the physical, i.e. being something that's generated in the brain. We're into deep philosophical kinds of things, but that's pretty profound.
Yes.
Because everybody has thought, I think, therefore I am. No, you am, therefore you think, is kind of more appropriate. But it gets into, just everything. So everything is interrelated at a level that's almost definitely impossible for humans to contemplate. It's that big.
I don't know whether to have this conversation right now or wait till the end, because I know we have so much more to cover. But
Okay, well,
where do you think
we can move it?
Where do you
Besides,
think?
they can cut and splice.
Where do you think consciousness exists?
Oh, consciousness is. We exist because of consciousness, not the other way around.
Is consciousness?
See, if there's a Big Bang, I happen to have some problems with that, but it says that consciousness created that and everything, the physical universe evolved from consciousness.
We had spoken on the phone a little bit about some of the intelligence failures that you're aware of, and I would like you to expound on that a little bit here on the show.
Well, there are various ones. There's certain ones we can go into Vietnam, but the one I was explaining that I was invited to a classified conference down at MacDill on future technology. And we listened to, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And so finally I'm sitting there and I said, has anybody heard of Purple Rain? Which is not the name of the program, but I got this blank stare and whatnot. I said, well, your future technology, we deployed 30 years ago. Where is the institutional memory? So Pete Schumacher was then the sync. We still had syncs of SOCOM, and I wrote him a letter and said, here's an example, but somebody needs some oversight here. We need a graybeards panel of people who remember some of these things, because across the board in soft units, they operate in small groups. Information goes around. They're very innovative, so a lot of these things work. But if you're going to get this out, there has to be some way to make the information more available. The result was that he set up a panel, like I described, with people from various elements of the soft thing that could come in and look at these various technologies. And we did that for several years.
What kind of technologies?
Well, like I say, this was one. Yeah, it's been uncovered now. Specifically, they were looking at ammunition that would explode.
Okay.
And the new idea was that we would insert information or ammunition into enemy stockpiles. And we actually did that in Vietnam. We had, the 7.62, their calibers of stuff for their AKs and others. And you would take, in this case, an entire clip, and 1 or 2 rounds would be so you could fire it, and then it would, blow up on them. And the idea was not just blowing up individual weapons; it was obviously making them question the reliability of the system. So you're attacking something much bigger than just blowing up a single weapon. But that was a specific example, and we used to do that. I carried certain round or clips with me that when we found a cache would leave some behind, and then I had to report by the grid coordinates as to where that went in.
Interesting.
And again, nobody, when you ask these young, bright, innovative folks, thought it was probably a neat idea, but also thought they thought of it.
That was happening all the way back then. I
Yep.
did not know that.
Well, and my concern is that those sorts of things still are. Because, like I say, information does not get spread. It gets spread, word of mouth. People who are from the A team, oh, we did this, but we have a propensity for reinventing wheels.
I'm 100%.
I'm sure
with you
that's
there.
in TTP too. What works, what doesn't work,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, that often produces casualties, and you're finding out better ways to do things.
So you're saying there needs to be, it's funny you say this because I know everybody thinks that this exists, but you're talking about a centralized location where lessons learned, new tactics, future technologies is all centralized and then
there are-
disseminated into...
There are historical units, but they tend to capture the big picture sorts of things. And this is one that would never have come up unless they thought it was a technology to be developed and then spread out. On A teams, and I'm sure on SEAL teams, the way the old guys trying to teach the new ones and that. One of the big things that I think changed between my era in Vietnam and Iraq and Afghanistan is we deployed as individuals. Most of the time. I went as Delta Company of the 1st, and we went into Thailand, but that's because we were creating the unit there. Later became 46th Company. But in Vietnam, we rotated as individuals, so you didn't have the traditional camaraderie that you have where a whole unit sticks together and moves and has common experiences. You had people who were constantly rotating in and out and had to make up the team. And, as you know, these teams work closely, and it relies on, personal experience and who you think's reliable and who not.
Very true. Very true. That's something that we ran into a lot of problems that could have been solved if there would have been a centralized location for stuff like that where it was disseminated, because you have stuff you have lessons learned and new tactics, new whatever, within just your team, your platoon, and then you have team wide, which is, a handful of platoons. Then you have your coast of SEAL teams. Then you have SOF in general, Special Operations Forces in general, of all the different units. And yeah, there is some stuff that gets disseminated out to each team. But I mean, even lessons like I
Most
can
of
give
it's
you an example.
personality dependent.
I could
Have you
give you
got the right people at the right place and interacting?
like an example that we had was, Iraq in 2005, we're using green tip, armor piercing rounds against people that don't wear armor. And it takes a lot more bullets to put somebody down with armor piercing rounds when they don't have armor than it does to use something like a 77 grain 5.56 round. Something with a lot more weight and not as much velocity behind it. But we had to find out the hard way, unfortunately, and that's 2005. That's 4 years after the war started. You would think that would have been disseminated long before that, and so I'm just 100% in agreement with you there.
One of the things that we found was, again, things you ought to know, but I'll give you a specific case. Sergeant Logan, he was down on Nui Koto that I mentioned before, and they were doing a sweep, and called back. We were the closest camp, and gave me his location with a makeshift code. I think it was Big Nuts Joe or something like that. And he goes in, well, we'll expand. I just looked at it. No, I know where you are. I didn't, need anything to break it, just looking at, not even knowing which one he was using. Somebody else was listening that night, and they did not make the morning. One of the tough things was there was a Sergeant Logan, and years later I was at Fort Hood, and I forget how it was, but ended up having to go visit his mother. And, that's tough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we had another one. Again, this is using the same things and assuming everything's going to be okay. I mentioned that we had a company on top of Nui Jai and at the bottom, and that every month they would go up and stay up a month, and the word, of course, would get out when we were going to do that. There's one, 3 guys got hit. There was a changeover point where the ones would come down, they would meet and then go, but they always used the same place. And turned out it was mine. There was a guy by the name of Larry Schmidt. There were 3 guys. Schmidt is the one who took a CBU right next to his leg,
man.
Absolutely shredded him. And we went in, all 3 of the Americans that were up there were hit. Unfortunately, one of them thought we would leave him and threw a smoke grenade, which was tall grass, and set it on fire. And fortunately, there had been a Huey that was at Chowduck, and they came down and picked me up. And man, in other words, we went in and rappelled in, not knowing we were rappelling into a minefield.
Oh man.
But yeah, I had to pick Schmidt. He eventually lost his leg. It also turns out that they had more than just the mines. I didn't learn until a number of years later that we were taking direct fire from a recoilless rifle that they had in there, and actually didn't realize that it hit the helicopter when I had put Schmidt on there, and that they were able to get down, but it was unserviceable by the time it was
Oh
done.
man.
But that was a failure of doing the same thing and thinking we did this, it'll be okay. You know, you can keep doing these things without, somebody else learning. The other, like I said, with Logan, our assumption that you could talk on the radio, well, we had people who could speak English pretty well that were just listening. I'm sure you run into that. I had mentioned earlier our problem. We had a fair number of folks we knew that were not loyal to us at the time, too. I said probably 10% of the
That's a lot.
Yeah.
It only takes one.
Yeah.
It only takes one. But yeah. Well, John, you had mentioned that there are possible dangers to out of body experience. What would those dangers be?
Well, again, you're into the highly theoretical area, and the question is, can you be identified being out there? There is an issue of once you're out of your body, can you get back? The cute story I tell about Bob Monroe, because people would come to him and say, can you guarantee you it can take you out of my body? And he says, yeah. He said, oh, good. He says, you understand it's permanent. So, but can you get lost out there? I think probably not. But there are people who are concerned about those things, and it's certainly an area that we don't understand.
That's an interesting point. Has there been a report, or do you know anybody that had troubles finding their way back?
For people have had trouble, I can't know of anybody who's got lost because we haven't heard from them.
Guess not. You have heard from people that got lost.
Well, yeah, lost.
Or had trouble.
Kind of wondering about, can they get back? Vast majority said I was there, and most of them actually say they were in immediate proximity to the physical. But there are others who literally go off into the stars and
Really?
come back. Yeah.
Could you share with us an example of that?
I'm not one specific, but I've certainly heard stories. They talk about being out of their body and usually going up through the ceiling or through the roof and outside, and then getting, just like in the movies, and it gets farther and farther away. But then you also usually transition to a different kind of scenario as to it's not so much a where, but what's going on and all of that.
I've heard people do this while under psychedelics multiple times. Do you consider a psychedelic out-of-body experience and a near-death out-of-body experience the same thing?
Well, the short answer would be don't know, and you'd have to know the specifics. Now, one of the key things about NDEs normally is it's like a critical emotional response. And when I was president of IONS, we would get letters and say, often say, well, I wasn't dead, but, and they would describe these experiences. And the caveat is, but it was like yesterday. So the difference, I think, is in how they're remembered, because many of these psychic experiences, you go, well, yeah, it was kind of weird, but like dreams, it kind of dissipates over time. For most near-death experience, it doesn't dissipate. It's just like, people write, oh, it was yesterday, and
It's
we were
ingrained.
just screaming yesterday. Vietnam was yesterday. So there are events that are implanted more strongly than others.
What about, you'd also mentioned something about possible dangers when remote viewing into different dimensions.
Into what?
Into different dimensions.
Yeah. Well, again, we're in a highly theoretical areas and don't know. I mean, I was going to say we're at the front end. The reality is some of this has been going on for centuries, just under other names. We didn't call it remote viewing per se, but we've had psychics that have done things, again, throughout human history, that they would do interventions and things out there. In general, I would say the dangers seem to be more in the psychological arena of folks coming back who are trying to integrate highly unusual experiences and not understanding how that fits into everyday life. I would say that, for instance, with near-death experience, most people who have them rarely talk about them for years. It takes them a while to integrate the reality as they know it and inculcate that into their lives. I saw a thing recently said, 3 to 4 years is kind of an average time for people to come forward and say we have. Now, it is changing, and that's mostly because society has changed quite a bit. When we first had ions, I mean, there were no TV programs that discussed this. And when they did, it was the one with Larry Hagman, Genie, I Dream of Genie and things like that, which is very different from, no, this is a real experience or something that happened to me. And, it found that the idea of, a rational aspect of that is, it certainly was, you don't want to tell your doctor this because the answer usually is, I can fix that. We'll give you a shot of something and it'll go away. And, that's been very common. I know a number of people. They will also say there's a huge difference between talking to doctors and talking to nurses. Nurses tend to be much more accepting of these sorts of things. Doctors come from in general, a much more materialistic worldview. Again, that's changing. What's amazing to me now is how many doctors, like Eben that we mentioned earlier, are coming forward and have had their own NDEs. Now, his was obviously life-changing. And again, as a neurosurgeon, this can't possibly be, but here it is, and now it's my experience, and so.
Going back to remote viewing, I interviewed Joe McMonagle yesterday, as you know, and he had spoken about a remote viewing that he did on Mars. Have you ever heard of other remote viewers remote viewing another planet or possibly another galaxy?
Well, one of the critical things that happened in the early days is that this was with Ingo Swann. And this was before the target, unbeknownst to everybody, was Jupiter. And everybody knew about the rings on Saturn, and I forget whether Voyager had gone out, but had not gotten there yet. And so he came back, and he didn't even know it was not the target on the planet. I mean, it wasn't like he wants to go out and lie. It could have been anything in the world, or in this case, beyond. And he came back and reported a planet, off planet, and had rings around it, and it was Jupiter. And people said, "Well, bullshit. Saturn has rings, not Jupiter." And Voyager went by, and Jupiter has rings that we never knew about. So that's when we had authentication. I do hear stories of people who make it, and very hard to believe. There's one, well, there's a whole thing going on around now that you can probably find on the internet about that we actually have a base on Mars, and that this gets into the pedophilia thing, and that kids are taken to the base there. And I mean, it just gets into things that are demonstrably false, but does get into the folklore that's there.
Wow, I've not heard of that.
Yeah. And I had, in fact, there was an article that I got stopped that was being printed that said, quote, you think about the logistical aspects of maintaining a base on Mars. We haven't been there, but, well, other than remote craft. And the quote was, the launches slip out of Cape Canaveral all the time. They said, no, when they launch, half of Florida knows that there's launches. But this is the problem in all of these areas. There is so much BS in there that it's very hard to, and there's some percentage of people that are going to believe anything. So.
Very true.
And I think we'll run into that with whatever we've talked about today, because many of the things we've talked about are kind of hard to believe and highly speculative.
Have you ever heard of anyone remote viewing into a no galaxy?
No.
I wonder if that would be possible.
Well, there should not be any limits. That doesn't mean somebody has or has not done it. The question was, have I heard of it? No. But it's certainly within the realm of possibility. Now, one of the issues that had come up early on regarding the accuracy of remote viewing had to do with the ability to verify the event, that you had to have at some time, as we did with Jupiter, for instance. Yeah, we flew by and saw that it was accurate. So if you get into areas where you can't verify it, then it's in the, who knows, and going to, at least at current time, foreign galaxies would be different.
Maybe a black hole. That would be interesting.
Yeah, well, there's a whole, Joe, talking about some of the scientific applications that are in many areas where you can, send this, but we're talking about putting consciousness into an area where they can get accurate information. This has huge implications in all of healing. And a guy we never mentioned was, do you know Jose Silva?
I don't.
Silva Mind Control. Oh, it's a whole school. And Silva has since died, but his mind control, this is global school that goes out. I was actually a state representative in Hawaii for a number of years, quite a while ago. But Jose had grown up, he was basically illiterate. He was in a big family. Father dies. He's the oldest child, so he has to pick up and make. So he worked in a barber shop, and the barber was interested in electronics. And so what he did, he says, was like an extension course. And so Jose picks up and he says, can I look at these? Yeah. So he learned electronics from reading the barber store and whatnot. But he also found out that he had the technical capability to pick up on, where errors were, in electronic systems. And he gets drafted, and he goes in the Army, and he goes to electronics school, and almost everybody else is an officer. He's an enlisted man. But he did not know the mathematics necessary to continue, but he had this uncanny ability to fix the radios and things. So what he did was in his course, he traded information. The officers who'd all been to college would teach him math, and he would teach them literally how to use their hands and find errors in electronics. Now that later changed to doing similar sorts of things with human diagnostics and disease, and very, very effectively.
Interesting. I was just going to ask you if you have heard of remote viewing into the human body to maybe diagnose
Sure.
cancer or.
Well, no, that's exactly what he was doing and teaching folks. And
very interesting.
there's people who seem to be more sensitive to, the healing aspects of it. I'll give you a strange case. A guy that I was just talking to, a friend I've known again for decades. I'll give the name of Melvin Morris, and Melvin was known for children and near-death experience. Long story, he ends up in jail in Delaware prison, and had visited him there. But there's a new program out on, one of the things he had done was teach people to meditate, and the effect that it was having on a number of folks. And he said, well, how do you meditate in jail? Because jails are just noisy constantly. And he talked about the process of teaching people just to take short periods of time and be able to get information, quieting the mind. The other thing that I'd heard when I'd visited him there is here he is teaching these prisoners how to do hands-on healing. And, this is not, as he points out, most of these are young black folks, and he's an old white doctor, so culturally, totally different. And they would come to him for advice on, medical issues and things like that. And they would teach him some of the cultural issues of how to survive in a prison. But, had a mutual relationship and was able to teach groups that he just normally would not be involved in any of these sorts of things. It had a profound impact on a number of them, particularly in drug addicts. Said quite a few of them were heroin addicts, and they were able to teach them how to overcome the addiction.
Wow.
Because even in jail, they would have the craving, but using these meditative techniques, were able to avoid it.
That's incredible. That is incredible. What an impact on the world that could make.
Yeah.
Right? I gotta take a minute and wrap my head around this. Let's take a break.
Okay.
I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now. Just want to say thank you, guys. You are our top supporters, and you're what makes this show actually happen. If you're not on Vigilance Elite Patreon, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in there. So, we do a little bit of everything. There's plenty of behind-the-scenes content from the actual Sean Ryan show. On top of that, basically what I do is I take a lot of the questions that I get from you guys, or the patrons, and then I turn them into videos. So we get... Right now, there's a lot of concern about self-defense, home defense, crimes on the rise all throughout the country, actually all throughout the world. And so we talk about everything from how to prep your home, how to clear your home, how to get familiar with a firearm, both rifle and pistol, for beginners and advanced. We talk about mindset. We talk about defensive driving. We have an end-of-the-month live chat that I'm on at the end of every month where we can talk about whatever topics you guys have. It's actually done on Zoom. You might enjoy it. Check it out. And if Zoom's not your thing, or you don't like live chats, like I said, there's a library of well over 100 videos on where to start with prepping, all the firearm stuff, pretty much anything you can think of, it's on there. So anyways, go to www.patreon.com/vigilanceelite, or just go in the link in the description. It'll take you right there. And if you don't want to, and you just want to continue to watch the show, that's fine too. I appreciate it either way. Love you all. Let's get back to the show. Thank you. How many guys out there are worried about brain health? You know, all we hear about is fitness. Everybody's getting ready for bikini season because spring's right around the corner. I'm personally more concerned about my brain. You look around, you see all these brain diseases that are getting out of control. I'm going to take everything I can to improve the health of my brain. And I'm going to tell you about my 5 favorite supplements from Laird Superfoods that help with brain health. All right, the first thing I do every morning is I have Laird Superfood Creamer. It's got adaptogens and functional mushrooms, which are great for brain health. I put this in my tea. Tastes amazing. Who likes vegetables? Cool, me neither. That's why I take Laird's Daily Greens. Just pour it in a cup, shoot it real quick. You got your daily vegetable intake. Plus, guess what? Yep, that's right. Functional mushroom extract. There's 6 different kinds in here. Once again, great for brain health. After greens, we got Daily Reds. This one doesn't actually have any functional mushrooms in it, but I can't stand beets. I think they taste like shit. And so I take 1 scoop of this, put it in my water, and I don't have to eat beets anymore. All right, we're winding down the day now. This is the next supplement I take every single night. Laird Sleep and Recovery. Helps me sleep, helps me recover from my daily workout. And guess what? Yep, you're right. It has mushroom extract. Guess what? It's good for your brain. And I saved the best for last. Most of you know this. My favorite supplement at Laird's is Performance Mushrooms. Has a ton of mushroom extract. Super, super good for your brain. Take it every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. These are my 5 favorite supplements from Laird Superfoods. You can go over to lairdsuperfoods.com, use the promo code SRS, save 20%. Ladies and gents, I would not have partnered with this company if I didn't believe in them. They take the cleanest ingredients. They try to source everything in America unless they find a better ingredient that's more quality somewhere else. I think we can all appreciate that. Once again, lairdsuperfoods.com, use the promo code SRS. That'll save you 20%.
All right, John, we're back from the break. We just kind of wrapped up your career at INSCOM, and now we want to move into LabCom. What is LabCom?
Well, there's an intermediate step, and that's at the Army Materiel Command. And what had happened is that, of course, the Navy has had an Office of Naval, the research, and the Army had just decided to integrate all the Army laboratories that were kind of disparate. So they put them under a laboratory command, which is what it was. Now, at the time, do you know the color of money?
Green.
Oh, let's not get into that. That's by the color of money, I mean, when Congress appropriates things, it comes down with certain characteristics assigned to it and whatnot. And the P6 account, see, you want to know, another one, we were working in the P2 account, which is the intelligence funding. So when I moved to Laboratory Command, actually Army Materiel Command, we're working the 6-3 account, which is the R&D money. And I was interesting. I was executive. Well, this is one of the areas where strange things happen. The Army was looking for the next big X. They had just done the big 5. And that was the Abrams tank and the Bradley and the helicopters that had come out, the Apache and that, and then the 5th one, the missile, Patriot missile. And it was the Black Hawk Apache and Patriot. And so the question was, okay, those are just getting fielded. What's the next step? And I was the military guy in the office that was running this at Army Materiel Command. I don't know if you want to digress, because this gets into the serendipitous kinds of things
Let's
that
do
happen. There's a guy who's working that program, and I know it's in trouble because I'm handling all the paperwork that's coming through. I'm working for an SES, still a lieutenant colonel at the time, with no hopes of promotion. But I had been saved from the INSCOM, the Intel folks who were, would have ground me up in a heartbeat, who were very much not happy with any of these things that were going on. I mean, there was quite a battle, and as I said, my boss had been forced out of the military over that. So I'm watching the paperwork in this program, and the guy who's running us out on doing a tour, because it was all over the country, had laboratories, mostly civilian laboratories doing all the work. And looking at it, and I'm seeing some memos come through from our 3-star boss, and they're dripping in blood. And I'm going, Harry, won't use his last name, you better get back here. Oh, no, I'm going to go on. I said, you better get back here. And he says, no, I'm going on. So I get a call and said I was supposed to meet with Dr. Haley, and then with the 3-star level. And they asked me a question like, where do you live? And kind of a strange question here. I was in Springfield, Virginia. And they said, oh, by the way, next Monday you have this program. And it was huge. I mean, it was, what I asked about the color of money is basically the 6-3A program that covers billions. Now, I didn't control that, but you had oversight over all of the laboratories that were doing these things independently. And they say, next Monday it's yours. And go, oh, wait a minute, how did we end up here? I ended up writing a plan that frankly got me promoted. And the simple words, it was the new thrust is what it was called. It was going to be what is the next big kinds of things. And the thing that worked was I said new thrust is a process as opposed to a thing. It's a procedure for how do we transition from early R&D into research or engineering development and those sorts of things. So I had the step that was between pure R&D and research or engineering development. So this is a huge step in there. And I went out to this guy's office in Tyson's Corner. I'm going and I'm looking at it, whose office is this? And they said, it's yours. And I said, any 4-star general saw this, he'd get killed. I mean, we literally had the Shenandoahs, the mountains, and they had leased. And that was part of the problem. They had spent an awful lot of money and overhead and things like that. But really nice. So working those programs. And then the Army, in infinite wisdom, decided that they ought to bring the laboratories together and have one command, a 2-star level command that had oversight over that. And part of that was the ASCO, or the Advanced Systems Concept Office. Now, what you had to understand is that we were in an organization that was between 1% and 2% green, meaning uniformed. I had 5, I guess, GS-15s that worked for me. I mean, each of them had major sectors, and we were looking at a big stuff with precision-guided munitions. Remember, we're talking the 80s now. We're nowhere near, where we are now in technology. This is the stuff that's evolving. Had a whole RISTA component, reconnaissance and target acquisition, or surveillance target reconnaissance. Had C4I, with command and control communications, where how computers were now being integrated, everything, and all of the tactical directed energy. These were lasers, microwaves, and then particle beams was part of it. And again, we got to remember the technology was nowhere where it was then. And so anyway, I ended up working for a couple of different two-star generals there, but that was the thrust of it. Again, very straightforward, it was the cutting edge of technology in the late 80s.
Interesting. And where did you go from there?
Retirement?
Retirement.
Yeah, what happened, position became vacant, and we had talked before about Military Personnel Center. Well, they don't like it. As I said, I had been passed into all of these positions from general to general, and them being told, now, fix it. And so they came up with a position that basically had to be a full colonel and breathe. And I said, you got to be shitting me, right? I mean, I'm running all of the super high-tech stuff, and no, not happening.
Yeah. So you retired.
Yeah. And did not really, see, up until this, well, back up a bit, when I was, at Army Materiel Command, the colonel's board was meeting, and I had zero probability of getting promoted. I mean, I knew that. As I mentioned earlier, I had done 2 tours ever in the infantry, and technically I'm being evaluated as an infantry officer, had not commanded a battalion, had done all this wild and wonderful stuff. I mean, gotten good efficiency reports because the people that I had worked for, that's what they want to do. But I got a call from that 3-star and said, oh, by the way, congratulations. You got to be kidding me. And I was already thinking on the outside. Ego wouldn't take getting passed over, but I mean, your promotion rate was about 30% or something. So that's why I say the probability was just not there. So it came and said, okay, you need to rethink this. I did those jobs and then got out and had a bit of a digression, but I was offered a very good job with one of the big contractors. But because of what they offered, it had to go to the CEO to be signed off. So I'm waiting. And what happens, that's right, I mentioned Oak, a friend of mine, Oak Shannon, who's in the Navy but working at Los Alamos, is having a retirement party. So Los Alamos has posted interest for a job. So I said, well, I'll go take that because a good way to go to the party, right? And have them pay for it. So I went out to the party. And it did interview, of course, with a job. And damned if they don't come back and make an offer, counter offer. The morning I'm at the party, the officer, the personnel guy from one of the major ones calls me and said, okay, it's been approved. And I go, well, sorry about that, but I need to think about it. And the difference, by the way, was not money. It was the difference in vacation time. That Lanel was under, the government rules. And the problem was when you transition to civilian industry from the military, you're starting as if you're a new kid coming in. You got to build up. And so I said the answer was nope. I went to Los Alamos instead because of the party.
Wow. How did it go at Los Alamos?
How did what?
How did it go at Los Alamos? That's a location with a lot of
Well,
mystique around it.
now I had been there a number of times before, and particularly with Subtle Mines. I mean, we did lots of very, very high tech. Now you're talking a national lab. For those who don't know, this is basically a nuclear weapons lab. It's kind of the premier. We in Sandia were the premier labs in the area. Now, what's critical at this juncture, Cold War ends. Now, that was critical because up until that time, as a nuclear weapons lab, mana was provided. You never had to question whether or not you needed money or what it would be. Cold War ended, we had the peace dividend that we spent too quickly. And so all of a sudden you had to compete in areas that you never competed before. I mean, this is at the highest level. Francie, Sandia, and Livermore were eating our lunch there, but that was because of the upper level thing. So I went in to do one job and got siphoned off into a kind of a generic military applications directorate. And what happens there is we have a number of critical things that come along. We'd had Urgent Fury, which is Grenada, had Just Cause. And I'm looking at what's going on in the world and how do you want to approach it from a technology perspective. And it was clear, to me at least, is that we needed a whole different set of weapons opportunities. And as comes out frequently, you can't kill your way out of these things. And you looked at, particularly in Just Cause, you're going into Panama, our bitches with Noriega and his henchmen, not with the general Panamanian people. You got big families with long memories. And you really want to minimize fatalities. What's going on right now, in Gaza is an exception to that. But it was, the military perspective is not about killing. It's about imposing will. How can you get the adversary to do what you want them to? You don't necessarily want them to. Now, in the past, we've talked about and have had wars of annihilation. So when you get into World War II and how you went about, you literally were annihilating the adversary. And now the kinds of conflicts that we're developing called for totally different rethinking on application of force. So it was from that I had came up with the concept of what I call non-lethal weapons defense. Now, the police, of course, had this issue already. And was it Walker? There was a critical case that had just emerged where you couldn't shoot a fleeing felon. And that changed the police act. So they were already starting to look at that. I was looking at it from a much broader concept, from application of force, but it was from the simple stuff you know about, like tasers and beanbag bullets and pepper ball and all that, up to what we called strategic incapacitation. How do you take down a nation state and do that without casualties or minimal casualties and not secondary and tertiary casualties? I.e., if you take out the power system, how long are you going to bring it up before you start having secondary fatalities and all that? So started developing that, and that led to lots of studies and conferences that I ran and NATO studies, and eventually to the Council on Foreign Relations, and participating with them, and Science Board, Defense Science Board.
Can you get into some of the specifics with some of the non-lethal weapons that were
I have
developed?
the whole concept, yeah. I wrote, there's a whole book. The first book that actually the second book was called Future War, Non-Lethal Weapon Warfare in 21st Century. And everybody thinks about this generally in terms, like I say, the anti-personnel stuff, tasers and all this. And I did know the guys who did tasers, but when you got into the more complex applications, like how do you take down a country, negotiate? And it can be done. That gets into the more sensitive system. But a lot of it did have to do with application in electromagnetic systems and things of that nature.
Can you get into that, or is that stuff sealed?
Well, the problem there is I'm primarily dated because I worked at Lanol and then I retired from there in '95, the second time. And now I was later with the Army Science Board and some others who were overlooking into those systems. But I just right. I mean, what we've done with lasers have always been the great promise. Infinite magazine and all of that. Microwaves took on just mythical proportion. Every study I was on, I found out how many people you could just, pulse power, and there's a lot of stuff you can do, and it has come a long way. The same with lasers, the efficiency has increased in power and those sorts of things. So it's, but where we are today is, I'm sure, light years ahead of where we were when we were just, developing. Most people don't know it, but MICOM, which was Missile Command, I think it was in the 1960s, actually cut a wing off an airplane in flight.
No kidding.
Yeah. That was a CO2 laser at the time, but don't realize that these things went back, and it's taken a hell of a lot of work and tons of money to get to the capabilities that exist today.
Where was that laser fired from?
Oh, that was Redstone.
That was Redstone?
Redstone Arsenal, yeah.
Right down the road in Alabama?
Yeah.
Was it fired from Earth?
I don't know. These were not fielded systems. We're talking, again, basic R&D.
Okay.
But, it was just that you had the capability to test it at the time, and, that far back.
To your knowledge, have we used these weapons?
Oh, we have. They've been developed. Kind of a classic example. I was controlling two different laser technologies. One was totally in the black world, and the other one was white, but classified. And the big mistake was the one that was white world but classified, or black, they went out and developed a constituency that supported it, said, hey, we want these things. See, a lot of what my job was, people say, what do you do? I said, well, I'm a translator. And by that I meant I would tell the military community, here's what, the science can do. I would tell the civilian laser community, here's what the military wants.
This is what we needed to do.
Yeah. And so this was one of the key areas. So what had happened is that this one group developed something that became Stingray. And it was a counter laser system. Now remember, we're still talking bad old days. And the problem a huge problem in the Soviet battlefield in Europe was we could kill the tanks, but they came with lots of friends and neighbors. And so the issue is, how do you stop enough number at a time? And Stingray was designed to go out and blind the lasers, or blind the sensor systems, so you had enough time to hit it with hard munitions and things. But the other technology, frankly, was better. And they finally decided to uncover it. And the requirements community looked at that and said, but I know this. So the requirements went to what it was. Interestingly, fast forward to, Desert Storm, I guess, and they decided to field it. Won't get into individuals, but anyway, it went over. And there's a general who had lost a leg, so he was, sensitive to those things, and said basically, I'm not going to use it. I'm afraid of, because they were potentially blinding. They were designed as a counter-sensor system. But I remember giving briefings on the Pentagon, and Max Thurman was the vice chief of staff
You know
at the
exactly
time.
how to get me back,
I
man.
got eyeballs that are draining down.
You know exactly how to get me
That's
back,
not
huh,
what you
huh,
want.
bro?
So
Who
the
told
whole
you to
issue
do
of
that?
blinding lasers and
Who told you to
but we
motherfucking do that?
We had
Now you're gonna catch
already
these
known
hands,
that,
man. Now you're gonna have to catch these hands.
Iran had been using Soviet systems against Iraq and intentionally blinding folks. So I ran into
Who's gonna be first in line to catch his
these
hands?
issues on legality,
You first.
ethical
You first.
applications.
Come catch these hands.
The side like, we could not win World War II today.
I was sick. I was sick last night.
Because,
Sorry it took me so
if we
long in the
applied
morning.
The rules that we fight under today with
I haven't been sick like that.
what we did
like
in
where
World
I was
War
throwing
II,
up
people
a
forget
long
that.
time.
Yeah. Very
On my life, I was sick.
very true.
Like not the kind of
Different
sick
set of
where you're
rules
throwing up
these
throughout the
days.
whole day.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Where you're throwing up for 5 minutes,
And
10
so-
minutes, and then
So
afterwards
from
you
Los
feel better.
Alamos, you went to
That shit
US
sucked.
SOCOM?
No,
Shit
no,
really
I,
sucked.
I retired a second time. I retired. I was out. This is when I went to NIDS.
Brother
and
might
that
be addicted.
cycle, and then the thing came up and position. Well, again, it gets back to my boss, the guy who was the Inspector General of the Army, the one who I had moved under, when they moved out.
Really appreciate
From,
those of you who decided to stick around for real, for
The
real.
Inspector General's office. Well, I had kept in touch with him. He
You have
created
no idea.
something
You have no
called
idea.
MPRI.
My phone, my
If you're
iPad was all
familiar with
dead. I
them,
did not
but it
know
was
how many
one of the
people were
big
sticking around.
Beltway bandits put together. So, we were still in contact. In fact,
I have to
when I
update a lot
wrote
of people's time.
Future War, he's one of the forward. He was brought in under Bush the Elder to fix the leaks in the White House. And so kind of
I was just saying hello before I let my dogs out.
Private company that's coming up.
Saying
And
good
I called
morning.
him and said they were looking
Hello,
for
Jared.
somebody
Hello.
with
I was sick last night.
skills that I had.
That's kind of why it took me
before.
longer.
And he called him and said,
Get some
"Don't
sleep."
let this one get away." So
I had to
next thing
fall
you
back
I'm
to sleep.
moved to Afghanistan as a contractor there.
I had to get through that
as,
shit.
The job title is very grandiose.
Good morning, everybody.
Mentor to the Minister of Defense. And that's when Fahim's there. Then after I came back,
Did I pick some
there
good
were people there
videos?
who'd known
I hope I
some of
picked
the
some good
things they'd
videos.
written before, and people had moved around. And then issue with the JSOW came up, and I was a non-resident senior fellow there.
I would like to talk about some of the stuff you did in the ATIP program.
Which
ATIP.
was not associated with ATIP or OSAP.
Do you have knowledge of it? Do you have knowledge of it? Can you talk about the beginning of it?
That's much. Oh no. This apples
Hey,
and
Mav,
oranges. We're now
as a
jumping
joke,
back a
I'm going
few
to put you in
decades.
front of Jared.
Okay.
Yeah. When. This was during the period I was
One
at
day, one day.
AMC. People got
Hey, there
together
are so
and we
many.
started asking
Okay,
questions
so like you know how I've
what
been telling people I
is-
really want people to stay to get
what's
their watch
going on
time
with
up.
the UFO project?
Well,
We had
then
heard
you got to
all
think
of the
about the
rumors,
people
some of which
who
are
know
still
about
kind
this,
of
like
breaking
A1 Cappy
today.
and Mishap,
And
and there's
so
plenty
I
of
said,
others who
okay,
are not
well,
here right now who know about
let's
it
do it.
like night and
And
day.
so I
They
set
don't
up
care about it at all.
a group.
So
It was
if you think about it,
interagency.
you're gonna pass
It
those people
had
100%. If they
all
don't
the
necessarily want to get
services,
their watch time up, you're going to.
various people
100%.
from the
You're gonna
intelligence
be here when they're
community,
not. You
and a
guys
fair
are
number
gonna
from
100%
aerospace
pass them.
industry.
It just makes me
And
wonder.
the
Makes me wonder why
requirements
they don't
were
want
that
to.
you had to have
Especially
the
Mishap. Mishap
TSSCI clearances.
was always telling me
You had
about
to
the watch
have
time. Like telling me,
interest in the
you
area.
gotta
We
update
had
the
to
watch
know
time.
who
You
you
gotta update the
were.
watch time, and now he's not here.
And,
So, well, he hasn't been here the
like I
last
say,
like
these
20
things
hours.
keep getting
But
interrelated.
Cappy makes me wonder.
Sublime has
Cappy was here
moved
up
to
until I made that a
BDM
game.
as the vice president.
Like as soon as we made it a game, he decided that he didn't want to be
BDM
around.
at the time, which is another one of the big.
There's
beltway
nothing wrong with
bandits.
that, but at the same time, it just makes me
And
think.
so I
overthink
was
a
still in
lot.
touch with him. Daytime, I was running the New Thrust program, I think, by that time. And so I discussed what we want to do. So they were able, Joe Braddock was the B of the BDM. So I went to Joe and told him what we wanted to do. And he says, okay, so he gave us the space, so we had the skiff to run the thing. And we had a number of sessions. There's stuff on the internet that, even I don't have the record of. There was a requirement, no written records, and everybody paid their own way, so it was unfunded at the time. And obviously that was not adhered to because
I'm not
I
looking
found out
forward to
people went
Siege
back,
today.
wrote
My
notes
back
and
fucking
had
hurts
since
so
shown up,
bad.
on the internet. But we were going on and on looking at, again, the whole UFO project, which was, the approach was very different from what you're seeing today.
I might have to buy a new game, to be honest.
My experience was we had
We're getting
groups
to
together,
that
people
point
who
of the
should have known,
burnout of
going,
Rainbow.
Didn't you do that? No, I thought you did that.
We're
Isn't
getting to
you?
that
And,
fucking
everybody
point.
knew the basics, but everybody seemed to think that somebody else was doing it. And so had put together a basic briefing and moved higher and higher and higher up the food chain. Ended up in the Secretariat and 3- and 4-star general. Well, the first one was a 3-star general. It was the guy I worked for because
All right,
I had run several
Jared,
meetings.
so you're basically saying we're gonna have to
Well,
put you down.
I can't let him hear about this in the Washington Post.
Goodbye, Jared. You're banned.
Went in, said, I got to confess, here's what I've been doing. And I said, well, that's pretty interesting, but we better tell my boss, who's the 4-star out at the other bill. And he's a logistician. And
My dog's rubbing up against me.
I wonder how this is going to. So they set it up, and I meet with him. And he goes, well,
But that's the thing, Jared. But that's the thing. What if?
I said,
What
well, we're
if
meeting, I think it was in San
he were
Antonio,
to get a
series of 4
billion
stars,
points?
and I've got to give a briefing. I
then
would like to meet your
you
counterpart
were
from
to
the
have
Air
me
Force.
delete your watch
And,
time for a billion points.
Got the handoff there, and
I'm
then
just
went
playing.
back to, Air Force. I think it was Systems Command. I'm not sure, but
Thanks for the bits, Mav. I do appreciate it.
these were
You're silly.
down in.
I was thinking of like what
Andrews
different
Air
things
Force
could we
Base is
do
where
to
they
not
were
like get
scheduled.
rid of people's points, but
And ended
for,
up doing the briefing
like, the
there. And he
game?
goes,
how can people
why is
sabotage
this
other
green?
teams that are
He's like,
potentially
"It ought to be
winning?
here." Didn't know. He says, well, I'm not sure. Go
They
at
don't
that
like
time.
that time,
Space Command
that
was a
specific,
2-star command at El
that
Segundo.
specific week. Like if you really didn't like a
LAX.
group and you had a bunch of bread,
So went out there.
the whole game is for bread. So let's say you were to spend a lot of
He
bread.
goes, well, that's pretty
to
interesting.
win.
You can tell it was Don Katina.
You know what I'm saying?
That may still be around. Who ended
It's one
up
of those
being
things.
the 4-star
It
commander
just could make
of
it more
Space
fun.
Command, later when it became the command went up.
Hey Mav,
He says,
not
tell
that
him
far,
Katina
bro.
says yes.
Actually,
And I had some Air Force folks
I know it
with
sounds
me who were
crazy.
supporting it. because we had been at NORAD and places like that.
Points. He has like
Now, the
so
problem
much.
that I found
like 300,000
was that-
points or so.
at NORAD, people at lower levels, they were seeing stuff.
Can you? What is NORAD?
Oh,
I wish I
North
could do that to
American,
one
Air
person.
Defense Command.
Loki's good morning. I
Cheyenne
still have to let my
Mountain
dogs out,
in Colorado. So, but what you found out
and
pretty
I will be
quickly
back in a moment. I'll be back in a moment.
was it
Stick around,
reporting
everybody.
this stuff was
Please,
not career
please stick around. I would
enhancing.
appreciate it. Good morning, everybody.
Nobody wanted to believe
Dinner and
me.
watch time. We have a
Now,
new
interesting, when
leaderboard
you jump
system
ahead
thing.
to
It'd be
laboratory
worth it.
command.
It'd be worth your time.
My first boss there was Jim Searcy, who was a major general. Where that's significant is he had come from NORAD because, the nature of that, they're on high alert all the time, and if anything's coming. So their staff officer, the senior level officer of the day, is a brigadier general. And Searcy had come from there as a BG. And this is where I run into the difference between things that are, being reported now. He thought I was crazy. I mean, he said, definitely never heard anything. So I think what you saw was a difference between guys who were running the sensor systems and the upper level staff who said, yeah, they periodically get unusual phenomena, but you don't want to be the guy who gets associated with it.
Yeah.
And we ended up eventually at SDI, then Star Wars. And I met with the commanding general of Star Wars. Now, it's interesting, this had been set up by another general. Normally, when you're operating at that level, you send, read-aheads and that, so they know what you're coming to talk about. That had not happened here. And I went in, and I had an entourage from the various agencies with me. And again, he doesn't know what it is. So I start out with UFO 101, and we're talking for a little bit, and all of a sudden he stops and goes, well, wait. Who are you guys really? We went back around the room and tried the agencies, so we sort of, said, this is really but the point there is, here's the guy who is setting up the Strategic Defense Command, the Strategic Defense of Star Wars. And remember, the rumor mill has it that this was to fight E.T. and stuff like that, who clearly had no idea what we were talking about. And by the time we were done, it was an hour or two later, he goes, okay, well, you got my attention, but I can't touch this. And he had a $5 billion budget. It was the biggest budget in all of DOD, which was where we went to, because we were now going to transition to, let's make this serious, official, funded program. And his point was, I can't touch it. He said, if I get caught doing this, he says, now look, I'm doing some hairy stuff now, and this is in the straight world technologies that are out there. A lot of debate on whether you use kinetic kill, i.e. hit-to-kill missions, or could we use DE in space, etc. But he said, if I get caught, got to get crucified. And, again, he had the biggest budget. I think I told you the story, but the thing that used to get me on the Pentagon, it said, I'm going to go find the money. Like there's pots of money.
Yeah.
No, what it means is I'm going to steal it from somebody else's program. And he was the target kind of across the board. But he said, look, if you can tell me what to look for, I can include that in the algorithms. And was willing to go that far, but not to have, kind of officially be involved, which is kind of, this is counterintuitive to all of things that you're hearing today.
Yeah. What kind of stuff were you guys studying at the Advanced Theoretical Physics program?
Well, we were, this was a long time ago. This was our thinking on it was quite different. We were looking at physical things. We were looking at the key incidents that had happened around the world.
What were those incidents?
Oh, we're talking hours of briefings here now. I'll give you probably one of the biggie was the Tehran incident with Girani, where this is a case where they've got a huge UFO that's being seen from Tehran airport. They were launched. This is, by the way, the Shah's still in power, which is kind of key here. So they send up two interceptors, and what's interesting is he goes, what am I looking for? You'll know when you see it. Now, this is a thing that's being seen by the tower in Tehran. They've got radars confirming that there's something up there, so no doubt about it. The guy goes in and he goes, well, got AIM-9 missiles. They're going to shoot it. When he does that, turns off his weapons panel, gets in closer, and all the communications are shut off, but he's back. He's still got control of the plane, brings it, he comes back out, and the communications comes back up. It's interesting, this guy is still with the Shaw's Air Force. I think he's still on, but he made 3 stars. He was one of the ones that survived the transition. Now, there were 2 things that were interesting to me. One I don't know is, did he flip a switch? So we now have target acquisition on this physically sending a signal out that the UFO was picking up on. Or was it, I thought about it, and they turned him off? Now, again, I said I was running the directed energy stuff, right? I know how to turn you off. Don't know how to turn you back on again. And so that was really critical. Also, some things came out and chased him, and some other stuff went down to the desert. And so it was, a major incident. Was technically classified at the time, became unclassified after the Shah left and that.
What do you mean went down into the desert?
There was something that came out of the big UFO that went down. They don't know, but we do know that people on the ground saw something coming down.
There's been several reports of that, right? There's been several reports since of UFOs going into the ocean without splash.
The main craft is in the sky. This is something that came out of it, something that chased them, and some stuff that went down. But the important thing was that I guess there were some shepherds out there who reported seeing something coming down. No, what you're talking about here is the transmedium things. That's one of the applications. And yeah, it's not just ocean. And remember when Brandon Fugel was here, and we met with him a couple times after that. But there is something in the last season of Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, where they're seeing something that comes down, and it's lights, and then gets into the mesa and comes out of the mesa. No, you can't follow it through the mesa, but the kind of assumption is whatever it is was going through the mesa, which means transiting physical material, that's kind of hard, which is a little different from underwater.
Which is interesting because you were studying this early on.
Oh, well, one of the things I point out is that when the OSAP program came out and released their release, everything they said we knew 35 years ago, easy. What they have added to the puzzle is of course official, but it's a new sensor system, so you have more hard data. It's like when you have Fravor and captain's name, but Fravor in particular, where they're capturing it on cameras, and so you have one of my key points is multi-sensor. So you're not saying some crazy guy or we didn't perceive it. That you have multiple sensors that are catching these things. And one of the things that Dave talked about looking down. Remember, she sees it, it disappears, it turns up at his control point almost instantaneously. And they see it, and it looks like it's communicating with something underwater. And, oh dear. I have to watch any, but no, I was just at Seoul
Duke.
conference.
Good morning,
at,
Duke. I just let my dog Duke outside.
Stanford
That's kind of funny
University,
that you
and
say
the
that.
Admiral, who's
I have to look
that is
for
now
a
retired. He
new
was
video
also
game
the head of
because
NOAA.
Rainbow Six is pissing me off.
But his
type shit.
interest is in the underwater stuff because
I had a
you do
bad
pick
day
up
on Rainbow
things
Six
that are moving
yesterday.
really
All
fast.
you need is one fucking bad day. That's all you need is
Certainly
one bad
not
day.
biologics, but that's and as they point out, most of the ocean has not been mapped. There's an awful lot of space on them. But that was actually the cases
Have you guys seen
that I
those
think I
like
heard of that were
Poppy
similar.
games? They actually look high quality.
The reason they
You know
were
what I'm saying?
classified,
With Poppy games,
may
like there's
still
4 or
be, I
5
don't
of
know,
them.
but was
They
where
look like
they
story
were.
games, but like
But this stuff was being
I
reported.
don't know. They actually don't look quite bad.
40,
I think I
50
might
years
have to
ago.
check it out.
What are some of the other incidents that you studied?
Oh,
You know how I've been getting better sleep is turn my brightness of my monitor all the way down before I go to sleep. Oh man, I'm not a hunter, bro. I'm sorry. I don't find the fun in killing virtual animals. I'm so sorry, brother. I am not like everybody else when it comes to video games. I don't play video games outside of streaming. I used to. I used to play games like Fallout and other games, and then recently I stopped finding the fun. I stopped finding like that thing that keeps you grabbed, keeps your attention. So that's kind of why I'm more into story games or games that are very repetitive, like Rainbow Six Siege. But I could if it would make you happy, if it would make you have a better day because of it, I might. Honestly, I don't have very much money right now. That's the reason I'm not like getting expensive games, like big games. The only reason I would probably get the Poppy scary games because it's like $5. Does that make sense?
I think the biggest, in my view, was what's known as Bentwaters or Rendlesham Forest. Chuck Holt is probably the best guy on this. Chuck was the deputy base commander at Bentwaters, and
The crusty
this is volumes written on the particular case, but I found it very significant because of the number of people involved. And it's one of the few cases, most of the time you study these things and the credibility, this was one that gets stronger over time. And more
think,
people coming out. And now they found, fairly recently, radar confirmation that there was something over the base. And it was not a singular event. What I learned from Chuck later, this had been going on for a long time. And it turns out this was almost like the ranch kind of thing where the events had been reported for decades.
It just keeps happening.
Huh?
It just keeps happening.
Of various kinds. I mean, some of them were lights in the sky and strange phenomena being reported. But the particular one here was, and it started in late December 1980. By the way, you should come back to Cash Landrum because it's interesting that happened at the same night. But so this one's out there, and they see what they think is a plane has crashed or something off the base. And so Roger Pendleton and John Burroughs and another one go out there. And, well, they have to, this gets very sensitive now because you're leaving a military base and have to leave. These are air policemen. Leave the weapons behind because you know the SOFA agreement as to what you can and can't do and where you can do it. So they go out, and it was interesting because years later I called Jim Peniston, who was a staff sergeant at the time, and so I want to talk to you about the UFO. He says, "Oh, you mean the one I touched?" And actually walked up on it. There's a heavy thing sitting on the ground. It's in, like I said, late December. And
I've been getting DMs saying I've been seeing podcasts in your stream. These people do not value my stream enough to come in and ask me. Honestly, that shit hurts.
Sitting on the ground must have had weight. He talks about certain symbols that he saw and wrote those up.
I gotta sleep. You guys know, like, I have been streaming long hours. It's not like I'm
a few days later,
just taking breaks. I have not actually had a
end
break.
Of the year party, Christmas party,
in a long time.
And Chuck is there.
Not one of those things. It's not like I'm
about to give out the awards for
lollygagging.
Being nice people and that.
I don't know.
And he
makes
says
you wonder.
the
It makes
provost
me
marshal
think
comes
that
in. He says they're back.
some people would
back?
rather not support me at
UFOs
all.
are back.
I don't know.
And Chuck tells us both, but it was, I'll take care of this. One of the worst decisions he probably ever made. You know, thinking, I'm going to go out and we're going to resolve this.
You guys don't know what the pain and
So
suffering is
he
like
gets,
until you've dealt
the sergeant
with
was who
pain
was
and
with him,
suffering
who
face to face,
gets
hands on. That shit is
radiac
pain.
meters and things to
fucking pain.
check on radiation and whatnot. And he goes out. They go outside the base and they're using a radiac. Sure enough, there's stuff above background noise. And here's this thing hovering out in the trees ahead of them. And it starts manipulating, staying away from them. Then splits into 5 pieces and zips off. And as I recall, 2 of them come over and shoot a beam at his feet. And so he goes back. So he's recording this at the time of what's happening. And
Atoxic. Hope you're down for chill vibes. I'm not looking to talk about what we were just talking about.
Because
Yeah,
of
you're
the
shooting for 8
periodicity
days,
to these
19
lights
hours.
that are appearing. And
You gotta
it's
sleep,
got
brother.
to
You gotta
be
sleep eventually. I have not been
lighthouse
away
is
for
some
longer than
distance
like
away.
10, 11
And they
hours.
went
Last
back
night I
and
threw up
looked at it and said,
freaking
"Can't
9
see the
times.
lighthouse from there."
And
But
here I am
we
now,
have
so it's one of
over
those
60
things.
witnesses now.
I don't lose, brother. I don't
Remember the
lose. I might
PRP,
feel sick
Personal
sometimes.
Reliability Program.
Yeah, rarely. Every other
well,
every other 3
again,
months, probably. Like it's
The other
very
aspect
rare.
of what was not
Your sleep
known
was actually
at the
really
time
quality. It was really good.
was that Bent Waters
Now we're
was
planning
the
out the day,
most
kinda. I think
nuclear
we're gonna play a
storage
horror
area in Europe.
I'm getting kind of tired of Rainbow Six.
And supposedly
I don't
this
wanna play
thing
Rainbow
came
Six. I'm in
over
pain right now.
and
Pain and
was
suffering.
shooting beams down into the storage area. And I had met with
That's
Chuck.
the thing. Like Toxic messaged me and he was
I've now
like,
moved to Los
why-
Alamos.
why are you always on this
years later,
podcast?
I heard about this, and
Bro,
I
I'm
knew where
not
he
always on
was
the podcast. I
as a
just need
civilian.
sleep.
I had set up lunch, like to meet with him.
You ever
And what
stream
he
that
says
many
was,
hours?
because nothing,
That's
no
gonna need sleep.
debriefing or
You don't
anything
get your sleep.
of that nature
It's not
at
gonna be
the time.
successful. That's for sure.
And he says, I'm finally going to get debriefed because I'm coming from Los Alamos. And no, I'm there to ask questions.
So get
and
this,
whatnot.
bro.
He,
Everybody has been working hard for their watch time.
He is convinced that a lot of his people
Playing a
were
game
screwed
for it,
with.
and
We
we have a whole leaderboard. We have a whole 1 through 20.
Did not fare well.
We have watch time 1 all the way through watch time 20.
Medical issues, and some of this does get into classified I know they had trouble even getting his medical records. I think Kit got involved in even obtaining
Zoomy,
his
that's what
medical
makes
records
people
'cause he was
envy
trying
me.
to
That's what makes people
address
not
heart
like me. It's
problems
unfortunate.
that he had.
Is the fact
But
that
again, it's
I
the
push
amount of
myself through
witnesses,
it,
the
and it
physical
may
witness,
seem like
recurring
I do it
event,
like it's nothing.
pretty damn significant. But as I mentioned, the Cash Landrum happens at the same time. The Cash
I haven't seen you
Landrum's a
in
case
days,
where
brother. You can't
UFO
say,
is
okay,
seen
Toxic
importantly
says, I
as
guess I
fairly
didn't care.
close to
Like, you try to
Houston,
mock
a
me.
remote area,
You have not been
two
here
women
in
and
the
a
8
boy
days,
are
20
driving
hours
down
that
the
I have been
road,
streaming, and yet you've
and
seen
here's
that I was
this
live.
UFO
You look
that's
past the
kind
fact that I
of
was
shutting
live,
in,
did
it's
not
supposedly
take the
shooting
time to even
flame
think
out or
about checking
something.
in on me.
And
That
there
right there,
are,
I overthink. I think
depends on
things
the
very,
count,
very
22,
deeply.
23 helicopters
And that right
that
there
are
is a
supposedly
cause of
circulating
something.
around it.
There's a reason for it.
Now, this is, I think it's the
You're gonna play?
27th.
I'm gonna
of
play
December.
R6. It's not like I'm not gonna play R6,
And
but
if
I
you
want
know
to look
anything
for like a
about
scary
what
game to
goes
play or
on
something.
between Christmas and New Year's,
I'm like, Chemtest.
basically
Yo, I'd
nothing.
love to know, bro. I'd love to know. I hope
So
you do
anyway,
well.
what happens
Toxic.
is
I'm
they
just
stop
saying,
the
like,
car, and they get out.
8 days, 19
Then
hours,
Cash
and you
runs
did not
around
come
in
one
front of
time.
it.
Not once. Not fucking
Landrum
once, dude.
opens
It
the
doesn't
door, stands
hurt to
behind the
check
little
in for
boy
2
Cody,
minutes.
gets out,
We
looks,
have
he
a
gets
daily channel
scared,
for
runs
checking.
around and jumps back. He's now grown, and they've talked to
Hey,
these
I don't know
issues.
about Faz. Faz isn't a
So
very.
the point was
It's very
that
niche based.
they were exposed to
I know
some
you like
kind of
Faz. I
radiation.
played Faz. I'm not the biggest fan
And
of Faz. And to tell you, truly honest with you,
Betty Cash, who
I
got
know
out
it
in
sucks.
front, in
There's
fact,
this
later
game that I have
died
on my
from
mind.
leukemia,
There's
but
a
she
story
has whole body
series
radiation.
I'll have to show
Landrum,
you
not
on
so much, but she's
PlayStation.
standing with the car door, so
It's not those kind of scary games. It's more like a story.
Cody,
Yeah,
the
it is.
boy
That's
who
a
runs
story
around and
scary
jumps
game.
back, so he's
I'll have to
got
show you. I'll have to
minimal.
show you.
So
Turning on my PlayStation so I could show you. Sorry about my loudest dogs in the background. Good morning, Cappy. Good morning. Oh, I don't even know if I'm even going to do that, to be honest. I honestly don't know. I don't have quite the money to spend on a game. I'm tired. I'm tired of Rainbow. I don't want to play it anymore. Fucking game hurts my soul, dude. I literally was sucking. I was sucking. I'm not necessarily looking for like a scary game. Like a fun-looking scary game. I saw this one game on TikTok and it looks kind of fun. New day indeed. Maybe, man. Break. Enjoy something. PSG and R6. Never lose. New day. Never lose. Exactly. We have never lost a game. If you're on PS5, you get at least 120 FPS. On PC, I probably get somewhere from 165 to 240. Morning, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for being here. About the one game you watched me run that you knew. Oh, yeah, that game. I've played it already, but I could always probably, like... Do I still have this subscription? Oh, I wonder. Do I still have... Oh, I do! I do still have the fucking... I shouldn't be paying for this. I should not be paying for this because I did not even know I had it. Or I probably would be playing it. Can you guys see my screen? You guys can see my screen. Oh, Juicy Joni. You're going to make me pull up R6 stats. Or not R6 stats. Twitch stats. I played a lot, brother. I did a 680-hour stream where we averaged 7 for the times that I was sleeping and the times that I was there. And I'll tell you the amount percentage that I have played. My dogs are extra loud today. And they said, "Fuck you, motherfucker! We don't care about you, bitch!" You said it to my face this morning. How do I find individual stream stats? I'm trying to find individual stream stats. There we go. There we go. Games. Here we go. All right. So I have played Elden Ring for 141 hours on stream. 91%. So 90% is Rainbow Six. Interesting, Zoomy. I think I'm going through the same thing. I think I might be going through the same thing, actually. You done the DLC? Yes, I have, Joni. I did not finish the final boss. I could always put in time to beat the final boss, but that's the thing. I don't think people want to watch me do that because it would take 3 days of focus, of like focus. Play Zelda? Do they have a Zelda on console? We could look at it. We could look, see if they do. I honestly, I'd check out one of the newer games. I don't want to offend you. It's like saying anything about the older games. I think that the older games, like if you're in the time and the generation of the older games, they'd be so much fun. Now that I've played so many other games, it's kind of like takes away from that. I really think that they're cool games, and I would play it. I would actually play it. I would play it. Like, trust me, I'm gonna play the games one day, and it might be sooner than later, actually. And I fucking lost my stick. Are you serious right now? Oh, it's over there. You guys ever seen Days Gone? That's a fun game. Got some. Honestly, these games are kind of shitty. I don't want to play Wukong. Fuck Wukong. I know some of you guys like Wukong, but I've watched that game already. Yeah, they have some pretty... I don't know if it's worth it, guys, to get the pass, to be honest. I don't think it is. My stick. I got a control freak that falls off whenever it wants to. Resident Evil. I played the most current Resident Evil games. Outlast. That might be one of the older ones that I probably wouldn't pick up. You guys want me to show you the games that I was talking about? I'm probably gonna have to buy. Hello, Fawn. Hello. These games. These fucking games. I don't know if I was feeling that. I've played this already on Xbox. Wondering. Not Poppy, but Resident Evil. Played this already as well. The Quarry. I played Until Dawn before. It's one of those things, like replaying a game. Replaying a game is something. You might honestly play Rainbow Six, to be honest. I just need to wake up. Is that what you look like? Hey, Font, we have a new game thing that we're playing. I have to update people's points in a little bit. I didn't change anything, Juicy. If you're looking, I haven't changed anything. My eyes are still kind of burning. I don't know. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It costs a lot of money to build a PC. You gotta think smarter. Facebook Marketplace. Do they have the Forest 2? I know you're thinking the Forest. I played a lot of games already. The game itself is pretty mid. I hate to tell you. If they had the Forest 2, I would probably play that. Thanks for the suggestions. I do appreciate it. Have you guys played any of the Walking Dead Telltale games? Yeah, it's probably not my cup of tea. I have played all the Walking Dead games, Fun. Maybe not every single Walking Dead game, but all the Telltale Walking Dead games. Got Medieval Dynasty. You could play this as well. I don't know if you guys ever...
Rolling. Speed. And action.
What do we know about this guy? He's rich, he's a recluse, he's obsessed with AJ Tones.
Some of the rooms are full recreations from the murder castle. Dumet has blueprints, documents, artifacts. When I said this would save...
I probably wouldn't change the game category.
exaggerating.
I'd probably keep it on Rainbow Six, to be honest.
Privacy.
He's cagey. I want to know what he's trying to hide.
Guys,
here with me. Think about the killers we've covered. There's always a weakness.
Yeah, Zumi, I will if you
We use our heads.
if you give me a little bit. I still have to make a video, so like all the characters can die in multiple ways.
Playing detective is how we survive.
He's just gonna pick us off one by one, isn't he? This is exactly what he wants. He's making you choose which one of us.
Like you make the decisions.
Put me deeper than anyone else. And cover the ground with more cement, cause trust me. Being dead ain't enough to stop me from killing again.
That's the one thing I'm afraid of, is playing another game and scaring people away that normally would watch me play Siege. Like them seeing me play another game and then not like it. That's the thing, like Rainbow Six, I enjoy it. It's just I don't enjoy getting shit on, that's all. Oh, they're fucking trying too hard. They need to calm down, low key. I've never lost. I've never died. Greatest day ahead of us, Duke. The greatest day ahead of us. Right now we're just looking for games, and I don't even think... I'm probably not even gonna find one.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, font! W font. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you so much, dude. I'm a little tired. Sorry. Let me wake up. Wake up! Yo, font! Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that, man. Anybody who's not following Font, you gotta follow him, for real. I think we're about to play this, actually. About to spend $40 on this game. A free roam SpongeBob game. The Patrick game. I'm not going to. It was a joke. You put us at 272 subs. Thank you for February. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate that. Appreciate the time you give me and everybody who's hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. You guys ever played RimWorld? RimWorld's a fun game. I like this game. I have it on PC. I'm the bomb and I'm about to blow up. I'm the bomb and I'm about to blow up. I saw, what is it called? Fucking Zombie Island earlier. I was just thinking of that song because of the trailer. Slash announce before the message they're a mod, so they can do mod actions. It's what I imagine the aliens to look like. Thank you, Fawn. Thank you for the sound, Duke. Thank you guys for the time you spend. Sorry. Sorry, I'm a shitter goblin. I don't know what I'm doing. Huge Duke. Huge Duke. That is insane. Oh man. Maybe, bro. That's a lot of work. What do you mean quality better? You should be downloading it from Twitch. You shouldn't be downloading it from or download it from PlayStation, and you have to. I don't know exactly how to do that PlayStation route. I do know how to download clips from Twitch and then add them on CapCut. But at the same time, you might be disappointed in what I'm gonna do. I want to find a game before I go back to doing the work. Hello, Mira. I know your name is Mira, but Juice told me yesterday that you were a lady, and I've been calling you brother this whole time. You never said anything. I feel genuinely sorry. You're a sister and a brother at the same time. You are our brother. You are my brother, Anakin! Not you. Other Juice. Juice World. Was that his name? Juice? Not. We have multiple Juices around here. Juice is friends with Mira. Juice pretty much introduced me to Mira. Hey, we're gonna play this game for the rest of the time I ever stream on Twitch. I'm joking, I'm joking. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. Why do they have all these kitty games on here? Who wants to play those? I need to get a VR. We're gonna have a VR stream. The only thing I'm afraid of is I don't want to play a game that I'm gonna regret playing. Because streaming isn't necessarily about the game you play, it is about the algorithm, and that's why I have studied so much. I've studied so much when it comes to learning how to improve and grow on Twitch, and that if you play the wrong game, if you put that category under your name, guess what's going to happen? The algorithm is not going to help you. I swear. I've learned it. I've literally learned this. They want you to consistently play one. They don't want you to switch. If you do switch, then the people that you used to be recommended are no longer going to be recommended because of the fact those people only watch a specific type of content. And that if you do switch, you go above and beyond abroad, then people aren't going to be recommended your channel anymore. And that I am trying the best of my ability to keep what we have, and that I'm not going to play just any game and fuck it up. Thanks, Shalane. Probably going to go back to watching the podcast while I work on a video for today. Until I get that done, and then... yeah. Probably go play Rainbow Six after that. Fuck this, for real. Do, 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 do. Moment I'm about to blow up. Do 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 do. You know, I streamed over 3,000 plus hours. That's awesome.
Betty Cash, who got out in front, in fact, later
I know you
died
guys
from
probably don't want to
leukemia, but
watch
she
this.
has whole
I know
body
you want to watch me play
radiation.
the game. I got
Andrew,
priorities
not
that I
so
need to
much,
take
but
care of
she's
first.
standing
If I don't take care of the
with
priorities,
the car
then that's just
door,
not
so
going
it's
to get done.
partially blocking
If
it.
that shit doesn't get
And
done,
Cody, the little
that's
boy
on
who
me.
runs around and jumps
It's on
back,
nobody
so he's
else,
got
but it's on
minimal.
me. And that
So everything
I have to get the priorities
physically
taken
fits.
care of so that I don't have to think about
Fast
it
forward
anymore.
a few years, they sue the government, specifically the Air Force, over this event because of danger.
Turn
And
on
the
your VOD,
supposition here
Zoomy,
is this was some kind of test
and then
vehicle
clip from your VOD.
that was out there in
That's what
radio,
I do.
and particularly
I clip
because
from my
of the
VOD, and
helicopters.
it helps.
What happens is that the Air Force looks at it and says, "Ain't ours." And besides, those are Army helicopters, and so it comes to Army IG. Well, remember, I used to work there. So the guy who gets the case comes to me and a couple other people who were radiation experts. And he went out and did a fantastic study, I mean, very extensive. And what we know, the only military helicopter was a Huey who had been in the area earlier in the day but had landed back at Fort Hood before this event occurred. And they went so far as to hit the Marines, and the Marines were off of Florida. They were not in the area where it might have had Chinooks or something. And the point is, they weren't ours. And, even after extensive search, you could not account for the helicopter, the radiation, the UFO. Anyway,
Zoomy,
but
quality
absolutely
over
certain
quantity.
that it
If it's
happened.
shitty, then I wouldn't even
And
post. I would not even make a video if it's shitty.
description and injuries are totally consistent
Gotta
with
get
the
my health assignment done.
that they told.
Hell yeah,
There's
brother.
no doubt the event happened.
How did it go?
What do you think? What do you make of this?
I have no idea. Like I say, they came. I was one of the people that George Saran, who was the IG who got the case, talked to him, and to this day, I've talked to him. It's been a couple of years.
Don't post
back when
shitty
this
content. If you
came up
have
again.
the idea that it's
It
shitty,
said,
don't post it.
see, this
Sorry,
is
that's
the
just my
problem.
opinion. I'm a
And
perfectionist.
again, my UFO book, the first line is that I wrote,
would not. That is just
UFOs
me.
are real. The last paragraph is, whatever this is, it is more complex than we can imagine.
Are there any other incidents that you feel were
I'm asking you how to make it
extremely
better.
significant?
Am I the genius who can snap their fingers and
hundreds.
instantly know exactly what
Can you
you're
go
doing
into
is
some more?
specific? You don't make the videos
Beta
the same way I
Giant
do. I
case,
get
this
clips
is
from
one where-
Twitch. I don't
First
do
of all,
that.
the
I
northern
don't do
tier
that route.
sightings were
I
ones
have no idea
that
what
were
you're
going
even
on
doing.
across the
So
northern United
it's
States.
impossible for me to tell you how to do better. I don't
Sidelight,
do it
one
that
of the
way.
things that was interesting, and I think it's in Blue Book, but it's one of the reports from a young
Sorry if that's confusing,
patrolman,
but
air patrolman who's out guarding the base, and he reports the missile. The caveat was, the only reason he reported this is because he's new and hasn't seen them before. The point is, everybody is seeing this stuff. Now, this particular case, Bob Salas was he was the missile control officer, but the air patrolmen on top are seeing UFOs on.
you
And
might
they
have your
call
setting
down
turned
and
on.
says, what do we do? And all of a sudden he goes,
Like
"I
poor
haven't got time
quality.
to
You
talk
might
about
have
that. Missiles
you
are
should have
going
1080p
offline,
quality. You shouldn't have
and
720p.
7 to 8 missiles.
You should have 1080p.
go
Nothing higher than
offline.
1080p.
And so he calls back to NORAD headquarters, and goes, our missile, and say, we haven't got time to talk to you. This is, I think it was
And maybe
Echo in
it's your
November.
OBS settings.
The site's mixed up. It says the other site is
Maybe
already
you got them
down 10
shitter
for
goblin
10.
OBS settings.
Now we are talking here. I mean, if you know the nuclear triad, this is, you know, you want significant when you now the MPDI is 2 missiles. Well, basically you'd get one every 6 months in the entire wing, and here you've got 17, 18 down simultaneously, and there's no doubt about it. Now, I do know what happened because I talked to most of the people involved, that they went, I mean, this was a WTF, right? Huge. And not like it went unnoticed, and they went through and looked at every possibility and could not come up with a, I mean, they did tests on, it was EMP, it was the short, and nobody has ever come up with a solution. I might mention, it's not just us. This is one where you have the Soviet. This is where George Knapp gets involved. See, he went over, he'd been in the Soviet Union and Russia later. In Ukraine, there's another one where their case is a little different. The UFO hovers up here for hours with hundreds of witnesses. They don't shut the missiles down, they start spinning them up. So, and this guy's, the launch officer is about to start World War III, and I can't stop it. And again, this thing has been hovering there for hours, plenty of witnesses, and then all of a sudden it shuts off. And now the difference that I think is critical here is that, see, we trusted our launch control officers. Soviets did not. And so the Soviet system was centralized. It had to have been, in order for that to happen, it had to run from Moscow.
I literally had some of the worst games ever yesterday. That's fucked.
It didn't. Ours was central, so it shut down. Theirs and runs up. And this was one he had gone, I think it was Russia by the time he had brought those files out. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how much more significant than you get than screwing with nuclear weapons.
Yeah, no kidding. What have you had to have thought about where did these come from? Are they coming from? Where are they coming from?
You want to venture out there?
Oh yeah.
I think that's the wrong question.
What is the right question?
Well, see, I come down against the ET hypothesis. That's the extraterrestrial hypothesis. Little gray guys from Zeta Reticuli coming here. Words that we're using now have to do more with ultra.
You get the headset and turn it on.
And my point would be that there are a number of possibilities: interdimensional, temporal distortion, i.e., time travelers, and things like that. Now, this gets into, if you haven't been involved in this, sounding really crazy.
That's okay.
But as you look at these things, you go, one of my points is that there are reports of incidents between humans and sentient non-humans throughout the entirety of human history and in all cultures. My pet phrase is, if they fly in little tin cans, that's kind of a new wrinkle to a very old story. Yeah, when you say this, well, if you get into Skinwalker Ranch, the beings of some kind moving back and forth through dimension. If you're using an interdimensional construct, the where, overcomes all the issues of how do you get there from here and whatnot. Though I do think you can probably get superluminal. I know a lot of folks will disagree with that, but it gets away from the whole problem of, like I said, little gray guys from Zeta Reticuli.
The fact that he knows that,
Back to your fundamental
that's what they
issue
say.
of
They say the
consciousness.
Greys live on Zeta Reticuli. in that the Betty and Barney.
What about it?
Betty
are
and
you going?
Barney, I forgot the last name. That
All
they got
consciousness creates
was it abducted or
matter,
did they?
that-
Yeah, they get abducted.
that this is some
And
interaction on
they said
consciousness
that they got shown a
beyond
map
our
of stars,
understanding at this
and
point.
that
So,
the constellation was
So you think
Zeta
remember,
Reticuli or something in
like I said,
particular.
not just in
This is
you
pretty
know,
interesting.
the
I know
sensing,
about this already
you
though.
get into ghosts, into spiritual beings, into
I
kind
think
of a
that
host of things that have been
what he's talking about. Imagine that instead of aliens being like traveling through space, because technically it would be a lot of propulsion needed. It'd be so much propulsion needed that propulsion would not be likely. So that the idea is traveling through dimension through spiritual like realms. I don't know how to explain it, but pretty interesting. Swayze, you should do the daily check-in. Check this out, Swayze. We have this thing that we're doing called Team Game, where you could have a team of 3 combined with your watch time. There'll be first, second, and third places for the teams. You'll get a bunch of bread. We also have these little leaderboard things. Exclamation watch time 1 through 20. And there's any number 1 through 20 that you want to put. That the lowest would be 3 hours 15, but then it's probably gonna go up. So if you'd like me to add you on there, Swayze, but that's only if you're gonna be active part of our community. You don't really come around, so you do for 5 minutes, but it's one of those things that I want people who actually want to take the time out of their day. It is what it is. I know you're busy, but
reported for millennia.
Yeah, let's move into. We'll come back. I want to come back. We're going to revisit that question when we get into your time with Bigelow at Skinwalker Ranch. But I would like to move into some of the let's move into some of the
hell yeah, all
paranormal
right.
stuff.
I'll add
Swayze.
You've been to over 100 countries.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add him in a little bit when I start working on it.
This stuff, and so I know you had a lot of you had a lot of time.
Be careful.
visiting
Do not get in
shamans
trouble.
throughout the world. What sparked your interest in shamans?
Well, again, this is stuff that's sort of evolved. And of course, the history of shamans. One of the big things, of course, is ayahuasca. My wife is.
Ayahuasca is very interesting, only legally, and if you go to a ceremony in the Amazon rainforest, that's the only way you're gonna take it legally. So I'm saying, I don't condone the use of illegal drugs, but ayahuasca is a pretty interesting one.
In different places.
I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's like a ceremony. I'm working on it right now. I need to get everything that I need
Really
first.
from the shamanic and studying from the religious aspect.
I'm doing it on my vertical monitor.
In fact, we're getting ready to go to the UK to Arthur Findlay College to teach transmediumship in a few weeks.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting. We'll get into that too. But
Okay, but
the
the medium again is
One.
of course ayahuasca and what I've seen there. If you how much you want to discuss that, but let me jump to where I think you'd want to.
You see things in ayahuasca, you see like aliens and shit. Maybe not aliens in particular, but you can, and it's pretty freaking wild. Everybody's mind is specific to their own, and if you're in tune with the aliens, you never know.
Go, and that is where you see physical kinds of things. And people ask me what's the most unusual circumstance, and that's probably in West Africa, studying voodoo. And trust me, voodoo's real. And voodoo is not just a religion there, it's an entire way of life. And the things we saw with the shamans just defy the laws of thermodynamics. They would stand in the fire, eat the fire, sit in the fire, and come away unscathed. And I have
That's
videos
crazy.
a lot closer than we are.
And
It's hot,
these guys
you
are
know,
like
so there's
science,
no doubt
like
about,
they
you know,
believe in
heat or
a lot of
radiation
science
off
based.
of it.
So it's one of those
I've got
things.
videos. There's
It's actually
one in
pretty
particular
wild.
where this head shaman is there. And
I'm actually really glad I'm listening to this
thing
right
in
now. This
front of
is
his tongue,
freaking
and
dope.
his face disappears in there. Now, critical issue. He's got long chin whiskers, don't singe. Now, the other aspect was they brought out two kids that were about 10 years old. And he's going to pass the power to them. And he goes like this, and, you know, and touches them. And they're able, no, he just say they're not fully initiated.
Two.
yet,
Yes.
but
Okay. I got
they're
enough
still
for a
handling
video.
Fire in ways that
I got 3 kills.
would burn on.
That's all I need. That's all I need is 3
Back
kills.
and, you know, you want to circle back, and Tony Robbins.
I'm gonna show him what I do really
was
quick.
firewalking. This is back in the INSCOM days. So, see, all of these things keep getting integrated in ways that are hard to understand.
This is for whoever wants to see what I'm planning on doing. So right here is the first kill of the round that I will be clipping. And so first round I only got 1 kill, second round I got 2 kills. 3 kills is enough to make a video for me. So the day that I'm on is this, and then since it's 1 kill I don't feature it, but I make sure to get a little bit before so I could loop it. Alright, yeah, that should work. And then save clip. And if you have this set up right, you can either do full with no face cam, or you can do stacked and you'll have a purple square for your face cam, and that'll appear up here, and you'll have your blue square for your gameplay, which you put it where you want. And then you click apply, and then it will do that for every clip that you make. And so that's mine right here. And I don't feature 1 kill. I will feature the 2 kills in a second. And then save. And then download. We'll download it in a moment. I'm the bomb and I'm about to blow up. I'm the bomb and I'm about to blow up. Why I got that song stuck in my head? Because of the damn freaking looking for a game to play. Holy shit. Why is there so much fucking delay? What? My heart just freaking dropped out of my stomach. You can turn VODs on, and that helps a lot. So this is the second one right here. This is the other 2 kills. Click clip. And then you do the same. I should have copied and pasted it. Hey Zoomy, you wanna know something really cool? That I told somebody in DMs yesterday. I said, give me a chance, give my stream a chance. You might be a hater now, but you won't be for long. You won't be for long. You'll like my stream, I promise. And guess what, bro? Not only that, but you prove it. You prove it, man. You prove it. You try streaming once yourself, and you realize the effort that it's taken. And that we forgive and forget. We make mistakes. We live and learn. That is something that I'm not going to ever, like, if somebody does a bad decision that they make, it's the first time you ever live life. You can't improve without making mistakes. If you don't make mistakes, you're not going to improve. So it's one of those things. I'm very, very fortunate to have your time, to have anybody's time. But I can't wait to do that to more people. I can't wait to convert people to being a part of my community rather than hate on me, you know? So I downloaded that one. Now I'm going to download this one. And then I'm going to put them together in CapCut. And I'll show you how I edit really quick, because this is going to be the quickest edit ever. To find the exact game and clip out the exact game, that's what takes the longest. Iconic Ashley, I think you're on the watch time leaderboard. You're one of those people that has a decent amount of watch time and you still come every now and then. How are you? What's your watch time looking at? I want somebody to find it for you if they can. How's your morning going? Or afternoon? Good afternoon! I remember meeting you, Iconic. It was during a moment where I was struggling to find people. Let's try this out. Exclamation watch time. Ashley. 10 hours. Okay, exclamation watch time. 17? Let's see. 10 hours, exclamation watch time. 15? Let's see. Exclamation watch time. 14? Right there. Exclamation watch time 14. You're number 140th place. I don't know if you see that. Exclamation team game. We're doing this thing where teams of 3 will combine watch time together at once a week, and you can change teams. Well, basically, you decide on whose team you'd be in, and then the 3 combined teams would like work together building watch time so that they'd win a large sum of bread. And that's how you win the giveaway every month, is if you have the most bread, you'd win. And right now I'm making a video because that's one of my main priorities of the day, is to at least get the video made. And so if you're wondering how I do that, this is the first part right here. Right before I see him, I'm going to split it. Right here, I'm going to split that. And then I'm going to do this. I told you it was going to be a really quick edited video. Oh, I did that wrong. You want to split it. Alright, and then since we did this at the beginning, this is the loop right here. Right here. This is the loop. We put that at the end. And we're gonna make this... Oh, fuck. Why does it keep... Stop! We're gonna make this one longer. We're gonna make this one longer as well. Alright, last thing we do is add text onto it. Ashley, do you know that we've been streaming for the last 8 days and like 20 hours? And that we're never ending? Hater! Hater! No! Motherfucker! I'm gonna redo it all. I'm gonna redo it all just because you didn't see it. Alright, so first things first, we're gonna add... You're not gonna yell at me or I'm gonna ban you, brother. I have this headset on. You just fucking destroyed my ears. I'm just playing. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm just playing, Tater. I'm just playing. You can yell at me all you want. I have that thing on so that you can yell at me. Oh, I'm mega disappointed. I just fucking edited. I already edited this. So right here, I'm gonna split it right here. And then this is gonna be the loop. So Yo, Tater, you would probably be. I didn't even mean to do that. You'd be on probably watch time 200 if you wanted me to add you on there. I would. But you'd probably need to get your game up because top 200. You see, you wouldn't even make it to 199. You'd only make it to 200. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Oh, you're gonna get past 199. Be smart though, man. I do not want to be the reason why you don't pass or you get in trouble. So be smart, make good decisions. Do not be the reason that. Do not let me be the reason that you don't pay attention. Because I really care about kids' education. That's something that I think that school has made me who I am. That I had a lot of things go on in school that weren't necessarily good things that happened, but they made me who I am, and that's something that I think people should value that. And I'm talking about like being bullied in school. Like I got bullied for my weight and shit. Like that makes me who I am. It makes me not ever. I wouldn't bully anybody. That's something that makes me who I am, and that I value people and who they are a lot more for the fact that I went through it as a kid. Alright, so you see this all together? So this right here is the loop, right here. This part is going to go at the end. This part right here was right here. Now it's going to go at the end. And that's so that it loops over. Good morning, Laddish. You already did the daily check-in, I'm assuming? What's your watch time looking at, brother? I know it's good already. Do you know about the team game? I'd feel bad to be friends with Clutch and have him on your team to be on the team game because that man does not watch. That man joins for half a second. For real, for real. It's actually a devastation right there. Whenever somebody joins me for half a millisecond, they say, hello, goodbye. I thought of you throughout the day, but I'm only going to stay for 1 second. That pretty much is what that means. If they remember to join at the start of my stream, but they only stay for 1 second, how much do they truly value me? Especially now that I do these the early streams as well, and nobody has That's thanks to Lino, by the way. Lino gave me the idea, and he said that it was our community's to use. So he's a great guy, for real. And yeah, we made the video. Yay, we made it! We made the video, so now we export. And then now hello, motherfucker. Do 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 do. You could always check if you can, it won't let you do it anyways. And or anybody else. Easy Mac. One temp exclamation watch time Easy Mac. I want to show you the new one temp and or anybody else. Would you like one, or actually and or anybody else time 18? One temp and or anybody else. Maximum watch time 19. One temp and or anybody else. One temp and or anybody else. Special watch time 20. Are you on here? You should be on here. Temp and or anybody else. Oh, I guess I gotta add you. I'm gonna be working on this in a little bit and getting the people on here who temp and or anybody else. We're hanging out, and we'll get you on here. We'll get you on this thing. We're doing. I'm so confused. Temp and so we have our top 20. So this is the top 10, and then this is the top 200. And or anybody else. So we have all the ones in the middle. We have all of them. So we have two. One temp and or anybody else. Oh yeah, fuck. Check this out. One. Can somebody do exclamation team game? I would appreciate it if you do that for real, for real. Thanks. So pretty much, Mac, that teams of 3 will be able to put their watch time together to win one of the 3 places for each week, first, second, and third, and you'll get a lot of bread for that. And those are the people that have stuck around. We have been streaming for the last 8 days and 20 hours, and people have been really able to get their watch time up. And that if you would want to be on one of the leaderboards for the top 200, the lowest on the top 200s right now is 3 hours 15. You could go on there, but you have been an active part of our community. Do you want to go on there? I would have done this. I would have done this on my other monitor if you didn't say anything, because I don't really think people like to watch me make videos. Hey man, if you appreciate it so much, I hope that you decide to stick around, man. For real. Every person that sticks around, it really makes my day, for real. Like, you have no idea. You have no clue how much it makes my day to have you in my life. Every single one of you homies. I'm a copy and paste pro. That's basically what this is that everything has been done once, and then after that it's just copy and paste. Yo guys, what if Sean Ryan raids me? Sean Ryan, not this guy, but this guy. Sean Ryan mentioned that he was going to raid me tomorrow. I'm just playing. What if, bro? What if Sean Ryan raided me with his 4 million? And then we copy all the tags, and we paste all the tags. And then the last thing you do is unclick publish to subscribers, because if you're posting a short, you don't want to click publish to subscribers, because it'll only send it to people who you're subscribing, that are subscribing to you. And then also I click show how many likes, and I turn that off, because people like to, I have a lot of trolls. Not everybody who, so since I stream 622 days in a row, you're going to assume that I get people who don't always like me, who don't always like my streaming. So you know what they do? They like to unlike my shit. They like to, instead of liking, they dislike it. Fucking shitter goblins. And so I just turn that off so that they don't see that. So we're done posting for the day, but I'll show you my stats if you'd like to see. We're at 238,000 views, 576, 452 subscribers on YouTube.
Understand, but we did firewalking, and
I have a
What
priority
was your
of
goal?
journaling.
What was your
And that's
goal
one of my
with
last priorities.
exploring
And my back kind of hurts.
shamanism throughout the world? Just was
we
it just
say
curiosity?
was as in past tense.
Since my back hurts, I'm probably just going to
is
chill
it
for a little bit, to
curiosity?
be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I knew. I mean, these things just keep evolving. And there are some things that are coming up that are proprietary that are going to be changing. It's at least on the level of Grush talking.
Who's having a
about
good time, though,
UFOs and do we have
is the
any.
real question. I want
There
everybody
are some
to be
big
having a good
things
time. That's all that
on
matters
the horizon.
to me. That you enjoy the stream.
Hopefully, our understanding of consciousness. I don't think you can totally understand all of this. Again, the issues of complexity come up pretty quickly.
You'd mentioned ayahuasca
Thanks, brother.
ceremonies.
Right.
What are some of the things that you've experienced, and
Uh-oh.
why?
Don't
rephrase
think
this
that this is like something that you want to do, because it'll fuck with your whole mind. Imagine not being ready for
What is
it,
the
and then it
connection
completely
with
destroys you.
psychedelics and the altered consciousness?
First of all,
Especially if you're too young.
I do not think the psychopharmacology answers the basic question. As we know, DMT, dimethyltryptamine, is the supposedly psychoactive substance. Having said that, the things that I've witnessed, I have seen people take huge amounts and have no effect. I've seen them take minor amounts and have transformational effects. That's why I say the psychopharmacology, because that's based on you take X amount with X body weight or condition, we understand the result. Victoria, she will say that the goddess or the mother ayahuasca calls
Off that goose. What is up, off that goose?
Calling. And I've seen it under.
Thank you, everybody who's hanging with me. I really appreciate the company.
We did a lot in Peru. And,
if you guys give me a moment,
have been in
I could find something.
Again in
if you guys watch
Jaime,
Mickey Mouse when you were a kid, you know the mouse tool that can help you throughout the day?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo! WWW follow. Thank you for the follow. You put us at 3,560 members in our community. I hope you're having an amazing day. My back hurts. But the mouse tool might help my back and might help my mental, and it might help the whole stream as is in general. But it might take me a couple minutes to find is the only question. And I want to look for it, but I haven't had the time to look for it the last couple of days. I have no idea where it would be. On the map, 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 on the map. On the motherfucking map! And another thing, while I'm gone, if you guys have anybody you might be able to recommend to the stream, we just hit a new goal, so we have to up the goal now. Now we're going to be shooting for 3,565 members in our community. And Font, thank you for listening. You put us at 272 subscribers in February. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you anybody who supported me, whether you're watching the stream or what's your favorite show growing up? It's a good question. It's a good freaking question. There's so many. I used like young Curious George. I used to be a big Curious George guy. Like that shit would give me pure dopamine every single episode. SpongeBob, Batman animated series, for real, a few of those, a few moments in my memories that I have. I really want to hear this. I really want to hear this. I don't want to miss out. I'm gonna have my Bluetooth headset on while I look for my mouse control.
Said that,
but I will be back in probably 2 minutes if I don't find it. You're back.
Many of them have similar kinds of things, some without any external stimulation. One of the strangest events, and it's one that I have a whole segment on Brazil in the book. We had attended an Umbanda ceremony, about 300 folks, and about 10 gringos. This is near Curitiba, a little city of 3 million people you never heard of in southern Brazil. There's lots of those. People don't realize how big the country is, how many of these cities are. But anyway, They called forward and said, "Does anybody want a healing?" And Victoria always so jumps out, and the head voodoo priestess is going down, young woman, probably in her 20s, and she goes like this. And Victoria says something basically familiar with possession. We're talking about becoming possessed by another spirit. And now, this is a group that's used to seeing spirit possession take place as part of the religion. They don't see gringos possessed. And so Victoria's out spinning on saying, I mean, you talk about stopping the show, that was it. And one of the guys comes over and says, well, I was taking pictures. Say, you're a reporter? I said, no, that's my wife. He says, she'll be okay. And does not remember anything that happened, but you're talking about total full body possession, and you do see some of these things with the psychoactive substances. So these things get intertwined, and I don't think there's direct causal links that necessarily take place, because he has had, pretty profound transformational experiences in the ayahuasca arena. I've tried it a couple times. Not a fan. I want to emphasize this will never be a recreational drug. There are side effects, politely called purging, and sometimes running at both ends. Which will kind of, you're not going to do this at a party. My, personal, definitely there were things going on, and you're seeing colors that probably don't exist. I do recommend people look at. We had met. What was his name? The ayahuasca artist, and if you walk to the paintings, they're about as close to what you might see in that state. But, nothing I could say is unexplained, but I have seen, people get really, really have mystical types of experiences. And interestingly, these usually go all night, or a good bit of it, and then they stop. But the next day, a little hangover or, and our friend is Ron Wheelock, who's known as the Gringo Shaman, whom I do recommend. But, he says, it is going to end. It's interesting. You see people screaming and shouting and having, it's just terrible. And the next morning say, that's exactly what I needed. I do think it is an area that we need to be looking at in PTSD, by the way. One of the things. I was talking to the other Sean last night, and program you can see that Lisa Ling did one called This Is Life, where she does look at this. Ron's involved. We missed her by a day down in Iquitos. But like I said, the bottom line is psychopharmacology doesn't answer it. Their position is that there's more than the cup and the lip.
Mm-hmm. Do you think you're able to tap into a higher consciousness?
We'd have to describe higher there. They do certainly get into other sort of forms of consciousness. And my personal experience was seeing certain, and you do see it in the paintings as well, things that emerge there that seem to be kind of universal symbols that are indicative of cultures that they've never had contact with. And you go, how would, where would that come from? You could, of course, dream it up. But what's become popular, of course, now in the U.S. is microdosing, where you're doing it for some sessions we were in. Well, in Santo Daime, which is a all over religious ceremony, and then they go through these songs. I think the first one was like 21 different songs that, so it goes on for hours and hours. But been able to watch the folks there, and it's they're definitely out of it in the kind of normal sense. Although one of the things I mentioned, because I do know, like first time I tried, you can be very much aware of the current thing. So the saying of you've lost your senses, you're going to say something that not at all. What you still have control and make it, although you are exposed to other
What's up, my fellow naenaes spider ducks?
senses as you might expect.
What's up, my family?
Where do you think these realities come from?
I found it. I found my mouse Cthulhu, by the way.
These other realities.
I've not had it in like 5 days, literally.
Where do they come
Oh, no,
from?
wait. Are we talking
Hey,
about
do you know
psychedelics, or are we
about
talking about reality?
Flame
Psychedelics
AMZ?
would
Are
be
you
a
listening
kind
right
of
now?
Tiny subset.
Well, you had mentioned.
Flame, are you listening right now? AMZ, are you listening right now? I'm gonna update our watch time leaderboards in like 15 minutes. Anybody who does want me to update their data needs to be here probably. Well, I'm gonna try to go through all of it. I'm not go through all of it, but I'm gonna see some of the bigger, higher up people. But anybody who you gotta remind me. So it's one of these things. I want to show you how this works. We have 20 different leaderboards. And yeah, you can check any of those, and exclamation team game is a new thing that we're going to be doing every week. And would you like me to read it to you? I will read it to you if you'd like.
People are experiencing.
What are they experiencing?
Yes.
Well, that's actually an interesting question. The short answer would be don't know.
Did you hear about that Imagine, like, they're talking about purge. Oh my gosh. They're talking about purging when it comes to, like, after ayahuasca runs through your body, that you have to get it out of you, whether it is, like, throwing up or shitting it out. That sounds fucked. But imagine alcohol, like, on a 20 times worse. Like, you know how, like, when you drink a lot the next morning, you're fucked. But, like, imagine that, but, like, 20 times worse. I've seen people, not real life, but bless you, thank you. I've seen people in, like, movies, like, actually, not movies, but, like, documentaries actually take it before. It does not look like a good time. It sounds like hell. It sounds like hell on earth. But at the same time, that's the only experience that Jello. Maybe we shouldn't say that in chat, but just I'm not going to delete your message, but just the fact that, like, it is illegal and we don't want to talk about any doing illegal.
That
But
would be
at the
far
same
from
time,
saying
if you think of it like
that's
this,
the cause.
I know a lot about fungi, and I know that
Downstairs,
the
we had
two
had a
fungis,
short conversation about
psilocybin
reincarnation.
and
I'll let you
LSD,
two talk
those
about
you will not see
reincarnation.
physical. You will not see physical creatures. You will not see
25
anything
words or
physical.
less.
But in DMT, you will see physical, and that is something that like you can only. But our brains secrete DMT in your dreams and when you die.
What I was alluding
Ayahuasca.
to,
So this guy, this section's called shamans, and shamans in the other parts of the world, like in the rainforests of the world, they take bark from trees and they make ayahuasca. And ayahuasca is a tea that has the same chemicals that your brain releases when you die, and when you dream. So like, did you hear my dream about the alien? The alien. I didn't see any actual aliens, but I saw some crazy shit in the sky. And all I'm saying is like, that chemical that releases in your brain to see that shit. It's like, it's fucking crazy. I don't know if when I dreamed that I had that. I don't think I did, but like, you see things that you never thought you'd ever see, and that it's pretty crazy that your brain can do that. You never thought that is even possible. Like, think about if you don't know what your brain can do, imagine the future and what will happen, what we'll be able to do. It's going to be mind-blowing. Instead of phones, we're going to have a consensual telepathy. Imagine calling your friend through your mind, and it's like, beep, 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 answer, decline, and you pick if you're going to answer or decline. If there was no consensual, I think that'd be fucking wild, and there would be no way that that'd be possible. But if you had a permission over somebody being able to, like, listen in, you know?
is from near-death
I actually really am enjoying this right now. I hope you guys are enjoying it, because this is like a break to me. No Rainbow Six, just chilling and listening, and hanging out.
Answer all kinds of letters and things on it.
AMZ. You have no idea what the fuck that could be so true. You have from a computer scientist point of view, I don't want to say anything that I shouldn't say right now. I'm not going to say what I'm thinking. But what if there was something way more powerful than as a biology, as a person, as any kind of biology? I'm talking about any living organism. What if there was something that was that superior that created us? That's God. That's everybody's faith. That's every single one of our faith. Whether it is you believe in Allah, or you believe in Jesus, or you believe in any religion. But I'm just saying that, what about aliens AI? What about technology that is so far ahead of us? What the fuck then? Like, what? The possibility is endless. AMZ, if you knew the amount of, like, you guys don't really know me a whole lot off stream. If you knew me off stream, I'm the biggest fucking nerd. I'm the biggest nerd when it comes to trying to, like, research technology and alien technology and, like, new things that we never knew that we know. I don't know. It is so cringe to some people. But then when you were to say that, I literally have already thought of this. Like to think about how we could set up a planet of artificial, but at the same time biological beings. That is, we could freaking do it. We could do it. We could terraform Mars. We could have bases on Mars, or have not terraform, like before terraforming would come bases, like actual, like, bubbles that you could breathe inside of. And science is so fun to talk about, but at the same time, I don't want anybody to think that I have any one faith in particular, that AMZ's faith is perfect, Nicole's faith is perfect, Wayne's faith is perfect, Jello's faith is perfect, Ladish's faith is perfect, Mav's faith is perfect, Lino's faith is perfect, Zumi's faith is perfect. Whatever you believe in, whatever your faith is, it is exactly correct. There is no correct faith. There is everybody's own faith. I don't know how to explain it, that some people get very one-sided, and that I think everybody has a right to their own faith. And that, Dante, do you know about the new thing that we are doing? Would you like to read this? Exclamation team game, or would you like me to read it to you? Yeah, AMZ, and that's the thing. I don't like to talk about AI in chat. AI could potentially destroy our world one day, brother. So it's one of those things. Slower the better. Hey, Easy Mac, this is not the place for that. Please, please, please keep any religious things to yourself. That your belief is entirely as powerful as it is to you. You might be Christian, you might believe in Jesus, but there are other people who will run away in the side of that. That we're not going to push anybody away from anybody's faith in particular. If you want me to go get a friend who's Muslim and then tell him to write his scriptures in chat, I'll do it, and I'll see how you feel about it. And then there will be no more of that. So I'm just saying that everybody's faith is as powerful as it is to them, and that we're not gonna have that conversation in chat. And if you think I've literally read the Bible, brother. I've read at least 60%, like solid books. I'm not saying I'm religious or am Christian, but I interpret reading to what my translation is, that the Old Testament was written in Old Hebrew, that it is no longer able to be properly translated, and that the New Testament was written in Greek, which Greek is easier, more translated, so easier to understand, but it's still a language that isn't translated well, and so that every single thing that you ever read out of there, you cannot take it as literal, even if it's the Word of God, for the fact that I have found things from the Word of God that were not literal, that we were not supposed to. It's so crazy that a pastor would tell you, no, that is not true. You cannot listen to that. And then if you were to translate it on your own and actually look up every single word and definition, you would get a totally different meaning. And that's the last thing that we're going to mention about that. I'm just saying that I read, I learn. I'm not going to let anybody tell me one thing and try to convince me of it. Instead, I'm going to read it myself, and I'm going to figure it out myself. And that everybody has the power to read and understand. That translation, I don't know. Exactly. I don't think this is a conversation to have. I just think that everybody's faith is equal. Everybody's faith is as powerful as it is to them. If you believe in one faith, it will change your whole life. I'm not saying you don't even have to have faith in religion. You can have faith in yourself. You can have faith in the universe. You can have faith in your dog. You can have freaking faith in Rainbow Six Siege, brother. If you have faith in Rainbow Six Siege and that makes your life better, Easy Mac, if you want to be a part of my community, you are going to drop this conversation. If not, so be it. But you can say whatever you want to say to me in DMs, but in chat, we're not going to go in one direction. We're going to go in every direction. If we're going to talk about faith, we're never going to talk about religion, or we're never going to talk about politics. But if you want to talk about faith, you can message me in DMs, and I'll answer you. But I don't want you to push anybody else away based on your religion. And that's something that, if you knew me where I was raised and the environment that I was raised, I don't even want to say it. But it is something that everybody's faith is powerful. I believe that faith is strong. That faith is what you believe. Everybody has an equal opinion and belief, and that this isn't a conversation for chat, because I do not know what Zumi's faith is. I do not know what I don't want to even know. I don't know what Jealous faith is. I don't know what Lino's faith is. I know what Easy Mac's faith is. I don't know what Flame's faith is. I don't know what Ladish's faith is. But at the same time, everybody has a different opinion. And if somebody's going to talk about it, then that's not fair if one person can talk about it, but everybody else can. But Easy Mac, a Christian would listen to me. A Christian would value what my rules and my standards are for my community and my chat. And that we had a Christian the other day who wasn't a real Christian because of the rude things that they were saying. They didn't say rude things. They completely disregarded my freaking morals and what I'm trying to build for my community. They did not care at all, not 1 ounce. And that is, it's not, I don't know how to explain it. If you wanted to know more about me, you would totally get, you would totally understand what I'm trying to do, trying to build a community that isn't gonna be against each other. That is something that religion, especially Christians do not believe in any other faith, and that is something that, like, you can't do that in a community of people that have different faiths. There's going to be people who bump heads, and that it is just how it is. I don't know. I'm not looking for people to bump heads. If you want to message me in Discord, you have all right to, brother, and I will not talk about anything that you send me on Discord. I want to have a good time. I want to have good vibes. I don't want anybody to look at me different. If I was Christian, you would never know, Mac. You would never know. If I was Muslim, you would never know. I swear to you, if I was Judaism, you would never know. For the fact that one thing about politics, I am completely anti-politics. I think every side of the political system is rigged. 100%. 100%. There is no doubt in my mind that you don't have a right to vote, that you think you can vote, but it's not actually affecting the electoral colleges. And that there's deeper insight on who's picking which side. And that there's so many people that make me cringe to my stomach when they say either one way or the other, and all I'm thinking is, your parents manipulated you. Your parents told you this when you were younger, made you think that. Get your own information, get your own opinions. Look up exactly what each of the individual meanings are, and then understand what you're going for, and that you have no right in actual picking the president. You do not. You do not have a choice. The electoral colleges have a choice. Why can't you listen, Easy Mac? Why can't you listen? I don't want to time you out. I do not want to time you out. You have 5 hours watch time. I will time you out, brother. I will time you out. I do not want to talk about this anymore.
Let him cook! I said let!
Like, you do not know me. You do not know my life. Like, how do you know I'm not Christian, brother? How do you not know this? So why are we having this conversation? If you knew what I knew about Christian, you wouldn't have this conversation. Like, you wouldn't have any idea. You have no idea, brother. Like, keep your faith, brother. Have your faith for the rest of your life, and it will take you far. Whether it is faith in yourself, or faith in the universe, or faith in Jesus, faith in Allah, any faith that you have, it is very, very powerful, brother. And that's the last thing we're going to say on this subject. And if you have a problem with that, send it in my Discord. Do not send it in chat. Please. If you respect me, if you value me as a person, do not.
And the bottom line is, the thing that makes the most sense from our perspective is some form of reincarnation. Now, when you get into that, I mean, this is kind of an hours and hours of speculation. One of the ones that comes up initially is, well, we'll take a Hindu religion. When you be animal, the sacred cows and all that. I think Buddha said he was a rabbit 6 times or something like that. So, can you reincarnate in other forms? A natural one that comes up is, well, if here, what about other planets? Now, one of the things, like as I said, in the ET arena, is there extraterrestrial life beyond all reasonable doubt? And you don't have to, that's pure numbers. was it 16 septillion?
I'm looking to take a break right now. Kylo, I've been playing way too much Siege and it's killing me.
And even if you're a pure material,
I'm really not feeling Siege right now. I'm
chemicals
feeling like
getting together,
just chilling. And this is actually genuinely interesting to me.
go, well, does it happen
And
simultaneously to our
we
development?
went down a tangent that we should not have.
But it says,
And it
yeah,
probably
there's
pushed him away.
life someplace in
And if
the
I did, I
universe. So
apologize.
extrapolate that to reincarnation and say, well, does it have to be Earth?
Horror game? No, we're not playing an horror game. I don't have the money to be spending on any of those anyways.
Gets into
Good
really
I do
complex,
not have the money for it. I'm sorry.
cognitive,
Maybe when I get paid.
approaches that, you know, if you want me to take it a step further for you,
I'd love for you to
that
take it a step
suggests
further.
that, you know, it's not just that you say, well, I asked you the question and you didn't answer. Who were you? And I ask a lot of people, and a number of people say, well, I remember, you know, various aspects of things as if they're not. Suppose that you actually planned life and that, you know, what you're playing out, and then you get into the whole free will versus predestination conundrum. And what they would say is you have free will, you chose the life form that certain events are going to happen, that you're going to be afforded a chance to make decisions.
I love you guys. I don't mean anybody feel bad. I want to make everybody happy. You should not gamble all. Fine.
Yeah, you'll
You
make
should
some
not.
bad decisions along the way, and maybe if you come back again, you'd
Make some
may
better
not
ones.
make that. As they say, karma's a bitch. But yeah, I'd say the evidence is coming out pretty strong that. And I, by the way, I try not to get into people's religious beliefs and all that. And we get into NDEs, we go into just the pure, here's what the evidence says. So I would emphasize here, what we're talking about is highly speculative, and I recognize that. There's many people who've studied much more, and of course there are whole religions based on the. By the way, it was in a tenet of the Christian religion up until 566, 533, where it was voted out in Constantinople. And some people say that this is kind of a control-mism, because if you believe in all the stuff in reincarnation and nothing's wrong, you say, what the hell, why don't I, you know, do lots of bad things or things that feel good or whatnot that ethically you probably shouldn't, because, you know, it's a free ride. And others will say that's not the point. And this is when you get into what's the application or meaning of this. I do doing a lot of work with mediums and have several that, you know, the kinds of things that they're reporting highly accurately, I mean, certainly indicates that this is an approach, and the reason you're doing whatever it is that you're doing is part of your
I could be wrong, but
evolutionary or learning process. Maybe Hindus are right, and we're going to, you know, move to Atman or.
Let's have the free will or predestination debate. What do you believe personally?
I believe it's certainly a conundrum, and that there seems to be elements of both. It appears as if.
who's the guest? His name is what does that stand for? I don't know what that. Yo, Buck is him. What is up? What is up? What is up? It is my 622nd
Surprise,
day
motherfucker.
streaming every single day, never missing a day as long as I live. We've been streaming the last 8 days in 21 hours. Why do you say that, Zumi? I don't think you have the passion if you say that. If you can't wait to get affiliate, you know that anybody who says that reminds me of somebody who's only streaming to make money. And that if that is your goal, You can't make that your passion. If you will not go anywhere, if that is your passion. But channel points, maybe. Channel points might make your stream more interesting. But that is the one thing that people say, and it instantly turns me off, is when they say that they're gonna start streaming to make money. Because you cannot start streaming to make money. It will not happen. I don't stream for any money in that. I will not. Welcome back, Toxic. I hope that you're gonna decide to hang out and help us get partner. We're at 27.4 out of 75 average for partner. That every single one person that takes the time out of their day, I will pay them back. That literally, one day I will pay you guys back every single time, every single minute that you have watched of my stream, that you guys will get it in return. Hey man, I wouldn't do that, Zoomy. Please don't say that in my chat. Respectfully. And I didn't mean to do follow H for him. Toxic has been following me for freaking years, brother. And this man joins for 5 minutes and then he dips. I wish he spent more time on my stream, man. For real, for real. If you are streaming to make money, Zoomy, you are not gonna get the passion. The passion is what keeps you going. Such a W? I wouldn't think so, Toxic. If you have that ego, you have that thinking, the DMs that we've been talking in Discord, you have freaking annoyed me. You have annoyed me. You say one more thing, timed out. Sorry, you can unfollow me, Toxic. You have annoyed me. You have annoyed me, Toxic. You can come back when you've matured. And hopefully you think before you speak.
That what you're having, again, certain lessons are provided, and hopefully you will choose an evolutionary path that will help you, and you might not have to come back and do that again. You certainly, when you get into one of the big ones, I was talking to one of the main researchers just the
Surprise,
other day,
motherfucker.
and of course the incident one that
Kirby!
comes up-
Thank you for the follow, Kirby. Welcome to the stream. Check this out. Check this out. We're doing a thing called Team Game every single week.
You need it.
Welcome to the weekly team challenge. Form a team of 3 by DMing Royce1 on Discord the names of your teammates with your desired team name. To finalize your team each week, your personal watch time, check it with exclamation watch time, starts the second you join the stream and will end as soon as you leave the stream. Fuck you, Royce. Thank you for the first time chat. And if you know Toxic and you're saying fuck you, Royce, that is on him. Anybody who brings into my stream will be 100% on them. You sink the boat that you are riding in. If you and your friends are sailing to Hawaii and one of your friends puts a very large hole in the ship, you know what happens? You all fucking go down, you motherfucker. Keep chatting, man. Don't chat shit about my boy Toxic. I love him. What are you on about? Kirby, do you not realize how fake Toxic is? That he says things that he does not mean? That I'm a man of morals and values, that I will not say something I do not mean unless I truly fucking mean it. I will not say something unless I truly mean it. So you can be a hater of mine. I streamed every single day for 222 days. Never missing a day. I've accumulated 3,560 members in my community. Not counting you, Kirby, and your buddy Pac. 2,559 if you want to not count Toxic. You guys are negative, bringing negative energy into my stream. For that reason, you're going on restrict mode. You will not have right to chat in my stream if you're going to be a fucking shitter. So, have a nice time, fucking shitter. Sorry, they're shitter goblins. Restrict mode. I'll time out Toxic so he can enjoy being in restrict mode. And everything you say, it is connected to Toxic. Every single thing you said, you invited them in here, and that is your doing, Toxic. I didn't tell you to invite your fucking negative Nancy-ass friends in my stream. So now I'm unadding you on everything. I did follow you on TikTok. I did have you friended on Discord. You are no longer my friend. You do not value me enough to respectfully have good vibes and invite good people into my stream. Instead, you want to be a negative Nancy motherfucker. You said W toxic. You literally just said W toxic, W Kirby. You're going to be on restrict mode. They're asking what did they do. You know what you did. You know what you fucking did. You had a negative Nancy. That's the last thing I'm going to say. Now I'm going to ignore you and act like you don't exist because Loudish and Easy Mac has no idea you're even freaking talking. For real, for real. Some people, literally some people, need to grow the fuck up, dude. The people that you live with, the people that you spend time with, the things that you say or do onto somebody else will affect you in the long run. I swear to you, live your life by energy. And if you associate with negative Nancy's, hey, Cappy, they're on restrict mode, by the way, so only mods can see them. So if you see suspicious user restricted, nobody in chat can see them. I'm about to start ignoring them. But after this, after I explain that Toxic may be friends with this Kirby guy, but the fact that he puts negative energy into this world, and same with Toxic. Pac, you know Toxic? Well, Toxic invited Kirby to come into my stream and hate on me. The fact that you associate Pac with Toxic, that makes you negative. That makes you associate with negative energy and negative things will happen. So, it is what it is. Hello, Salad. Hello. Do you know about this little game that we're doing? We're going to move past them. We're going to act like they don't exist anymore. Welcome to the weekly challenge. Form a team of 3 by DMing Royce on Discord with the names of your teammates and your desired team name to finalize your team each week. Your personal watch time, check with exclamation watch time. Starts from the second you join the stream, will end when you leave. And it's added to your combined team's total at the end of the week. The person with the most watch time in the team of 3 will win a bunch of bread. So first place will win a lot. Second place will win a little less. Third place will win a little less, and the person with the most points at the end of the month will win the giveaway. This month it's for $50. One month it's going to be for $100 or even $1,000. And that honestly is the greatest. Imagine winning, giving $1,000 away. I restricted them all. They're not going to come in chat. They lost that privilege when they disrespected me. If you want to come in my DMs and you want to apologize and actually promise to be a better person individually, only you can individually apologize. That's something that if you make the same mistake twice, there's never going to be a second chance. Anybody who lies and they say that they're going to be better and I give them a chance to be better, I will never give you a second chance after that. That is just who I am. I'm sorry that you don't like that. Have a great rest of your day, Loudish. Thanks for the daily check-in as well, and hope this toxic situation gets resolved. And that's the thing. How can somebody who claims to care about me and then to bring their freaking hating-ass friends into my stream? How can you go from being a friend and caring about somebody to inviting negative Nancy's and trying to hurt me? I'm not. This is the one. He said that I look like fucking Stephen Hawking, brother. There's no joking about mental people and disabilities. That's not funny. Like, Toxic, you can't say that you're not a part of this. You have all to do with it. You invited them. Try to play. I don't have the money for it. I don't have the money for the game. I do have the money to spend on a game, but I'm not going to spend on it because it would hurt financially. I don't think that I would want to. That if I did, I would probably regret it later on. Negative Nancy's. Live your life by energy. The good people you associate with, the good will happen out of it. The negative you live, the negative will come out of it. And I've learned that so much throughout the years. So freaking much. Bailey, she did it! Okay, Bailey, I have another way that I'm going to add watch time to you, but we're going to have to do it in 3 hours when I reject all the points. When I reject all the points...
Let him cook!
Yeah, Bailey.
Let him cook!
Bailey. You got to figure out that account for your TV. Does that work? Do I need to ban him?
Let him cook! I said let him cook!
I'll send you the names in the viewer list. Hey, Cappy. Discord. If you're listening right now, I'm also gonna send it to Font, because I think Font's listening as well. Yo, Bailey, what I'm gonna end up doing is I'm gonna end up getting the amount of channel points you have when I refund everything. So I'm gonna refund everything in 3 hours. When I refund everything, do you know like the little gold coin, the channel points that you spend on sounds and things? Twitch partner is verified on Twitch. You have a purple check mark, and that we're just waiting them out. We're waiting out the negative Nancy's right now is what we're doing. If you guys don't know. Because there's some shitter goblins that are hiding. I made sure that a lot of people can't see their names and see what they're saying. But I'm just waiting them out, to be honest. It was good to see Positive Cappy in the crowd. It's another amazing day. I'm watching my TV anymore. Interesting, Bailey. Interesting. Let me figure out what that means. We're gonna look past those negative Nancy's. Act like they don't exist. We are a very chill community. We just vibe. We hang out. We don't want any negative.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Okay, I'm gonna see if it has watch time. If it does, this makes it easy. If it doesn't, then we're screwed. We're not screwed, but I'll still get your time the other way. Yeah, I don't think you have any watch time. That's fucked. Hey, we'll figure it out. Trust that we will get it. I just checked if you're live, Wayne, and you are not. Let me explain to you what partner is, though. Do you know that verified check mark? Like purple check mark next to your name? If we were to have... It's going to be on your team. You gotta brainstorm. We'll get to that point. Exclamation, team game. Anybody who doesn't know. Your combined watch times, you could work together with other people and win the game, for real. Bex, how is your day going, man? Hey, Bailey, I don't think your account, I don't think your account was gaining watch time, not being followed. This whole time, Bailey. This whole time, or were they already followed? Ah, smart, smart. My phone's tweaking. Yeah, another purple check mark. You need 75 average to get partnered, and it's just being partnered is a lot different than affiliate. You have a lot more perks and things.
Because of the souls that have to evolve, that pay pay for what you did, and lives taken, and bad things done, as opposed to, as I think we both know, there are opportunities for great good in war. I mean, people do very heroic things that are self-sacrificing and things of that nature. But on the other things, some very bad things happen too.
What do you think happens when you die?
Well, I can say, again, I hate to get into this with, because I don't want to interfere with people's religious beliefs. I would say the evidence is overwhelming that consciousness continues in some form. Now, the question is what form? And I think the biggest issue, sort of unresolved, does consciousness survive or does personality survive? Which are different issues. I mean, some would say you merge into a greater essence, generic consciousness per se. Having said that, we, again, working with mediums, when they report from discarnate people and accurately on, seem to be aware of what's going on in life, and they describe, well, I was this, I was sick, I had this happen. There's all the physical attributes of the person as they existed before. So that there has to be some connection with personality for them to develop that.
That's a good point.
The answer is I don't have a good answer for which is which. There are others that I know of. I'll mention one medium that I have great confidence is Suzanne Giesman. I don't know if you know that name at all. But,
I don't.
okay, well, Suzanne's a medium.
We're just chilling right now. My back kind of
The
hurts.
whole course there, but she's also a retired Navy commander.
But channel points that you have, you earn from the amount of time you have watched. So I will be able to give you points or time added on depending on how many total channel points you have.
And I saw her give this presentation. Let's see, Hugh and I used to be majors at the same time in the same place. I said he did a lot better than I did. But
I think I'm gonna start updating the watch time.
And says, well, I've talked to him. He just doesn't want to be associated. But Suzanne had never had or knowingly had psychic experiences or anything like that. I think they were sailing off Croatia. She and her husband were, on their own. He had a daughter from a previous marriage who had joined the Marines, was pregnant, and walking across the tarmac and got hit by lightning and killed. And so they came back, and Suzanne started working on, how do I contact Susan? It happened to be Susan's daughter's name as well. And worked on it, and is now one of the premier.
Sounds like a plan.
I mean, she now contacts spirits on a continuous basis and does it for other people, and has one where it merges is she has a group called Sanaya, who reports as a singular entity who is saying they are a collection of spirits who are going to collaborating but come forth as a single one. Now, how you wrap your head around that is, really difficult. But yeah, we became friends over, like I say, knowing some of the same people. Her book, just to loop back in, her first book was the Medium and the Doctor, and it was about Anne Gaiman, and Anne is the one who held that fork up that I told you that dropped over that got us interested in PK. Now, how do you interrelate all of those things?
I have no idea. When you talk about let's so we're in the what happens when you die? Do you return to some type of generic consciousness? What do you personally believe?
That's a good question. I'll let you know when I figure it out. I am personally 100% convinced that consciousness continues. Exactly what form that is and all that gets into more difficult territory, certainly. Again, as I said, I was the president of the International Association for Near-Death Studies, and I know most of those key people, and the stories they tell are just stunning. I'll digress into one because there's several, but Mary Neal is one of those. And Mary's a medical doctor, lives in Wyoming. She was in northern China.
I'm working on updating this right now, if you're wondering what I'm doing.
And what's significant about this case
is the physical attributes that
cannot be denied. So they're out.
Hell yeah, dude, this sounds fire shit.
Kayaking trip, and she's the last. There's three of them. Her husband, who normally went with them, did not that day. So she's at the trail end. They're going over pretty good. Now she's highly qualified to do Cat 3, Cat 4. No problem, which he does. and something happens, and where she wants to go is blocked. So she gets forced to a different direction, goes over the waterfall and goes down about 30 feet and is stuck, nose down. Now, she's in there, and you got your kayak, and there's a quick release, but because of the water, the strength of the water come over, can't reach that. The way she gets out of it eventually is her legs break above the knee, and it's like bending this way, and gets, they find her, she's probably underwater for 35 minutes. And, the point there is you cannot hold your breath for 35 minutes.
Yeah.
And so there's no doubt about that she probably physically died. And they finally find her body downstream and bring her back, and two guys come out from the shore. Now, again, we're in a remote area of Chile, and they take her. By the way, there's some other miracle things that happen, rocks appear and that. They take her to the waiting ambulance. The point is, there are no ambulances in this part of Chile. And there's one that happens to be waiting at the road that takes her in. She also talks about she was out, met God, and those sorts of things, but also had an experience where she is given information that no mother wants to hear. She has 4 small children at the time. And the information is that your son will die at 17.
It sounds fire as shit. That's what that sounds like.
Car zigs and zags and does.
It sounds so fucking fire.
Until a year before that, she didn't even tell her husband about this aspect of it. But here you have, the physical drowning that must have taken place. You see the pictures of her, no doubt about the legs. I mean, that was just awful, and was crippled for a long time. She's an orthopedic surgeon, by the way, and still is. And so you have that. You have these 2 guys up here who, they went back looking for them, aren't there, but you have an ambulance that isn't there, that physically does take her to, the hospital. You have information about events in the future. This is why you get into the question of free will versus, is it predestined that some would be killed at that point? And this is obviously years before, but what decisions could he have made that he might not have been out skateboarding at that time, yet did happen. So these are the kind of cases when you say, one other guy I will mention is Evan Alexander. I recommend, he wrote Proof of Heaven. No relative. But his case, and what's interesting about him, this guy was a neurosurgeon at Harvard.
I'm not adding
for 25 years.
Adding some of the people that I like. There's a lot that are going to remain, but their times are going to be up because the fact that I know they haven't been here. So people that I do know that have been here, I will add them on.
Well, is dying and get taken to his own hospital. I recognize it. So he is out for a week. And said, he knows, again, there's a neurosurgeon who's been teaching neurosurgery. Consciousness could not have been there. And yet he has a whole thing you can read in his books on what happened to them and all of that. A critical issue I mentioned, I didn't, not a relative, but he was adopted at birth. Turns out that his birth parents married after he was adopted and had more children, so he's got physical. While he is out, wherever this is for this week, he has an escort of this female butterfly who takes him around and escorts him through higher realms. And I mean, he gets into a very complex thing. And one of the reasons you believe in, continuation and, complexity of the universe. So he revives and comes back. Now, he's never met, the birth parents had never wanted to meet, but he now meets them and finds out that this sister, whom he has never met, and he now sees pictures of her, that you can see where this is going. That's the guide.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Do you have contact with these people?
Oh, yeah.
I'll probably get more data for like
I mean,
5 more
there are so
minutes,
many of
and
them.
then
I
after
just
that,
picked a couple of the
people who
real-
don't get updated
yeah,
probably are just
where
gonna have to let me know.
It gets
Or
beyond,
actually,
well, again, what
I
Suzanne
should probably
uses
do
NOE,
most that I can, but at the same
no
time,
word explanation.
if the person didn't put in the effort to go up, then it's
Wow. What
I don't know.
What do you
In
think
time
about
I'll see it.
manifestation?
About what?
Manifestation, manifesting.
Manif-
Manifesting things into existence.
Uh,
Do you believe in that?
can you be a bit more specific about
Band for
the
band.
physical thing that's developing things in the future? I've
Developing
met
things in the
people who have
future.
done this kind of as a occupation,
Yeah.
and they talk about manifesting your life and that, as opposed to physical apports that are appearing and things that precipitate into physical reality.
I've not heard about anything that
Oh,
comes into physical reality.
Oh, yeah.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah. My my table mate at Scene Jesse was a Pakistani. I chose to have a foreign student, and we got off into some of these things. And hopefully I got the case right. But anyway, not sure what the relative, senior relative, older relative that he had, said that where he lived every night, he'd wake up in the morning and there would be money on the sill. By the way, his father, must have been his grandfather, who had a VC. Had fought for the British, actually, VC. I mean,
Wow.
that's MOH level here.
Yep.
Yeah. And, but anyway, said that, yeah, they would wake up every morning. It wasn't a big amount, just a small amount of money would be there. And then told somebody about it, stopped. But where it came from, how it got there. And now, if you want, well, we can get into things. Well, what happened with us in Mongolia had specific examples of that. I've got them in the door. The first one, we were meeting with a shaman bull, and this is up near the Siberian border. We're chasing the reindeer shaman here. But anyway, went in and we did a ceremony, and Victoria and I were the only two foreigners there. Had a few people local. Familiar with the Mongolian gear? So small, I forget how many were there. But he's doing this ceremony, and all of a sudden we hear this, tuk, 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 and this thing goes rolling across the floor. So I picked it up, and when I got home, sometime later, I took it down to Hal's place. And they said, oh, it's a tektite. Didn't know. No, a tektite is formed by the ejecta from a meteor hitting the ground. Relatively rare, not rare, not diamond rare, but relatively rare. what got my impression most is this thing happens. He says, "Oh, you should keep it," and I'm sure, and it's the local people going, "Oh, wow," looking at it like they've never seen this. So it's not part of his stick, if you will. And again, it's kind of like the voodoo folks. These are people who, at a poverty level, look up to dirt. So the idea that he's pocketing these things and could he pocket it and dropped it? Yeah. Did he? I don't think there's any chance that happened. So where did it come from? More spectacular, a number of nights later, we had been out, I forget how many nights, it was the 8th night, and we had with these little, pop-up tents that we were using. Victoria and I had one, and of course, it's just room enough for the 2 sleeping pads or sitting. But the point is, every morning, you turn it upside down and shake it, just to shake the dirt out. It's that light. And we've done that for 8 nights now. Wake up the next morning, and between our pads is a 50-pence Australian coin. You have no idea. Now remember, we're near Siberia. This 50-pence Australian coin is lying between our bed. So those are the first-hand kinds of things. Like I say, first-hand experiences.
Yeah. I mean, what's that conversation like when you wake up and there's 50 Australian
Like,
coins?
where did this come from?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's only, we had the driver, we had a local guy, the guy and the driver, I mean, that they slipped it in the middle of the night now. Probability approaches 0.
Yeah.
So how do you explain it? I don't know. But I do say I do have that, and I keep it safe because these things have a habit of disappearing. It's like when I showed it to Hal. I mean, I physically carried it down there. I'm not going to mail these things around. Like too many people say, "Well, it's lost in the mail" or something. But how do you explain this stuff? Don't know.
I mean, you have to be thinking about this all the time. All these things that you've witnessed, that you've heard, that you've experienced. I mean, it's just in the couple hours we've been talking, there's dozens. How do you sleep at night?
Pretty well most of the time.
Yeah. Have you manifested anything? Have you tried to?
Try to report, no.
Why not?
But these things happen. I say these things sort of, well, my main take on it is I don't consider myself psychic per se, but a lot of these things happen around me. Seem to be more of a catalyst than
One thing I am noticing is people are going up, and that is something that is amazing. I fucking love it. Thank you so much, everybody. Like,
back to consciousness. Do you think we're all tapped into one
I can see
kind
it.
of fabric?
Oh, yeah. Well, my friend Larry Dossey wrote the book on that. I don't know if you know Larry or not, but he's, again, MD, one of the ones for our paths crossed in a number of areas, but he was actually a medical doctor with the 101st Airborne in Vietnam. So we had, comparable stories there. But yeah, you can read his story.
Bailey, I will get yours up at 6. I'll refund everybody's points. Send me a picture.
Let's move back.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's working on your TV now? You just watch time to yourself instead of the other account.
That sort of looked like it's really true.
Like it's going up on your phone?
Back into some of your career. Let's move back. How did you get connected with Robert Bigelow?
Oh, well, first time I met him, it was just a handshake sort of thing. John Mack and Dave Pritchard. John Mack is
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You figured it out.
in the UFO circles. That's
At least we haven't figured it out now, but I will
Pulitzer
get
Prize
you up there.
winner,
Trust the
medical
process.
doctor
We'll figure it
at
out with the
Harvard
channel points.
University. A whole story worth knowing. And he had a group studying abduction cases. He's best known. In fact, his book is called Abduction. Dave Pritchard was an optical physicist, again, premier level. And they held a conference at MIT. An interesting thing they might have to come back to is when we arrived at the conference, that was one of the speakers. And I was talking about the relationship between UFOs and near-death experiences. And we all had to sign a statement that we understood it was at MIT, not by MIT. And you fast forward to where I just came from Stanford, and they were very supportive of Gary Nolan's thing at Stanford. I think that's hugely significant. Harvard also has Avi Loeb, whom I met there at Stanford as well, and he's has the astronomy department at Harvard, and they now have the Galileo project that studies it. And so the point is, from an institutional perspective, they have shifted in 30 from years, like, don't mention our name, to, yeah, we can support this. So for Bob, I just briefly met him there. What I did not know at that time is that his son had just died, like within the last 30 days at that juncture. Fast forward maybe a couple of years or something. I've got a group at my house. I was living in Santa Fe, and Hal Putoff was there. I think Jacques Belay and some other, I forget all, what the whole group was. And it was over the weekend, and talking about, this was kind of a follow-on to the Advanced Theoretical Physics project. We did keep in touch even after I retired. And out of the blue, it's Sunday morning, and folks are getting ready to go to Albuquerque to catch their flights. And the phone rings, and it's, hi, I'm Bob Bigelow. I've heard about you. You got any projects that'd be of interest? And yeah, so the short answer then was yes. We had another one, some guy that he funded independently. And a short time after that, he came back, and he was, he said he wanted to create an institute, which became NIDS. And at the time, we were, the Santa Fe Institute was there, which was primarily in chaos theory. And you had Murray Gell-Mann, who's a Nobel physicist. And on the board were people I knew from MIT, but, kind of at that level of science. And they were the premier institute in physics. By the way, this is another one that crosses over. You read The Lost World. We're talking about Michael Crichton. You see a lot of people in that book are the ones from Santa Fe, because it's based on, it was Jurassic Park, was based on chaos theory, as well as encapsulation of DNA, etc. So Lano had kind of made it clear they didn't want to push non-lethal weapons. And in the meantime, I had worked with the Council on Foreign Relations, and the Joint Non-Lethal Weapons Director was being developed as a direct response to that. That's kind of a side story. So I was the system there was very age sensitive. So it was a 60-year time, and so retiring was a pretty good option. And then from
Oh, this is gonna be a long process every day.
And I was the first one there, and then helped develop the whole board. but it was one of these serendipitous, out of the blue, first contacts, if you will. And
Yeah.
you can't plan these things.
What kind of stuff were you guys studying at Skinwalker?
Oh no, Skinwalker is actually a subset of NIDS now.
Okay.
So I don't know which one you want to. Looking at the ranch or the.
Let's look at the overall big picture.
Okay. NIDS was formed to study two specific things. One was a continuation of consciousness, and the other was UFOs. And I had suggested to Bob, unsuccessfully, that you ought not be developing, subset organizations. And, first thing, he's an engineer by trade. First thing, he draws a box and says, "We got this, and you got UFOs, and you got cattle mutilations, and you got abduction." Right to the board. My suggestion was not to do that, and that form follows function. Let's correct data and see where it goes, and create an organizational structure based on the data and the kinds of things that we're receiving. Put together, no doubt, a world-class board. One you wouldn't recognize. Ted Rockwell? I doubt that. He was Rickover's technical director. But very interested in these phenomena and that. Edgar Mitchell was on, Jack Schmidt from Apollo 17. Can't remember all of them. Hal Kitt, I think, Kit Green is the first. He was the president of the board.
I think that's pretty much everybody.
I brought several from Los Alamos. One of the key ones was Dean Judd. He is key. Dean is particularly key in where these things, again, cross over. Dean had been the chief scientist for SDI. More important, as importantly,
I haven't updated it yet. I don't even have the commands
you
yet.
know what an NIO is? The National Intelligence Officer?
Yes.
Okay, now this is back before the DNI is created. So the organizational structure, the CIA had two hats. The director of CIA was the director of CIA and the director of Central Intelligence, which is different. And so under the IC, he created the IC staff, because you can't go to the president and say CIA thinks this, but DIA thinks that. You've got to come in with an integrated position. So these were the guys who had the national position on any given topic. Now, most of them are geographic. You've got guys for Asia, for Europe, or Middle East, etc. But there was one for technology, for science and technology, and that was Dean Judd. My point there is, Dean and I knew each other extraordinarily well. I mean, we traveled together. I brought him on a board for at SOCOM. And
Oh, Zoomy, what do you think, dude? No.
To work with Bob. Now, did not want his name out there. He used a different name in the public.
I'm sorry. It did help me. Trust. It did help.
Integral.
I don't think it didn't, because you're a great help, for real.
Remember, he's the guy who's got to go to the president and say,
I got things that I'm working on, Zoomy. You think I can do that and play Siege at the same time?
Didn't know that. So he's another example.
Kind of rude to think about that. You assume. You definitely assume.
Kind of a who's who.
Kind of annoying.
So put the board together, and
it's not like I have to spend the time to do my priorities.
We actually had
Definitely
a
not.
conference on the life after death research.
About
30 or 40
pen by font.
Present for that. And
you mean, bruh? Font? Did he mean to pin that?
Were coming along. Then out of the blue, kind of came along Terry, and the exposure to the ranch. By the way, it was never Skinwalker Ranch while Ned's had it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a name that came along after
Yeah.
and has a tag. We just call it like the ranch. Yeah, that it was an opportunity that just emerged, and it got to be so because of the number and complexity of the events that were happening. And then we heard Terry's story, and Frankie believed him. I think he's straight up and very honest. And bad things happening to his family, know why he sold. I mean, you can't blame him for that. And it was taking a lot of heat in the area. And so Bob just decided to buy the ranch, and then that kind of became a laboratory, if you will, a living lab, and we started studying and going up there. I said I was the one who spent the first night I was with him the day he bought the ranch, and spent the night there. Nothing. It does seem, and one of the questions that comes up is that certain people seem to be focal points for some of this and have
Jared, it says you're seventh.
Experiences than others. I didn't. There was one of our group that's pretty well known, but he seemed to be more sensitive and have strange things around him. And
I have a question. When I interviewed Brandon,
I also took off a few that are no longer, like, if they're not gonna watch my stream, then they're not gonna be on the leaderboard.
Discovered at the ranch.
Actually, no. It didn't do it correct. It did not do it correct.
That's just him.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I have talked to and feel disappointed with.
Fuck, I thought it did it correct. It did not.
Initially, it's created a pretty significant library, and there were a number of folks that came forward and were able to buy or collect information. People had private.
I took off Silent Killer. He used to have a lot of watch time. He doesn't support my stream. Doesn't watch my stream. I told him that what we're doing. I told him already, and yet I don't know. Some people just don't necessarily enjoy my stream, so I think that they shouldn't be on the leaderboard.
Foundation and is collecting and has had, I think, got relationships with the University of New Mexico to protect this equipment. And one of the things they're doing is overtly looking for folks who have private collections and bringing it together. Jeff Kreipel has done that at Rice as well. But Bob was just wanting old stuff. He can be very, very private in many areas.
What's the connection between the continuation of consciousness and UFOs?
The UFOs have got to be a piece of
consciousness.
Piece of the consciousness puzzle. Yeah.
As
I said, you've had now, as you know, particularly from Jacques, these go back millennia. Reports of some incidents. But, where you have all of these significant, interactions and with UFOs, that's a relatively new wrinkle to interaction with other forms of non-sentient life or non-human sentient life.
How do you, what kind of experiments do you do or research do you do when it comes to the continuation of consciousness? How do you study that?
I'm not ready to discuss that right now because I think it's coming.
Okay.
I will tell you that's to be announced. But
okay.
Actually have a Zoom session on that on Sunday.
All right. Roger that.
But huge. And one of the problems that you have is, if we're right on consciousness arriving and the complexity, and remember the PSP, precognitive sentient phenomena, how do you get ahead of that when it knows what you're going to do before you do it? And determines what results you're going to get.
How long did you guys study that?
Noon tomorrow? I don't know.
No, I mean with under NIDS.
Tucson, this is literally evolving as we,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, this is, where I think it's headed, and there's too many loose pieces right now, and don't want to risk upsetting any of those.
Okay. When it comes to some of these crash retrievals, there's a big disclosure thing happening. The first hearing in Congress was last year. I think they've had another one since then. What do you think of all this stuff? There's so many different camps in this.
Well, I'm in a firm maybe. I had come down against Roswell. Having said that, until Grush came forward, and
I'm almost done with my priorities, guys.
weaponized thing, that's one of the things they were talking about with
It's
me.
really
That it had to
freaking late.
because I was a kind of a firm no. Now, Roswell happened, no doubt about that. My position was, I'm pretty sure it was ours. And yeah, had the details to kind of support that. And from multiple sources. Conversely, after Grush came forward, and again, I know those key players as well, lose a friend, Chris Mellon, and you know Jim Simovan? That's a name you'd want to know. Well, he's public now. I wouldn't have said anything, but he was the executive officer
Sleepyhead.
of CIA.
Hi, Roy. Sleepyhead. Am I a sleepyhead? You're a sleepyhead. You motherfucker, you're the sleepyhead. Hell, you
like
think
I say, when you think it's convoluted. I'm at a
Good
conference,
morning.
actually a training session.
Good morning. Did you just wake up?
Anyway, they go around the room, who are you, blah, blah, blah. And I mentioned my name, he answers his, and we went on break, and he says, are you John Alexander? And I said, yeah, why? Says, oh, he says, well, I heard about you, and then mentions he's very senior CIA. And so we go to lunch, and he tells us about an experience where he's living in Northern Virginia, and he wakes up, and he and his wife are outside, and have no idea how they got there. And there had been little beings in the room with them, and how do we get outside? And then there's physical stuff that happened and all that. And he's one that has come and said, believe Grush. Now, not what he told me before. Talked to Chris Mellon about it. And the problem is the data never all fit. I told you some of the pieces before.
I'm not that focused. I'm almost ready.
Is right. My take is this is absolutely illegal, what has been going on. I think I know now how it was potentially funded, and it's not what conventional wisdom has. One of the things we didn't mention, and you hear all the time, mentions particularly the skunk work.
Easy Mac, I can do it in one moment.
I knew Ben Rich, and we talked about this. I mean, we had meetings on this. Ben, when I was with him, had a shopping list.
We are about to lock. We are about to lock for real.
When I was at the Seoul conference, I was standing in line, and this guy talks to me and said, where are you from? He says, oh, he's from the skunk work. He just retired from the skunk work. Oh, that's interesting. So he said, it turns out they have a list, and I asked, well, unfortunately, the guy has transitioned. But Sheffield was the guy that Ben gave me, and it said, Ben had a shopping list. I want the propulsion system, I want the cloaking system, I want the da-da-da, and looked out, and this runs very counter to a lot of the popular literature, and I believe we had more than one discussion on this.
Pain and suffering.
Could he have lied to me?
Pain and suffering.
Possible.
Pain and
I think
suffering.
I mentioned before we knew Edward Teller and had
Pain
gone
and
when we were
suffering. Pain
doing
and suffering.
ATP,
We got this.
Advanced
We got this.
Theoretical
We got
Physics.
this. We got this. We got
One
this.
of our
We freaking got this
suppositions
shit in the
was
bag.
if
Trust the
5
process.
people are in the loop in Roswell, Teller's one of them. And the reason is that, remember, he is the guy who is involved with the most energy that is known to mankind at that time, nuclear fusion, right? Had him over for dinner and actually brought these topics up. And he didn't dismiss it. He just said, well, I think they're...
You guys are naenaes spider ducks, every single one of you, motherfucker.
And how, people knew and most people didn't and all of that. But no indication of that. By the way, he liked the Cash Landrum case that I told you about.
Did he?
And that's because of the radiation, and we understand that sort of case. Yeah, so...
Hello, motherfucker.
Like I say, the pieces just never all fit.
Hello, motherfucker.
Probably you.
You want me to get freaky? I'll fight you.
Before you get a whooping.
Nene before you get a whooping. No, nene.
You better hit the nene before you get a whooping.
Nene,
hurry up.
I actually didn't mention this. When I was doing these briefings on ATP, in addition, I had mentioned Star Wars. I had met with the director or deputy director of all those 3-letter agencies. Now, if you have a...
Still number 7, Jared.
Program,
so don't worry about, bro.
you got to have a hell of a lot of people. You think about... See, my approach to all of this has been, okay, it's real. How would I organize to do that? And the numbers... Meaning, how many people do you have to have that are ready to go on a moment's notice? You go to any contingency plan where you have a global contingency plan, because that's what it would have to be, right?
Stop!
Place, maybe you're talking about
get out.
International relations and all, but then you're talking...
You don't yell at me.
Liaison officers, or anybody might go out and collect, and et cetera, et cetera. The numbers make no sense. And I will tell you, the director of one of those 3-letter agencies were having a briefing. I was there. Somebody else may have been just Bert.
Speak.
This is one where generals talking to generals that are allowed to do it.
Why isn't it letting me unpin that message? Why is that message getting pinned in the first place?
There's no requirement. If you understand how the intelligence community is driven by requirements, they collect against specific targets and that. B, tell you about the ones I saw. So the point is, here is a guy who's now the head of one of those 3-letter agencies who has personally seen what he describes as UFOs and says, agency not involved. Now, the question comes up, were all these people lying to me? I frankly doubt it. There's just too many. Mm-hmm. But the flip side is, believe, and that this tiny subset does have it. So like I say, I'm waiting for the shoe to drop.
You and everybody else.
197, 198, 199, 200.
Do ETs have the technology? Do we have the technology?
I wish I could meet an alien. I would do anything for an alien.
What?
The technology. One thing almost everybody agree, even the believers say haven't been able to crack it in reality.
This is the biggest pain in the ass, low key.
My example is if an F-35 crashed in the Amazon and the Carina Crowley picked it up, you'd probably have better spears, but you wouldn't understand flying and stealth and all of that. And that seems to be, I mean, almost in the rumors that come back and just say, don't understand. Now, there are those who say, no, we've been flying it for a long time. And I think that's bullshit. And the reason is if you had the technology and could fly it, the issue is not little widgets flying. It's about understanding technology that's fundamentally different. You can make the Middle East irrelevant. And in fact, in one of my books, I wrote to that, because I write little vignettes of what would happen. And it was that zero-point energy source is discovered, and it changes the geopolitics of the world, which it would. And so that you would take this and go make a little widget to fly, inconsequential compared to understanding. Now, we also looked at what would it take if you did understand such an energy. And our best guess is, at least 2, probably 3 decades before you could inculcate that. And you can see examples of that right now with electric cars, because you're talking about, the big question of, okay, where are recharging mechanisms and all that? To put in that infrastructure takes decades. So you would get started well ahead of time. So I think the idea that we've had it and sequestered, and that the other flip side is usually, the oil barons and all that would just bury it because they want to keep theirs going. I say, no, they would own it. They would just go out and buy it. Well, we have the concentration of wealth as we do in the U.S. Right now. Now, the people with money would just, invest in that and buy it. There's no need to be afraid.
Yeah, that is a good point. Let's talk about some of these abductions. I'm sure you've looked into some of the abductions.
Okay.
What are some of the abductions that really stand out to you that you find to be credible?
Well, again, I had mentioned before John Mack, and he was the premier guy in abduction phenomena. And John was much more circumspect than most people realize.
Do you guys believe in aliens?
Again, little gray eyes from Zeta Reticuli picking people up and that. The converse is the one that I mentioned before. Here's the guy who, it's interesting. He becomes the executive officer of the CIA. He's literally in charge of counterterrorism for the U.S. for a while, who has to sleep with the light on. And like I say, I put Jim down, and I know his wife too, highly, highly credible people. And, of course, they can't answer what happened.
You know what's funny is that is what an alien would say, Jared.
And there's no doors to get there. And
Fun fact.
of that nature.
Oh, fuck. I just realized they're doing the setup reveal.
Again, I think we're back to...
I don't got a very good setup reveal to show you. But it could be...
Whitley Strieber is a good friend. We've talked about, Whitley... his cases, stuff that happened in New York. He's the one who had come up with a whole anal probe kinds of things. I don't think that the issue is in hybrid children, and fighting is, if you're fighting ET, that's total bullshit. Because if ET understands physics and can get across the universe and get here, they also understand biology. And I don't need humans to make new humans, and I don't even need life humans. If I can collect, we've seen this now with the DNA, alive. And what I've said is, ET says no to free-range humans. What they would do is, if it were adversarial...
Yo, Capone is looking for a team. That's lovable Duke in general chat. Anybody
it'd be a
I think Jared would probably make him a good
I
team.
forgot to mention to you
Jared,
that
because
you don't
he's keeping his
realize, and I
phone
just
on, or
learned
he has
this
2 different
morning on
phones.
the
He has
internet,
one that he's going to keep the
you're
stream on.
talking to a
So he's
zombie
probably going to get his
who's
watch time
controlled by
up.
eating
Flamester,
cheese.
or you're still probably looking for a
That's
team.
literally on the internet today.
Yeah, a team.
I'm a zombie.
I don't know if any. You guys got to work together. You guys got to fucking plan this shit out. You need a team.
Again, the damn issue of complexity. Do these events happen? Oh, absolutely happen. But
We're gonna do the fun facts in a moment. We're gonna do a lot of fun
get back
facts.
to the interactions of humans and sentient non-humans. We've been having abductions. You know, remember Rip Van Winkle? And there's one that's in the Quran and this notion of going to sleep or bilocation, and that has been around forever, and not necessarily that some ET snatched them up and moved them there. Why does it come? Are there, they call it cloaked memories, and changing it to make people think that it's something else? See, one of the things.
Pretty anticlimactic, but I'll get you a better one sometime.
The Cash Landrum case, helicopters flying around absolutely weren't there, and have looked at that and said, but can I make you think of there? Can we do thought projection so that, that these things are being...
And once you have 3 people finalized in a team, I'll make you a command for your team 1 or whatever. Or actually, whatever your team name is going to be. Exclamation that. That'll be your team name. It'll say the team names involved.
Them talking about Chinese working on thought control.
I have.
Yep,
I actually.
you can.
I've read about that. What do you think about that? Do you think that's a possibility?
Anybody who needs help finding teams as well, I'd be more than happy to ask people around to see if they need a team and
parts of it are
work together.
Real.
And
No, we can. This is an area that I don't know if it's still classified or not, but there are ways to project certain that are very prosaic, complex but prosaic. How much you can do, I don't know, but what we're talking, if Cash Landrum is the UFO is there, that physical, and we know from a physical fact something was physically there, but can implant thoughts that are terribly complex, i.e. it's not just but it's, certain types of helicopters are flying around this thing. We know for sure they were not. That talks to a degree of technology that's well beyond certainly anything I've ever heard of or even been sort of being close to. By the way, related, I was giving a briefing on non-lethal weapons to the director of science or director of research at CIA headquarters. And never met the whole thing of thought control has been, in the CT arena. And, he went off into that. And it was, I don't know if people know what happened on the church committee, but that's the whole LSD thing and that. And said, no way in hell are we touching something like that. And people would look, I think you could play You Bet Your Agency. And when you do that, if you get caught playing with those kinds of technologies. Now, having said that, of course, this recent stuff has been associated with China and certainly don't have the same moral limitations that we might on that. But the implications of where that goes is just really, really horrendous.
I mean, obviously they would have to tap into some type of a consciousness. Obviously they would have to tap into some type of consciousness. I mean, we're talking about
well, depending
plants.
on how you're defining consciousness now. See, you're back to, I think there's a significant difference between the brain and the mind. So what we're really talking about here is being able to manipulate the mind. And what we know from like fMRI, for instance, you can do that. That works both ways. You can also read the mind based on certain physical responses. Yeah, I've argued in some.
I guess what I'm saying is if you're able to, how do I explain this? If you're able to, let's talk about the cell sample. Your cells were hooked up to the polygraph machine and they were able to pick up on your emotional algorithm.
Right.
Would there be a way to reverse that to where the cells can manipulate the mind?
Yeah, you're very close to something that Bert and I were discussing. You remember when Reagan was shot?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that came up, everybody attributed to ghouls, but trying to collect bandages and all of that. And we're in a highly speculative area here now, but it was, can I take this sample and revert it back where you can influence the actual organism? I mean, you're talking the Manchurian Candidate at a whole different degree here, but a concern, we literally had discussions about, who's controlling all of these physical samples that are coming from the president. And could you do this? Again, emphasize that this gets used, highly speculative, but thought about, certainly.
Last thing, interspecies communications.
Yes?
Let's talk about it.
Okay. Which species?
The dolphins.
Oh, the dolphin research. Yeah. Well, we did that. The dolphin research was actually doing interaction, the stuff with the whales. Again, we're interacting at a lot closer than we are with humpback whales and whatnot. And so they knew exactly where we were.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and the ability to do that. It wasn't exactly communication, but we were in a rigid rubber 10-meter boat. I mean, could have flipped that in a heartbeat, and yet we're having interactions at inches from that. But no, there's several applications there, and this is going to go off into the Bledsoe story as well. We had done, a guy I had mentioned was Ted Rotwell. He's the one who had been.
I think we have our first team.
Over as technical director.
We have our first team.
In these areas, and he had funded this. And what we did was we were dealing with two aspects. One was dolphins in the open ocean. We did a week. This was off of the Bahamas.
That's Neon.
And in the north end, signed in and up in north of there. And spent a week out there. And we had the protocols that we set up was for very practical reasons. There would be no physical contact unless they initiated it.
Somebody needs to join Lino. Somebody needs to add on Lino part of that, bro. Anybody who wants, you guys can start making teams. We got one team pretty much completed. That would be
And they vary in size, and what happens normally is
that'd be Lovable Duke, Jared, and Neon.
And come back together late in the day, and they can run from twos and that to hundreds.
Gonna go organize about earlier. You don't have to ever be sorry. Sorry, I just saw that. You gambled too much, bro. You gambled too much. Moved it past me.
On this and would have interaction. if they came, we would get in the water. And by the way, being if you've dived with them, but it's just amazing. I mean, you've got these things, hundreds of pounds, and they're inches away from you because they would come to us while you're in the water.
Are these wild?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We're talking open ocean, and anyway, so we started into some of the psychic things, and would say, I think they're coming. They're a long ways off.
I'm kind of
One
hungry.
in particular, where we were trying to communicate and have them do certain things, and you'd see them come rolling in, and then we were.
Rainbow Six Siege scares me so much. I don't even want to play it. It's fucked.
And had a small raft that were towing behind it, and to bring them in, and you'd see them. We saw them coming across, and had them again. The telepathic instruction was to make a major shift and to go back out.
Cappy
circle around,
is second place or third place watch time, Lino.
respond to it. Now, a lot of the time we would get in the water, we'd keep.
Fond, are you listening as well? Fond could probably join you.
Had to get in the water fast.
All three of you guys are very mature for your age.
If we,
For your age,
but this is one
you might be young, but got an old heart. That's for sure.
There's another set of experiments, but these were
W-mans.
And they did this. I forget.
Flame as well. Flame.
They were in the tanks. They put up signs roughly north, south, east, and west. And there's another guy who deserved credit here. It was Scott Jones. Has that name popped up at all?
No, it has not.
Antiquity, one who's key in many of these areas, and then had become he's an ex-Navy pilot. A lot of strange stuff from Korea, had experiences, and then got involved in these areas and became assisted. Claiborne Pell was a senator who became quite interested. Anyway, Scott set this up, and so what they did is he made a number of cards with sets of instructions. And then they put them in the envelope and numbered the envelopes, but did not know what instruction is in what envelope. And so there would be things like go to north, circle counterclockwise,
Fucking finally.
etc. And they did that. And had 5 out of 5. They had 6 envelopes. 5 out of 5 does that, and then they would read the instructions and send the message. They would do it. 6th one picks up. No, she does not know what's in the envelope, right? Dolphin starts a routine and opens it up, and they had done the routine before they'd even, seen it.
Wow.
Yeah. I knew John Lilly, and you may know Lilly on dolphins because he had done a lot of the basic research on that. He also warned that you got to be careful with it because they can get aggressive, particularly with women at times. Yeah, there's a sexual component to it. But
Oh, fun facts are gonna be hard right now. I'm almost done.
earlier, this is Chris Bledsoe's case.
No, not per month, not most added. It's combined.
Each one who's having
Like all
interaction
three of
with
you
auras
combined
on a
together.
continuous basis. Starts with an amazing case.
Yeah, added, I guess, combined.
I wrote
Added sounds like,
forward to his book,
and it's for a week. But it's gonna, we're gonna start. We started last night. We're gonna the new month will probably be the first official week, first week, and then the end of that will probably be where we end it.
Just recently replicated, but hasn't aired. There was the program called Beyond Skinwalker Ranch has a set on Chris, and I'm in that. But near the end, what they do, I mean, this really blew them away. David Broadwell, who was orchestrating this, got a hold of a guy, and they have a EEG helmet. And so they've got Chris outside, and when they show it in the film, what's really effective is Chris is there, he's pointing to orbs that are moving around. They're photographing the orbs so that they see that. So you got him in the poem. And the third one is actually the reading from his EEG. And what you see is a profound shift to something that looks like a Zen meditator with 30 years experience or something like that. But the brain waves just shift tremendously when he's, again, doing this communication with the orbs. I said the
After a
problem at the
fucking
moment
year.
is we have
No,
yet to
that is
figure out
wrong.
the Rosetta Stone
Are you
where we
serious
can
right now?
understand what this means. And getting back to Brandon, he also says that in Skinwalker Ranch, he thinks that the issue is attempted communication. We just don't understand it.
What kind of communication is Bledsoe having with these orbs?
Oh, he calls them and sees them almost daily.
He calls them and they come in.
Yeah. I get emails. I haven't had an email for a week or two, but almost every week. Here's, if the weather's good.
This is a pain in the ass to take care of because
Yeah, they respond.
I might have to find a different way to keep track of this
Do you
shit.
think he would be interested in an interview?
Yeah, he would. No problem with that one.
Chris Bledsoe.
Yeah.
Roger that.
We'll talk about that, but the case it's another one. The complexity of that case is absolutely amazing. And that it's turned into a positive thing. In fact, I just sent him on, I think it was Tuesday, was the 16th or 17th year since his first major event happened. And I sent him a note that said, happy anniversary. Because it was, he has a fabulous family and all been involved, but they took a lot of heat.
Yeah.
MUFON, why they existed. They got a video up on it. It's just terrible what they did with him on the initial reporting. And of course, the local community. And to make it matters worse, his family comes very fundamentalist Christian and does not want to hear that. And we can talk about the case itself is interesting because it's one where I had a personal experience with it. But I'm absolutely convinced of the reality, mostly because of what happened to me. I mean, most of these things I've talked about are things I've observed or been around. But this was one that gets me.
Yeah. This is a lot to think about. I do. One other thing came to mind that I would like to ask you about, and that is the underground ET bases. Lots of people talk about it. I don't know what to believe.
Well, tell me more about what the question is.
Well, what really popped on my radar is, I've always heard about them. That these Tic Tacs, UFOs come out of the ocean, they come out of the ground, and some people think that they've been here all along. Then when I was researching Joe McMoneagle, I found kind of a mini documentary that talks about these remote viewers that remote viewed underground bases, one being in Mount Hayes, Alaska.
Yeah, that's Ingo.
What do you know about this stuff?
Mostly what you do, and the probability of it being significant and physical reality, I think, is pretty slim. But you're back to what do you mean by UFO, and you say, where do they come from? If it's an interdimensional thing, then you don't have a problem of that. And you also don't have a problem of physical space, of where are they? Now, having said that, as if it sounds highly negative, conversely, again, if you're talking, just finish over to the near death.
Finally, I think I'm done with the commands.
And the mediums, and they talk about the spirit world that's very,
Oh,
very
fucker.
close to us and aware
I spoke
of
too soon.
what we're doing and interacting, and it's physically right here, immediately adjacent. It gets you away from a lot of the problems of, like I say, time and distance and things of that nature. But
This is honestly wasting a lot of time right now. Not even getting anything done. I know this isn't fun to watch when I'm just sitting here.
But that gets you
twiddling my
away from
thumbs.
necessarily that there's a fixed base that's there, that's in three-dimensional reality as we know it. Is this in something that has other dimensions? And so it's not physically taking up space, and you've got to get there. Because we know where Mount Hayes is, and having said that, have heard for a long time about UFOs flying into and out of mountains and mesas. It's much rarer than typical UFO story, but certainly there. You must remember something I haven't hit. One of my first questions always is, what do you mean by a UFO? And the problem is they got little balls of light, got hard craft miles across, literally, and thousands of variations in between.
Mm-hmm.
Which in my view argues strongly against, by the way, the ET hypothesis that, putting it together. If on the other hand you say this is a mental construct and you're seeing different things, again, you're back to consciousness, that certainly makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
I also, second slide, or I think usually a second slide that I always use is when I talk on any of these topics, and it's got, I don't know all of them, but it's got near-death experience, after death, psychokinesis, interspecies communication, UFOs, and this and all that. It said even cryptozoology, and say, yeah, these are all related, and consciousness is the key component. Problem is we tend to isolate and study in little stovepipes. And I have a thing that says, look, I give lectures to the UFO community and near-death experiences, shamans around the world, and remote viewers. And it is changing, but for the most part, those are as if isolated. And one of the first things you run into is, what are your parameters? In near death, what do you mean by being close to death? Because most of the cases where you have no idea. And one of the things we ought to talk about separately are the few cases where the individual is entirely instrumented. So that they're, but even the case that I mentioned, Mary, I mean, all we have are the stories after the fact, and you have to infer that death had occurred. You have to infer that she had some ways of getting communication and information about what would happen years later.
Mm-hmm.
We do know that piece of it happened, but there's a lot of inference as to how all of that occurred.
Well, hope you have a good Zoom call. Well, John, I'm not going to lie, my brain is tapped out after talking to you for 6 hours. And I've got a lot to think about. But you know, I would like to say thank you very much for coming on the show and sharing everything from your Vietnam experience, your childhood, and as much as we've covered up until this point. And I just want to say it was an honor to have you, and
All right.
thank you for making the trip.
Okay. I hope to see you again.
Here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing, plus the China. Angela Ford, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you for being here, and I am very humbled to be here with you right now. And so you first kind of popped up on my radar when I interviewed Joe McMoneagle. He had brought you up in the interview, and I asked Joe to connect us, if he would connect us, and he said he'd be happy to. And then I interviewed another one of your former colleagues. Actually, sounds like both of them are still colleagues to this day. But Edwin May,
Yeah.
another fascinating guy. And man, everybody in this space has just been so nice to talk to. And I love the subject matter. So I'm very happy you're here.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. So everybody starts off with a introduction here. And so Angela Ford, you're a remote viewer 079. You have worked for 32 years in the intelligence community. You're a member of the U.S. Army's remote viewing at Fort Meade, Maryland from 1986 to 1985.
1995.
Excuse me, 1995. You are currently a teacher at the Monroe Institute and participate in occasional projects with Dr. Ed May at the Laboratories of Fundamental Research, LFR. You're one of the few female remote viewers in the Stargate program used to use automatic writing. Discovery Channel aired a reenactment of a case that you solved for the U.S. Customs in 1989. You were given
Hey, Akuma,
special
what is up, brother?
acknowledgement in former Secretary
I'm
of
trying to
Defense
update the
William
leaderboard,
Cohen's
having
book,
issues.
Murder in the Senate. You have been written about in Annie Jacobson's book, Phenomena, The Secret History of the U.S. Government's Investigations into Extrasensory Perception and Psychokinesis. Do you know Annie?
Yes.
I just interviewed her too.
Yeah.
And another interview I loved, and I just really happy I connected with her as well. But so we got a couple things to knock out before we get in the weeds. I have a subscription network on Patreon, and they are our top supporters. Many of them have been with me since the very beginning, and I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for them, and neither would we be having this conversation. So one of the things that I offer them is the opportunity to ask each guest a question. And so I thought this was a good question because a lot of people kind of categorize spirituality with remote viewing and ESP type stuff. So this is from Paul. Have you known any remote viewers who have claimed negative spiritual experiences in the process of their remote viewing?
No.
No.
No. Because people that I know were trained in remote viewing. Remote viewing is nothing more than ESP. It's when somebody remote views to gather intelligence, it's nothing more than what a psychic does. The information is out there, When somebody receives psychic information, it's mental. So the information goes to the brain and then it goes on to the paper, whether you're doing coordinate remote viewing, extended remote viewing, whether you're using tarot cards, whether you're using a crystal ball. That's the manifestation of the information. So remote viewing is nothing more than ESP. It's a nice term that the scientist used. It's a nice term to use if you're trying to get money from Congress instead of saying psychic. And what makes remote viewing is the methodology, meaning that the remote viewer, the psychic, and the people involved in the remote viewing process are blind to the target. That is what makes remote viewing is the methodology. But if you ask a psychic we're going to do a remote viewing session, they're going to go into session and they're going to do whatever they need to do to gather the information.
Okay.
And you can't tell anyone, you can't tell a psychic, oh, well, you can't do that, you have to do this. Although in the Stargate program, they did have the coordinate remote viewing methodology because it was a manual. It was written by Stanford Research Institute, made the manual. It was nice to have to kind of show Congress that it's more technical. It took away from the spirituality but the Army took it as the military likes to train. So when the Army people saw this manual of coordinate remote viewing, then they kind of made it their Bible and this is remote viewing. But actually, when somebody remote views, they're just being a psychic. I mean, you can see it, you could feel it, you can hear it. Whatever happens in a session, you don't know.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now, I've had other people who claim that they're psychic, that if they've had negative experiences, and I've had negative experiences, and I remembered whenever I had started training as a psychic, I was very young. A woman told me, she said, Angela, you're going to see positive, but you're going to see negative. You're going to feel negativity because this is what Earth is made of. Positive. There's positive and there's negativity. But I'm just not. Sometimes it's just there, but it's energy. It just kind of goes away. I've been doing it for so long and so much has happened to me, it just doesn't matter. But I do, people call me up and they get a little nervous. They go, well, I had this dream and what does this mean? Or they may feel like, I just had a guy email me the other day. I think he started seeing, I think he was seeing orbs in his third eye area. And I said, your third eye's, it's a chakra center that's opening up. But I don't know. I don't know. I just feel there is negative. And I know a lot of psychics that don't want to read people if they're negative. Well, good luck to that. I mean, we're not always going to be 100% positive all the time.
Yeah.
And then I know people, healers and psychics, they bring a client in and they'll go through a whole exercise of, talking, bringing the light, blessing themselves. We only want good. It's just, I don't know, I don't do all of that, but I guess, I don't know. I guess they're just negative and positive.
Well, changing the subject just a little bit, when I walked up here to start the interview, my editor was sitting here and you guys were having a conversation, and it sounds like you had somehow tapped into his health. Can you explain what was going on there?
He asked me if I could give him a reading sometime. And I said, I can do it now. So I just needed I needed to concentrate on something. So I asked him for his birthday, and he gave me his birthday. And from his birthday, I was able to tune in. And I felt like he was going through a huge year of change, which whenever he told me what was going
He is.
Yeah, huge change.
He just
And-
moved.
Yeah, yeah. And I said, it's the kind of aspect where people want change, but it could be more change than what you want. In other words, by the time this comes around in your life, you welcome change, but sometimes you get change that you don't want. And I said, you can even lose friends. Well, that made sense to him. And then I don't know why. I don't know why. I said, do you have a I just told him he had a delicate system. And he did say, I said, you have to eat light foods.
Interesting. So does that just come to you? How does it come?
In many ways, just many ways. Just focusing. I need a focus. I really do need a focus. And I knew I didn't have, his birthday kind of helped. I did some basic numerology, and then it's just that focus. And then it just kind of opens up the door, and then I can go from that.
Interesting.
It just opens up the door.
Could you describe the chakras?
Well, I guess there's these points on your body, like your hands. I think there's one in the stomach area. It's called the solar plex. And then you have the kundalini, which is your spine. It comes up like a snake. And then you have the third eye. And you have your feet. And a lot of times when people become very sensitive or psychic, these points, they kind of, they open up. It's sort of like we have an aura. And so it's sort of like as you become more aware or as you become more psychic, you're opening yourself up more to these energies. And so you become more sensitive. And it's a process.
Interesting. So you become more in tune with the environment.
Become more in tune.
Wow.
And it's a process. I think it took me about 9 months to go through a process.
Wow. I have one more question before we get into the life story. So not long ago, me and my wife went out to dinner with a couple that's very good friends with us. And we talk about things like this and
Let him cook!
and UFOs and stuff like that a lot. And my friend's wife was talking about she was saying that she has dreams. I believe it was dreams. But she felt like somebody else was putting those visuals or messages.
Why do you have to yell at me?
Her head.
What did
So
I
she would
do to you?
vocally say, "Hey,
What
you're not welcome here."
the fuck
And
did I
I've seen some
do?
articles as of late that kind of talks a little bit about, I don't know if mind control is
just
the
gonna
right
start
word,
ignoring you
but
guys.
kind of thought control. Is that a thing?
I don't think I'm ever gonna listen to you
A
guys
lot
ever
of people
again.
get, it's sort of like whenever you go to a haunted house and you see a spirit. It's the same
Bar
thing.
45 minutes. Wish you luck. Good luck, brother.
It's not like I think what she needs to do is just recognize and just say, I recognize what you're doing here. And, if you can recognize what's going on.
naenaes.
She could say something like, look, I recognize what's going on.
We're gonna
here.
raid
Why
out to
do you
Royce
want
2
me
in
to
an
have
hour,
this
20 minutes.
information? But
And then Royce 2 is gonna raid me when I start my stream over.
It's almost like if you see a ghost or it's like, hi, I know you're here. It's recognize it. And once you it's like they want to be recognized and then it just goes away.
I think what she was thinking was going on is that basically what I'm getting at is, would it be possible for a remote viewer
Hello,
to
motherfucker.
inject a
I hope I get
or
this
certain
shit
feeling
finished.
or maybe information into another individual's mental
Probably.
status?
Yeah.
Have you heard of that before?
Yeah, because that's what because if somebody, I think at one point they were, it was always thought that like if somebody was kidnapped, if they would, they were trying to tell people if they were kidnapped, start concentrating on if a remote viewer could find the person, if the person would start, suppose you were kidnapped and somebody wanted me to find you, you could start saying, explaining where you are or what you're going through, and I could tap into that.
No kidding.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's what they want. Yeah. It's telepathy. That's called telepathy.
Have you done that?
A couple, well, I have done that with my sister. I did it a couple of times. Telepathy.
Can you describe that experience?
Well, there was one instance where, and I don't know if this is, when I was working for the government, I was working for Army Intelligence, I had heard that there was one of my college professors that just started working at the Pentagon. And I guess I kept meaning
That's the thing. I can't fucking do it, dude. It's like no matter how hard I try, I can't. It's unfortunate.
Well, one evening he
Gotta
was
figure
out
out
and he
what the
saw
fuck
my
I'm doing wrong.
sister. And so they talked, and my sister came home and I was sleeping. So I went to work the next day and I called the guy and he said, I bet your sister told me to call. I bet your sister told you to call me. And I said, no, I haven't talked to my sister. And he felt like, oh, wow. He said, you must be psychic because I just saw your sister less than 24 hours ago, but somehow I must have known to call him, even though she didn't tell me that she saw him.
Not dumb, brother.
But another instance I had with my sister was we were living in an apartment and I don't know what she did. She would keep forgetting a certain house key or something. So every time she would come in, I'd have to, and I can remember always just kind of sending her a message, don't forget the key. And at one point, I could almost see her going back for the key and reaching for it. So later on that day when I saw her, I said, did you almost forget the key? And I knew what time she had left. I knew what time she left. Well, I kept saying, don't forget the key. Don't forget the key. Either she was going to lock herself out or I was going to get there and I would have to leave her in. And I can remember saying, don't forget the key. And then I kind of saw this image and I could see her going back for the key and I recorded the time. So when I saw her later, I said, what time did you leave the apartment? And she told me, and I said, did you almost forget the key? She said, yeah, I had to come back for it.
Wow. That stuff is just fascinating to me. Absolutely fascinating. Donald Trump is officially the next president of the United States of America. While millions of Americans are celebrating the victory, thousands of others are still concerned about their savings. The unfortunate truth is we still have a $35 trillion debt. The interest on that debt could now be larger than our entire defense budget for the first time in history. Plus, the wars that started during the Biden administration are still raging across the globe. So what can you do to help protect your savings? Many Americans are already taking action by reaching out to a top-rated precious metals company, that's Goldco. Right now, Goldco is offering a free gold and silver kit to show you how precious metals like gold and silver could help you diversify your savings before it's too late. Visit SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your copy free of charge. Plus, you could receive up to a 10% instant match on bonus silver for qualified accounts. Visit SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD. That's SeanLikesGold.com. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Join me and my special guest for the next behind-the-scenes experience exclusively available on Vigilance Elite Patreon. The behind-the-scenes footage is raw and uncut. This is as close to the set as you can possibly get. You can expect anything from off-topic conversations, studio tours, the final moments before the interview starts, and everything in between. The behind-the-scenes content is constantly evolving and will continue to bring you more as we grow. You can gain access for just $15 a month.
I don't know if I'll be able to get it done, to be honest.
At Vigilance Elite Patreon. Folks, you know it. America has never been this close to collapse. To make matters worse, we're right around the corner from an unprecedented political powder keg. And folks, the sparks are flying. But smart Americans know this and are fighting back by investing in emergency preparedness now while they still can. And I strongly urge you to do the same by going to preparewithsean.com right now. At My Patriot Supply, you'll find the best-in-class survival food, critical, potentially life-saving gear like solar generators, biomass stoves, water filters, heirloom seeds, and much, much more. Everything you'll need to deal with what's right around the corner for this country. My Patriot Supply is the nation's largest and most trusted emergency preparedness company and has helped over 3 million American families prepare for the unthinkable. Their famous delicious food kits, which are packed in ultra-durable, heavy-duty pouches, deliver over 2,000 calories a day and can last up to 2.5 decades in storage. Plus, your essential supplies ship lightning fast, which frankly these days could make all the difference. Order by 3 p.m. and your supplies will ship that same day in discreet, unmarked boxes. Go to preparewithsean.com right now so you can join the ranks of the elite Americans who are ready for what's coming. Well, before we get into your life story, everybody gets a gift
Oh,
here.
thank you.
So-
Oh, this is nice. Oh, goodies.
Those are Vigilance Elite gummy bears.
Oh, yeah, my husband, I'm going to keep these away from my husband. Read them all. He has these all throughout the house, but no, thank you.
You're welcome. But, all right, Angela, so we're going to start
Okay.
right at the very beginning. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in a small coal mining town in western Pennsylvania. I'm from Indiana County, Pennsylvania. It was where Jimmy Stewart was born and raised.
Oh, cool.
I'm Italian. I came from a large Italian family. Both sides of my family are Italian. And when I was very young, I had a lot of out-of-body experiences.
What age did that start?
Oh, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can remember when I guess they say at certain points of your life, I guess you get the spark of life, or there's a spark. I can remember when I began to walk, I can remember this spark going in me. And I knew it. I recognized I was a baby, but I knew a spark went in me.
Wow.
I was very aware of that. And I had a twin sister who had out-of-body experiences. Now, I told my mother, I would get up and I would tell my mother and then I started to have dreams. And there were a lot of dreams. It was about a lot of things, about world events when I was 6 years old. And I would tell my mother, and my mother would listen to me. And
Oh, you know what I just had a great
China,
idea
things about
for?
Russia.
You know what I had a great idea for? To make a program
I was
that
only
helps me
6 years
do
old,
this.
and I would get up and talk about these
You
dreams.
know,
but
Lena
my
said
mother
something
would
about a
listen to
script
me,
that
and
collects
she never
the data,
discouraged
but
me. And as a child growing up, I could
definitely
once I got
have
into
some data
school, when I became
organization.
busy, it didn't happen all
I
the
could
time.
definitely figure
Things
something
sort
out,
of
for real,
faded
for real.
away. But I was always curious in the subject because
You
I
and your
knew
points,
I
Tiana.
was, I was flying out, I was leaving my body. I could see my body. I'm flying out the door. I'm walking through walls. I'm in the trees. So I was always interested in the subject, but I didn't. So, I'd go to maybe psychic sometime, but my mother was very interested in the subject. She had
Really?
Oh, my mother had all kind of paraphernalia laying around the house, from Edgar Casey to she had a lot of Edgar Casey material. She bought a whole encyclopedia of the occult. We still have the encyclopedia of the occult. My mother was into it. She would listen to Jeannie Dixon and what Uri Geller on TV, and she liked country western music, and she believed in reincarnation. So as a teenager growing up, she'd talk about reincarnation and turn up that country music. And I thought she was weird. And I just wanted, I was so embarrassed when friends would come over. And one time the car radio broke. And I was so happy because then we didn't have to listen to the country music. And I was walking down the road because it's a coal mining town, the road, not the street, and not on a sidewalk, but the road. And she had a transistor, and I was walking with my friends, and she held that transistor out the window as she was driving, and she said, "Listen, Angela," and it was like a new country western song. A singer was singing a new song, but that's the way she was now. So I went to college at Indiana University of Pennsylvania, and the year that I graduated, my sister, I had a political science degree, and my sister received a criminology degree, and my sister said we should be state police. She loved criminology and the investigative work, so we decided that we were going to be applied to the police. To the Pennsylvania Police Academy. Well, it wasn't accepting new applicants that year. So we had graduated from college. The academy wasn't taking new applicants. I think I was just sort of, I was a waitress, and I had nothing. So there was a man who taught a night class at the university that I attended. He was a chemistry teacher, but he was psychic, and he taught an ESP class at night. So I took his ESP class, and he was good. Like he'd make everybody write a number down and hide it from him, and then he'd go around and tell you what the number was. And I liked him a lot, but what happened was I was coming down. The police academy wasn't going to open up. So my sister and I applied to the FBI, and we were coming down to Washington, D.C. to work for the FBI. So I got a call one day where I had to go to a factory to work at night because I had to quit the class because I had to make money to come down to D.C. But I always remembered him, and I remembered the class. So I came down to D.C., and then I worked for the FBI.
This is frustrating.
There's no way
This should get easier. Should get easier, hopefully.
Eyesight.
If not, I'm fucked.
Couldn't have
If
done
not,
it.
I am fucked.
And it was a very low paying job. But I did meet, there was a woman I knew who was dating an American Indian. And my sister and I were invited one night, I guess it was a powwow, they called it. And there was some tribal leader. There was some tribal leader from the West. And he told my sister and I, he said, did you have dreams when you were young? And I said, yes. And he said, when you're in your 80s, whatever you dreamt about, it will be true.
Do you remember what you dreamt about?
Yeah.
What did you dream about?
That actually that we would not have that the enemy would be China. I know what's going on with Russia and the Ukraine, but that will be resolved. That will be resolved, and we will be friends with Russia again.
We will be.
We will be. I remembered that. And it was China. China was the enemy.
Wow. That's what I believe.
Yeah, and this was during the Cold War, whenever I had these dreams. Remember Khrushchev And it was unbelievable. You know, I would say, "Oh no, you know, we'll be friends with Russia. We're going to fight against the Chinese." Well, at that time in the early 1960s or late 1950s, who would have thought of that?
Yeah, yeah. Can we rewind to some of your? I mean, you had mentioned out of body experiences at age 3, 4 years old.
Well, actually, 4, 5, or maybe a little. It was before I went to school.
Okay.
It was before I entered school at 6.
What can you describe? Do you remember your first out of body experience?
No, they all seem the same. You just go out of body.
Was there what did the dream entail?
Oh, it's not a dream. It's not a dream. It's you physically leave your body. You come out, and you're here in like a aura or a spiritual form, and your physical body's laying down. You can see your physical body laying down.
So you're fully conscious.
Oh yeah, fully conscious.
Are you able to make decisions?
Oh sure, yeah. It's like I want to go. Yeah, I could direct myself where to go.
Wow. So where would you?
I would go outside on a tree. I can remember one time I really wanted to go. I went to the sun, I think, one time, because I really wanted to get out of the earth. I wanted to go further. But now, when I went out of body, I had no control. And I still don't, I have no control when I go out of body, I don't know how to go
Eddie
out of
Royce,
body.
why
It
is
just
the
happens.
people I've been
But when I
given?
go out of body, I can direct it a little bit. I can
Because you're
direct
not
it.
So you can't
showing
control
your points
when
correctly.
you
Exclamation
you can't
points.
control when the out of body experience is
No.
going to happen. But you
At
you are
Kellycopter.
fully
Aware.
capable of making your own decisions where you want to go. If you want to go right, left, up, down, you're capable. Are you? Do you have the ability to come back in body?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So what did you think at age
Oh, I
4, 5, or
loved it.
6?
Oh, I loved it.
Did you find it odd?
I didn't find it odd, but I knew as I got older, I knew I could not talk about it. Now, don't ask me how I knew that. I have no idea. I knew that I could not talk about it to people.
Who's the first person you talked to?
My mother.
What did your mother say?
Oh, that's good.
Did she believe you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my mother was, yeah. Oh, my mother was weird. Oh, yeah. No, she encouraged it.
Did your mother have out of body experiences?
Let me tell you, but what happens later, what we find out about my mother is it's unreal. She had psychic. Now, my mother was psychic, but we never knew it. And my mother would walk around the house and just my mother would talk like, oh, you know, this pope's going to die. They're going to get a new pope, and the guy's name's going to be John. And my mother would talk like this. She talked about, my mother would make predictions, and we didn't know what she was, we never knew we didn't call it psychic. We just thought she was, a little bit, we called her, lofty. She was lofty. She just didn't seem to be, she was lofty. And she would, a couple of times, she'd be around the house making dinner or talking, and she'd say, oh, there's going to be a war over in Israel. It'll be short-lived, though. And there was, what was it, there a 48-hour war or something? So that's how she would talk all the time, but we never paid any attention to her. And then she'd talk about reincarnation, go into reincarnation. So we never really paid much attention to her. Now, what happened was I was down here I got a job once I left the FBI, I was able to get a job. This would have been around 1980. I came down to D.C. in probably 1978 or 79. I left the FBI because a woman I was working with left the FBI, and she went to join her husband, who was working with Army intelligence. And she called me up and she said, Army intelligence is having internships. They're looking for people with political science degrees. You should apply.
Yo,
You'll be making more money than
Loudish.
what you're making now.
I
Plus,
have you on my phone, man.
it's, you get
Thank
more.
you for the
as
raid,
As
dude.
the years go by, you make more money. So I applied.
Thank you for the raid, man.
when I
We're
started to work
watching
for
a
Army
podcast, and I'm about to go let my dogs out and
I was
maybe
on
try
the
to find something to
3-year
eat.
intern program.
I've been streaming
And all
for
about intelligence,
8 days and
how you
23
think
hours.
it, how you disseminate it,
And
how you
anybody who's not
produce it.
following
I have
Loudish,
went to
follow
the
Loudish.
different
This man is a
intelligence
goat.
agencies
Try
to
to get
find out
part, or
who's
he's trying to get
responsible for
affiliate,
what.
and
So I did
great
this.
guy. Thank you, Loudish. I recommend him on my
At the
channel.
end of the internship,
He's a nice
they gave
person.
me a job
Thank you
as a
for picking me to raid,
secretary
man. Sorry,
analyst, and at the time,
I'm a little
it was around the
frustrated at the moment. I'm
1980
trying to work on this
period
leaderboard
whenever
thing,
you
and I'm
had
having a
extended
really
vistas
tough
into
time.
Nicaragua, and you
And
had
I'm at the
AA
point where
raids
we're
coming
just going to keep the
along,
leaderboard that we have,
agencies
because
in El
that one
Salvador
works. That one
and
has a frame
in
idea. I don't know how to explain it.
Honduras, and then late. So it was a hotbed.
But
And I
welcome in,
would do
everybody.
recurrent intelligence briefings every Friday for the command staff.
Okay.
And that's what I was doing. Well, at the time, when my mother called me up one day and she said it was the fall, and she said, I need to take, I want to do something. My friends and I were bored. My mother always took classes.
But I hope everybody had a good time.
And I told her, I said, why don't you take.
Why you look so hot today? How old are you? Let me see some ID. Let me see some ID. You can't say that!
So she said, I think I will.
That's not allowed. I will ban you, motherfucker. Loudish, I played it. Played it. And never completed it, but.
Give my mother an object like your ring.
At Kellycopter, how old are you? I'm dead ass.
She could hold the object and she could
Inky face, prove it. Prove it on Discord. Prove it first, and then you can say those things. If you can prove it, I'll allow it. I'll allow it only if I know you're legally of age to say those things.
So my father died during that.
Gotta see some ID.
Must have been around 1980.
Gotta hold that ID up to your face, and then.
Died, and she mailed me a book.
You wanna send me to prison? What did I do to deserve that?
I was still young. I was 29 years old. I was living with my sister.
Not right.
So my mother emailed me a book, and she said, "Read this book. It will help
It's
you
not
understand your
okay.
father's death." And I did, and it was.
You can't
It was
keep getting away with
She
it.
was a popular writer at the time, and and it was called A World Beyond. So that book helped me get over my grief. But after
I'm programming something right now that might actually help me.
I felt like I was getting very psychic.
Leaderboard, go in there.
Automatic writing. My sister was taking an
And
astrology
then
class at the time.
new
And my sister, the astrologer
text.
knew that my sister and I
Leaderboard.
writing, so she kind of recommended us to go study with
Text.
a man by the name of Fred Mansbridge in Alexandria. He owned the Mansbridge Institute, so we started studying from him. And I was working as a Central
Copy.
American analyst. And at that
And
time,
then open the folder.
Astrologist teacher told my sister about this psychic program that the government had where I worked. I heard it from my sister's astrologer. I didn't hear it from. So I started to make inquiries where I worked, and I had heard there was this psychic program that they had Army remote viewers. I didn't even know where it was located. So I did meet with the general, and I did want to go to the program. Well, it was General Stubblebine, and he was retiring. This was 19.
Please work.
And he was retiring.
Please work.
So I thought, well, I guess I lost my chance to be brought into the psychic program. And what had happened was he was getting ready to retire. So this Army psychic sitting up at Fort Meade, they were sitting around ready to get orders to go someplace else.
I don't have the time to keep working on this.
You know how the government works.
There's no trust in our relationship. I feel like we're losing our spark.
And you're going to go there and work. So they assumed
ain't showing you my ID, bro. Just
the
trust.
program would be shut down because General Stubblebine
What
was retiring.
do you think this is?
The Army, the remote viewers were being.
What do you think this is, Kellycopter? Are
Kellycopter?
you in our Discord? Is there any other proof of identification?
before, Dr. Jack Verona, who worked at
If
Defense
no,
Intelligence
if there's no answer,
Agency,
then the
who
answer is
was
no, homie.
funding
Sorry.
research into parapsychology at Stanford Research Institute and other places.
Thanks
like
for the watch time. I really appreciate it.
Duke University. He went to Congress and said, "Don't shut down the program. Just transfer the program from Army to the Defense Intelligence Agency," which took about a year. And then in 1986, I was brought into the program after it was transferred.
Okay, let's rewind just a little bit. What is automatic writing?
It's just a way of receiving information. Like if you ask a question, it's just a matter. It's just a way you can receive information.
Okay.
It's like an automatic.
It's all right though.
It's
Whatever happens, happens for the best.
Through writing.
So you think about
a question,
something,
yeah,
and you just start writing.
No, somebody asks a question, and then it kind of goes, and then I just sort of write out the answer.
How does that come to you?
Well, at first it came slow, came very slow because the process was very slow, but now it comes a little faster because I've been doing it for so long.
I mean, I guess what I'm asking is, can you describe what you're experiencing when if we were going to do the exercise right now, and you had a pen and you were writing, and I just asked what's a question somebody would ask?
Am I gonna get a raise? Am I gonna make more money?
Okay.
Yeah.
How does that answer come to you? Can you please describe that experience?
It just comes. It's like a door. It's like just a door opens. It's
Is it just a thought that is in?
It comes fast. It comes fast. It can come very fast. It comes fast.
How do you clear your head so that there's only that one thought, or do you?
I try to. I try to be disciplined, but sometimes you don't. But sometimes it just comes. I don't know if you've ever watched psychics on TV. Like, was there a man, John Edward, or Treese? They had the Long Island psychic.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever watched them, they talk fast. The information comes fast. That's how fast it comes. In fact, I went to see John Edward in Baltimore, and he came out. And
As long as you guys don't mind that the leaderboard updating might take a while, that I'm not even freaking there yet. I have to go let my dogs out, and I also have to make something to eat because I feel like I'm starving to death. Ed Kelly Comp, are you in the Discord?
Until I am finished talking, and he said that it's like these the information just comes so fast.
Is it a thought in your head that you write down, or is it your hand that just writes it?
No, the hand is the manifestation. The information is out in the ethers. You're asking me a question. I have to go out there. My mind has to go out into the ethers, or it has to go out into this energy field. So the information is here, so it manifests on the paper. That's why a lot of people can give a reading without anything. Like I know psychics, they'll just stand. They don't use anything. I think I'm a little. I guess that I like to rely on my paper and pen.
When did you realize? When did you and your sister have a conversation about what was going on? If it was happening to both of you?
I don't know what I'm doing, guys.
When she came home,
I don't know what I'm motherfucking doing.
And I showed her what I was doing, and she said, "Oh, I want to do that." So she did it too.
Is that when she found out?
Hey, I'll play one.
Wow.
I'll be on the waiting screen the whole time. I'll play with you. I'll be on the waiting screen the whole time. The stream will not know that I'm playing with you.
Oh, sure.
Well, I will play with you, and I'll do it one game. One game.
I had heard years later that
I'll be muted. I'll turn the camera off. It'll just be like I'm not even here. Where's the camera?
with a tray, and on the tray was a bird and tarot cards, and he would make money by giving somebody a reading. The bird would pick up the tarot card, and my grandfather.
I did all that. I'm saying that I'm not having you on my stream. I'm sorry, I can't do that, bro. But I'll. You want me to? If there's no other way, I will. But that's not proof. I'm not gonna let you say shit to me because it's still not proof.
I think I talked to Ed about this. Maybe
But if you really wanted me to, I would.
Did all humans have this at one point in time? What is, I mean?
Oh, I think it's always been there, but it's always, I mean, why are we born? We know intuitively, we know when to come out of the womb. It's like psychically, we know when to be born. I believe psychically, we know when to leave too.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You're freaking me out at this point.
I watched my mother-in-law and a brother. I feel like they knew when to go. They knew. It's like they took themselves out.
Wow. When
I think we all have it. It's just not accepted in our culture. It's just not accepted in our culture. Other cultures have an easier time with it.
Hey, can somebody tell her why I wouldn't have anybody on my stream? And like, I don't know why people can't get that I'm a solo. That I have nobody on my stream. No one! No one! No one! That doesn't mean you! No one!
Why do you think
Zero!
If you believe everybody had this gift at one point in time.
I think the church. I think
Okay, I will literally time you out. I will literally time you out if you say that I don't love my viewers, because I love my community. Nobody's called a viewer in this house. They're my family. If you don't want to be a part of that, you don't have to be a fucking part of that. If you're a guilt-tripping motherfucker, then you can leave. I'll give you one more warning. If you're a grown woman or grown dude, I don't know. Kelly reminds me of a woman, but you might be a dude. Kelly might be a dude's name as well. But I'm just saying, like, full on, you gotta understand that's not something we do to people in this house.
But it's just not talked about.
I mean, what do they say? We only use 10% of our brain. I mean,
Exactly. He put it best. He put it best. That if I play with one person, it would be unfair. It would not be fair, honestly. Like, everybody wants to play, and that best thing we do is we make the time for our homies one way or another. But guilt tripping is not the way. It's the worst way. It's how you get under my skin. It's how you make me see fucking red. If you want me to see fucking red, I'll see fucking red.
They will be more, I guess our computer systems are changing or things are changing. So when these new people come.
No worries, brother. You had nap time. I understand.
Understand maybe things that we couldn't. So I guess there's an evolution.
And in that evolution, we're losing.
Brother took nap time.
We're losing psychic ability.
I would take nap time, brother. Don't worry.
Yeah, and we should be gaining more psychic abilities.
How would we gain more?
Helicopter, you say one more word. One more fucking word. You're lucky. You're fucking lucky you're still here right now. Can you not? Can you not? You sound like a child. You sound like a child. And am I fucking jinxie? No, I am not jinxie. I am Royce. That honestly is so fucking annoying. That right there.
People don't do that. They just go in and talk.
Yeah.
You're lucky. You're fucking lucky I don't time you out, honestly. One of those things. I would have.
Aware of your surroundings and paying attention.
Exactly. Fucking get out.
To your thoughts.
We don't even have a mod here right now, so I gotta take my phone with me just in case.
Coincidences.
I literally, we're gonna be playing community games in 3 days.
It does seem that way.
More like 2 days and frickin' 15 hours.
because everything.
So,
How I got
I mean,
to Army intelligence. I never thought I would work in D.C. I would have been.
I know, man. I'm an introvert. I was born to be alone. I was born to be a solo. And I get anxiety. I do not enjoy really playing with people I do not know. I don't like the feeling of it. I'm sorry. And if you have a problem with that, then you can leave. This ain't your freaking community to be a part of if you have any intention of playing with me. And I'm sorry if you do want to play, but you can go play with Jinxie. How about that?
And they were,
Kelly, go play with motherfucking Jinxie. Go play with Jinxie. I bet you saying, Jinxie plays with viewers. No, the fuck, he does not. He does not. Go play with Jinxie.
But I had nothing else to go back to. Even when I would try to go back to Pennsylvania, I just couldn't find anything to do anything.
So how did you get selected for the remote viewing program?
Well, what happened was I had found out through my sister's astrologer that I had found out that Army intelligence, where I was working, had these psychics, remote viewers. I didn't know it, so I asked to meet General Stubblebine to see if I really wanted to go to the job. But then I got in trouble with my command, I guess because I skipped my chain of command. My immediate chain of command got very upset with me. And then General Stubblebine was retiring, so I thought that, well, I wouldn't be able to go. But then he retired in 1984, and everybody thought that that the psychics, the remote viewing program, would go away. But Dr. Verona picked it up in 1985 and transferred everything to Defense Intelligence Agency. In January 1986, I got approached by the people at Fort Meade they sent someone down to interview me for the job, and it took 6 months to get from Army intelligence to the Defense Intelligence Agency to work as a remote viewer. They interviewed me, I did personality tests, and my clearances had to be sent from Army to DIA.
What was the interview like?
Just a personality test. Just general questions, but I think General Stubblebine told them to hire me. So as far as the interview, I figured I was going because it was the type of program that you couldn't apply for. It was a special access program. You couldn't apply for it. They took people. If you met somebody and you thought they could fit in the unit, that's how they were brought in. So I'm sure if a general called like the commander up at Fort Meade, who was the head of the remote viewers, and said to bring me on, I'm sure they would have listened to him because he was a general.
Okay. At what point did they ask why they thought you would be, excuse me, did they ask why you thought you would be a good addition to the program?
No, they just gave me this personality. They kept giving me personality tests, and they kept asking me all these questions. But the personality test, I don't know. I don't know why I think they took me because the general said to take me, because I ended up being, on the test, I ended up being like a judging person. And they're saying that perceptive people make better remote viewers. So I think it was just an exercise to just, well, we interviewed her and she seems okay and we'll bring her in. But actually, when I got there, they really didn't want me there because of my automatic writing. They said it was a bad habit.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, and I got in trouble with my bosses by going to the general. So they gave me a hard time, and I was very uncomfortable for a long time, and I was in trouble. So that that made me very uncomfortable. So when I went, from 1984 to July of 1986, before I went to the program, I was still working as a Central American analyst. Now, When I went to Fort Meade, my very first day of work, I was met by the operations officer. And I said, hi, I'm Angela Ford. It was the first time I met him. And he said, I know who you are. And he said, and I've heard about you. And he said, you have a bad habit. He said, he says, we're going to teach you the right way to be psychic. Well, at that point, I wasn't going to argue with him because I knew what it was like to be in trouble by going over the chain of command. So I didn't want to be in trouble again. He said, okay, okay, it's a bad habit. Okay, it's a bad habit. What do you want me to do, So what happened was these military people, they were all learning this coordinate remote viewing. Now, they put me with a trainer. They put me with this man. His name was Gene. And Gene was a civilian, and he worked in Germany. He used to be in the military, and then he worked as a civilian, and he worked in Germany. And if you're a civilian and you work overseas, you're only allowed to work so many years, 5 years. So 5 years were up, and Gene needed a job. So he called the commander of the remote viewers, and he said, hey, I need a job. And the commander said, well, come on down here. I'll get you a job. They made him a trainer. So I don't think this guy, he didn't have much experience with psychics or, he just needed a job because he needed a job. So they put me with him because he needed somebody to train because all the military people were doing training under another trainer. So they put me with the trainer, Gene, because he needed somebody to train. Well, when Gene found out I was doing automatic writing and the people didn't like it, then he was giving me a hard time. He goes, you can't do what, we're going to teach you the right way. So I said, okay, so what are we going to do here? Now, what they did was they called it extended remote viewing, and it was nothing more than you sort of visualize. They put a picture in an envelope, and you sort of go down into like a meditative state, self-hypnotic state, and you get visuals, and then you write down what you see. So that's what I did. That's what I did. And they called it extended remote viewing. And while I was waiting for my clearances to be passed from Army Intelligence to DIA to go work as a psychic, I picked up this book. It was called The Silva Mind Control by Dr. Silva. And in it, he taught, it was very close to the extended remote viewing. He taught about how you can go down and visualize, like if I want to pick up information on you, I would go down and I would visualize you. No, what I would do is I would turn on the TV. Okay, now I'm going to watch Sean. So in my mind, I turn on a TV and then I see you. And then I pick up information about you. And then when I'm done, I turn the TV off and then I come back and I say, this is what I picked up on you. Or you can do it with pictures. And so I read this Silva Mind Control, and then so when I went to work for the unit, they were calling it extended remote viewing, and it was the same thing that I read in the book. So I would, in my mind, whenever I was working the training targets, I'd just turn on the TV and describe the picture and come out and do it.
Wow.
So that's how I was doing. But no, I wasn't going to argue with them. They did not want me to do my automatic writing. And being in trouble before, and oh my goodness. So I did that. Now, about a year and a half after I was with the program, my trainer left, the commander left, the one woman left, everybody left, and they brought new people in. And they brought in one training officer, and he said he didn't care what people did because he wasn't wild about the coordinate remote viewing, and he used to be a remote viewer. he didn't care about methodology. The thing with the military was they were proud because of their methodology. They had this coordinate remote viewing, they had extended remote viewing, and this is the way it's properly done. This is how to be a psychic. This is the way you do it. Well, I come more from a spiritual whatever background, and I would have thought that if you're going to go work as a psychic for the government, you would have thought at some point some of them would have picked up a book or went to a metaphysical church or done something to look into the subject, but they took it as very matter of fact. So what happened was, about a year and a half, things started to change. Management started to change. And I told my boss, Fern, I said, I want to do automatic writing. He said, well, you can do it. So he said, you can go home and do it. He'd give me tasking, and then I'd go home and do it. But one day I walked in, and I walked, I don't know what happened. I told Fern, he allowed people to do different methodologies. So I told him, I said, well, then come over and work with me, because I want to show you what I can do. And he did. And he put a target in the envelope, and it happened to be Terry Anderson, who was a hostage held by the Hezbollah in Lebanon. And I described Terry, and I described him. I said that he's in a country that he's located in a country that's not his homeland. I felt that he probably was restricted, and that I felt that eventually he would come out and he would be well. So that hit it pretty much. So Fern, we started working hostages. They had other hostages there. They had a lot of university professors at Beirut that they had kidnapped. They had a man named Pohil, and I kept saying his throat hurt, and he came out, when he got out, he was diagnosed with throat cancer. Now, we were doing hostages, and we were running the information up to the defense, and we were running the information from Fort Meade to Bolling Air Force Base, which is close to an hour. So whatever hostages I was working, they were running the information up, and the people were taking the information and giving it to the Israeli embassy, and the Israelis were acting on the information. Now, we got a call one Sunday, and they said that there was a Marine, Rich Higgins. He was a Marine colonel, and he went to Lebanon, and he was kidnapped. And they asked if we could find him, and they were very concerned because he was military, and they were afraid he was going to be killed. So I worked the case, and I knew his movements. I was saying he's moving here. I was picking up things that they could come back and say that, okay, I was more or less matching what the intel messages were coming in, but they did not know where he was. So I they were giving me pieces of imagery. So I went to a piece of imagery, and I said, he's right there. And I pointed to where Higgins was. And of course, the military people in the office said, well, there's nothing there. It's all woods. Why would he be there? But the analyst said it's old imagery. So the hostages, the terrorist, about a month later, after I had put Higgins in this location, the hostages left. Sometimes they let hostages go. So there was a hostage that was let go by Hezbollah, and it was a German guy, Cordes. So our analyst went over to Rhine-Main in Germany to debrief him. And our analyst asked, do you know where Higgins is? And the Cortez, the released hostage, said he's right there. It pointed to where I had pointed to.
Wow.
And the analyst looked at him and said, but there's nothing there but woods. And the Cortez said, no, they built a structure there to put Higgins in. And that's where he was.
Wow. Was that your first?
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was, yeah, one time I had Terry Anderson in the Bacaw Valley, and the analyst came back and said, oh, he would never be in the Bacaw Valley. It's not the MO of the terrorist, but he was sighted in the Bacaw Valley at one time.
I mean, what does that feel like to get a confirmation?
It was overwhelming, but see, what happened was I felt good about everything, but the military, they didn't really like me. It was just hard.
Why didn't they like you? Joe had kind of mentioned that I don't remember his exact phrase, but it kind of sounded like he was saying you never got a fair shake.
First of all, I think they resented the fact that how I got in by a general, which didn't bother me because I worked in the system long enough to know if somebody higher up wants you, they pick you and you go. And I've seen it. And I've seen they do it with males. And I think because I was female, I think because I had the ability before I went in, they could not control that.
Interesting.
They could not control that.
The majority of the remote viewers, they don't have the ability before?
No, the Army felt that you could bring people in and train them. And you can train a person. You can put a picture in an envelope and you can train a person how to access and describe that picture. But I could find people, I could find things. That was just something I could do. It was like, it was my mind, that was the way my mind worked. I think they resented the fact of how I got in, the fact that, and they knew I had this ability. And I can remember when my information started to be, when they were using my information for operational purposes, they were fighting with my boss because they felt that it wasn't scientifically proven. How are you going to scientifically prove it? I don't know. And that they needed results. I had to prove my results to them before it should be used in an operational mode. Why would I have to prove myself to them? They're not scientists. They were hired to remote view just like me. But I think because the information, we were working in a fully operational mode. They came down, they couldn't find Gaddafi's. Remember the Gaddafi was supposed to have had a chemical plant that nobody could find, or they said they knew where it was, but they didn't know how the chemicals were getting there. Or every time they would go, they could never find the chemicals. So they asked me, they said, what's going on? So I said they were bringing it in. I named this vessel and I called it potato, and I spelled it like potato. So we wrote a report up and it was brought to the analyst, and Dr. Verona saw the report sitting on the analyst's desk. And he says, does this mean anything to you? And the analyst said, well, the vessel's not potato, it's batado. It's a B instead of a P, but I spelled it with a P. So, so Dr. Verona said, do you think this, how we described the report or the scenario, he said, do you think this is viable? And he said, yeah. The analyst said yes. So Dr. Verona went to the commander of DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, and they called Turkey, and they pulled up a submarine to watch that vessel. And it came back as highly probable. So they watched the vessel. The vessel sailed the route that I said it was going to sail. They said it probably did have the chemicals on board, or it was probably the way they were getting in and out, but it wasn't highly successful or successful. It was highly probable.
Okay.
But that was good enough. I
Yeah.
mean, that was nerve-wracking to think that they're going to pull up a submarine based on my information. Now that really made me nervous. It made my boss nervous because that was a sole, in intelligence, you need several sources of information before you'll go out and look at something. It was sole source.
So they had a lot of confidence in you.
They did.
Would they have other remote viewers on the same project to see if?
Yeah, they would, and the analyst, that we were working with, they would ask they go, why? The other remote viewers could not work as fast as I could, and they couldn't. I was good at finding things. I was good at describing people. See, I was good at personalities. I was good at finding things. The other remote viewers were just taught, put the picture in the envelope. It's a Soviet structure. They could be building. It was a different type of, I was performing it a different way.
Were you the only one that had differences from your colleagues, or were there other unique methods?
No, there were two. There was coordinate remote viewing and extended remote viewing, and then I did my channeling, and Dr. Verona decided to call it WRV, written remote viewing.
Interesting.
A girl came in after me. I taught her. She liked what I did. She was pretty good, and they gave her a hard time.
Were you guys all centralized?
In the same place? You mean?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So can you describe what would a daily routine be like at Stargate?
Well, we had two buildings. And one building is where we had our desks and where we would do our reports. And then you had a second building where you would go remote view. So we would have schedules, like on, there were remote viewing times. I think one was like 8 o'clock, maybe 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock. So we would have schedules on when to remote view. And then if we weren't remote viewing, we would come over and just do administrative type things. And sit at our desks. We would type reports. It was hard. It was hard to work. You can't work a psychic 8 hours a day.
Mm-hmm. When in the other building, in the remote viewing building, what would the setting be like?
You would walk into a room and there would be a sofa, there would be a couch. And you could sit there if you wanted to and relax. And then there was a hallway. And then there were 2 rooms. And there was a restroom. And the 2 rooms would have a chair and a desk and a bed. And then you would go in the back, and it was a huge room with a big table. And you could sit there and you could remote view. And that room had a lot of, if you needed maps, if you were remote viewing and you needed information, you had maps, you had books there.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Wow. I want to understand the science behind this so bad.
I know.
So when you remote view and you say that it's an energy field that you're tapping into, or the ether. Or, does that mean that everything has already happened?
No, it doesn't.
Fucking W!
It's easy to remote view the past. I'm dead.
Okay.
Now, if you're asking me to remote view the future, I can remote view the future, but the future has a tendency to change. The footprint isn't there. So it's harder sometimes to read the future.
Yo, do the Diana boy.
The
daily.
Okay.
The daily chicken.
Do
the daily chicken. Do the daily chicken.
Is it mentally exhausting?
Oh my goodness, yes. Yeah.
What does it feel like?
I just couldn't. There were times I just couldn't work.
It's at the very top, the
I had
daily
done
channel
the,
point check-in.
I'd
How are
found
you,
a
Chase the Goat? Do you know
fugitive
Tonio the
customs
Goat?
agent that went bad.
Do you know Tonio the
Charles
Goat?
Jordan.
Do not
They brought
spend
me
all
in
your
on that
points.
case.
Spend
We were
at
having
least
some- we were
one
having good
on the
luck with
daily
the
check-in.
hostages, and we were doing
One.
some other locational work.
One.
That
It
I
only
was
costs
having
one.
success with.
Hello,
So
hello,
there
hello,
was a-
hello.
There was a
hello.
TV program, The 10 Most Wanted. It was a 10 and there was a man named Charles Jordan. He was on the 10 Most Wanted list. He was a
I'm about to
customs
eat some
agent
ramen
that
noodles
went
and this shit
rogue.
about to
He
hit.
took the money from the drugs, and he didn't want to be. He went dirty. He was dirty. So Customs called in Dr. Verona and said, "We're looking for this guy." And you know, in police or military
How are you?
organizations, if somebody
Beef ramen noodles.
if they're dirty, that
Dude,
you know that you really they
so,
really
like,
want
if you
that
make
guy
them in the
bad.
same
To
bowl,
think that's
it will
it's the whole
taste
mentality
nasty.
is we got to
So
have
I
him
have two
because
separate
he,
bowls.
you know, he just
That's why it
he's
took longer
bad.
to make.
So I went
But
into
it's gonna be
session
fire.
with Fern, and all he did is he asked me where was Charles Jordan, and it came out. I said Lovell, Wyoming, and it came out like that. It just came out, and
He's calling the feds. What the fuck?
he looked at me and he said he was from Lovell, Massachusetts. I said the guy was in Lowell, Wyoming.
You
And
can't
Fern
do
said,
that.
well, I was born in Lowell, Massachusetts.
That's not
Are
allowed.
you sure you mean
Thank you. Thank you for the
Wyoming?
daily
And I
check-in.
said yes, because I had the feeling of the West, you know, the Wild West. That whole feeling came over me, and I said, no, it's Wyoming. So we had some maps there, and we were looking through the United States maps, and we looked at Wyoming, and he said, well, there's a Lovell, Wyoming, not Lowell. So I spelled it L-O-W-E-L-L,
I think we're gonna do this for a
but it was
while and
really
just stay on the siege category, to be
L-O-V-E-L-L.
honest.
And I said, well, that's close enough.
Because
And
when I
then
start my
wanted
stream
to
over at
leave.
6,
And
I want to
think
still
he wanted
do
me
this.
to work more because you
still
know,
wanna
in the
do this 'cause
government,
this
you
is
just
fun. I
can't
like this.
have a report saying
It's so
Lovell-
much chiller
Lovell,
than having to
Wyoming.
fucking like play
So
Rainbow
but I
Six.
couldn't. I figured that was it.
Wow.
And we didn't think we had credit for it, but we did.
I've been playing
We
Rainbow
found out
Six for
years
fucking
later that
8 days,
nobody
20
believed
hours
me what
straight.
I said.
For real.
And then they found him. And when they did the reenactment in 1995, we said, oh, it's too bad we didn't get credit for the.
But I'm serious, bro. I can't
for
take it
finding the
anymore.
guy.
I
They said,
can't
oh,
do
no,
this.
it was because of my
I can't do it.
information. They said the
Please
man,
make it-
Charles Jordan, the one that
Make Rainbow Six Siege fun
he
again.
sent his mother
Please.
a picture of himself to show her that he
Make
was
it
healthy
fun.
and that he was okay.
It's
And
so
when they saw
hard.
the pictures, they saw the
Why are they
Wyoming
so mean
license
to me?
plate, and so they knew I was right. And then they started looking up in Wyoming, and a security guard at Yellowstone saw him, but they said, no, it was because of me. It turned the whole search around,
Wow.
and they found him.
Wow.
Okay, now you ask about automatic
Yo,
writing.
I'm
It is
literally gonna
spirit writing.
raid
You've
out to
never heard of
Royce
it.
too, and you guys
No.
are
Like,
never
it's
even gonna
it's
realize
like you
it.
get,
I have my
people say it's your
PlayStation
higher
on
self.
and
I
this on
feel
at the same time.
It's a guide. You know, we all have guides or
It's
angels.
gonna be awesome. I can't
Okay,
wait.
so what happened was I was writing spirit writing, and the spirit kind of identified himself as George. Okay, now I want to tell you the story because you're talking about negative and positive. My sister came home one night from work, and I said, hey, I'm doing channeling here from a little guy named George. So my sister said, oh, well, I want to do that. So she started writing, and she said, well, I got a little guide here named Maury. She called him Maury. And at one point, Maury said, I am a negative spirit. So I said, Louise, I said, stop doing it. I said, because I heard, you can get these negative spirits and then they attach to you. And we want everything to be good. So she said, okay.
I'm scared.
I think she started
This is
writing
scary.
for another guide, and every once in a while,
Are you
this little
listening to
Maury
what
would
I'm
pop up
listening
and
to?
he'd
This
say,
is
hey,
so
I'm here,
scary. It's so spooky.
and I am a negative spirit. So we were getting like kind of nervous.
You had interaction with him too as well?
My sister did. My
Just your sister?
did. And
Okay.
every once in a while, he would pop up. So I didn't know what to do. So
You guys can't see me, but I'm
I
shaking
think-
right now.
I don't know who I talked to. It could have been
Yo,
somebody
Gamer
at work,
Bunny,
'cause
I
was
think you're
being-
like number
and they
200th
said, "Oh,
watch
your
time.
sister needs
Somebody should do
psychiatric
that!
help."
Exclamation
So I
watch
went back
time
to my
and show
sister
and
I
show
said,
her.
"Do you think you need psychological help?"
Gamer
She
Bunny,
said,
are you a dude or are
"Probably."
you a girl?
So we kept
Are you
riding.
dude?
She said probably.
Gamer Bunny, you know, I can't tell.
She's all probably.
But thank you, bro.
And
Thank you
I
for the
don't know
daily
about
check-in.
this. I
And I
don't
hope
know
you
about
nae-nae.
Maury. So
I'll give you your points in a moment.
but we
Your
kind
boy
of liked him,
back.
and he was sticking
Hey,
around, and he was giving us
We've been
pretty
streaming
good
for 8
information
days and
about,
almost 20,
he was
almost
giving
9 days in
information
the
about
next
my
like
mother's
10
dead
minutes.
relatives who we didn't
And
know.
so what that
my-
means is
you
that
know,
I'm
he'd give
gonna
us
raid to
information,
Royce
and my
2,
sister
and
would
then
call my
I'm gonna
mother, and she'd
restart
say,
my
"Oh,
stream.
Yeah, that's right.
And
that's
anybody
right."
who stays for
And,
Royce 2's
he
raid
said that
will
my
get
one
raided into
cousin
my
was going to
stream.
have a baby. They've been trying to adopt
And
for years, and oh yeah, they're going to get their girl on March 19th, which they did. So he was pretty accurate. But then he would say, "Oh, and by the way, I am a negative spirit." So I went to see Fred Mansbridge because this
Thorne,
astrology.
why do
woman
I see a
told my
whole lot of
sister we
cheeks?
should go see Fred Mansbridge.
Why
So
do
the
I
night
see
before my sister went to see
a whole
Mansbridge,
lot
she
of
was going to have the
cheeks?
first session. So he was pretty accurate, but then he would say, "Oh, and by the way, I am a negative spirit." So I went to see Fred Mansbridge because this astrology woman told my sister we should go see Fred Mansbridge. So the night before my sister went to see Mansbridge,
No.
she was going to have the first
I don't
session
like it. It
with
freaks
him.
me out a little bit.
Maury said,
Is it because it's a
tonight
gingerbread
I
man?
am leaving you forever.
No,
And we said, oh, by that time, we had him around for about a month, and we're like, oh, you don't have to leave, you're okay. And
All right, I gotta
and
start
said,
eating.
Don't
I gotta
tell
start
anybody
eating.
he's negative because we really liked him. So he said, no, this is it. I'm leaving you forever. So the next day when my sister went to see Fred Mansbridge, my sister said, I'm channeling through a guide named Maury. And Fred Mansbridge said, no, you're channeling through a guide named Maurice. Maurice is the positive and Maury is the negative. Address the guide as Maurice. So from that point on, she addressed him as Maurice, and Maury did leave her forever.
Wow. Wow.
Maury did leave her forever. So he really wasn't bad. He was good. I mean, we liked him. We liked him, and we're like, oh, you don't have to go. And
So what you're saying is for every positive, there's
there's
a
a
negative.
negative. That's right.
Wow. Fascinating stuff.
That's why it does it. And I thought, well, there's your answer on your negativity.
Man.
There's your answer on your negativity.
When they bring you in, is it a single remote viewer, or do they bring in a team?
No, it's a single remote viewer.
Single remote viewer.
Yeah, you can't work with other remote viewers in the same room because you could be picking up what they're thinking.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah, you always, even whenever people work in groups.
We've had
when you go to
104
these
daily check-ins today.
metaphysical,
It's like it's going down.
Churches, or
I
they
wonder.
they put psychics in a group, and then every psychic will say, you could be picking up on what the other psychic said. So no, you always go one at a time.
Interesting. Angela, let's take a quick break.
Okay.
And then when we come back, I want to talk about. I'd like to ask you about just some personal ventures, maybe that you have never shared or that you've gone on.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you tired of scrolling through social media and binge watching TV? There's a better way to spend your time, and that's educating yourself. That's why I'm so excited that Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses in the most important subjects. You can learn about the works of C.S. Lewis, the stories in the book of Genesis, the U.S. Constitution,
Bonnie,
the
how's your
rise
day
and
going?
fall of the Roman
And
Republic,
I could
or
drink
the
a
history
Capri Sun
of
if
the
that was
ancient
what that was
Christian
signaling
church
for,
with
'cause I can do
Hillsdale
it right
College's
now.
online courses.
I will do it right
all
now.
Available for free. That's right, for free. I personally recommend you sign up for Western Heritage from the Book of Genesis to John Locke. In this 11-lecture online course, you will explore the history and unique character of Western civilization and discover how its central elements gave rise to the American founding. It includes lessons on early Christianity, the Renaissance, the Reformation, the scientific revolution, and much more. The course is self-paced so that you can start whenever and wherever. Enroll now in Hillsdale's Western Heritage course. Go right now to hillsdale.edu/SRS to get started. There's no cost, and it's easy to get started. That's hillsdale.edu/SRS to register. hillsdale.edu/SRS.
Going good. Yo, at work. Thanks for joining while you're at work, dude. Oh man, that shit hit. That shit hit. Oh. I would eat those gummy bears. I bet you guys would too. John Ryan's brand of gummy bears.
Have you struggled to find tees that fit right and feel good?
Yes.
Are you tired of the boxy, unflattering look? Let me tell you about True Classic. True Classic makes t-shirts, hoodies,
You like
jeans,
ramen?
and more in multi-packs that actually fit like a
Oh,
premium
the
piece of
Gamer
clothing
Bunny. Have you seen this new
tailored just
game
to
thing
you.
that we're doing?
And you can get this premium fit at a super affordable price.
We
I
got
love
one
the fitted
team that I have
t-shirts
to
and
make a
hoodies from
command
True
for.
Classic. They fit
It's called
perfectly,
Duck-
wear well,
Duck Dynasty.
and I feel great.
That
in
team
them.
is
The holidays are here, and True
Jared,
Classic's
Neon
ultra
Mexican,
comfortable, perfect
and
fitting
Lovable
essentials make
Dude.
for the perfect gift for you. And if you're a woman, that's special
I gotta
man
make
in
a
your
command
life.
for it though. That's
So if
his
you're ready to
third team
upgrade your
name.
closet, shop now.
And then anybody
unlock
who
big
does form a
savings
team of
during their
3
huge
for
holiday
the watch
sale.
time.
Just go to my
You
exclusive
could even be a
link
team
at
of 1, you could be a team of 2.
trueclassic.com/SRS
But your watch
to
time
save.
will be the
That's
total for
trueclassic.com/SRS.
So it is
Please
more
support our
smarter to
show and
work
tell
with
them we
other
sent you.
people
End the year with
to get the
holiday
most
cheer.
watch
Thanks
time
to
combined.
True Classic. All right, Angela, we're back from the break, and I wanted to kind of pause on your career for a minute, and I wanted to ask you.
I have a few people that are probably wanting teams, and that
maybe
if you're a
some
solo,
personal
just let me know
ventures
that
that
you're a
you've
solo, and I will get
used
2 other solos, and I'll
remote
put you on a
viewing
team with them.
for.
Like,
And so
because
kind of
there's
what
going to
I'm
be 3 placements.
If I knew how to
The first
tap
place will be a
into this,
lot up bread for
I
the
would.
team,
I would.
and
I
the
just have
second will
so
be
many
less.
questions
The third
about
will be
the
even
past,
less.
about
But
religion.
I think it'll
about
be it'll be a fun thing.
UFOs,
We're gonna do it.
About
We started it last night, so we're
all
gonna
kinds
do
of
it
stuff.
through.
And so I'm wondering
We're gonna do it through
if you use this
until
to
the first
for your
week
own
of
curiosity.
March, like until the end of the first week of March. We'll do it every week of the
of
month.
course. I would. Oh, of course. I
Like 4
I read
weeks.
it. I would read anything I could on it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, so
like you
here's
can
an
change
example.
teams, of course. You can have different teams, and you can even
I would
join
love
teams
to
late.
know
But at the same time, it's one of those things that
maybe
it's
what-
a work in progress.
What's some
We
of the
don't-
things that were happening
This is
in
the
World
first
War
time we've
II
ever done
or-
it, so
or the Bible,
work in progress.
or just big questions.
Oh, you mean use your
But I've been
psychic
streaming
abilities
for
to kind of
9 days
figure it
straight
out.
now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
As in 7 minutes,
Yeah,
it'll be 9 days.
sometimes.
What
But
What
then
are some of
sometimes
the
you don't know if you're right though, but you don't have the feedback, and so you don't know if you're right or whatever. So sometimes you have to do. You may be curious about something or think of something, and maybe try to figure it out, and then maybe it'll just do some research. Maybe your thinking was right, or maybe you have to look for your feedback to see if what you were feeling was right.
interesting? What are some of the big questions that you've
I
looked
guess
into?
what goes on after we leave this, I guess after our body, our physical body, I don't think, I sort of think that we sort of go on in some way. And I do believe that I was born and raised Catholic, but I had to let go a lot of that. I just had to.
I'm
let
about to
a
start
lot of
Brother
the
Royce's
thinking go.
stream. because I start
I mean,
5
I like
minutes
to think that
before
we
6,
go on in some
and then I
way.
rate
do
him like
believe that
at
there
like
was a man named
5:58,
Jesus that walked the
and then
earth.
I actually like
in
submit the rate at
but
like
you know, there were other
5:59,
people too that
and
were
I
here to
start my
teach
stream at like
lessons.
6 exactly. So
Um,
I will restart the
and
stream, and
we
I'll be back at 6, but that's in 5 minutes.
my biggest thing was what
But I
what
started
happens
Brother
after
Royce's
we
stream.
go on. I'm interested to know.
So
Do
my
we
brother
come
Royce
in
too. Just
reincarnation? I've asked. Do we come back?
oh no!
What do you believe happens when we die?
I just think you're kind
Brother
of.
Royce's
I think you're
device
sort of.
is
You go
dead.
over with.
So
I
Brother
believe that
Royce
you go
will
on and
have
that
a
you're reunited
I hope
with your soul
it charges
family
quick.
or with your
Or-
karma group. The way I understand it is
Sign in
that we
quick on
come
my
in.
phone?
We come into.
Yeah.
We
Smart,
come into
smart,
this
smart.
life with
Quickly,
our karma group.
quickly.
Then karma, we have karma, good karma and bad karma. So the same people that I was with, I just think that we somehow we come back and we come back with the same people.
Really?
I believe in yeah, I do.
What is a karma group?
Well, it's the same. Like in other words, the people you know now, you knew before in a past life. Did you ever go somewhere and just felt like you knew somebody or that you've been there before?
Yes.
Yeah, I've known you. Yeah,
What do you
237.
What do you think
2,
deja
3.
vu is?
the
3,
remembering
7.
of a past life.
Do you think it's the remembering of a
790.
past life?
Yeah, if it happened before, either you were at that place.
Boom.
I felt like I had that with a couple
Boom,
of my
boom.
animals.
Okay, we're good. All right, guys. We're
Why do
getting
you
ready.
think that?
We're getting ready. We have another thing of ramen.
Why do
after
you think
this.
that we travel with a karma group?
Because it just makes because we have things to work out with them, I guess.
Who would be in that karma group?
Friends, relatives, friends, people that you meet all through your life. Everybody that you know.
Everybody
That you
everybody in
That you
your
would know.
sphere of
You would know. I think it was explained to me.
How's
like,
everybody
you've
doing?
got 1 million people will leave this earth, and then 1 million people will come down to replace the 1 million people that left.
do we immediately come back?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so. I think you kind of have to wait for
Amazing.
your karma group to
Oh yeah, brother.
figure out, if you come back this time, are you going to be my mother or my sister or my father or?
Why do you think that
Are
we
you?
come back?
I'm
what
great.
have
We're
you
rating Royce 2. We're
experienced
rating my
that makes
brother
you
Royce, and then
Probably
Royce
to,
2 is gonna rate me when I restart.
To get better and to
So
whatever errors we
I look
have, try
forward
to
to
replace
seeing
them.
you guys
Why
in
we-
there.
There's a reason why we come back. Do we need to learn more love? Do we need to?
Thank you guys. Please stay tuned for the stream will restart, but Royce 2 will raid me. So stick around for Royce 2's raid or click the notification. And everybody, I really hope to see you in like a minute from now. A minute from now, as soon as it says 59, I think I'm going to raid. And then I will restart my stream at 6. I really appreciate anybody who does stick around for Royce 2's raid to me, because it will go right back into my stream and it will help us out. I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everybody. I love you guys. Hope everybody has a great time. And we're going to go in the raid, and I'm about to refund all of our channel points really quick before I forget. Reject all. Yes, reject all. Boom. Boom. Oh fuck. 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 No. No. All right. Okay, guys. Thank you. Peace.